Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Shimura Kizaru. In Konoha village. The ninja academy under Hokage Rock had hit peak time, parents waving forms like job applications, kids screaming about becoming powerful shinobi, and teachers wearing that 1,000-yard stare that said, "I've seen things." And somehow, the adults looked the happiest. Like they weren't enrolling their 5-year-old into the Leaf's official Future Shinobi pipeline, where the first lesson is chakra control, and the unspoken second lesson is try not to die before you're tall enough to reach the mission board. Study hard, okay. Make lots of friends. And if anyone bullies you, learn a jutsu and bully them back. Konoha was a peaceful village, alright. Peaceful enough to start training its next generation of tiny war machines, before they even stopped mispronouncing kunai. Above it all, the Hokage faces just stared down like, here we go again. Of course, as the darkness of Konoha, Shimura Danzo never liked scenes this lively, and in all the years before, he had never once bothered to attend. To him, laughter was a luxury. Applause was noise. Celebrations were for people who could afford to stand in the light and pretend the world wasn't stained with blood. Konoha's brightness existed because someone swallowed its filth. And that someone was him. A man who didn't seek praise. A man who didn't need understanding. A man who had buried more necessary sins than any hero in the village could stomach hearing about. While the Hokage smiled for the crowd, Danzo stayed where he belonged, behind the curtain, beneath the roots, inside the silence. He was the hero no one cheered for. The order no one thanked. The shadow that moved first, so the village could move forward. A man who shouldered Konoha's darkness. And lived in it willingly, so the Leaf could keep calling itself peaceful. But this year was different. Because this year, someone related to him, a boy who could only be described as a genius, or perhaps a monster, was entering the academy. A child who had already surpassed every Shimura clansman in the clan's history. He was going to enroll today. As clan head, Shimura Danzo naturally had to appear in person to see him off. In fact, according to what Danzo believed was the correct way of doing things, a genius like that shouldn't be wasting time playing house in the ninja academy at all. He should be taken straight into root, given the strictest, most refined training Konoha's darkness could offer, and shaped into the sharpest blade. A weapon that could help Danzo climb to the Hokage's seat in the future, or at the very least, a weapon that he would personally support and aim at that position. Unlike so many so-called geniuses with nothing but potential, who shone briefly and then fizzled out, forever labeled as the guy who could have been great. If it weren't for that kid's usual laziness and stubborn refusal to listen, Danzo would never have agreed to let such a talent waste time in the academy. Shimura Kizaru. Uchiha Inari. As the academy instructor called out on the training field, Danzo stopped his train of thought and focused on the grounds below. From the crowd of children stepped a kid who stood a full 1.70 meters, dressed in a light yellow suit and wearing a pair of brown sunglasses. The teachers, the parents who'd come to watch the entrance exam, and the village's higher-ups had already seen the 6-year-old with the adult height and absurdly good proportions during the physical test earlier. Even so, seeing him walk out again now still drew a quiet wave of murmurs and comments. He's supposed to be 6 years old. It wasn't just one person thinking that. It was what almost everyone present had in mind. Standing beside Danzo, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a drag on his cigarette and glanced sideways at his old friend. Already guessing what Hiruzen wanted to say, Danzo answered first in a cold voice, eyes never leaving the field. 6 years old. Blood test confirmed. Shimura clan. My brother's child. Ahem. Hiruzen choked mid-puff. Smoke burst out of his nose and mouth at once, drifting straight toward Danzo. Danzo frowned slightly and silently shifted a few steps away, widening the distance between himself and this hopeless chainsmoker who still hadn't learned when to quit. His cautious little movement didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. Embarrassed, the third Hokage turned his head back toward the grounds, pretending nothing had happened, and focused on the exam. On the practice field, the Chunin instructor overseeing the test stood at the edge of the ring. On his left and right were Shimura Kizaru and Uchiha Inari, both hailed as geniuses of their respective clans. Shimura Kizaru, I've heard your name and your so-called feats, Inari said. Impressive, sure, but here and now, I'll prove that in front of the Uchiha, any so-called genius is pale in comparison. So don't worry, your loss today will be perfectly justified. As a textbook Uchiha, Uchiha Inari wore a stern expression, forcing a cold, aloof look as he stared Kizaru down, like he was stating some obvious fact. Kizaru took his right hand out of his trouser pocket, lazily clasped the back of his head, and looked at the arrogant Uchiha brat in front of him with an easygoing smile. On the surface, he looked polite and harmless. No one would have guessed what he was actually thinking. As a reincarnator with a cheat-type system, facing a mere 6-year-old Uchiha brat like this, Shimura Kizaru could say with complete confidence, there's absolutely zero pressure. This kid is nothing but a loud, walking liability. Shimura Kizaru, whose name in his previous life had been Borsalino, had already been in the Naruto world for 6 years. From the very day he was born, he had awakened his system, the character template, Admiral Kizaru from One Piece. However, just like in the fanfics he'd binged in his past life, this character template didn't simply hand him Admiral Kizaru's peak power. Instead, it existed as a fusion percentage. The higher the fusion rate, the more of Admiral Kizaru's power he could access. There were 2 ways to raise that fusion rate. One was to train continuously. The other was to imitate Admiral Kizaru's behavior and style and gain a corresponding reputation. Speaking of which, Borsalino's personality in his previous life had already been somewhat similar to Admiral Kizaru's. His greatest ideal, his lifelong dream, had been to find a stable, well-paid job with great benefits. Clock in at 9, clock out at 5, a 2-hour lunch break, weekends off. That had been his plan since elementary school, and he had worked toward it, step by step, without fail. After 20 years of effort, countless exams, and endless grind, Borsalino had finally secured the perfect position, enough pay to live comfortably, save up, and one day retire early to a quiet life in the countryside. But it seemed not everyone was interested in letting him enjoy that life. On the day his dream finally came true, he'd been so happy he couldn't sit still at home. In the middle of the night, he'd gone out just to wander the streets, basking in that sense of achievement. As he walked down the quiet road, a motorcycle with 2 people riding it came tearing around the corner and he wasn't comfortable remembering the details, let alone sharing them. All that mattered was that, after that, he'd opened his eyes in the peaceful world of Naruto, where kids could graduate the academy, become shinobi, and head to the battlefield as early as 12. You could start working at 12, and missions were guaranteed. What a great place to live. Thinking of all this, the smile on Shimura Kizaru's face grew a little more melancholy. What complete bullshit. All the hard work of his previous life had gone up in smoke. So in this life, he decided he would be a lazy man through and through. Of course, if the pay was good enough, and the bonuses were generous, he wouldn't mind even picking a fight with the Sage of 6 Paths, Uchiha. How terrifying. After finishing his rather ordinary internal backstory recap, Kizaru stopped his mental monologue, kept the same gentle smile on his face, and spoke sincerely. Why, you bastard. Hearing Kizaru's reply in that insufferably mocking tone, the 6-year-old Uchiha Inari turned beet red. Not just Inari, everyone present could feel the heavy, irrepressible sense of ridicule in Kizaru's words. You jerk. I'll show you the power of the Uchiha. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Uchiha Inari charged straight at Kizaru. With only the basic training he'd received at home, his attack patterns weren't exactly complicated. He rushed forward, drew back his right fist, gathered all his strength, and swung for Kizaru's upper body. Kizaru let out a small sigh. The right hand that had been casually cradling the back of his head dropped, and he slid it back into his trouser pocket. Without taking a single step, he simply turned his upper body, letting Inari's punch skim harmlessly past. Phew, that was close. You're dangerous. Another sincerely delivered line from Kizaru only made Uchiha Inari even angrier. Staggering as he recovered from the missed punch, Inari stabilized his stance, adjusted his footing, and snapped out a side kick aimed at Kizaru's waist, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Kizaru still didn't move his feet. He only twisted his waist slightly to the left, and the kick passed by him just as cleanly. Wow, what a powerful blow. You really are quite strong. Kizaru sighed again, as if genuinely impressed. You bastard. Uchiha Inari roared. This time he completely abandoned the idea of holding back. Planting his legs firmly, bending his knees, he channeled all his strength into them and launched himself into the air, turning his attack into a full-on diving tackle toward Kizaru. This time, Kizaru finally moved his foot. He shifted his right leg half a step and pivoted to the side, brushing past Inari's aerial charge with effortless ease. Why are you moving like some manhwa character, Inari-kun? Kizaru didn't bother to adjust his stance to counterattack while Uchiha Inari was still in midair. Instead, he just tilted his head and made the comment with a light, amused smile. Uchiha Inari, plummeting down, froze for a heartbeat when he heard the strange word manhwa. He had no idea what that meant, but the playful smile on Kizaru's face told him it was definitely not a compliment. The moment his feet touched the ground, Inari pushed off hard and sprang backward, trying to open up some distance. Kizaru kept one hand in his pocket the entire time. He waited until Uchiha Inari had retreated several meters before finally making his move. He kicked off the ground with his long, powerful legs, leaving a blurred afterimage where he'd been standing. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru appeared right in front of Uchiha Inari, as if he'd simply teleported. Did you know? Speed is power. Kizaru's movement was so fast that Uchiha Inari's body simply couldn't keep up. The boy's eyes went wide with shock and fear. His brain understood what was happening, but his muscles refused to respond in time. Before the command from his mind could even reach his limbs, a tremendous force crashed into him. Uchiha Inari felt himself being kicked off his feet, soaring several meters through the air before slamming into the ground. Boom. A cloud of dust exploded across the practice field, and for a moment, everything went silent. Everyone present had been stunned by Kizaru's speed and power, strength that already rivaled that of a full-fledged jonin. On the high platform, Danzo, who had been wearing his usual icy expression, couldn't help the slight upward curl of his lips, which made his face look almost kind. Standing beside him, the third Hokage turned his head to look at him again. "Shimura Kizaru, he's just my useless nephew," Danzo said flatly, sounding thoroughly dissatisfied, as if the display just now hadn't been worth mentioning. Silently turning his gaze back to the field, Hiruzen couldn't help thinking back to the good old days when he and his 3 students had been the ones performing in front of Danzo, and that dour, stubborn man had been the one sitting there, stewing in envy. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 2, Chapter. Template System. Character, One Piece, Admiral Kizaru. Fusion rate, 9%. In Shimura Kizaru's mind, a 3-dimensional virtual figure appeared, a familiar, slightly shameless-looking character in a yellow suit and sunglasses. This was the cheat-like system he had awakened after arriving in the world of Naruto. In order to speed up the fusion rate, he had even gone so far as to change his name from Shimura Morishin to Shimura Kizaru, personally asking Danzo to have it altered in the clan registry. Well, that, and he genuinely didn't like the name Morishin. It sounded like someone had just slapped random syllables together and called it a day. Of course, this kind of behavior was nothing short of rebellious. If an ordinary brat said that kind of thing, "I don't like my name, change it," they'd have been dragged in front of the clan elders and educated according to clan rules. But geniuses always came with privileges. Once Kizaru had shown talent so frightening it could only be called monstrous, changing his name had become a trivial matter. As long as he didn't change his surname, it was fine. In fact, the elders had practically waved the matter through. Those were the exact words of the 3 elders who oversaw the clan's internal affairs. As for why Danzo hadn't handled it personally. Simple, this was too small a matter to bother the clan head. A genius was the hope of every clan. And Kizaru's strength and talent were far beyond the level of a mere genius. Monster. That was how the Shimura clan described Kizaru in private. There was nothing derogatory in it, only genuine awe and resignation. In the eyes of the clan, Danzo was already a long-running investment project, whose growth room was nearly exhausted. Kizaru, however. Kizaru was the new unicorn project, something the entire clan could pour their expectations and sweat into without hesitation. That was also why Danzo's attempt to drag Kizaru into route had failed. Even as Hokage's assistant and head of the Shimura clan, he couldn't go against the collective will of the clan. Not unless he wanted to truly stand alone, cut off from his own people. The Ninja Academy's entrance trials had come to an end. After Kizaru displayed his terrifying strength and talent, every other freshman's performance became little more than background noise. Even among this year's new students, such as the heirs of the Ino, Shika, Cho clans, or the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, not one of them could steal the spotlight from him. It wasn't that they were weak, or that their potential was poor. It was simply that Kizaru's performance was too dazzling and somewhat abnormal. The Shimura clan had produced a monster-like genius, someone with the potential to become a future pillar of the village. With just one entrance selection, Kizaru had already begun to cement his reputation in Konoha. The direct benefit of that was simple: the fusion rate of his character template, which had been inching along for 3 months, suddenly began to soar. In just half a day, the fusion rate ticked up from 9% to 10%, and it was still rising. In the Shimura compound, Kizaru lived alone in a modest residence with a simple little courtyard. Sitting on the tatami, he leisurely sipped hot tea. When the fusion percentage finally hit 10%, he quietly set the cup down. He straightened his posture a little. For once, his usual lazy aura faded, and genuine excitement flashed across his face. Reaching 10% fusion had unlocked something new. That was why he was excited. Before the fusion rate hit 10%, all Kizaru had gained was Admiral Kizaru's physical potential, the foundation, the body, the capacity. But now, he had gained the Devil Fruit ability. The Glint fruit from One Piece had always been one of his favorite abilities in his previous life. Attack, defense, mobility, escape, it could do everything. A perfect all-purpose kit. He braced his left hand against the tatami, leaned back slightly, and raised his right hand. On his extended index finger, a golden radiance flickered into existence. The light was piercing. It gathered and compressed, more and more, until it finally burst forth as a concentrated beam, a laser fired straight from his fingertip. The laser pierced through the sliding door in front of him and struck the ornamental rockery in the center of the courtyard. Boom. The sound echoed through the compound. The rockery, which had been carefully crafted by skilled artisans, instantly exploded into countless fist-sized chunks that scattered across the ground. The sudden noise alarmed many of the clan members. A moment later, a Shimura Jonin responsible for Kizaru's protection arrived at the door in a blur, using the body flicker technique. This was the first time the Shimura Jonin assigned to guard him had seen such a scene. After confirming that Kizaru was uninjured, he quietly let out a breath of relief and turned his gaze toward the ruined courtyard. Kizaru-sama, what happened just now? Shimura Ishin, one of the 12 Jonin of the Shimura clan, had been assigned to Kizaru by Danzo specifically as his bodyguard. Kizaru's father in this life, Danzo's younger brother, had been an elite Jonin who died on a route mission. Danzo himself had no children. As the son of his younger brother, Kizaru was the Shimura clan's direct bloodline and the natural heir to the position of clan head. After Kizaru had shown extraordinary talent at a young age, the clan had simply made it official, he would be the next patriarch of the Shimura. With a decision like that, even Danzo couldn't object. It carried the full weight of the clan's hopes for the future. Kizaru rose from the tatami, adjusted his clothes slightly, and walked over to Ishin. Uncle Ishin, don't worry. That commotion just now was caused by me. Hearing this, Shimura Ishin relaxed a little, but his eyes were now filled with confusion as he stared at Kizaru. Kizaru didn't explain immediately. Instead, he looked toward the courtyard gate. Outside the gate, the 3 elders of the Shimura clan and Danzo, who also happened to be home at the time, were making their way in together. First, they glanced at the rockery that had been reduced to rubble, then shifted their gazes to Ishin and Kizaru standing at the doorway. When Kizaru saw everyone suddenly spawn around him out of nowhere, he couldn't help feeling a little speechless. What kind of NPC behavior is this supposed to be? Were they all this idle? The moment he showed a new ability, they'd rushed over like a pack of dogs catching the scent of meat. What kind of novel setting is this? Kizaru felt a flicker of unease. Are they about to pull the classic, this child is too dangerous, we must control him, routine on me? Ishin, what happened? Danzo asked with a frown. Having no idea, Ishin stayed silent and simply looked toward Kizaru. Seeing that reaction, the 4 newcomers immediately understood that the earlier explosion had been Kizaru's doing. All eyes turned to the boy. What a pain. Kizaru sighed under his breath. He was just about to explain. Kizaru had no intention of hiding his devil fruit ability. Just like when he was 3 years old and had actively shown off his talent, he'd already decided how he would live. In the world of Naruto, in Konoha, in a major clan like the Shimura, hiding his abilities would have been the height of stupidity. In this dangerous shinobi world, the mediocre existed to be cannon fodder. Only geniuses had the right to be protected and nurtured. If he hid his strength and pretended to be average, he would only be cast aside earlier, treated as a disposable pawn. Only by showing his talent and being recognized by the clan as a true genius could he earn the right to be trained and guarded. Ever since his talents had been revealed at age 3, the special treatment he'd received from the clan had proven that his choice was absolutely correct. Right in front of everyone, Kizaru raised his right hand again. He extended his index finger, golden light gathered at its tip, and another laser shot forward, blasting open a fresh crater in the courtyard. Seeing this, Danzo's expression finally wavered. A rare look of shock crossed his face. The elders behind him, meanwhile, were openly delighted. Because their smiles were so wide, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to deepen even more. At that moment, the 3 elders looked like they were about to laugh themselves into a stroke. For people whose lives were already nearing their twilight years, what could be more joyful than the birth of a clan genius like this? Kizaru-kun, is this a ninjutsu you developed? Or? One of the elders spoke up, trailing off halfway through the sentence. He stared at Kizaru with eyes full of hope. Compared to ninjutsu, I think it's more appropriate to call it a Kekkai Genkai, Kizaru said, giving the answer the elder wanted most. The old man's smile grew even brighter. The great elder quickly walked up to Kizaru, grabbed his raised right hand with both of his, and held onto it tightly. How long have you known you could do this? The great elder asked eagerly. Kizaru made a show of thinking it over. After a moment, he answered. Probably, after beating that Uchiha. Sorry, Uchiha-kun, but it's completely fair for a Shimura to blame everything on you guys, you know. Hearing that, Danzo's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. He couldn't help wondering whether he should send some root shinobi to go test a few Uchiha and see what happened. Although it makes me very happy, it's also a bit confusing. Another elder said slowly. Since when did our Shimura clan have a Kekkai Genkai like this? This speaker was a slightly plump old man with a wealthy look. He was in charge of managing the clan's businesses and funds. The great elder, still clutching Kizaru's right hand, quickly turned to look at him and gave him a kindly smile. "You ignorant old fool," the great elder said, sounding utterly confident. "The clan records clearly state that our ancestors possessed a Kekii Genkai called Light Release." The third elder, who had been silent until now, hurriedly chimed in. "That's right. Our Shimura clan is a clan with a bloodline limit." Watching these two shameless fossils improvise on the spot, even Danzo, Konoha's so-called darkness, felt his face heat up. No wonder the great elder was so quick on the uptake. It was certainly a blessing for the clan to have such a genius, but a talent this absurd could also bring danger. Between a genius who awakened a long-lost Kekii Genkai and a freak who invented a brand new Kekii Genkai, the former was much easier for outsiders to accept. So after hearing Kizaru's answer, the great elder had immediately hammered down the narrative. Kizaru's ability was the reawakening of an ancient Shimura Kekii Genkai, one that only appeared once in many generations, practically a miracle. This was a shield. A layer of protection for Kizaru, and for the clan. Kizaru's lips twitched. Light release, huh? It'd honestly be more believable if it were dark release. He sighed helplessly, but deep down, he felt strangely relieved. After all, he wasn't the fully powered Admiral Kizaru from One Piece yet. He was still just a boy. And like this, at the very least, he wouldn't suddenly end up treated like some caped alien psycho. He couldn't exactly become Homelander in the Naruto world. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 3, Chapter. In the secret meeting room of the Shimura clan, Danzo sat at the head seat. On his left was the Grand Elder, and on his right sat Kizaru. Unlike Danzo's cold, unreadable expression, the Grand Elder wore a warm, almost grandfatherly smile. He held a cup of hot tea in both hands, his gaze fixed eagerly on Kizaru. This boy. What a gift to the Shimura clan. At this point, the Grand Elder saw nothing but promise whenever he looked at Kizaru. He liked what he saw. P.S. N. What? Originally, he'd thought Kizaru's abnormal physical abilities and chakra reserves, already comparable to a Jonin, were enough to call him a once-in-a-century genius. But now it turned out that Kizaru had even awakened a bloodline limit. After letting his gaze sweep greedily from Kizaru's head to his feet, the Grand Elder's eyes finally stopped somewhere around the middle of Kizaru's thighs. P.S. The old man was already planning in his head. It was probably about time to arrange 2 maids for 6-year-old Kizaru. Given how Kizaru's body was developing, in another 2 or 3 years, he'd already be in shape to work hard at passing down that exceptional bloodline. Why is this old man looking at me like I'm some kind of high-grade breeding horse up for auction? That's not the, our cute junior is so talented, look, that's the, how many heirs can we squeeze out of this one, look, how scary. Feeling a little creeped out being stared at like that by such a crooked old fossil, Kizaru stretched his legs out, braced his hands on the floor behind him, leaned back a bit, and shifted his gaze to Danzo's expressionless face. The clan has decided, Danzo said, looking straight at him, voice calm but firm. After 3 years of academy enrollment, we'll arrange for you to graduate early. 3 years. Kizaru frowned. According to his plans, he'd intended to stay in the academy for the full 6 years. After all, those were supposed to be the only 6 years of his life where he could slack off openly. The education in the Ninja Academy won't help you at all, Danzo continued. It'll only slow your growth. You're attending purely to build your reputation and accumulate fame. 3 years is enough. What a pain. Watch your tone. This is the clan's decision, Danzo stressed. TSK, Kizaru clicked his tongue softly and stared up at the ceiling. Unhappy with Kizaru's attitude, Danzo's face darkened. His lips parted slightly, he was ready to start lecturing. Hahaha. The Grand Elder's hearty laugh cut him off. He waved a wrinkled hand, stopping Danzo, then turned to Kizaru with a gentle smile. Kizaru-kun, the Grand Elder said, for now, you must not reveal your Kekii Genkai to the outside world. Got it, Kizaru replied, not asking any further questions. Your performance in this entrance exam was already more than enough. All the shinobi in the village are talking about you. The Grand Elder paused here, a proud look settling on his face. But in this world, nothing should be overdone. If you keep flashing your talent non-stop in a short span of time, people will get used to it, and their expectations for you will only rise higher and higher. That kind of pressure is unnecessary. Worried that a 6-year-old might not fully grasp the reasoning behind their plans, the Grand Elder deliberately took his time explaining, his tone patient and wordy. Letting you stay in the academy for 3 years is a decision I reached after long discussion with the clan head, he continued. You must remember, your future goal is not simply to become a powerful shinobi. It is not merely to become Hokage, either. We expect more from you. Our expectations are that you reach, or even surpass, the first Hokage. As he spoke, the great elder's expression turned solemn. Danzo, seated above them with his usual stoic face, grew serious as well. The two of them fixed their gazes on Kizaru. In order to help you build that reputation, Danzo said loudly, we've drafted a plan for your fame over the next 3 years at the academy. In every one of the next 3 years, we'll stage an achievement of yours that will shake the village. This year's original plan was for you to master an S-rank wind-release ninjutsu before the end of the first term and display it during the final exam. Danzo's tone shifted, a hint of smugness slipping through. But now that you've awakened a Kekkei Genkai, you can simply show that off during the final exam instead. As he said this, he suddenly thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, specifically, how shocked his old friend would look when he witnesses Kizaru's light release in action for the first time. The corner of Danzo's mouth curled up uncontrollably. You're not the only one with a prodigy student, you know. Orochimaru's talent got you feeling proud, didn't it? At the end of the year, I'll show you what a real genius looks like. Reining in his wandering thoughts and forcing down his impatience, Danzo continued, looking back at Kizaru. Now that you've awakened a Kekkei Genkai, we'll need to adjust the 3-year plan slightly. In the first year, you'll reveal your bloodline limit. In the second year, I'll personally help you master an S-rank wind-release jutsu. In the third year, we'll arrange for you to graduate early, by challenging a Jonin directly in your graduation exam. After listening to the plan laid out by Danzo and the Great Elder, Kizaru didn't feel any pressure at all. He only nodded calmly. Kizaru, don't let it weigh on you, the Grand Elder added, worried he might have overwhelmed the boy. With your talent, all of this is easily within your reach. We're very confident in you. The pressure's fine, Kizaru answered honestly, face relaxed. It all sounds pretty simple to me. Hearing this reply, both Danzo and the Grand Elder broke into satisfied smiles. A true genius was supposed to have that kind of confidence. Leaving the secret room, Kizaru returned to his room in the Shimura compound. He brewed himself a cup of hot tea with practiced ease. As he sipped, he began seriously testing the newly unlocked abilities of his devil fruit. In the afternoon, right after he'd gained access to the fruit's power, he'd caused a commotion that drew Danzo and the 3 elders. Then there'd been that long talk in the secret room. Only now, late at night, did Kizaru finally have some peace and quiet to feel out the full scope of the glint fruit. First up was the most basic property of a Logia-type fruit, Logia body transformation. There were no weapons lying around the house, so he simply raised his right hand, extended his index and middle fingers, and poked his left forearm. His left arm immediately dissolved into a flare of yellow light. His right fingers passed straight through it. Then, Kizaru stood up and tried full-body Logia form, moving his position by turning his whole body into light. On the first try, he wasn't skilled enough. His control was rough, and he almost slammed straight into the wall. After 7 or 8 consecutive attempts inside the room, Kizaru's control over repositioning himself via his Logia state grew more and more better. By the end, he was standing upside down on the ceiling using chakra, then turned into a bright flash and instantly reappeared down by the tea table. Kizaru sat down calmly, feeling that tonight's practice had reached a passable level. He picked up the now lukewarm tea in front of him and took another sip. As he drank, he mulled over his future training direction. For someone who would continue to merge with Admiral Kizaru's abilities, ordinary taijutsu and basic elemental ninjutsu weren't going to help him much. So Kizaru had set 3 main paths for himself. The first was genjutsu. The gap between weak and strong genjutsu was enormous. Weak illusions were barely an annoyance, but truly powerful ones were downright terrifying. Because of that, Kizaru had no intention of ignoring this category of ninjutsu. His standards weren't extravagant. He wasn't planning on ending up like a certain snake ant, who rolled her eyes in pleasure every time someone cast an illusion at her. He simply wanted to train genjutsu as one of his trump cards, to make sure he wouldn't be easily taken out by it. The second direction was fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. Even before he'd transmigrated, Kizaru had always felt that sealing arts were one of the most overpowered, underrated categories in the Naruto world. Their potential was enormous. Now that he was actually here and had the Hokage's advisor and Root's leader as his uncle, he could hardly waste that advantage. As for the third direction, needless to say, it was senjutsu, sage arts. Not only were sage arts incredibly powerful and a massive boost to overall combat strength, they could also prolong one's lifespan. And these days, who didn't want to live longer? Kizaru, naturally, did. When it came to immortality, Kizaru had his own ambitions. He felt that if creatures like toads, snakes, and slugs could learn to use natural energy and become sages, then there was no reason humans couldn't one day develop a sage mode suited specifically for human beings. If becoming a lightspeed sage is what it takes just to laze around with a good salary, then I suppose I'll reluctantly become a god, Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 4, Chapter. Among the new students in this class, besides Kizaru, the Shimura family also had 3 other children enrolled in the academy. They were all carefully selected by the clan and had solid potential. There were 3 of them, 2 boys and 1 girl, Shimura Shinobu, Shimura Yoshihiko, and Shimura Yuki. Among them, Shimura Yoshihiko was the grandson of the 3rd elder. The Shimura clan, like the Sarutobi clan, was a well-known second-tier ninja clan in the village. At its peak, the clan had more than 800 members, with nearly 200 active shinobi, among them, close to 20 jonin and special jonin. After Danzo rose to power, became the Hokage's advisor, and established root, the family had made enormous sacrifices to support him. In the more than 10 years since Danzo founded root, the clan's population had shrunk from over 800 at its height to just over 500. The number of active shinobi had been cut in half, leaving only around 100. Their numbers had been heavily damaged. But those sacrifices had also brought equally enormous benefits. With the clan backing him at all costs, Danzo had secured absolute control over root. His influence in the village now stood, beneath only one man, above tens of thousands. As Danzo's power grew, the number of shops owned by the Shimura clan in Konoha steadily increased. Their businesses became stronger, their ties with the nobles of the Land of Fire grew closer, and the land they held in the Fire Country more than doubled. At the same time, Danzo used his position in root to collect a great number of mid- to high-rank ninjutsu, up to and including forbidden techniques, for the clan. Right now, the Shimura clan was both the strongest and the weakest it had been in 50 years. For the Shimura, what they needed most was time to let all these benefits settle, and to convert their gains into true strength. The appearance of Kizaru had changed the clan even further. As long as Kizaru could grow up smoothly, the benefits the Shimura had acquired over the last few years would no longer be something other clans could easily steal away. And in the future, with a top-class powerhouse like Kizaru as their pillar, the clan could seize even more advantages. Because of this, the clan's care and support for Kizaru were all-encompassing and completely without restraint. Children of Kizaru's generation heard their parents and elders praising him and scolding them with his name as the example, almost every single day. Kizaru is the one who'll lead our clan in the future. Remember this and mind your attitude around him. Everyone had heard that line. Shimura Kizaru was exactly that legendary, perfect child other people's parents used to lecture their own kids with. Growing up in that environment, and thanks to Kizaru's easygoing, approachable personality, the children of his generation admired him greatly. For them, being close to Kizaru was something to be proud of. Just like Shimura Shinobu, Shimura Yoshihiko, and Shimura Yuki right now, ever since they'd learned they would be in the same class as Kizaru and II, all 3 had been filled with joy. After finding out he would be in the same class as his big brother, Shimura Yoshihiko had spent the entire morning boasting to every friend who would listen. Hahaha. Under the envious gazes of his friends, Yoshihiko planted his hands on his hips and threw his head back, laughing toward the sky. TCH. Off to the side, Shimura Yuki, the only girl among the 3 new Shimura students, watched Yoshihiko's smug laughter and let out an annoyed snort, her beautiful eyes narrowing in irritation. Yuki also admired Kizaru and II deeply. The 2 of them shared a similar past, both had lost their parents on route missions and had grown up under the clan's care. Because of that shared experience and Kizaru's strong, reliable personality, Shimura Yuki's admiration for him bordered on fanatical. In this year's entrance exam, however, Yuki had made a mistake and failed to enter the academy's elite class. Because of that, she couldn't be classmates with Kizaru, and she'd been regretting it ever since. Yuki, are you jealous of me? Shimura Yoshihiko heard her cold snort and immediately seized the chance to gloat. He had never liked this girl who was always hanging around Kizaru and II. Hahaha. Who told you to slack off? You pretend to study hard, but you're always pestering Kizaru and II. You didn't make it into the elite class this time. That's just the result of your usual laziness. You. Shimura Yuki's face flushed with anger. She glared at Yoshihiko with her large, bright eyes. During the exams at the end of the year, I'll challenge you and take my spot in the elite class back from you, you bastard. Ha. Try it if you can. Yoshihiko tilted his chin up proudly, a full look of disdain on his face. Okay, that's enough. Stop arguing. The one who stepped between them with a flustered expression was Shimura Shinobu, the boy with the gentlest temperament among the 3. He looked soft and mild, and he anxiously tried to break things up. Shinobu, get out of the way. Still fuming at Yoshihiko's attitude, Yuki shoved Shinobu aside, clearly ready to start a real fight. Yuki, I wasn't trying to stir anything up, came a small voice off to the side, but even I can't stand Yoshihiko's attitude sometimes. The speaker was a little boy with narrowed fox-like eyes and glasses, Shimura Shintaro. Hey. Kizaru, who had been walking over from a distance intending to take his 3 younger clanmates to the academy's entrance ceremony, heard Shintaro's instigating tone before he even reached them. "Shintaro, you little rascal, are you causing trouble again?" Kizaru lightly stomped his foot and, in a blur of speed, appeared right behind fox-eyed Shimura Shintaro. He immediately planted his right hand on the little fox's head and gave it a ruthless rub. Being ambushed like that made Shintaro's cheeks flush bright red. This little guy admired and adored Kizaru and I just as much as the others. "Don't rub my head. I'm already grown up," Shintaro mumbled. After enduring it for more than 10 seconds, he finally came to his senses and raised his hands to pry Kizaru's arm away. "You, huh?" Kizaru shook his head with a smile, bent down slightly, and extended his index finger, tapping Shintaro lightly on the forehead. In his previous life, Kizaru had been the king of children in his neighborhood. After being reborn into the Naruto world, he'd naturally become close with the kids in his clan as well. By the time he was 3 or 4, with a mind far more mature than his age, Kizaru had already been helping adults look after the younger children, taking them out to play and keeping them in line. That was one of the big reasons why he was so popular among the clan's kids. Kizaru knew Shintaro's situation very well. The Grand Elder's grandson had been clever since he was small, but because he'd been born prematurely, his health had always been poor, and his talent as a shinobi was only average. For this grandson who had lost his parents at such a young age, the Great Elder felt a mix of guilt and deep affection. With Shintaro's weak body and only average talent, he couldn't bear the thought of him suffering on the front lines, so he had never intended to let the boy walk the shinobi path. The old man's one wish for his grandson was simple, that he live a safe, peaceful, happy life. Because of that, Shintaro, who genuinely longed to become a shinobi and attend the academy together with Kizaru and I, was very envious of the 3 children in front of him. "Kizaru and I, you'll definitely become the strongest shinobi in the future." Shintaro looked up at Kizaru, eyes shining like stars. "Of course," Kizaru replied without an ounce of modesty. Straightening up, he looked at the 3 little ones gathered around him. "Yoshihiko, Yuki, Shinobu, get ready to go. If we dawdle any longer, you'll be late." "I'm ready, Kizaru and I. Kizaru and I, let's go." "Okay, Kizaru and I. After the 3 answered one after another, they straightened their backs, puffed out their chests, and, under the envious gazes of all their friends, proudly followed behind Kizaru as he led them toward the academy gate. For the kids of the Shimura clan, there was nothing cooler than walking to their first day of class behind Kizaru, the future head of the clan, and their very own lazy, shining big brother. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 5, Chapter. On the school playground, Kizaru, already 175 centimeters tall, stood out from the crowd at the back of the freshman line. On the high platform in front of the field, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was giving an entrance speech to the new students. Watching the Will of Fire banners flutter behind the old, middle-aged Hokage as he talked on and on, Kizaru suddenly felt that the world of Naruto wasn't that different from the earth he'd lived on in his previous life. Leaders' speeches were the same everywhere, the same nonsense, the same brainwashing, the same endless lecture. The 3rd Hokage's speech dragged on for nearly 40 minutes. Only after the crowd broke into loud, enthusiastic applause, some kids almost moved to tears just because it was finally over, did Hiruzen leave the platform with a satisfied smile. Once the 3rd Hokage left, the rest of the entrance ceremony sped up all at once. In just 10 minutes, the opening ceremony wrapped up. The new students of each class were led away by their homeroom teachers toward their respective classrooms. The Ninja Academy's management wasn't particularly strict. Students could choose their own seats. Out of consideration for everyone else's view, the tallest person present, Kizaru, chose the window seat at the very back of the classroom. The seat next to him was empty. Yoshihiko Shimura had wanted to sit beside Kizaru, but Kizaru had calmly chased him to the first row on the pretext of sitting at the front helps you study harder. After witnessing Kizaru's godlike performance during the entrance test, none of the other students dared come over and share a desk with him. In the row in front of Kizaru sat the heirs to the clan heads of the famous Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Among them, Narashikaka sat directly in front of Kizaru, also by the window. The Shimura clan had a good relationship with the Yamanaka clan among the Ino, Shika, Cho. When Danzo formed Root, the Yamanaka clan had sent many shinobi to help with its operations. When everyone finally sat down, Yamanaka Inoichi, heir to the Yamanaka clan, glanced back with a calm smile and spoke to Kizaru first, keeping the relationship between their clans nice and smooth. Kizaru naturally answered with a lazy smile, and the two exchanged a few brief words, establishing a preliminary friendly relationship. Some people approached him with honest friendliness, so of course, there were also those full of hostility. The 2 infamous clans of the village, the Evil Eye, Uchiha and the Roll Their Eyes in Pleasure, Hyuga, were both staring straight at Kizaru. Their gazes were anything but gentle, but in Kizaru's mind, they looked almost kind. Oh, everyone's looking at me so warmly, he thought to himself, completely misreading the atmosphere. Uchiha Inari and Hyuga Toda, both of them had lost to Kizaru during the entrance test. After the Senju clan disbanded and was absorbed into the village, the Hyuga and Uchiha became the two strongest remaining ninja clans. As children of such powerful families, the two naturally carried a certain arrogance. After losing to Shimura Kizaru in public, their pride felt like it had been set on fire and kicked around the arena. Their hostility toward him wasn't genuinely hatred, just the simple refusal to accept defeat. After enrolling, both of them had only one goal in mind: defeat Kizaru. The first day's classes were very similar to Kizaru's previous life on Earth. There was basically no substantive instruction. It was almost all explanations of school rules and ideological and moral education. The homeroom teacher for Kizaru's class was Yamakawa Seiji. He had once been an elite chunin in the ANBU. After growing older and starting a family, he had taken the initiative to transfer to the Ninja Academy as a teacher. As a teacher, Yamakawa Seiji was very responsible. After briefly laying out the school rules, he immediately started the official lesson. He knew that cultural and ideological classes were far too dull, and that children didn't enjoy them. So when he lectured, he mixed in his own experiences and short stories he had seen or heard while on missions. Taught that way, the boring ideological class suddenly became much more interesting. Most of the students listened with genuine curiosity, their eyes shining as they followed along. Their reaction made Yamakawa Seiji secretly pleased. He swept his gaze around the classroom proudly, until his eyes finally stopped at the window seats in the very back row. Click. Unable to control the strength in his fingers, Yamakawa Seiji snapped the chalk in his hand cleanly in two. Most of the smile on his face faded. The reason for his sudden dark mood was simple: at the back window seats of the classroom, two students were already fast asleep on their desks. Taking a deep breath, Yamakawa Seiji felt that, on the very first day of class, he absolutely had to show the students the majesty of their teacher. He knew both sleeping students very well. One was the great genius who had dominated the entire arena during the entrance exam, Shimura Kizaru, the famous genius of the Shimura clan. The other was Nara Shikaku, son of the Nara clan head, who had scored a perfect mark on the written portion of the entrance test. After recalling the power Shimura Kizaru had shown during the exam, Yamakawa Seiji couldn't help admitting to himself, with some pain, that if he clashed with Kizaru, the chances of subduing the boy quickly and cleanly were less than 30%. In a true all-out battle, Yamakawa Seiji was 100% confident he could defeat Kizaru, at least, in Yamakawa Seiji's own opinion. However, as a teacher of the elite class, if he needed to go all out and fight hundreds of exchanges just to subdue a 6-year-old freshman on his very first day, where would his dignity as a teacher be? Without knowing Kizaru's disposition, and after carefully weighing the risks of taking action, Yamakawa Seiji decided to change tactics. He decided to pick one lucky student and use him as an example for the whole class. He picked up one half of the broken chalk from the lectern, then snapped his wrist in a motion that clearly belonged to a kunai throw. The piece of chalk shot out, and the bit of chalk Yamakawa Seiji threw struck Nara Shikaku squarely on the head with perfect accuracy. The students below the podium followed his movement and turned to look toward the back of the classroom. Hahaha. Seeing Nara Shikaku, who had just been struck, slowly lift his head with a pained grimace, the students burst into laughter. Sitting in the front row, Yoshihiko Shimura naturally turned around too. When he saw the pineapple-headed boy from the Nara clan get hit on the head by the teacher for sleeping in class, he started laughing as well. But as he laughed, Yoshihiko suddenly noticed something wrong. Behind the Nara boy, Kizaru was also sleeping sprawled over his desk. Kizaru and I must have been training too hard last night. Yoshihiko Shimura instantly found a perfectly reasonable explanation for his big bro in his mind. Nara Shikaku, go stand at the back of the classroom and wake yourself up. On purpose, Yamakawa Seiji raised his voice as he scolded, hoping to wake Kizaru sitting behind Shikaku as well. What a troublesome thing. Rubbing his head, Nara Shikaku didn't bother trying to argue. He slid off his chair, stood up, and walked lazily out from his seat. As he moved past the desks, he heard a voice murmur beside him. Ooh, that's rough. Looks like Sensei picked the wrong guy. Turning his head, he saw Kizaru leaning against the back of his chair, a faint smile on his face as if he had been awake and watching the whole time. Only then did Nara Shikaku fully process what had just happened. The guy behind him had been the first one to flop onto the desk and fall asleep. Nara Shikaku looked at Kizaru, then shifted his gaze toward the teacher on the podium wearing a stern expression. In an instant, he understood everything. So I'm the one getting offered up, and the kid behind me is the real sleeper. Seriously, what kind of cowardly teacher picks on the easy target and ignores the real problem? Complaining silently in his heart, Nara Shikaku walked to a spot not far to Kizaru's left near the back of the classroom and stood there obediently. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 6, Chapter. Kizaru and I, were you too tired from training yesterday? Kizaru and I thought the teacher was about to hit you, that scared me a lot. By the way, Kizaru and I wrote down everything in class today. Do you want to look over my notes? On the way home with the three little ones of the Shimura family, the endlessly talkative Shimura Yoshihiko clung to Kizaru's side. His mouth was like a machine gun. Once he started firing, he didn't stop. Kizaru answered him perfunctorily, his legs speeding up as he walked. Before long, they reached the main residence of the Shimura clan. You guys head back first. I'm going to see the clan leader, Kizaru said as he slid open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. Kizaru and I. Shimura Yoshihiko still wanted to say something, but Shimura Yuki and Shimura Tannen each grabbed an arm and dragged him away. Goodbye, Kizaru and I. The two smiled, one hand holding onto the nearsighted Yoshihiko, the other raised high as they waved back toward Kizaru. Yeah, see you later. Watching the three kids walk off, Kizaru finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. He casually dug at his ear with his little finger, then dropped his hand, stuffed both into his pockets, and strolled toward the courtyard where Danzo lived. Saying he was going to Danzo wasn't just an excuse to shake off Yoshihiko, it was also because of Danzo's standing order. The lessons at the Ninja Academy were far too mild and low-level to be of much use to him. Because of that, Danzo had instructed Kizaru to come to him for training every day after class. Kizaru had no objections to that. He understood very clearly that all privileges and interests came from strength. Whether in the clan, in the village, or in the entire shinobi world, that rule never changed. So, Kizaru rarely complained about how the clan arranged his training. Danzo's residence sat at the center of the main compound, only a few hundred meters from the front gate. When Kizaru pushed open the wooden door and walked into the courtyard, Danzo was standing alone in the middle of it, as if he'd been waiting there for some time. I'm not late, right, clan leader? Kizaru said with a lazy smile as he stepped into the yard, facing Danzo's serious gaze. Danzo had always been dissatisfied with Kizaru's lack of seriousness and had lectured him about it more than once, but nothing ever stuck. Protected by the three elders since he was small, Kizaru always listened obediently when they spoke, but he absolutely refused to change his laid-back attitude. It was enough to give Danzo a constant headache. Deciding it wasn't worth the effort to correct him yet again, Danzo simply turned and walked toward the house. Follow me. Kizaru trailed after him inside. They went to the low tea table and sat down facing each other. I heard from Ishin that you were spacing out and even fell asleep during class today. Uncle Ishin, you reported even that. Kizaru scratched his head with a wry smile. He wasn't surprised that Danzo knew what had happened. Kizaru had long been aware that the clan had assigned a jonin to secretly guard him. Those classes are meaningless for someone like you. Rather than listening, it's better that you catch up on sleep. To Kizaru's surprise, the men who usually loved to nitpick every little flaw didn't scold him this time. Don't look so surprised. I don't want you wasting time on those so-called ideology lessons. Those are for the people below you, Danzo went on. Kizaru, you are different from those mediocre people. You have the potential to change the entire shinobi world, just like the first Hokage did. You are a born strong one, a born leader. You should view this world with the mindset of the strong, with the mindset of a ruler. Danzo's voice was solemn as he spoke, his sharp gaze locking onto Kizaru's eyes. Ruler, that sounds super troublesome, Kizaru replied with an easy grin. My ideal is to find a job with high pay, light work, and a nice status, and then just live happily ever after. Instead of getting angry at that answer, Danzo actually let out a short laugh. Isn't that the Hokage's job? I don't really get that feeling, you know. That fellow Hiruzen is living exactly the kind of life you're talking about. Most of his day is probably spent hiding in his office, using the crystal ball to peek into the women's bath, Danzo said with a crooked smile. Clan leader, I'm totally telling Hokage-sama about that. Go ahead. While you're at it, ask him how much he earns a year as Hokage. When it came to his old friend, Danzo was very much at ease. The bond between the two of them was the closest in the village. Back then, when Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the village with their teacher's dying wish that he succeed him as Hokage, the various powers in the village hadn't accepted it at all. If it hadn't been for Lady Mito's support, and the full backing of the Shimura clan under Danzo's leadership, Hiruzen, who only had the Sarutobi clan behind him, would never have so easily taken the Hokage's seat. And over the past 10 years, without Danzo and Hiruzen working together, one in the light, one in the shadows, Hiruzen would never have gained such firm control of the Hokage's authority. Hokage was just a title, a position. Sitting in that chair didn't automatically make you the true leader of the village. Only after firmly grasping the village's military and financial power could a Hokage be considered a real Hokage. You and Uncle Hiruzen sure get along well, huh, Uncle, Kizaru sighed. Danzo nodded, a reserved yet slightly smug smile tugging at his lips. Well, just a little. Kizaru, I know you hate troublesome things, but you need to understand, trouble will come looking for you whether you like it or not, Danzo continued teaching, his tone turning stern again. You don't have to like trouble, but you must have the ability to deal with it. Overwhelming strength can resolve most problems. But using your own strength to solve everything is, in itself, troublesome. Don't you think so? That's true, Kizaru agreed with a nod. That's why you must have power of your own forces. You push the trouble onto your subordinates and let them handle it. That is the easiest way to solve problems. Danzo spoke in a calm but persuasive tone. So in the end, you still want me to aim for the Hokage seat in the future, right? Kizaru summarized. Danzo nodded slowly, his expression firm. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a voice full of certainty. It's not about aiming for it. In the future, the Hokage's position will be yours. That is my promise to you. It was the first time Kizaru had seen Danzo show such boldness. Far from feeling afraid, he actually found himself liking the old man a little more. No matter how terrible this guy's reputation was among Naruto fans in Kizaru's previous life, at the very least, right now, he was genuinely working for Kizaru's sake. Kizaru also understood that within that goodwill, Danzo had his own interests and plans. But honestly, how many kindnesses in this world came with absolutely no reason or benefit attached? Alright then. I, Kizaru, will become Hokage's man in the future, Kizaru said with a straight face. In his heart, though, the words meant something completely different, not, I'll be Hokage, but I'll be the Hokage's husband. By the way, how old will Tsunade be when she becomes Hokage again? Could I really pull off freeloading off her that hard? As that thought popped up, Kizaru's mind drifted away in an instant. Seeing Kizaru's answer, Danzo looked extremely satisfied. The corners of his mouth lifted higher as a pleased smile spread across his face. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 7, Chapter. The discussion about wind release ninjutsu came to an end, and Danzo was clearly satisfied with Kizaru's answers. With a rare, faintly gentle smile, Danzo raised his right hand and pulled a scroll from inside his robe. This is my personal experience with wind release ninjutsu. It also contains 2 relatively simple wind release techniques. Take it and practice them on your own. As he spoke, Danzo placed the scroll on the low tea table and pushed it across to Kizaru. What kind of ninjutsu? Kizaru asked curiously. B-rank techniques. Wind release, vacuum wave and wind release, vacuum sphere. Kizaru gave a small nod, picked up the scroll, and tucked it away. In 1 month, the academy will be holding its first test. I expect you. Don't worry, I'll definitely take first place, Kizaru cut in, full of confidence. Even though he was interrupted, Danzo didn't get angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose in a satisfied smile. Go on back, then. I won't keep you from dinner. Kizaru stretched lazily and stood up. Got it. See you, clan leader. He didn't even bother finishing his bow properly before he turned and headed for the door. You brat, learn some manners from me once in a while. Danzo called after him with a wry smile. Let's talk about it when I've got time, Kizaru replied over his shoulder, one hand tucked in his pocket, the other lifting for a half-hearted wave. Sitting where he was, Danzo watched Kizaru's figure gradually disappear from sight. The smile on his face slowly faded, and the familiar darkness of Konoha expression returned as he slipped back into work mode. More than 10 years had passed since the first Great Ninja War. All the major powers in the shinobi world had long since recovered and, in many cases, grown stronger than before. These forces were already eyeing Konoha's position, ready to challenge its status and tear off pieces of flesh from both the village and the land of fire to boost their own strength. War was coming. Danzo could already smell it on the wind. That was the reason he had decided Kizaru should graduate within 3 years. With Kizaru's natural talent and power, combined with Danzo's support, there was no doubt he would be able to gain plenty from the war, military achievements, status, and fame. In the days that followed, Kizaru's life settled into a boring, almost routine pattern. During the day, he lazily muddled through academy lessons, pretending to pay attention while his mind wandered elsewhere. In the afternoon, he practiced ninjutsu under Danzo's guidance. At night, he trained with his devil fruit abilities. Unlike the Sarutobi clan, who prided themselves on mastering a wide range of complex ninjutsu, the Shimura clan specialized in wind release. Because of that, even though Kizaru possessed 3 chakra natures, wind, fire, and lightning, Danzo's teaching for now focused solely on wind release ninjutsu. Perhaps because of his reincarnation, Kizaru's soul, his spiritual energy, was just as abnormally strong as his physical body. That was also why his chakra reserves were something else entirely. His powerful spiritual energy made his perception and control of chakra exceptionally good. It only took Kizaru a single day to completely master the 2 wind release techniques Danzo had given him. That kind of progress made Danzo very happy, and also, just a bit depressed. When your student is that good, being a teacher stops feeling fun. At that moment, Danzo suddenly understood his friend a little better. Back when Sarutobi Hiruzen had been teaching Orochimaru, he'd grumbled every day about how unsatisfying the process was. Danzo had always assumed Hiruzen was just complaining to show off. But now, it seemed he might have misunderstood his friend after all. Once Kizaru had mastered wind release, vacuum wave and wind release, vacuum sphere, Danzo went on to teach him, one after another. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Wind release, vacuum shuriken. And wind release, vacuum kunai. In less than a month, Kizaru had learned every wind release technique that Danzo himself had spent most of his life polishing. For the first time, Danzo felt genuine pressure from his position as sensei. Wind release, vacuum wave. On the Shimura clan's training ground, Danzo stood at the edge while Kizaru stood in the center, facing a row of wooden stakes. Kizaru inhaled lightly, then spat out over a dozen scythe-like blades of compressed air. Those transparent wind blades shot forward at tremendous speed. Their cutting power was terrifying. Wooden posts and stone targets alike were shredded and carved into countless fragments in an instant. In Kizaru's hands, this B-rank wind release, vacuum wave unleashed destructive power far beyond its usual level. Seeing that display, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. It had taken him over 20 years of practice to perfect his own B-rank vacuum wave and push its destructive force beyond the standard limit. Kizaru had managed to reach that level in under a month. He really lived up to expectations. Very good. At this point, you can already be called a master of wind release ninjutsu, Danzo said as he stepped onto the training field and walked over to Kizaru's side. Speaking of which, clan leader, when are you going to teach me that S-rank wind release you promised? Kizaru asked, glancing over at him. Danzo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Haven't I already taught it to you? When? Kizaru blinked. The improved wind release, vacuum wave and wind release, vacuum great sphere I showed you. Not only are they harder to learn and control, but in your hands, they produce destructive power and lethality far beyond ordinary ninjutsu, Danzo said with a low laugh. But they're still just B-rank ninjutsu, Kizaru protested. No. All we have to do is change their names, Danzo replied, smiling like an old fox. Shimura Kizaru, having improved wind release, vacuum wave and wind release, vacuum sphere, created A-rank techniques, super wind release, vacuum wave, super wind release, vacuum sphere. And after refining wind release, vacuum serial waves and wind release, vacuum great sphere, he created S-rank techniques, super wind release, vacuum serial waves and super wind release, vacuum great sphere. You can even do that. Kizaru muttered, speechless. The difficulty of training them is already at that level, and the destructive power has increased dramatically. Why can't they be reclassified? Danzo continued. Besides, I've optimized these techniques. They're no longer the same as they were originally. But you're the one who improved all of them, Kizaru pointed out. A mere title means nothing to me, Danzo said seriously. If attaching my name or effort to them raises your standing, why not? Remember this, everything I have will one day be yours. TCH, suit yourself. The sky had already grown dark. Kizaru shoved both hands into his pockets and turned away. Anyway, it's about time for dinner. There are still matters to handle at route. You go on ahead, Danzo said, remaining where he was without following. All right then, see you, dear Uncle. Just like always, Kizaru kept one hand buried in his pocket and lazily lifted the other to wave. You brat, at least mind your manners when you're outside. Yeah, I'll think about it when I have time, came the same unchanging reply as Kizaru walked off at an unhurried pace. Kizaru, tomorrow is your exam day at the academy, isn't it? Danzo called, already knowing the answer. Seems like it. Doesn't really matter, I'll be first anyway. The timing doesn't change that, Kizaru answered confidently without turning around. Don't disappoint me, Kizaru. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Danzo watched Kizaru's back as it gradually receded into the distance, his voice calm but filled with expectation. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 8, Chapter. Today's test is divided into 3 parts, a written exam, a physical fitness test, and in-class sparring. I expect everyone to give their best performance. At the front of the classroom, Yamakawa Seiji held a stack of written test papers in one hand and spoke with a serious expression. Down below, some of the students looked fired up, especially Uchiha Inari and Hinata Toda. They kept sneaking glances at Kizaru, who was sitting lazily at the back of the room. Their thoughts were obvious. Ever since they lost to Kizaru during the entrance exam, the two of them had been put through special training by their clans. Their strength had improved quite a bit. With that power-up came a big boost in confidence. Add Kizaru's usual slacker performance in class on top of that, and both of them had convinced themselves that he'd fallen behind, that this time, they could definitely defeat him. Some were excited. Naturally, others were, well, clearly not having it good. Right in front of Kizaru, Narashikaku let out a long, heavy sigh. So troublesome. He muttered over and over. After a month together, the three future members of the Ino, Shika, Cho formation had become much closer to Kizaru. Because of that, all three of them had a very clear understanding of Kizaru's strength. They'd all heard straight from Kizaru's mouth that he was being put through extra training every day after school and that he'd already mastered a bunch of intermediate and advanced wind release ninjutsu. Kizaru's performance in the entrance exam had already amazed plenty of ninja. Because of that, these little ninja heirs hadn't had it easy lately. Every day after they got home from the academy, special training awaited them. What are you even coming to school for? Just hurry up and apply for early graduation already, Narashikaku grumbled, turning around to glare at Kizaru behind him. The environment here's pretty nice, everyone's fun to watch, and the teacher's voice is great for napping. Way more comfortable than being at home, Kizaru said with a lazy grin, rocking back in his chair. You're the worst. Shikaku complained, then slumped forward and lay on his desk in defeat. Just thinking about how, after Kizaru stomped everyone again in today's test, all the parents were going to flip out and push their kids even harder made Shikaku feel depressed, for himself and for every other student in the room. How unlucky was their generation, having to go to school alongside a monster like Kizaru. At the Ninja Academy, the written portion didn't make up a very large percentage of the overall grade, so there was only one test paper, with a time limit of 1 hour. Yamakawa Seiji handed the stack of papers to his two favorite honor students, Namikaze Minato and Shimura Yoshihiko, and asked them to distribute them. The two split the classroom in half, each taking one side. Naturally, Shimura Yoshihiko chose the side where Kizaru was sitting. Big brother, do your best. Yoshihiko walked up to Kizaru with the last paper in hand, clenched his fists, and cheered for him with full enthusiasm. You too, Yoshihiko. Work hard, Kizaru replied with a smile. Yeah. Encouraged by Kizaru's words, Yoshihiko nodded energetically. I won't let you down, Kizaru and I. Once Yoshihiko moved on, Kizaru picked up the test paper and skimmed it. Only a month had passed since the start of term. The questions were all very basic. Even with Kizaru just coasting his way through classes every day, none of it felt difficult. He pulled a pencil from his drawer and started answering the questions in a calm, unhurried manner. An hour passed in no time. Yamakawa Seiji once again had Namikaze Minato and Shimura Yoshihiko collect the papers from the whole class. This time, the one who came to Kizaru's desk wasn't Yoshihiko, but the future Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. The young Minato had a bright, easygoing personality, a warm smile that almost never left his face, and got along well with all his classmates. He walked over, picked up Kizaru's completed paper, and slipped it neatly onto his stack, smiling the whole time. What a refreshing smile, Kizaru commented as he stretched, watching Minato walk away. Hey. That's a guy you're talking about. Narashikaku twisted around to protest the moment he heard that. I'm just stating the truth. You're the one who sounds shady, what have you been looking at lately? Kizaru shot back without missing a beat. It's about time we head to the training field, Yamanaka Inoichi, who had been quiet until now, cut in, interrupting their pointless back and forth. You're the real shady one here, you know that. Shikaku complained as he stood up, following Inoichi and Chosa's lead. Kizaru also rose from his seat and headed out with the three in front of him. The academy's training field was quite spacious. Once the first-year elite class arrived, they naturally gathered around their homeroom teacher, Yamakawa Seiji, forming a loose, uneven ring. The taijutsu test was split into two parts, a pure physical assessment, and a test of basic ninja tool usage. The first part, the physical assessment, was very simple, lap running. The entire class would start together and run 20 laps around the training field. Rankings were based on their final times. Everyone, head to the starting line and get ready. Wait for my signal, Yamakawa Seiji shouted from the center. The students obediently jogged over to the starting line, buzzing with excitement as they waited for the command to begin. Kizaru-kun, I won't lose to you this time. Before the teacher could even call for them to start, Uchiha Inari marched up to Kizaru. Because of their height difference, he had to lift his chin to look Kizaru in the eye, Uchiha-style arrogance written all over his face. You've got something stuck between your teeth, you know. From Kizaru's slightly higher vantage point, Uchiha Inari's flared nostrils and open mouth were painfully obvious, along with the bit of green right between his teeth. Ha. Inari froze for a moment, then realized what Kizaru meant. His little face turned bright red in an instant. Ha ha ha. Kizaru's voice wasn't particularly loud, but he hadn't exactly bothered to lower it either. A bunch of nearby students heard him clearly and burst out laughing. The loudest laugh, by far, belonged to Shimura Yoshihiko. Yoshihiko had long been fed up with Uchiha Inari, who shouted about defeating Kizaru practically every day. As the chorus of laughter swelled around him, Uchiha Inari's face grew even redder. His eyes even seemed to tint a darker shade, like he was about to awaken his Sharingan purely out of embarrassment and rage. I'll definitely teach you a lesson during our match. Inari yelled furiously. Kizaru nodded along as if humoring a child and replied loudly, yeah, I'm counting on you. With that, he turned his back on Inari, let out a huge yawn, and strolled toward where Narashikaku was standing. Damn it. He's so infuriating. Uchiha Inari shouted, hopping up and down in place as Kizaru walked away without another glance. Hey, you really are the worst, you know that. Narashikaku said the moment Kizaru reached him, hands laced behind his head as he complained outright. What did I do now? Kizaru asked, face full of innocent confusion. You made him that mad? Shikaku jerked his chin toward Uchiha Inari, who was still fuming behind them. No need to praise me. That's just the minimum I can do, as a considerate classmate, Kizaru answered, putting on a shy expression as he rubbed the back of his head. Narashikaku was completely out of words. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 9, Chapter. On the road leading to the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly with his old pipe between his teeth, white smoke curling up in the morning air. Shimura Danzo stood to his right, keeping pace with him. Hiruzen had originally been in his office, buried in paperwork, when Danzo suddenly showed up and invited him to the academy to watch the first exam of the new first-year students. Hiruzen knew exactly what his old friend was thinking. When a clan had a promising heir, it was only natural to want to show off in front of an old rival. The two made their way near the academy and slipped in without drawing any attention. With practiced ease, they leapt up into a large tree by the edge of the training field, using the thick foliage to conceal themselves. Balancing on a sturdy branch, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and swept his gaze across the grounds. He picked up on several familiar presences, parents, clan members, and ninja bodyguards scattered around, watching over the children. Looks like this exam has quite the audience, Hiruzen said calmly, turning slightly to glance at his old friend. Danzo didn't reply. He only gave a faint nod, his attention locked entirely on the playground below. On the training field, the physical test had already ended. The students of the elite first-year class now clustered loosely around their homeroom teacher, Yamakawa Seiji, standing in small groups, catching their breath in silence as they recovered their strength. Among them, Uchiha Inari and Hyuga Toda stood out the most. Both had their arms hugged tightly around themselves as they panted heavily. From pushing themselves too hard, their faces were flushed bright red. Sweat streamed down from their foreheads and hairlines, dripping off their chins in steady drops. Compared to the other students, the two of them looked far more worn out and battered. It wasn't because their physical ability was lacking, far from it. This was the result of the two of them repeatedly accelerating and sprinting during the run, all in a desperate attempt to pass Kizaru and claim first place. Right from the start of the physical test, Kizaru had used his long legs to surge into the lead, quickly widening the gap between himself and the rest of the class. The sight was quite awkward, as if an adult was racing against kids, making the scene slightly comical. The impulsive Uchiha Inari and Hyuga Toda had no intention of letting Kizaru stay in front, so both of them immediately sped up, charging ahead in an attempt to overtake him. However, no matter how much they pushed themselves, Kizaru was always just a little bit faster, keeping a steady half-meter lead the entire time. The two could only stare at Kizaru's back right in front of them, unable to close that last bit of distance. Anger and frustration built up in their chests as they ran. Unwilling to accept it, they gritted their teeth and continued to increase their speed, but it was useless. All they could do was watch Kizaru's annoying figure in front of them and eat the dust kicked up by his heels. Anyone who has ever run long distance knows that maintaining a steady rhythm is the most important thing. The two of them repeatedly broke their own rhythm with constant sprints, burning through their stamina for nothing. In the second half of the test, not only did they fail to surpass Kizaru, they couldn't even hold on to second or third place. By the end, their times had fallen to the middle and lower ranks of the class. Damn it. Uchiha Inari panted, his breath ragged, barely able to string his words together, face still twisted with frustration. When we spar. I'm definitely beating that guy, Hyuga Toda said from about a meter away, his expression just as unwilling. I'm the only one who's going to defeat that guy. Inari straightened his back and glared over at Hyuga Toda, arrogance written all over his small face. You idiot, Hyuga Toda shot back with open disdain. You wanna go? Uchiha Inari couldn't hold it in anymore and lunged toward Hyuga Toda. Their squabble immediately drew the attention of classmates and teachers alike. Looks like they're fighting over you, Narashikaka commented, a little too amused, watching the two of them bicker like kids in a playground drama. Oh so scary, being that obsessed at such a young age, Kizaru said with a quiet sigh, hands resting in his pockets as he stood beside Shikaku. Shikaku tore his gaze away from the two hotheads and turned to look at Kizaru with open exasperation. You really are a terrible person. I'm so sorry, but try to see it from my side, it's not easy being everyone's favorite, you know, Kizaru replied in a tone that was anything but apologetic. While Kizaru and Shikaku were talking, Yamakawa Seiji had already stepped in, quickly calming the dispute between Uchiha Inari and Hyuga Toda. Once they were separated and quieted down, he began announcing the start of the ninja tool throwing test. Under his lead, the class moved to the right corner of the training field, the area they usually used to practice shuriken and kunai throwing. Everyone line up behind me. When I call your name, you'll step up and throw. Each of you has 3 attempts, and will record your best score, Yamakawa Seiji said, holding the class roster in his hand. The students obediently walked up and formed a line behind him, quietly waiting to hear their names. Namikaze Minato. Yamakawa Seiji called the first name. Though only a month had passed since the start of term, Namikaze Minato had already become one of the most popular students in class, handsome, kind, and always wearing that warm, gentle smile. As he stepped forward, many classmates cheered for him. Reaching the throwing line, Minato glanced at the teacher. After Yamakawa Seiji gave him a nod, Minato took a standard academy-issued wooden shuriken from the pouch at his waist. First throw, 6 ring. Second throw, 7 ring. Third throw, 7 ring. For Minato, an orphan with no adult guidance before entering the academy and no prior experience handling ninja tools, his results were already quite good. Nice work, Minato, Yamakawa Seiji said with a smile, raising his right hand and giving him a thumbs up. Thank you, sensei. Minato bowed politely and stepped back. Once Minato returned to the line, Yamakawa Seiji continued calling out names. This was the elite class, after all, and most of the students here were clan heirs. Their throwing scores were generally good, rarely dropping below the 5th or 6th ring. When Hyuga Toda's turn came, he made full use of the Byakugan's field of vision to land 3 consecutive throws in the 9th ring, earning cheers and applause from the rest of the class. TCH. Watching the proud look on Hyuga Toda's face, Uchiha Inari, standing among the crowd, clicked his tongue in disdain. It's just the 9th ring. What's there to show off about? If I go up there, I'll definitely get a perfect score. His chance came soon enough. Uchiha Inari was 3rd in order after Hyuga Toda. Under the gaze of the entire class, Uchiha Inari stepped forward with his head held high. His confidence wasn't baseless. The Uchiha clan was famous throughout Konoha for their skill with shuriken and kunai, turning the throwing of ninja tools into an art form. And he didn't embarrass that reputation. 3 throws. 3 perfect 10s. His movements were smooth and crisp, barely pausing between each throw. Inari-kun is amazing. As expected of the Uchiha clan. So cool. The admiring voices of his classmates poured in from all directions, making Uchiha Inari puff up with even more pride. Inari, that was very impressive, Yamakawa Seiji also praised openly. I'm not that amazing, ha. He started out trying to sound humble, but in the end couldn't suppress the smug laughter that slipped out. Yamakawa Seiji simply smiled and shook his head, then continued down the roster. Shimura Kizaru. The moment he called that name, the noisy field fell abruptly quiet. The big boss of the class was about to step up. Everyone held their breath, eyes shining with anticipation. Uchiha Inari also stopped laughing. He watched Kizaru walk out from the back of the line with a confident smile on his face. Kizaru-kun, do your best, he said, taking the initiative to cheer him on. Sure thing, Kizaru replied with an easy grin as he passed Inari, then walked up to the throwing line. Sensei, if I end up breaking something out there, I don't have to pay for it, right? Kizaru asked with a relaxed smile as he took his position. Yamakawa Seiji was caught off guard by the question. After a brief hesitation, he thought it over. No matter how strong he is, he can only break the targets, right? No, of course not. Just do your best, Kizaru-kun, Yamakawa Seiji answered. Oh, say no more, Kizaru replied, lips curling into an unreadable smile as he reached into his waist pouch and drew out a wooden shuriken. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 10, Chapter. Kizaru didn't hold the shuriken behind his back like the students before him. Instead, he raised it to his mouth and lightly pressed it against his lips. The moment he did that, most of the watching students tilted their heads in confusion. Only a very small handful seemed to guess what he was about to do. This guy is too much of a menace. Narashikaku was one of those few. The instant Kizaru had asked that question about paying for damages, he'd already guessed this guy was up to no good again. Yamakawa Seiji also sensed something was off. Based on Kizaru's earlier comment, and knowing the boy's usual lazy attitude, he had a bad feeling this, normally lazy, student was about to pull something huge. However, Yamakawa Seiji didn't call out to stop him. Instead, he subtly tensed his muscles and raised his guard, ready to move at a moment's notice. That stance. Hidden outside the academy grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly saw Kizaru's movement from the tree branch. He couldn't help turning his head to look at his old friend beside him. This kid is really going all out, Hiruzen muttered. Danzo, however, showed no sign of displeasure. There was not a trace of anger on his face, if anything, he looked faintly pleased. Hiruzen swallowed back the question he'd been about to ask, refocused on the training field below, took a slow drag on his pipe, and calmed his breathing. Wind-natured chakra, tinged with a clear change in properties, surged out from Kizaru's mouth and wrapped tightly around the wooden shuriken. Under the influence of the wind-released chakra, the shuriken began to spin, faster and faster, its rotation speed climbing sharply. As the speed increased, Kizaru casually lowered his right hand, moving it to the side of his body while still maintaining control. A ring of transparent, razor-thin wind chakra, no more than half a meter across, formed around the rapidly spinning shuriken. It was almost invisible, but the killing intent it gave off made the air prickle. Everyone present stared, stunned. They could only gape at Kizaru's demonstration, mouths hanging open. This is Lord Danzo's technique. Yamakawa Seiji finally recognized what he was seeing, wind release, vacuum shuriken. He swallowed hard on instinct, then snapped back to his senses and shouted quickly. Everyone, step back 5 meters. Now. His loud command jolted the students awake. They hurriedly scrambled backward, putting distance between themselves and Kizaru. Is he really that strong? Uchiha Inari, who had just returned to the crowd, was being dragged back by his classmates. Even so, he kept his eyes locked on Kizaru, muttering in disbelief. Kizaru himself looked completely relaxed. His right hand still controlled the spinning shuriken wreathed in wind, while his left hand stayed stuffed casually in his pocket. He even turned his head slightly to glance back, checking that his classmates had retreated to a safe distance before continuing. Only then did he lightly swing his right arm forward. The wind release, vacuum shuriken shot out, spinning at high speed as it flew straight toward the target in front of him. Boom. The moment the wooden target made contact with the wind-cloaked shuriken, it was shredded into countless fragments, exploding into splinters. But the vacuum shuriken didn't stop there. It continued to roar forward, cutting into the ground several meters behind the target. A second, louder impact followed. Chunks of dirt, stone, and debris blasted into the air, and within seconds, a cloud of gray dust rose up in front of Kizaru, obscuring the view. Standing between the class and the impact zone, Yamakawa Seiji felt cold sweat trickle down his back as he watched. He slowly turned his gaze to Kizaru's back, taking in the boy's relaxed posture and easy smile. Then he looked back at the crater in the field and exhaled deeply. This kid's level might already be higher than mine. The thought rose unbidden, along with a faint, bitter frustration. The existence of geniuses really was a heavy blow to ordinary people. Does a child like this really need to stay in school? Yamakawa Seiji couldn't help but wonder silently. He wasn't the only one thinking that. Most of the ninja who had been secretly observing the exam from outside the academy grounds were coming to the same conclusion. A monster like this was nothing but crushing pressure for the other students. A Hyuga branch family Jonin was also hiding outside the school, having opened his Byakugan to watch the field more clearly. With the Byakugan's penetrating vision, he could see the extent of the damage caused by Kizaru's ninjutsu, and more importantly, the dense, terrifying chakra swirling inside Kizaru, comparable to that of a high-level shinobi. Monster, this kid is an absolute monster, the Hyuga Jonin muttered under his breath. His voice was extremely soft, but on the distant tree branch, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo heard him clearly. Danzo's brows twitched into a faint frown. He clearly didn't like how that Hyuga ninja had phrased it. Only we of the Shimura clan get to call him a monster in that sense. Since when is a Hyuga branch member qualified to label him like that? It was just a slip of the tongue, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly, glancing over at his friend and speaking as if he were excusing the Hyuga ninja on his behalf. Danzo's frown slowly eased, the tension leaving his face as a small smile appeared instead. Oh. In that case, the Shimura clan will take responsibility for repairing the training field. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, shaking his head. Once the exam is over, I'll have to give that kid a good talking to. He really went way overboard just now. He brought his pipe to his lips again, took a leisurely puff, and let the smoke drift out between his teeth. Danzo, let this child graduate early. There's nothing left for him to learn at the academy. Danzo's expression shifted, turning faintly troubled. This child is doted on by the clan elders. His personality is too willful. He refuses to graduate early, and I don't intend to force him too hard, Danzo replied. Knowing his old friend's nature, Hiruzen couldn't help blinking in surprise. Since when were you this soft-hearted? He complained inwardly. Almost as if he'd read Hiruzen's thoughts, Danzo continued. I've already made an agreement with him, he'll graduate early, within 3 years at the latest. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and didn't press the matter further. His gaze returned to the training field. Thanks to Kizaru's spectacular display, every throwing target had been destroyed. The area behind them had also been turned into a large crater, the earth blown open and scarred. When the dust finally settled, Yamakawa Seiji walked over to Kizaru with a complicated expression. He glanced at the crater, then at Kizaru, who still looked calm and all smiles, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Ahem. He coughed a few times, drawing the eyes of the entire class back to himself before he spoke. Due to the severe damage to the training area, Yamakawa Seiji paused, his gaze flickering briefly toward Kizaru again. Feeling his teacher's eyes on him, Kizaru responded with a perfectly rehearsed, apologetic smile, his face full of feigned remorse. Due to the serious damage to the venue, the ninja tool throwing test will be temporarily suspended, Yamakawa Seiji continued. We'll move on to the next part of the exam, actual combat sparring. Yes. The students, still not fully recovered from the shock of Kizaru's performance, responded half-heartedly, their voices lacking energy. Everyone, head to the front training field and get into pairs. The matches will begin shortly. After giving his instructions, Yamakawa Seiji watched the students begin to move off, then reached out and lightly stopped Kizaru, choosing to walk at the very back of the group with him. Kizaru-kun, he said quietly, please refrain from using overly dangerous ninjutsu during the sparring matches. Don't worry, sensei. I know how to hold back, Kizaru replied in a calm, relaxed tone. Hold back. You. Yamakawa Seiji screamed internally. If that's what you call holding back, I don't even want to imagine what you'd do if you got serious. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 11, Chapter Shimura Kizaru, Hyuga Toda. As soon as Yamakawa Seiji called their names, Kizaru stepped out from the back of the crowd under everyone's watchful gaze. Standing near the front, not far from Yamakawa Seiji, Hyuga Toda fixed his eyes on Kizaru as well. He quietly took a deep breath and steadied himself. After seeing Kizaru's performance just now, Toda understood one thing perfectly clearly, he was definitely no match for this great demon king. Still. Shimura Kizaru, I admit it, you're a true genius. You're really strong. But I won't just give up. I'll use the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, the greatest taijutsu in the shinobi world, and I'll defeat you with my own 2 hands. Toda's heart burned with tragic determination as his clenched fists trembled at his sides. Of course, Kizaru couldn't read minds. If he could, he definitely would have complained on the spot. The greatest taijutsu in the shinobi world. That's a pretty bold claim. In front of the future men who could almost kick out the ending, who dares say their taijutsu is number 1. Kizaru-san, Toda said seriously, staring straight at him, I'll be giving this everything I have. I hope you'll do the same. Kizaru looked down at the boy, who seemed like he'd already ignited from sheer passion, and scratched his head. What's with these kids in the ninja world? Why are they already this deep into their Chunibyo phase? Looking at Toda's tragic, passionate expression, Kizaru could tell without even thinking that the boy had completely cast himself as the righteous hero challenging the villain. Honestly, kids really shouldn't read so many weird novels and manga. It did things to their brains. Still, a complaint was a complaint. Kizaru had no intention of crushing the boy's spirit. With a faint smile, he nodded and said, the Hyuga clan's pretty impressive, you know. Of course. Toda replied immediately, his face full of conviction. All right, you two, Yamakawa Kiyoshi said, looking between them as he motioned them forward. Get into position. The match is about to begin. As he spoke, he kept shooting Kizaru meaningful looks, the message obvious enough. Mind your manners. Kizaru caught the hint at once and answered with a small smile and a nod. Under the eyes of their teacher and all their classmates, the two walked to the center of the field and stopped, facing one another. Go, Toda-san. Maybe it was because people naturally sympathized with the underdog, but quite a few students began cheering for Hyuga Toda. Toda didn't think too deeply about it. Hearing his classmates' voices rise all around him only strengthened his resolve. He had to defeat Kizaru. Yamakawa Seiji looked at the 2 students in the field, took a breath, and shouted loudly. Begin. The instant the signal was given, Toda moved. He didn't back away to widen the distance. Instead, he charged straight at Kizaru. Kizaru's overwhelming performance in the shuriken test had made one thing painfully clear to Toda: if he wanted even the slightest chance of winning, he had to close the distance immediately and drag Kizaru into close combat. That was where his only hope lay. Toda knew Kizaru had also displayed abnormal physical ability during the entrance test, so even in taijutsu he might not hold the advantage. But compared to facing Kizaru's wind-release ninjutsu head-on, Toda still believed that getting in close and fighting hand-to-hand was his best shot. Facing Toda as he rushed toward him, Kizaru remained where he was, his hands still in his pockets. That response instantly made Toda angry. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan mid-sprint. Chakra surged into his palms. The moment he closed the distance, Toda struck with the gentle fist he had trained so hard to master. His right palm shot forward, aiming straight for Kizaru's lower abdomen. Got you. That's what you get for underestimating me. The moment he thought his strike was about to land, joy flashed through Toda's eyes. It's really scary, Kizaru said as he lowered his gaze, watching the incoming palm. In that split second, Kizaru finally moved. His body twisted with perfect timing, narrowly slipping past Toda's palm by the slimmest margin. And then, almost in the same instant, Kizaru's right leg lashed out. His kick was so fast it left an afterimage behind as it slammed directly into Toda and sent him flying. That fierce counterattack made the watching teachers and students cry out in shock. What a display. Whether it was the absurd precision of Kizaru's dodge or the terrifying speed of the kick he launched in return, everyone present could see it now. Shimura Kizaru, the great demon king, wasn't just absurdly talented with ninjutsu. His taijutsu was monstrous too. Seeing Toda sent hurtling through the air, Yamakawa Seiji instinctively opened his mouth, ready to stop the match and declare Kizaru the winner. But Toda, still airborne and with his eyes wide open, noticed that movement and shouted in a panic. I can still. Bang. Before he could finish, he crashed hard onto the ground. Suppressing the pain tearing through his body, especially the pain in the part Kizaru had kicked, Toda ignored both the shame and the anger, scrambled to his feet, and shouted at the top of his lungs. I can still fight. Seeing the stubborn fire still blazing in the boy's eyes, Yamakawa Seiji hesitated for a moment, then slowly closed his mouth. The moment he saw that, Toda turned back toward Kizaru and shouted again. I told you to use your full strength, bastard. Don't look down on me. And with that, he charged once more. What a scary kid, Kizaru said in admiration. Then, as he spoke, his hands began to move through seals. Be careful now, if you can't block this, you might actually die. Kizaru. Yamakawa Seiji barked the moment he heard those words, his whole body tensing instantly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Kizaru drew in a breath, then spat out a large amount of wind release chakra already transformed in nature, compressing it into a massive, nearly transparent sphere of wind in front of him. The huge sphere looked like an air cannonball as it shot straight toward Hyuga Toda. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. For the first time in his life, Toda was facing a ninjutsu this terrifying head-on. In the middle of his charge, his body froze on instinct. Move. Yamakawa Seiji roared as he rushed forward. He wasn't the only one. The Hyuga branch family Jonin who had been secretly watching from outside the academy grounds gave up hiding at once and flashed toward the field with the body flicker technique. Even faster than that Hyuga Jonin were the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. The moment Kizaru started forming seals, both of them had already moved. In the blink of an eye, the compressed wind projectile Kizaru released had already reached Toda. Yamakawa Seiji, being the closest, managed to get in front of him, but when faced with the sheer power of Kizaru's attack, there was no clever solution left. He could only throw himself forward and use his own body to shield his student. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, even though they had rushed in from outside the field at top speed, they were still just a step too late. At that moment, it seemed like nothing would make it in time. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 12, Chapter Duck. Just as Hyuga Toda was drowning in despair, a lazy voice rang out in his ears. In the next instant, a flash of yellow appeared in front of him. Kizaru moved first despite attacking later. The moment he released the jutsu, he followed through with the plan he had already prepared. Like a flicker of light, he appeared between Toda and Yamakawa Seiji almost instantly. With one hand pressing down one head and the other hand pressing down the second, Kizaru stood there with that same calm smile on his face. Then, facing the enormous wind sphere roaring toward them with enough force to tear apart everything in its path, Kizaru raised his long, powerful right leg. Chakra flowed over it in an instant. Then he kicked upward. Boom. The massive sphere of wind was launched straight into the sky like a ball struck cleanly off the ground. A second later, it exploded high above them, bursting into violent gusts that swept across the entire training field. The students watching from around the grounds were hit by the rushing wind and cried out in alarm, squeezing their eyes shut, lowering their heads, and throwing up their arms to shield themselves. Wow, now that's dangerous. Even with the gale lashing out in all directions, Kizaru stood firm in the center without budging an inch. Still holding down both his teacher and classmate, he tilted his head up toward the sky and spoke as if he were admiring the weather. If you knew it was dangerous, then don't go throwing around ninjutsu like that. Yamakawa Seiji snapped. His head was still being pushed down, and the teacher had to swat Kizaru's hand away before he could finally lift it. His heart was still pounding, and the moment he looked at Kizaru, anger flared right back up again. For a split second, Yamakawa Seiji genuinely wanted to curse him out. But he was a teacher. This was the academy. They were surrounded by students. And most importantly, the strength gap between the two of them was a very real thing. So Yamakawa Seiji endured it. Compared to the furious teacher, Hyuga Toda was still in a daze. Even after the danger had passed, he remained half-crouched there, his head lowered where Kizaru had pinned it. Come on, sensei, I knew what I was doing, Kizaru said with an easy smile. See? Nobody got hurt. Yamakawa Seiji took a deep breath. Then another. And another. He kept repeating the same thing to himself in his heart. Don't lose your temper. You're a teacher. This is the academy. The students are watching. Don't lose your temper. You. Yamakawa Seiji stared at Kizaru, only to realize he had no idea where to even start. After a long pause, he finally said in complete seriousness, Kizaru, you should apply for early graduation. If you stay at the academy any longer, all you'll do is waste your talent. Kizaru put on an unusually solemn face. Sensei. I just can't bear to part with you all. Yamakawa Seiji's cheek twitched. For a moment, he had absolutely nothing to say. Ahem. Just as the atmosphere was starting to freeze over, a deliberate cough came from nearby. Hokage-sama. Wow. It's Hokage-sama. Grandpa Hokage is here. Hearing Grandpa Hokage from every direction, the still very much middle-aged Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt an urge to light a pipe on the spot. Why are children from this generation so bad at speaking? Even while grumbling internally, Hiruzen kept that warm, kindly smile fixed on his face as he greeted the children crowding around him. He patted one child on the head, ruffled another's hair, and gently moved through the cluster of excited students before finally making his way to the center of the field. Hokage-sama. My negligence forced you to come here in person. I'm deeply sorry. The moment Yamakawa Seiji saw Hiruzen approach, he hurriedly turned and bowed in apology. Still smiling, Hiruzen walked over, reached out, and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Seiji, raise your head, he said kindly. This wasn't your fault. You've worked hard. Hearing the Hokage's comforting words, Yamakawa Seiji was so moved he nearly teared up on the spot. Watching the third Hokage smoothly put on his public-facing kindness act, Kizaru's gaze drifted sideways toward Danzo, who stood not far away with his usual cold expression. Looking as approachable as a funeral portrait. Kizaru couldn't help sighing inwardly for his uncle's political instincts. Honestly, no wonder you never became Hokage properly. If you keep walking around with that kind of face all day, who'd ever vote for you? Kizaru-kun, are you hurt anywhere? Hiruzen asked at last, turning his attention to him. Kizaru stopped roasting Danzo in his head and answered with a smile. I'm fine, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen visibly relaxed, then shifted his gaze toward Hyuga Toda, whose head was, for some reason, still being kept down by Kizaru's hand. And you, Hyuga-kun. Are you all right? Toda, who had only just begun recovering from the shock, suddenly snapped back to reality. And then it hit him. The Hokage had seen everything. Seen him freeze up. Seen him panic like some fraud. Seen him kneeling there like an idiot. Shame and frustration exploded inside him at once. He hurriedly tried to raise his head to answer, only to realize Kizaru was still holding it down. Kizaru. Let go of me. Toda shouted immediately. Kizaru blinked, as if he had only just noticed. Oh. My bad. He quickly withdrew his hand and gave Toda an apologetic look. Sorry, Hyuga-san. You looked like you were about to fall over, so I figured I'd keep you from embarrassing yourself any further. Toda's face went red instantly, embarrassment and irritation twisting together so hard he couldn't even get a word out. In the end, he could only grit his teeth, ignore Kizaru, and turn toward the Hokage. Hokage-sama. I am fine. Hiruzen nodded gently. It's good to have spirit, he said. But in the future, don't be so reckless. Correctly judging both your own strength and your opponent's is a basic quality every excellent shinobi must have. I understand, Hokage-sama. Toda lowered his head in embarrassment. Hiruzen reached out and patted the back of his head. But your performance today was admirable, he continued, his tone warm and encouraging. You didn't lose heart even against a much stronger opponent. You kept trying to challenge him head-on. That was brave. I'm sure you'll become an excellent shinobi one day. Kizaru watched from the side. All right, all right. The encouragement speech, the kind smile, the perfect timing, this old man really is smooth with this stuff. No matter how much Kizaru complained in his head, the effect was immediate. Toda slowly raised his head again, his pale eyes fixed on the Hokage, shining so brightly they practically sparkled. From that moment on, Hyuga Toda officially became Hokage-sama's loyal little admirer. After soothing the Hyuga boy, Hiruzen turned back toward Kizaru. Now this one. This was the real reason he had come. Kizaru-kun, Hiruzen said, his expression full of approval, with your talent and your current level of skill, remaining in the academy truly is a waste. Apply for early graduation. When the time comes, I'll personally place your forehead protector on you. Faced with Hiruzen's extremely suspicious attempt to push a 6-year-old child into the workforce early, Kizaru rejected him without hesitation. Hokage-sama, I'm only a little better than the others my age, he said with a harmless smile. As a shinobi, I still have a lot to learn. I'd like to continue studying at the academy a while longer. In Kizaru's view, trying to make a 6-year-old graduate early, accept missions, and possibly even end up on a battlefield someday was proof enough that this world was insane. It made him want to curse. He wanted to say more. But then he noticed the looks around him. The students nearby were all staring at him with naked envy in their eyes, as if they wished they could swap places with him on the spot. Seeing that, Kizaru decided there was no point saying anything else. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 13, Chapter. Come to think of it, the whole thing was pretty ironic. When the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, founded the hidden village system, his original hope had been simple: children from shinobi clans would no longer have to step onto the battlefield at 6 or 7 years old. They would be allowed to grow up in peace and enjoy an ordinary childhood. And yet now, if a child could graduate early and become a shinobi at 6 or 7, they would be praised by the entire village and envied by everyone around them. Kizaru, who had personally received an early graduation invitation from the third Hokage, naturally became the center of attention. His classmates, their parents, and even the clans behind them were all filled with envy. Some were even a little jealous that the Shimura clan had produced such a monstrous genius. Since so many parents had been watching outside the academy on the day of the exam, news of Kizaru's performance spread through the village at astonishing speed. Before long, everyone in Konoha knew that Shimura Kizaru not only possessed terrifying physical ability, but also displayed absurdly high talent in ninjutsu. As a result, the Shimura clan quickly became one of the hottest places in the village. One shinobi clan after another found perfectly reasonable excuses to come calling. After all, the current head of the Shimura clan was Danzo, a Hokage advisor who had single-handedly built up Root. And now the clan's future had a super genius like Shimura Kizaru. Anyone with a functioning brain could see it. Barring some disaster, the Shimura clan's future over the next few decades was bright beyond measure. The Yamanaka clan and the Aburame clan, who had already maintained good relations with the Shimura, took the initiative to send a number of promising shinobi from their own families into Root as a gesture of closeness. That alone strengthened Root considerably. As for Danzo, the man sitting at the center of it all, he remained as expressionless as ever on the surface. Inside, though, he was delighted. As a result, Danzo looked upon Kizaru even more fondly than before. And in order to push Kizaru's reputation even further, he arranged for members of the Shimura clan and Root operatives to quietly spread another piece of news through the village. At just 6 years old, Shimura Kizaru had already improved several of Wind Release's vacuum-style techniques. Among them were the B-rank Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, the A-rank Wind Release, Great Vacuum Sphere, Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves, and even an S-rank variant of Wind Release, Vacuum Waves. The moment that news spread, the village erupted into heated discussion. Shimura Kizaru became everyone's favorite topic overnight, and people marveled once again at just how outrageous his talent really was. When the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, heard the news, his expression turned a little complicated. It wasn't that Hiruzen disliked seeing a genius emerge from the Shimura clan. Not at all. The problem was that, as Danzo's old friend, Hiruzen knew perfectly well that those techniques had originally been improved by Danzo himself. Back when Danzo had been developing those wind release techniques, their teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had given him quite a bit of guidance. Hiruzen himself had also contributed no small number of ideas and suggestions. Thinking back on it, Hiruzen couldn't help sighing. His old friend really had given everything he had to support the next generation. Sitting in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly smoked his pipe, feeling rather emotional. And then, when he thought about the Sarutobi clan, not a single descendant worthy of that level of investment. At that point, even Hiruzen couldn't help feeling a little envious of Danzo. It seemed he still had to work harder. Since the main account clearly wasn't producing anything promising, the only option left was to work on a small account and see if that got him anywhere. P.S. Don't tell me. Rubbing his aging lower back, Hiruzen silently resolved to make use of the time he had left while he was still not too old. While Hiruzen was lamenting the lack of worthy heirs in his own clan and deciding to start over from scratch, Danzo was suffering from the opposite problem. His family's younger generation was too outstanding. As far as Danzo was concerned, there was nothing wrong with supporting his old friend's wish to have Kizaru graduate early. The problem was that the person involved had absolutely no interest in cooperating. And that made things troublesome. The Hokage wanted Kizaru to graduate early. The academy teachers wanted Kizaru to graduate early. Even the villagers were already waiting eagerly for the day he would take the early graduation exam, looking forward to seeing how absurd his performance would be. The whole village's expectations had already been pushed this far. And yet the boy at the center of it all refused to graduate early and insisted on staying in school. That made things very awkward. Honestly, even Kizaru was starting to feel creeped out by the whole thing. He still hadn't fully adjusted to this world, so watching everyone around him act like turning a kid into a child soldier was completely normal, made even his usual lazy, easygoing self want to start cursing in his old hometown language. What the fuck is wrong with these people? He was genuinely disturbed. In the current atmosphere, as long as Kizaru participated in the early graduation assessment and used his bloodline limit to defeat a Jonin examiner in public, his reputation as a super genius would be completely cemented. From there, as long as he avoided making any major mistakes, continued growing steadily, and carried the expectations placed on him, with Danzo supporting him from behind, then becoming a top powerhouse, earning great military merit, building overwhelming prestige, and eventually stepping into the seat of Hokage. Wouldn't that all be practically his for the taking? Danzo had already gone so far as to imagine what he would do after his nephew became Hokage. He would finally realize his political ambitions. He would strengthen Konoha. And perhaps, one day, even unify the shinobi world. But now, the very first step in that grand plan had run straight into a wall. Kizaru refused to graduate early. He wanted to keep studying. It's not that I'm trying to go back on my word, Danzo said as he sat across from Kizaru, wearing the expression of a man forced into a corner. It's just that this request came from the Hokage. I can't very well refuse it. Uncle, I still think the original 3-year plan was a good one, Kizaru replied with a smile. There's no need to change it. Things in this world are never so fixed, Danzo said calmly. Unexpected changes happen all the time. Your talent is far beyond what even I anticipated. At this point, keeping you in the academy is no longer appropriate. I think it's perfectly appropriate, Kizaru said lightly. A 6-year-old should be in school studying. Danzo stared silently at his eldest nephew. Tall, solidly built, and long-limbed, Kizaru looked less like a 6-year-old boy and more like some freak accident in human form. Already around 175 centimeters. No matter how he looked at it, it was hard to connect the creature sitting in front of him with the phrase 6-year-old child. The 6-year-old you and the phrase normal 6-year-old have nothing to do with each other, alright? Danzo wanted to say that out loud. In the end, he held it in. Kizaru had no idea that his dear uncle had already quietly removed him from the category of normal human child and tossed him into strange creature with no human rights, just because he happened to be tall. After a long moment of silence, Danzo finally chose to compromise. I understand what concerns you, he said. How about this? You apply for early graduation now, but for the first 2 years after graduating, you won't be required to take missions. You'll only receive training. Hearing the revised arrangement, Kizaru didn't answer immediately. Instead, he considered it seriously. His uncle's meaning was clear enough. If he graduated early, the time he lost from leaving the academy would simply be paid back afterward. For 2 years after graduation, he wouldn't need to carry out missions. He could stay home and train in peace. After thinking it through carefully, Kizaru finally looked at Danzo and said, I can accept that arrangement. But I have one condition. What condition? Danzo asked at once. Let me finish first grade properly, Kizaru said. Call it starting something and seeing it through to the end. No problem, Danzo answered without hesitation. Even if it meant delaying things a little, he was already more than satisfied that Kizaru had agreed to the early graduation arrangement at all. Then if there's nothing else, I'll be going now, uncle. As he spoke, Kizaru rose from his seat. Wait. Seeing that he was about to leave, Danzo called him back. Something else. Kizaru asked, looking down at him. After graduation, have you thought about your instructor? My instructor? Kizaru actually hadn't considered that at all. He tilted his head, looked up at the ceiling for a moment, then lowered his gaze again. What a pain, he said casually. I'll leave it to you, uncle. And with that, Kizaru turned and left without giving Danzo any chance to continue the conversation. Watching his nephews departing back, Danzo could only shake his head helplessly. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 14, Chapter. The news spread quickly through the village. Shimura Kizaru would apply for early graduation at the end of his first year, take the special assessment, and fight a Jonin examiner. The moment the Shimura clan released that information, the discussion around Kizaru surged once again. After all, ordinary students applying for early graduation only had to face a Chunin examiner. Kizaru, on the other hand, was challenging a Jonin. The difference in difficulty was enormous. Very soon, a new topic began circulating throughout the village. Did 6-year-old Shimura Kizaru truly possess the strength of a Jonin? The voices supporting him were naturally led by shinobi aligned with the Shimura clan. According to them, Kizaru possessed monstrous physical ability, chakra reserves so absurd they were practically inhuman, had already mastered nature transformation, and could use high-level wind-release ninjutsu with ease. Judging from those facts alone, they argued that Kizaru already had the strength of a Jonin, perhaps even that of an elite Jonin. The loudest opposition came, unsurprisingly, from the Uchiha clan. They first cast doubt on the claim that Kizaru had improved those ninjutsu himself, then pointed out that he had no real combat experience. No matter how gifted he was, they argued, fighting an elite Jonin with years of battlefield experience was a completely different matter. In actual combat, Kizaru would never be able to bring out all of his power. At most, they said, his talent was promising, but his real combat ability was nowhere near Jonin level, much less elite Jonin. The Uchiha clan's hostility toward Kizaru wasn't really because they were jealous of his talent. Nor was it because he had already beaten members of their younger generation. At the root of it, it was much simpler than that. They hated Danzo. Danzo, who had inherited the second Hokage's distrust of the Uchiha and taken it even further, had been suppressing them for years. Naturally, that had left the Uchiha full of hostility toward him. And as Danzo's clan, and his firmest supporters, the Shimura clan was dragged into that hatred as well. Faced with the Uchiha's questioning, Danzo didn't bother responding in person. He simply took out his little notebook and added another silent mark beside the Uchiha clan's name. Uchiha, HM. Questioning my nephew now. Jumping around this much. At a glance, they already look like future rebels. One day, they'll need to be dealt with. Although his dislike for the Uchiha deepened a little more, Danzo had no time to bother with them for now. His attention was elsewhere. Recently, his main concern had been selecting Kizaru's future instructor. With talent like his eldest nephew's, an ordinary teacher simply wouldn't do. Danzo gave the matter serious thought, and after weighing every angle, he narrowed the choices down to 2 candidates. The first was Hatake Tsukumo. An elite Jonin, highly skilled with a blade, experienced, steady, and battle-tested. The second was Orochimaru. His old friend's pupil. A genius among geniuses, much like Kizaru himself, and a shinobi proficient in every chakra nature. Danzo found it difficult to choose between the two. One had overwhelming experience. The other had greater breadth and talent. Both were among Konoha's finest. And Danzo wasn't the only one concerned about Kizaru's future instructor. Sarutobi Hiruzen cared about it just as much. Kizaru's talent was simply too absurd. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would one day become a Kage-level powerhouse, and very likely a future Hokage candidate. Naturally, Hiruzen couldn't leave a child like that to grow unchecked. If such a talent developed in the wrong direction, it would be a tremendous loss for the village. As far as Hiruzen was concerned, the ideal choice for Kizaru's instructor was obvious. Orochimaru. Of course, Hiruzen also had his own private motives. Danzo might have been his longtime friend and political ally, but the two of them were not truly alike. Their philosophies overlapped in some places, but in others they clashed sharply. Over the years, the two had maintained their partnership largely because both internal and external pressures had forced them to stand together. But now that Danzo's clan had produced a talent like Kizaru, Hiruzen naturally wanted to guide that child himself, rather, to have him shaped by someone who would carry on his ideals. If Kizaru graduated early and was then placed under Orochimaru, the bond between teacher and student might gradually influence him. Under that guidance, Kizaru could be steered toward what Hiruzen considered the proper path, and kept from being led too far astray by Danzo's more extreme thinking. That had been Hiruzen's true purpose all along when he had publicly suggested Kizaru's early graduation back on the academy grounds. And so, in order to secure Orochimaru as Kizaru's instructor, Hiruzen had invited Danzo to his office for a private discussion today. Standing from his chair as he waited, Hiruzen slowly walked to the window. He pulled out his beloved old pipe, packed it with tobacco, lit it, and took a long, slow drag. As the smoke drifted from his lips, he gazed out over the village streets below and quietly considered how best to persuade his old friend to accept Orochimaru as Kizaru's instructor. Danzo didn't keep him waiting long. By the time Hiruzen had taken his third puff, the office door opened and Danzo stepped inside. "Hiruzen, what is it?" Danzo asked directly as he shut the door behind him. Hiruzen tapped the ash from his pipe, turned around with a smile, and looked at him. "Sit first," he said calmly as he returned to his seat. Danzo sat down across from him. Seeing the smile on Hiruzen's face, he could already guess why he had been summoned. "Danzo," Hiruzen began in an almost casual tone, leaning back in his chair, "have you chosen anyone yet to be Kizaru's instructor?" The corner of Danzo's mouth lifted slightly. He was suddenly in a very good mood. So his old friend had indeed come for exactly this reason. "There are two candidates," Danzo said. "The first is Hatake Tsukumo." He deliberately paused there, hoping to catch some change in Hiruzen's expression. But Hiruzen's smile didn't shift in the slightest. Seeing no reaction, Danzo continued. "The second is your student, Orochimaru." When Hiruzen heard the first name, his expression remained unchanged, but inwardly his heart tightened. It wasn't that he thought poorly of Hatake Tsukumo. Quite the opposite. Hiruzen admired Tsukumo greatly. He was an excellent shinobi, arguably close to flawless. But that was precisely the issue. Tsukumo was well suited to being a shinobi. He was not suited to being a leader. He could become an unmatched blade in the village's hand, but not a torch capable of lighting the way for others. To place someone like Kizaru under Hatake Tsukumo would, in Hiruzen's eyes, be a waste. Then he heard Danzo's second choice. And that made him genuinely pleased. The smile on Hiruzen's face grew noticeably warmer. As expected, his old friend still understood him well. Inwardly, Hiruzen gave Danzo quiet praise. "Tsukumo is heavily burdened with missions," Hiruzen said tactfully. "I'm afraid he may not have the time to properly serve as Kizaru's instructor." Danzo immediately caught the meaning behind those words. He gave a faint nod and said, almost as if reluctantly accepting it, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Hiruzen." "I'm sure Orochimaru would be delighted to take on a student as gifted as Kizaru," Hiruzen said at once, helpfully making the decision on Orochimaru's behalf. "Hahaha." Danzo let out a modest laugh. Kizaru is also looking forward to becoming Orochimaru's student. Inside the office, the two old schemers smiled at one another, both thoroughly satisfied with how the arrangement had turned out. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 15, Chapter. In the quiet courtyard, Kizaru sat by the edge of the pond at its center. A simple bamboo fishing rod rested in one hand, while the other held a cup of hot tea. Sitting cross-legged on the smooth blue stone, he looked completely at ease. It was the backyard of the great elder's residence, and the pond in the center was packed with ornamental fish the old man doted on like priceless treasures. Kizaru wasn't fishing because he wanted to eat them. He was just bored, wanted some peace and quiet, and needed a way to pass the time. Lately, he had become far too well known in the village. Every time he stepped outside, he attracted stares, whispers, and endless discussion from the villagers. There was no room to breathe, let alone relax. And since Kizaru liked peace and hated noise, he had no choice but to stay home as much as possible and rot away in boredom. So naturally, fishing in the great elder's pond had become his newest pastime. He lightly blew across the steam rising from his teacup, took a slow sip, then set it down with a satisfied look. After placing the cup aside, Kizaru closed his eyes. A very improper-looking three-dimensional template system character appeared in his mind. The progress bar beneath it had risen from 10% before he entered the academy to 17% now. Honestly, the progress was pretty satisfying. Kizaru remembered it clearly. From the day he entered school up until the monthly exam, that progress bar had only climbed to 12%. That meant an entire month of effort had earned him just 2%. But in the single week after the monthly exam, it had jumped from 12% to 17%. A full 5% increase. That kind of explosive growth was obviously thanks to his ridiculous performance in the exam, along with the huge wave of reputation Danzo had stirred up for him with his aggressive publicity campaign. Being famous really was comfortable. And getting stronger from it felt even better. Thinking of that, Kizaru couldn't help showing a lazy, satisfied smile. Kizaru and I. Kizaru and I. This is bad. Something happened. Yoshihiko got into a fight with some Uchiha. An urgent, familiar shout suddenly shattered the quiet of the courtyard. Kizaru set down the fishing rod and turned toward the entrance. A panting Shimura Tannen came running in from outside, clearly having sprinted the whole way back. The moment Tannen spotted Kizaru, relief flooded his face, like he had finally found the one person who could fix everything. His panicked heart seemed to settle at once. Kizaru and I, hurry. Yoshihiko's fighting with the Uchiha. Come with me. He ran all the way up to Kizaru's side, still breathing hard. Where? Kizaru asked immediately. And how did it start? On T Street, Tannen answered at once. We were out shopping when we ran into two Uchiha kids around our age. They started talking bad about you. Yoshihiko got mad the moment he heard them and started arguing with them. Then the argument turned into a fight. T Street was one of the busiest places in the village center, lined mostly with tea houses and dessert shops. After hearing the explanation, Kizaru rose to his feet at once. Where's Yoshihiko now? Yoshihiko told me to come back and get help, Tannen said quickly. On the way back, I ran into Yuki and Shintaro. They already rushed over first. As Kizaru took Tannen's hand and led him out of the courtyard, the boy's anxious mood settled even further. Just holding onto Kizaru's warm hand made him feel like everything would be fine. After only a few steps, though, Kizaru frowned slightly. Too slow. He bent down, scooped Tannen up with one arm, and immediately used the body flicker technique to rush forward. Hold on tight. Okay. Tannen grabbed tightly onto Kizaru's clothes with both hands. In just a few moments, Kizaru arrived outside the main gate of the clan residence. Then, holding Tannen in his arms, he stopped and looked toward T Street instead of going any farther. Kizaru and I. Tannen looked up at him, confused. They're coming back, Kizaru said. Then he set the boy down. Hearing that, Tannen quickly stretched his neck and looked in the same direction. Sure enough, farther down the street, Yuki and Shintaro were dragging Yoshihiko back with them. Yoshihiko. Yuki. Shintaro. Tannen shouted, jumping up and waving. The three children heard him and saw Kizaru standing there. Smiles appeared on their faces immediately, and they instinctively quickened their pace, jogging the rest of the way over. The moment Yoshihiko reached Kizaru, all the toughness he had been forcing himself to maintain in front of Yuki and Shintaro instantly collapsed. His eyes turned red, and he threw himself straight at Kizaru. Kizaru and I. Wah. Kizaru gently patted the boy's head and quickly noticed the dirt on his clothes, along with the torn fabric. His brows drew together slightly. Did you lose? Yoshihiko hugged his leg tightly, then raised his head, revealing a pair of bruised panda eyes. The Uchiha played dirty. He said pitifully. There were more of them? Kizaru asked. Kizaru and I, when we got there, an older kid from the Uchiha side showed up first. His name was Uchiha Fugaku, Yuki explained from the side. He acted like he was breaking it up, but he kept restraining Yoshihiko the whole time. That bastard held me in place and let the others hit me. Yoshihiko shouted furiously. I couldn't even fight back. Kizaru nodded. He could already picture the scene well enough. Let's head back first. I'll help treat your injuries. With that, he picked Yoshihiko up and started walking back inside. Those Uchiha bastards are shameless, Yoshihiko fumed in Kizaru's arms. When I get the chance later, I'm definitely hitting them back. Relax, Kizaru said evenly. I'm here. Kizaru and I, are you going to teach them a lesson? Yoshihiko looked up at him with bright, expectant eyes. After stepping through the gate with the other kids following behind, Kizaru didn't answer right away. He remembered what Danzo had told him recently, that some Uchiha in the village had already started questioning him in public. And of course, just when he was planning to spend the remaining year lazing around in peace, this kind of worn-out cliché dropped right onto his head. Kizaru was absolutely certain of one thing: if their positions were reversed, and he'd been born an Uchiha instead, the Shimura clan would be the ones coming after him now. Root would be glued to his back like flies to syrup. How troublesome. A thought quietly formed in his mind. They're not worth me dealing with personally, Kizaru said at last. Ah. Yoshihiko let out a disappointed groan. Yuki, following behind, looked disappointed too after hearing that answer. Only Shintaro seemed to understand at once. He looked at Yoshihiko and said in the tone of someone educating an idiot. Yoshihiko, you moron. With Kizaru and I's reputation now, if he personally went and beat up academy students, people would just laugh at him. You're the moron. Yoshihiko snapped back immediately, even though he knew Shintaro was right. TCH. Shintaro clicked his tongue in disdain and didn't bother continuing the childish argument. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 16, Chapter So you want to take the early graduation assessment and challenge a Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Inside Danzo's room, he and Kizaru sat facing one another. Hearing Kizaru's request, Danzo frowned slightly. It was obvious he wasn't very enthusiastic about the idea. The Uchiha clan's Jonin all possess the Sharingan. In actual combat, their strength is generally above that of ordinary Jonin, Danzo said seriously. And because of the hostility between the Uchiha clan and our side, if one of them fights you, they won't show any mercy. As if recalling something, Danzo's expression shifted a little as he continued. If this is because of Yoshihiko's incident, then there's no need. It was only a fight between children. You don't need to go this far over something so small. There will be chances to settle things later. Kizaru shook his head. Looking straight at Danzo, he said calmly, you told me yourself that some people in the Uchiha clan have been questioning my talent and my strength. Rather than waste time arguing with them, I'd rather just beat them head on and shut them up properly. Danzo looked at him for a moment. It's still because of Yoshihiko, isn't it? Kizaru didn't answer right away. Then he gave a small nod. If Yoshihiko had lost because he simply wasn't skilled enough, Kizaru wouldn't have minded. That was normal. But this time, the Uchiha side had relied on older kids, numbers, and cheap tactics to pin him down and beat him. That was a different matter. Danzo targeted the Uchiha. The Uchiha hated Danzo for it. That much, Kizaru could understand. Which was why he hadn't been too bothered when some Uchiha in the village questioned him, or even took a few verbal shots at him personally. But older kids ganging up on a younger one was one thing. The moment that younger kid turned out to be his little brother, Kizaru stopped finding it so easy to ignore. That was where Kizaru stopped being charitable. If the Uchiha wanted to question his strength while laying hands on people around him, then fine. He'd challenge one of their Jonin in front of the whole village and beat him so cleanly they'd have nothing left to say. Clean, quick, and no need for all that annoying back and forth. Just the way he liked it. Are you confident? Danzo asked. Kizaru tilted his head a little, looking as relaxed as ever. I wouldn't say I'm worried. As he said that, he lazily raised his right hand and held his thumb and index finger a short distance apart, making a loose little gap between them. Seeing that gesture, Danzo let out a quiet laugh and shook his head. This assessment is too important for failure, he said. If you do this, then you can only win. I'll support your proposal to challenge an Uchiha Jonin, but I have one condition. What is it? Kizaru asked. Danzo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned forward, resting his hands on his thighs as a heavy pressure spread from his body. In that instant, he finally showed the imposing presence of a true Kage-level shinobi. Then he spoke in a grave voice. Fight me first. Earn my approval. Kizaru sat there without changing posture in the slightest. Faced with Danzo's pressure, he didn't look affected at all. Instead, he gave a lazy smile. That's pretty intimidating, uncle. Danzo slowly withdrew his aura, then nodded with clear satisfaction. Kizaru's composure just now had pleased him greatly. I'll give you 1 month. Use that time however you like. As long as you can earn my approval within that period, I'll grant your request. 1 whole month. Kizaru replied with an easy smile. You're surprisingly considerate. Prepare properly, Danzo said. Don't disappoint me. Kizaru tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Try not to look too surprised when it happens. Danzo looked at him with open challenge. I'm looking forward to it. Then you'd better look forward to it properly, Kizaru said with an easy smile. Anyway, uncle, it's about that time. I'm off for my nap. With that, he stood up as though the conversation were already over. Wait. Danzo stopped him before he could leave. Kizaru let out a lazy sigh, dropped back into his seat, and looked over again. What now, uncle? Your instructor has been decided. Oh. Kizaru glanced back at him. Who did you pick? The 3rd Hokage's student, Danzo said. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, huh? Kizaru leaned back slightly and glanced up at the ceiling, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. Seeing that reaction, Danzo frowned. You're dissatisfied. Kizaru wasn't dissatisfied. And he certainly wasn't worried about having Orochimaru as a teacher. What he was actually thinking was something else entirely. By the time his training really started, would Orochimaru still be able to beat him? If his teacher ended up not even being able to beat him, that would get awkward pretty fast. Orochimaru may still be young, but his talent is exceptional, Danzo said, misunderstanding Kizaru's silence. His skill in ninjutsu is extraordinary. Don't underestimate him. Kizaru came back to himself and smiled. I don't have any objections. Good. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Hiruzen and I have already discussed it. Once you pass the graduation assessment, the news of Orochimaru becoming your instructor will be made public. Then I'll leave it in your hands, uncle. Go get some rest. See you later. Kizaru got up again, said his goodbyes, and left the room. Back in his own quarters, he had claimed he was going to take a nap. But he didn't actually sleep. Instead, he sat down in the living room and checked the progress bar in his mind. The fusion rate had risen again. 18%. Only 2% remained before he could unlock another new ability from Admiral Kizaru. Taijutsu. Swordsmanship. Haki. Further boosts to his physical ability. Maybe even a deeper stage of development for his devil fruit powers. Just thinking about it made Kizaru look forward to what was coming next. It wasn't that he lacked confidence. It wasn't that he doubted he could earn Danzo's approval. And it definitely wasn't that he thought he'd lose to an Uchiha Jonin. After all, with the Pika Pika no Mi already fused into him, Kizaru was fully confident that against an ordinary Jonin, his chances of winning were absolute. No. What he was really looking forward to was the arrival of whatever came next. Time passed quickly in that quiet anticipation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days were gone. At the Ninja Academy, Kizaru was lying on his desk half asleep when a familiar ding suddenly rang out in his mind. His head lifted from the table at once. After stretching lazily and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Kizaru woke himself up and immediately checked the template system in his mind. Completely ignoring the way Yamakawa Seiji's face on the podium was slowly darkening. 20%. It had finally reached it. This hadn't come easy, he'd worked his ass off for it. Kizaru let out a long sigh in his heart. And then, the new fusion began. Warmth spread through his entire body in an instant. It felt so ridiculously good that Kizaru nearly reacted out loud right there in class. At the same time, the information pouring into his mind told him exactly what he had just obtained. A boost to his physical ability. This time, what Kizaru fused from the character card was the physical attributes of Admiral Kizaru in his youth. The very first thing he had ever fused from the template character had been Kizaru's physical potential. After several years of training, his body had already far surpassed that of ordinary children. In raw strength alone, he was already comparable to a Jonin. But compared to Admiral Kizaru in his prime youth, his current body had still been lacking. After all, if chakra weren't part of the equation, the base physical ability of most shinobi in the Naruto world simply couldn't compare to the monsters running around in the world of One Piece. Now, with that physical power finally merging into him, Kizaru could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Even the chakra flowing through him had increased along with it. Feeling that dense, satisfying power filling every part of his body, Kizaru slowly smiled. Now he was really starting to look forward to it, especially the part where he got to properly play with Danzo, and that Uchiha Jonin. He was suddenly feeling a lot more motivated. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 17, Chapter Orochimaru. Orochimaru had just finished buying supplies and was on his way back to his hidden lab to continue his research when a familiar voice called out from behind him on the street. Although he felt a faint trace of amusement inside, his face remained as cool and unreadable as ever as he turned around. Not far behind him, a white-haired young man was waving enthusiastically with a broad grin on his face. The one calling after him was none other than his teammate and troublesome friend, Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly strode over, slung an arm over Orochimaru's shoulder like they were the closest friends in the world, and grinned. Orochimaru immediately knocked the hand away with a look of open disgust. What is it? Jiraiya, already long used to Orochimaru's cold attitude, wasn't bothered in the slightest. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei that he found a student for you, he said, leaning in with obvious curiosity. So? Is it true? Orochimaru gave a small nod, then pushed Jiraiya's face away again before he could get any closer. He's a child from the Shimura clan, Orochimaru said flatly. Elder Danzo's nephew. Oh, that kid. Jiraiya looked intrigued. I've heard about him. They say he's some once-in-a-generation genius. Then his mouth curled into a teasing grin. So what do you think? Compared to that Shimura brat, which one of you is the bigger genius, you, the former genius, or him? Boring. Orochimaru gave the answer coldly, clearly uninterested in entertaining that kind of nonsense. His mind was still on his experiments, so after saying that, he turned and continued walking. Hey, don't just leave. Jiraiya called, hurrying after him. Walking right behind him, Jiraiya kept talking. So what do you think of this genius student of yours? First time becoming a teacher, huh? You excited? Orochimaru let out a quiet sigh and stopped again, a trace of helplessness slipping into his expression. Jiraiya, he said, I only agreed because Sarutobi-sensei asked me to. To be honest, I wasn't all that eager to accept. Jiraiya blinked. You don't like the kid? Then, with perfect seriousness for all of half a second, he added, what is this, the instinctive rejection of the same species? Geniuses just can't stand other geniuses. No, Orochimaru said, shaking his head slightly. That's not it. I just don't know whether I'm really suited to being someone's teacher. There was a rare note of uncertainty in his voice. Hearing that, Jiraiya's teasing grin faded. He reached out and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, this time with genuine sincerity. You'll be fine, he said seriously. You're a real genius. If anyone can become a great teacher, it's you. Orochimaru's expression softened slightly. A faint smile even touched his lips. Of course I can, you idiot. Damn it, Orochimaru, you bastard. Seeing Jiraiya explode immediately, Orochimaru's smile deepened just a little. Damn. Bang. Gah. Before Jiraiya could finish yelling, something slammed into the back of his head. He instantly crouched down, clutching it in pain. Seeing the swelling rising on Jiraiya's head, even Orochimaru couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Tsunade's getting more dangerous by the day. With that thought in mind, he turned to look behind Jiraiya. Sure enough, Tsunade was standing there. Done with your work at the hospital? Orochimaru asked first. Of course not, Tsunade replied without the slightest shame. I slipped out. Orochimaru stared at her for a moment, then silently gave up and sighed inwardly. Tsunade. You violent woman. Jiraiya shouted after finally recovering enough to stand up again, one hand still pressed to his head as he glared at her. Who told you to start yelling in the middle of the street? Tsunade shot back, crossing her arms. You're noisy as hell, idiot. No one's ever going to marry someone that violent. Jiraiya muttered under his breath while rubbing his head. What was that? Tsunade's smile turned dangerous. She raised one fist and clenched it hard enough for the joints to crack. Jiraiya instantly sprang backward and hid behind Orochimaru. Everyone's staring, Orochimaru said with the weary skill of someone far too practiced at breaking up these two. Could you both stop before you start a scene? Tsunade gave a cold snort, but at least she lowered her fist. The moment she did, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya quietly let out a breath of relief. After the brief storm passed, Tsunade looked between them with curiosity. So what were you talking about? Orochimaru's taking a student. Jiraiya blurted out immediately before Orochimaru could say anything. Taking a student. Just as Orochimaru had expected, Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly. Her expression turned openly nosy. Who? Which poor brat? He's from the Shimura clan, Orochimaru answered. Elder Danzo's nephew. Danzo's nephew? Tsunade's face twisted immediately. It wasn't Kizaru she disliked. It was Danzo. She had never thought much of Sarutobi-sensei's old friend, or Tobirama's student. Tsunade had always hated Danzo's style, rigid, underhanded, ruthless, and steeped in that suffocating old-school darkness. Just imagining a child raised in that man's shadow made her feel uncomfortable. If he takes after Danzo even a little. Tsunade shuddered, then looked at Orochimaru with genuine sympathy. Orochimaru could easily guess what she was imagining. I've read the file on him, he said. He's very different from Elder Danzo. That kid's gotten pretty famous in the village lately, Jiraiya added. They're saying he's some unmatched genius. Some people are even claiming he has the potential of the first Hokage. The first Hokage? Tsunade's expression sharpened with interest. Then almost immediately soured again. More likely Danzo's just been shamelessly building him up to raise his own clan's prestige. As she spoke, disgust was written all over her face. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, then at Orochimaru, and suddenly grinned. How about we go see for ourselves, he said. Find out whether the brat's the real deal or just village hype. Boring, Orochimaru replied flatly, clearly having no interest in being dragged into this. Tsunade, however, reacted in the exact opposite way. She was very interested. The first Hokage's potential. As Hashirama's granddaughter, there was no way she wouldn't care about a comparison like that. I think Jiraiya's idea is fine, she said at once, turning to Orochimaru. Let's go have a look. Orochimaru sighed again. Faced with the eager expressions of the two idiots he called teammates, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Fine. We'll go take a look. Then, already worried they would cause trouble the moment they got there, he added in a more serious tone. But restrain yourselves. Don't go overboard. Tsunade laughed boldly and slapped Orochimaru on the shoulder hard enough to almost make him stumble. Relax, she said proudly. As long as I'm there, nothing's going to happen. It's because you're there that trouble always happens, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Tsunade's eyes snapped toward him immediately. What was that, Jiraiya? I said we should get moving. Jiraiya yelped. The moment he sensed death approaching, he used the body flicker technique and bolted into the distance. Get back here, idiot. Tsunade roared as she chased after him without hesitation. Watching his two hopeless teammates, classmates, comrades, and friends disappear down the street in a burst of chaos, Orochimaru could only let out one more tired sigh before silently following after them. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 18, Chapter. Kizaru and I, aren't you coming back with us? At the academy gate, Shimura Yoshihiko, Shimura Yuki, and Shimura Tannen clustered around Kizaru. I'm heading to the training ground to practice a bit, Kizaru said. You three go on ahead. He had just received another physical boost, so he planned to head out and get used to his newly strengthened body. The moment Yoshihiko heard that Kizaru was going off to train, his eyes lit up. Kizaru and I, can we come too? Kizaru instinctively pulled his right hand from his pocket, about to knock Yoshihiko lightly on the head like usual. Then he remembered that his body had just been strengthened, and he still hadn't fully adjusted to the increase in power. His hand paused halfway before he casually lowered it again. Not today, he said. Head back first. I'll come find you in the evening. Yoshihiko, having been rejected, didn't notice that brief pause. He only lowered his head with obvious disappointment. Don't cling to Kizaru and I like some little tag-along all day, Yuki said coldly from the side. Yoshihiko immediately spun around and glared at her. And you've got room to talk, he shot back. Who's the one always calling for Kizaru and I the second she gets home? You're the one who even wants to sit next to him when you eat, and you're acting like this. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Yuki's face, and even the tips of her ears reddened. Still, she forced herself to keep that frosty expression. Go already, she said stiffly. Stop wasting Kizaru and I's time. Humph. Yoshihiko snorted, then turned back toward Kizaru. Kizaru and I, we're heading back first. All right, get going, Kizaru said, giving the three a lazy wave. And watch yourselves on the way back. He stood there and watched them leave. This kid's pretty popular, isn't he? Not far away, Tsunade crouched atop a large tree near the academy, one arm resting against the trunk as she looked down at the scene below. He's really 6. Jiraiya, perched on the other side of the same tree, stared at Kizaru's tall, lean figure and let out the exact same kind of disbelief countless others had already voiced. Orochimaru, who hadn't climbed the tree at all and was simply standing behind the trunk below, was also quietly observing his future student. 6 years old. How, exactly, had this child grown like this? At that moment, Orochimaru's curiosity, and his researcher's instincts, were both thoroughly stirred. Once the three little ones were finally out of sight, Kizaru withdrew his gaze and slid his right hand back into his pocket. Then he turned his head slightly to the right and swept his eyes across the area. He had the distinct feeling someone was watching him. Oh. That's unusual, Kizaru mused as he walked on. So the one spying on me this time isn't that old pervert Hiruzen. Konoha had 50 training grounds of various sizes scattered throughout the village. The one Kizaru had chosen was near the outskirts, remote, quiet, and usually deserted. The academy, on the other hand, sat near the center of the village beneath the Hokage rock, quite a distance away. Since Kizaru had no intention of wasting time on the trip, he used the body flicker technique and headed out at speed. After rushing the whole way, he reached the training ground in around 10 minutes. The place was overgrown, with weeds already beginning to creep up across the field. From the look of it, no one had used this ground in quite a while. Kizaru was very satisfied with that. For the moment, he didn't want too much of his strength exposed inside the village. It wasn't because he was trying to hide his power and play weak. He simply intended to save the real show for the early graduation assessment, win big, stir up the whole village, and use that surge of reputation to push the template system even further. Standing in the middle of the training field, Kizaru began loosening up, moving his body lightly while carefully adjusting to the increase in strength. As he warmed up, the 3 future Sannin, who had been following him from a distance, quietly slipped to the outer edge of the field as well. Using the dense brush as cover, the 3 crouched low and glanced at one another, preparing to decide what to do next. Jiraiya, Tsunade whispered, you go. Jiraiya's eyes widened immediately. He pointed at himself, then began waving both hands in refusal. Tsunade didn't waste time arguing. She simply raised her right fist. The meaning was perfectly clear. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead at once. For the sake of his continued survival, he could only nod helplessly. Seeing that, Tsunade smiled in satisfaction and flicked her hand toward the training ground, urging him to hurry it up. Still nodding miserably, Jiraiya formed seals in silence, used the transformation technique to alter his appearance, and then slipped away from the brush. Watching him move, Tsunade turned her gaze back toward Kizaru, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. The potential of the first Hokage, huh? Some unmatched genius, huh? Then let me see what you've really got. Compared to Tsunade's open excitement, Orochimaru remained much calmer. He said nothing at all, only kept his eyes fixed on Kizaru. That alone was enough to show just how interested he really was. Jiraiya landed lightly on a branch overhead. In his transformed state, he now looked like a dark-skinned middle-aged man with short brown hair. He didn't attack recklessly right away. Instead, he stayed there for a moment, studying Kizaru's movements. Then he drew 2 shuriken from the holster strapped to his thigh and struck while Kizaru was bending forward to stretch. The 2 shuriken flew from different angles, one aimed at his thigh and the other lower, painful targets, but not fatal ones. Kizaru, who had one hand braced against the ground, caught the sound of movement from behind and to his right. He pushed off the ground with both hands and straightened up in one smooth motion, like a spring snapping upright. The instant he rose, the 2 shuriken flashed into view. Kizaru remained perfectly calm. He didn't even move his feet. He simply twisted at the waist, then leaned back just enough. And both shuriken slipped past him by a hair, slicing through empty air before driving into the ground behind him. His eyes dropped briefly to the blades embedded halfway into the earth. Then, in his head, he gave the hidden attacker a quiet little rating. Not bad. Whoever threw that had a pretty solid arm. As usual, Kizaru slid both hands into his pockets, then glanced around and spoke in a relaxed tone. That was close. He sounded like he was commenting on a sudden breeze. Looking completely at ease, calm as ever in a way that was honestly starting to get on people's nerves. What a brat, Tsunade muttered under her breath from the brush. He really knows how to act. Before her complaint had even settled, Jiraiya moved again. Pushing off from the branch, he blurred forward and appeared behind Kizaru in an instant, kunai in hand as he drove it forward in a fast, vicious thrust. Kizaru reacted as though he had eyes on the back of his head. His body tilted left and forward, slipping past the surprise attack with barely any room to spare. The thrust missed. Without missing a beat, Jiraiya caught the kunai on his index finger, flipped its grip from horizontal to vertical, and slashed downward in one fluid motion. Kizaru, still bent forward with his back to the attacker, responded immediately. He pivoted on his left foot, turned sharply, and drove out a fast, brutal side kick with his right leg. He moved before the kunai could land. Boom. Because he had approached with the mindset of testing a child, Jiraiya had underestimated him for a split second. And that split second was all it took. Kizaru's kick struck cleanly and sent him flying. Jiraiya crashed hard into the base of a large tree in the distance. Crack. A deep hole splintered into the thick trunk from the impact. Jiraiya coughed violently the moment he hit, blood rising in his throat as the force rattled through his body. Serves you right for underestimating him. Wiping at the corner of his mouth, Jiraiya gave a bitter smile as his expression finally turned serious. That kick alone told him enough. The brat in front of him already possessed monstrous physical power. So much so that, in raw impact, it was already edging frighteningly close to Tsunade's style of strength. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 19, Chapter. Dropping out from the hollow in the tree trunk, Jiraiya landed with a kunai in his right hand, holding it across his chest in a guarded stance. That was close. Kizaru patted his chest lightly, looking as if he'd truly been startled. I almost got killed by some suspicious old man. This brat's personality is awful, Jiraiya thought as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. Still, he quickly slipped back into character. So the rumors were true, Jiraiya said in a stern voice, deliberately imitating the style of a Kimobakure shinobi. Konoha's new genius really is troublesome. His gaze sharpened. A brat like you has to be eliminated before you can grow up. With that, Jiraiya bent his knees and launched himself into the air. At the same time, he hurled the kunai in his hand straight at Kizaru's face. Do you really think that's going to work, uncle? As he spoke, Kizaru tilted his head slightly, letting the kunai flash past his cheek. Then he smiled. I'm not quite that easy to deal with anymore, you know. As his feet shifted, Kizaru casually lifted one hand. Cut the nonsense, brat. Still airborne, Jiraiya quickly formed seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Kizaru instantly softened into thick, clinging mud. The moment his feet sank, he lowered his head and saw the previously solid earth had already turned into a swamp. Kid, this is what you get for looking down on your opponent, Jiraiya said loudly, taking the opportunity to lecture him. Now die. Fire release, flame bullet. A blast of fire roared toward him. You'll need a little more than that if you want to kill me, uncle. Kizaru formed seals at once, drew in a deep breath, and answered with his own jutsu. Wind release, super vacuum waves. A whip-like blade of wind burst from his mouth, slashing out with a sharp, snake-like motion. As Kizaru turned his head, the long wind blade twisted through the air like a venomous serpent striking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped back immediately, weaving and moving as he avoided the wind snake with nimble footwork. But even while dodging, he didn't stop attacking. His hands moved through more seals, and with another exhale, a line of flames blasted forward. The fire swallowed the wind blade head-on, burned through it, and kept charging toward Kizaru without slowing down. From behind the bushes, Tsunade, who had been watching the battle unfold, tensed up the moment she saw Jiraiya use a high-level fire release technique. "That idiot, he's taking it too far," she muttered, halfway rising to her feet, ready to jump in at any moment. Beside her, Orochimaru remained calm. "That brat's fine," he said evenly. Tsunade turned her head toward him, having missed what he said. "He already got out," Orochimaru replied. The moment she looked back, she saw Kizaru bursting free of the swamp and leaping into the air. "That one almost got me," Kizaru said with a cheerful smile as he avoided the flames. "You're pretty scary for an old man, uncle." Jiraiya didn't pause. He rushed forward at once, and while charging, he drew 3 shuriken from the holster at his thigh and threw them at Kizaru midair. Kizaru was still descending, with no foothold in the air. At first glance, there seemed to be no way for him to evade all 3. But instead of using the substitution technique like an ordinary shinobi, Kizaru simply raised his right hand and extended one finger. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. What is this brat doing now? A dazzling golden light gathered at Kizaru's fingertip. In the next instant, a laser shot out. It pierced through the air, melted through the incoming shuriken, blasted them apart, and continued straight toward Jiraiya's path. Jiraiya, already on guard, reacted instantly. He twisted away and jumped swiftly to the left, barely avoiding the beam. Boom. The laser struck the ground and exploded, kicking up dirt, stone, and a violent cloud of dust. Shielding himself from the flying debris with both arms, Jiraiya secretly thanked himself for reacting quickly enough. What kind of jutsu was that? Lightning release? No. Something else. He lifted his head and stared at Kizaru, who had just landed. "Oh, that's no good. You saw something you really weren't supposed to, Uncle," Kizaru said, still pointing a finger at him with a troubled little smile. Then he smiled. "That means I can't just let you walk away now, can I?" For the first time, a real sense of danger ran through Jiraiya's body. "Then come try it, you damn brat." "All right then." The moment the words left his mouth, Kizaru vanished with the body flicker technique. Then, in midair, his form blurred into a flash of light. He reappeared instantly right in front of Jiraiya. As he returned to human shape, his entire body shone with such blinding radiance that it was hard to look at him directly. He turned into light. Tsunade blurted out in shock. "What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Orochimaru's curiosity only deepened. Compared to the two watching from the edge of the field, Jiraiya had no room for amazement. The blinding light pouring off Kizaru hit him head-on. Having never faced anything like this before, Jiraiya's vision was overwhelmed instantly. He squeezed his eyes shut. Tears streamed down involuntarily, and relying purely on instinct, he leapt backward to avoid the next strike. But Kizaru, already wrapped in golden light, had no intention of giving him time to recover. With a single step, he shot forward again and closed the distance in an instant. Then his voice rang out lightly beside Jiraiya. "Uncle, have you ever been kicked at light speed before?" As he spoke, Kizaru's right leg flashed into golden radiance. The kick connected with Jiraiya's side the moment it materialized. Speed was power. And a strike delivered with light speed acceleration, backed by Kizaru's newly enhanced strength, was terrifying far beyond reason. Of course, his template system hadn't reached its peak yet, so there was no way it could give him true light speed movement right now. Otherwise, he'd already be pulling off things even crazier than Dabura, that absurd speed freak from JJK. Still, Kizaru had a feeling he wouldn't need to reach 100% before surpassing that level. After all, his power and that guy's weren't the same thing to begin with. Jiraiya's body turned into a blur and flew backward. He smashed through 3 tree trunks in a row before finally crashing to the ground and sliding several more meters. Kizaru turned calmly to face the direction Jiraiya had been sent flying. He didn't stop there. Raising his right hand again, he let another golden light gather at the tip of his finger. "Well then, goodbye." "Wait." Tsunade shouted as she burst out from behind the bushes and jumped into the field. The light at Kizaru's fingertip remained bright as he turned to look at her. He gave her a quick once-over. The face was pretty, a little familiar too, but once his gaze dropped, that was what really made the answer click. That level of presence was hard to mistake. That was enough for Kizaru to immediately recognize her. One of the future Sannin. Tsunadeheim. The one you were fighting just now was Jiraiya, Tsunade said quickly. He's a shinobi of Konoha. Kizaru lifted his brows, and the smile on his face deepened. Oh, so it was Jiraiya-sama. He sounded positively delighted. My apologies. Jiraiya-sama's acting was just a little too convincing, so I genuinely thought some Kumogakure spy had come to assassinate me. He placed a hand over his chest again. You really gave me quite a scare. Tsunade, who had been ready to keep explaining, suddenly fell silent. Because no matter how she listened to it, that tone. There was definitely something wrong with that tone. It sounded polite, yes. But underneath it, there was such an obvious layer of lewd mockery that it made people want to punch him on sight. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 20, Chapter. Taking a deep breath that made her chest rise and fall noticeably, Tsunade looked at Kizaru and continued explaining. Jiraiya heard you were going to become Orochimaru's student. He got curious and wanted to test your strength on Orochimaru's behalf. Kizaru lowered his raised finger, then touched the side of his head with a sheepish smile. I'm really sorry about that. I wonder if Jiraiya-sama's injuries are serious. Hearing that, Tsunade turned and looked toward the direction Jiraiya had been sent flying. By then, the dust had mostly cleared. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground in the distance, his clothes torn, his body covered in dust and blood. At the very least, he was still breathing. Tsunade quietly let out a breath of relief before turning back to Kizaru. He'll live. I'm not fine at all, damn it. Lying there flat on his back and staring at the sky, Jiraiya suddenly felt like crying. Tsunade-wanchan, shouldn't you treat Jiraiya-sama first? Kizaru asked kindly. He had followed her gaze and, seeing Jiraiya looking like he might die at any second, gave a very considerate reminder. The Jiraiya lying there in the distance heard those words and instantly felt warmth surge through his heart. His impression of Kizaru shot up on the spot. What a good kid. Little nephew Kuin really is a good person. As long as I'm here, he won't die, Tsunade said confidently, folding her arms. Crack. The sound was almost like something snapping inside Jiraiya's heart. He should be fine if you leave him there a little longer, I think, Kizaru said with an easy nod. Crack. That was it. Completely shattered. Jiraiya could practically feel his heart breaking apart. So this was how it was. Love really did disappear. There was no warmth left in this world. Just as Jiraiya was sinking into utter despair over the cruelty of life, the sunlight above him suddenly dimmed. A figure had stepped over and was now blocking it. You idiot. Orochimaru's voice was as cold as ever as he crouched down beside him. He wasn't a specialist in medical ninjutsu like Tsunade, but as a prodigy in ninjutsu, Orochimaru still knew enough to handle basic treatment. After a quick examination, he found the injuries were more serious than they looked. Subcutaneous bleeding. Damage to internal organs. Several cracked ribs. As he worked, Orochimaru couldn't help inwardly reassessing Kizaru's absurd physical strength. Orochimaru. Jiraiya called out in a deeply moved voice. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed kinder and nobler than ever before. It was honestly enough to make a man emotional. Stop looking at me with those disgusting eyes and quit imagining weird things, idiot, Orochimaru said coldly, clearly repulsed. You, Jiraiya started angrily. But the moment he met Orochimaru's dangerous stare, he swallowed the rest of the words back down. Naturally, neither Kizaru nor Tsunade missed what Orochimaru was doing over there. Both glanced in Jiraiya's direction again. It looks like Jiraiya-sama will be alright after all, Kizaru said, his eyes lingering briefly on the young Orochimaru. TCH. Tsunade clicked her tongue, then looked back at Kizaru. Kid, what was that glowing jutsu you used just now? Then, seemingly worried she might have crossed a line, she quickly added. If it's something you can't talk about, then forget it. Kizaru smiled easily. It's not some big secret. That was the bloodline limit I awakened not too long ago, light release. Light release. Tsunade repeated, confused. Wasn't the Shimura clan known for wind release? Since when had they started producing a bloodline limit like that? A series of doubts rose in her mind. She studied Kizaru for a moment, hesitated, then asked anyway. Did you create it yourself? Kizaru was a little tempted to nod and show off just a bit. But remembering the great elder's repeated warnings, he stuck to the story they had already prepared. No, he said with a smile. It's a bloodline limit passed down from the Shimura clan's ancestors. It just hasn't appeared for a very long time. Liar, Tsunade thought immediately. Still, outwardly, she simply nodded as if she accepted it. There had never been any record of light release appearing in the Shimura clan, not in any clan history she had ever read. Which meant the most likely answer was obvious. The brat in front of her had created it himself. Thinking that, Tsunade took another long, careful look at Kizaru. And then, unwillingly, she had to admit something. With the talent and strength this child had already shown at just 6 years old, there really was a chance. A real chance. That one day he might reach her grandfather's level. Maybe even go beyond it. Tsunade unconsciously lifted her gaze toward the sky, as if she could see Hashirama's smiling face there. Grandpa, a terrifying kid's been born in the village. He might really become someone on your level one day. When Kizaru noticed Tsunade staring blankly upward, he didn't just stand there. He took the initiative and walked over to her. Despite being only 6 years old, Kizaru was already around 175 centimeters tall, well above Tsunade's 163.1. As he stepped closer, he lowered his head slightly. And ended up making direct eye contact with her. Tsunade's gaze flicked back down and landed on his face. His face was undeniably handsome, but the look he wore was annoyingly suspicious, innocent enough at first glance, yet somehow making it feel like he was absolutely entertaining some perverted thought. Almost immediately, she turned her eyes away. It wasn't some ridiculous love at first sight nonsense. She just didn't like the feeling of having to look up at a kid who was supposedly only 6. That was irritating on principle. Kizaru, of course, paid no attention to her avoiding his gaze. And he was nowhere near narcissistic enough to think she was blushing because of him. Tsunade Wunchin. Stop right there. Tsunade cut him off immediately. Even if he really was only 6, his height and build made it impossible to treat him like an ordinary child. So hearing someone who looked like this call her Wunchin felt deeply wrong. Call me Tsunade Nizan, she said. Not Wunchin. Tsunade Nizan, Kizaru corrected smoothly, then smiled. I was hoping you wouldn't tell anyone about my bloodline limit. Tsunade nodded. She understood what he meant. The taller the tree, the more the wind targeted it. For someone like Kizaru, wanting to keep that hidden for now was only natural. Don't worry, she said, patting her chest confidently. None of us are going to talk about what happened here today. Then thank you very much, Tsunade Nizan. It's nothing, Tsunade replied with a grin. Just a small favor. But even after saying that, her eyes kept drifting back to the body in front of her. In the end, she couldn't resist reaching out and squeezing his. It was hard, firm and ridiculously solid. Don't get her wrong, she was touching his hand. Tsunade's eyes twitched. What kind of body does this brat even have? Looking at him, she couldn't help asking again. You're seriously only 6? Kizaru gave her a slightly troubled smile. I know it's a little hard to believe, but yes, I really am. Tsunade stared at him for another moment, and then a sudden idea hit her. Kid, she said, eyes brightening, do you want to become my student? I'll teach you my powerful strength-enhancing techniques. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Maybe she herself would never reach the level of her grandfather. But if she could train someone who might one day stand beside that level. That was different. And with Kizaru's ridiculous physical ability, combined with her own strength of 100-style combat principles and chakra-enhanced strength, the sheer power he could unleash would be terrifying. Just imagining him turning into a battlefield monster with the kind of force behind every blow made Tsunade's heart race a little. Kizaru, meanwhile, just smiled. I don't really mind, but if you want that, you'll have to get the old man and my uncle to agree first. Easy. Tsunade patted her chest again, full of confidence. Leave that to me. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 21, Chapter. With all 3 of the Sannin present, it was no longer convenient for Kizaru to continue training. After exchanging a few words with Tsunade, he said his goodbyes and left the training ground. Only after watching him disappear into the distance did Tsunade withdraw her gaze and walk toward where Jiraiya was lying. When she reached him, she crouched down beside him, just as Orochimaru had before. Thanks to Orochimaru's initial treatment, Jiraiya's injuries had eased a little, and his breathing had stabilized. You idiot. Tsunade started to say, but when she saw how miserable he looked, the rest of the words died in her throat. In the end, she said nothing and simply took over the treatment. After stabilizing his condition further, Tsunade finally stopped and rose to her feet. That should do it. Take him to the hospital and let him rest for a few days, she said, then shot Orochimaru a glance, signaling him to help Jiraiya up. Orochimaru understood immediately. He bent down and pulled Jiraiya up from the ground. Hiya. The sudden movement sent pain shooting through Jiraiya's body, and he sucked in a deep breath. Hey. I'm injured here, you know. Go easy on me. Orochimaru said nothing. He merely slowed his movements and supported Jiraiya more carefully across his shoulders. Shut up. You've got some nerve whining after getting beaten into this state by a 6-year-old brat, Tsunade said with open disgust. Jiraiya instinctively wanted to argue back, but the words caught in his throat. What she said was the truth, and there was no getting around it. In the end, he could only hang his head and grumble under his breath, what kind of 6-year-old even looks like that? Tsunade and Orochimaru both heard him. They exchanged a glance, and before long, the corners of their mouths lifted. The more they looked at each other, the harder it became to hold back their laughter. You two are actually laughing. That's way too much. Jiraiya shouted the moment he noticed. Enough. We're leaving, Tsunade snapped, cutting off his complaints. With that, she stepped over to Jiraiya's other side. Together, she and Orochimaru supported him and headed for the hospital. Jiraiya's injuries weren't critical, but they weren't light either. Neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru dared move too quickly while helping him along, so by the time they finally reached the hospital, nearly half an hour had passed. Once inside, Tsunade quickly arranged a room for him and called over a doctor with practiced ease. Lie there and recover. We're going, Tsunade said, standing beside the bed with her hands on her hips. Yeah, I got it. Jiraiya replied bitterly, his upper body wrapped in bandages as he lay flat on the hospital bed. Orochimaru remained silent. He only gave Jiraiya a brief glance before turning and following Tsunade out of the room. After leaving the ward and stepping out of the hospital, the two walked side by side in silence. As she walked, Tsunade kept thinking about how she should bring it up, how to get Orochimaru to give up Kizaru and let her take him as her disciple instead. But before she could speak, Orochimaru broke the silence first. At the training ground just now, I heard your conversation with Kizaru, he said calmly. You want to take him as your student? Tsunade halted and turned to look at him. A trace of embarrassment flickered across her face, but with her bold and straightforward personality, she didn't bother hiding it. Yeah, she admitted openly. I really like that brat. And with his physical talent, he's perfect for my style. Orochimaru fell silent. After watching the spar between Jiraiya and Kizaru from start to finish, he had come away deeply impressed by the boy. Kizaru was a true genius. That was Orochimaru's honest evaluation. After seeing the strength and talent Kizaru had displayed at only 6 years old, Orochimaru had felt pressure, real pressure, but also a trace of excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to teach a prodigy like that? He was willing to do it. More than that, he was looking forward to it. But after overhearing the exchange between Tsunade and Kizaru at the training ground, he had hesitated. On one side was a close friend he had known for years. On the other was a student he greatly wanted for himself. After wrestling with it for a while, Orochimaru finally made up his mind. I'll speak to Sarutobi-sensei, he said. Orochimaru, thanks. Tsunade laughed and reached out to clap him on the shoulder. Then I won't hold back. I'll go settle this with the old man right now. A faint smile touched Orochimaru's lips. You really are impatient, Tsunade. When you run into a brat that outstanding, of course I'm not letting him go. As she said that, Tsunade grabbed Orochimaru by the arm and started dragging him toward the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished dealing with the latest batch of paperwork. Now, to relax his tired body and mind, he was admiring the village's beautiful scenery through his crystal ball. Oh my, this bathhouse really does have excellent quality. The view was captivating, and Hiruzen was studying it with great interest. Bang. Just as he was completely focused on the crystal ball, the office door was flung open with a violent shove. Without even looking up, Hiruzen already knew who it was. With the speed of long practice, he snatched up the documents on the desk and covered the crystal ball before finally raising his head toward the doorway. As expected, it was Tsunade. There was no one else in Konoha who would barge into the Hokage's office this rudely. Dragging Orochimaru along with her, Tsunade strode into the room. Her eyes swept over the slightly messy pile of papers on the desk, and she could immediately guess what her teacher had been doing moments ago. Normally, she would have called him out on the spot. But today, she had come to ask for something. So Tsunade ignored the suspicious mess, walked straight up to the desk with Orochimaru, pulled out a chair like she owned the place, and sat down. Orochimaru, Tsunade. What brings the two of you here? Hiruzen asked with a gentle smile. Old man, I want Kizaru. From now on, he's my disciple, Tsunade declared, planting one hand on the desk and leaning forward as she stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing that, Hiruzen frowned in surprise. He turned to Orochimaru, clearly wanting an explanation. Orochimaru and I already talked it through, Tsunade added the moment she noticed his gaze. He agreed to hand him over. Hiruzen inhaled slowly, then leaned back in his chair. Lifting the teacup from his desk, he studied his two disciples in silence for a moment before his eyes settled on Tsunade. Don't rush me, he said with a smile. At least tell me why. Jiraiya sparred with that brat and ended up in the hospital, Tsunade said bluntly. That brat's strong. I like him. Ahem. Hiruzen, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked on the spot. His usually steady hand jerked, and he broke into a coughing fit. He quickly set the cup down and patted at the tea that had splashed onto his robes, then looked toward Orochimaru with disbelief written all over his face. He knew Jiraiya better than anyone. While Jiraiya might not have been the kind of once-in-a-generation genius Tsunade and Orochimaru were, he was still immensely gifted. After years of training and abusing himself through battle, he had already begun to take the shape of a true powerhouse. By any reasonable standard, Jiraiya could already be counted among shinobi at the Kage level, or at the very least, not far below it. And yet that same Jiraiya had been beaten by a 6-year-old child and even sent to the hospital. No matter how Hiruzen looked at it, it was difficult for him to believe such a fairy tale. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 22, Chapter. Faced with his teacher's shocked, doubtful, and confused stare, Orochimaru felt he ought to explain things properly. Jiraiya heard that Shimura Kizaru was going to become my student, Orochimaru said evenly. On top of that, there have been quite a few rumors about him spreading through the village lately. Unlike Tsunade's blunt and simple summary, Orochimaru recounted the entire matter in detail from beginning to end. After hearing the full story, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shock finally eased. So that was how it happened. Jiraiya had underestimated his opponent, failed to use his signature ninjutsu, and been cleanly defeated by Kizaru, who had hidden his true strength. If that was the case, then Hiruzen could barely accept it. Barely. Even so, the fact remained that Jiraiya, a 20-year-old elite shinobi nearing the height of his prime, had been beaten by a 6-year-old child. What an idiot. Hiruzen couldn't help cursing his unreliable disciple in his heart, but at the same time, he found himself even more shaken by Kizaru's talent. The makings of the first Hokage. That was what the Shimura clan had first claimed, and later the word spread through the village, stirring up discussion among the villagers. Before long, more and more people had started to agree with it. But no matter what the village said, Hiruzen himself had never accepted that evaluation. As Tobarama Senju's student, he had seen the first Hokage's might with his own eyes when he was young. That overwhelming power, that monstrous scale of destruction, even now, the memory remained vivid in his mind. No one could ever reach that height again. That was no longer a realm ordinary shinobi could touch. That was the realm of a god. That was Hiruzen's true view of Senju Hashirama. Because of that impression, he had never truly believed that Shimura Kizaru possessed the so-called talent of the first Hokage. In Hiruzen's eyes, the child would undoubtedly become one of the village's top pillars in the future. He would become a powerful shinobi, perhaps even a legendary one. But to stand at the level of the first Hokage? Not enough. That had always been Hiruzen's judgment. Yet today, after hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Hiruzen found himself doubting that judgment for the first time. Was I wrong? Could that child truly become the next Hashirama? Did he really possess that kind of potential? At that moment, Hiruzen suddenly wanted a smoke. But with Tsunade sitting right in front of him, he forced the urge down. His office wouldn't survive even a few punches from her. Suppressing both his craving and his confusion, Hiruzen looked at the 2 grown disciples before him, then lowered his gaze to the photograph on his desk, the one of himself with his 3 students when they were younger. And suddenly, a thought came to him. Shimura Kizaru did not merely possess monstrous physical strength and chakra reserves. His talent in both taijutsu and ninjutsu was also outstanding. A prodigy that well-rounded could not simply be handed off to Orochimaru, who specialized in ninjutsu, or Tsunade, who excelled in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. No. Shimura Kizaru needed a teacher who was powerful, experienced, and above all, complete. And when Hiruzen considered the entire village, one conclusion became unavoidable. Who besides him could possibly qualify for such a demanding role? Hiruzen straightened slightly. Not to boast, but among all the shinobi currently alive, when it came to being a truly all-round ninja, if he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dared call himself second, who would dare call themselves first? The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he became with that conclusion. He nodded faintly, then looked back at the 2 disciples before him. Raising a hand to his mouth, he coughed lightly to hide the awkwardness, while his mind turned to how he could persuade them. Yes, as their teacher, snatching away the disciple they were arguing over was admittedly a little shameless. But for the sake of not wasting Kizaru's talent, and for the village's future, he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would simply have to make this small sacrifice. The more he framed it that way in his mind, the more justified he felt. Ahem. After another cough, Hiruzen finally spoke. From what you've both said, that child's talent in both ninjutsu and taijutsu is exceptional. Yes, Tsunade answered immediately. Orochimaru said nothing but nodded in agreement. In that case, Hiruzen continued, putting on a thoughtful expression, we need to consider very carefully who should guide him. Old man, what do you mean by that? Tsunade immediately sensed something was off and narrowed her eyes. Tsunade, Hiruzen said calmly, your attainments in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu are indeed outstanding. But in other ninjutsu, you are lacking. What's the problem with that? Tsunade shot back at once. Second grandpa left behind plenty of ninjutsu research. That brat can learn the rest on his own. Hiruzen shook his head. No. That would only delay him and waste his talent in ninjutsu. Then he turned toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your mastery of ninjutsu is excellent. But when it comes to taijutsu, you are still far behind Tsunade. Orochimaru gave a small nod, accepting the assessment without protest. That makes this a truly difficult matter, Hiruzen said, putting on an even more troubled look. Among the younger generation of shinobi in the village, there doesn't seem to be anyone suitable enough for such a demanding role. He deliberately stressed the words younger generation. Bang. I've got an idea. Tsunade suddenly slammed both hands onto the table and spoke up loudly. Looking at her excited face, Hiruzen's heart stirred for a moment. Could it be? Could it be, had Tsunade, of all people, actually understood what he was getting at? Now that was rare. Just as Hiruzen was feeling emotional, Tsunade spoke again. Wouldn't it be fine if Orochimaru and I both taught him, she said confidently. I'll handle taijutsu and medical ninjutsu, and Orochimaru can teach him ninjutsu. With the two of us training him together, there's no way that brat's talent gets wasted. That actually does make sense, Orochimaru thought, and he found himself genuinely tempted by the suggestion. Not bad, Hiruzen admitted inwardly. For a brief moment, even he felt the plan had merit. But only for a brief moment. For the future of the village, a child this exceptional should still be taught by him personally. The moment Hiruzen imagined himself guiding the growth of a future shinobi god, his heart stirred. He couldn't let that chance go. I already have a better arrangement, Hiruzen declared calmly. I will personally teach that child, Shimura Kizaru. For the sake of the village's future, I'm willing to shoulder this burden myself. What? Tsunade shot to her feet at once. Even Orochimaru widened his eyes, staring at his teacher in surprise. Although the Hokage's duties leave me with precious little free time, Hiruzen continued in a solemn voice, for the sake of that child's future and for the sake of the village, even if it means working harder, it will be worth it. Shameless. The word rose instantly in Tsunade's mind. She wanted to say it out loud. Barely, she held it in. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was merely surprised. He had already yielded Kizaru to Tsunade in his heart, so Hiruzen stepping in only caught him off guard. It didn't sting quite the same way. I'll go discuss this matter with Danzo myself, Hiruzen added at once, clearly worried Tsunade might say something outrageous if he gave her the chance. There's no need for either of you to persuade me. Humph. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest and snorted in open displeasure. Hiruzen paid no attention to her attitude. Instead, he smiled kindly and said, from now on, Kizaru will be your little junior brother. Make sure you both take proper care of him. Yeah, Tsunade replied coldly. Then, dragging her anger behind her like a storm cloud, she turned and strode out of the office. Sarutobi-sensei, I'll go after Tsunade, Orochimaru said, glancing toward the doorway before looking back at Hiruzen. Go ahead, Hiruzen said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Orochimaru. Orochimaru returned the smile faintly, then turned and quickly followed after Tsunade. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 23, Chapter. Are you planning to challenge me tonight? Standing in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, Danzo frowned at Kizaru. It had only been 3 days. Just 3 days since Kizaru had proposed challenging the Uchiha clan's Jonin during the graduation exam, only for Danzo to reject that idea and tell him to pass his own test first. He had given the boy a whole month to prepare. And yet Kizaru had only taken 3 days. That was enough to make Danzo think the boy was getting a little too full of himself. The praise he had been receiving in the village lately, combined with how easily he overwhelmed children his own age, had clearly gone to his head. At this rate, he might start losing sight of his own limits. That worried Danzo. Pride and arrogance were the natural enemies of genius. If this continued, it would become a serious problem. Looking at the nephew he had poured so much expectation into, Danzo felt he had no choice. He needed to teach the boy a proper lesson, one harsh enough to knock that growing conceit out of him. I won't be holding back in this assessment, Danzo said, his tone turning heavier. Think it through carefully, Kizaru. Ooh, how scary, uncle, Kizaru replied with a smile, clearly not the least bit intimidated. Danzo snorted inwardly, though his expression remained calm. Since you're that confident, then fine. Tonight, at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the clan training ground. Don't worry, uncle. I'll be there right on time, Kizaru said brightly. I hope you won't disappoint me. Then make sure you're ready too. Don't get scared when the time comes. Very well, Danzo said with a curt nod. I'll be looking forward to it. Just then, a figure dropped down from above and landed in front of Danzo in a half-kneel. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama has arrived. Hearing that, Danzo gave a slight nod and waved his hand. I understand. You may go. After watching the subordinate vanish with the body flicker technique, Kizaru immediately understood that Danzo had other matters to deal with. Then I'll see you tonight, uncle. With that, he waved casually, turned around, and left without even waiting for Danzo to respond. Danzo watched him go, then slowly turned his gaze forward again. Standing there before him was Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiling as warmly as ever. Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Shameless old bastard. Back then, Hiruzen had already stolen the Hokage seat from him. And now he wanted to come and steal his nephew too. Worse, he was even snatching away the student his own student had been about to take. The more Danzo looked at that smiling face, the more irritated he became. And yet, annoying as it was, Danzo had to admit one thing. For Kizaru's future, Hiruzen becoming his teacher really would bring greater benefits. If Kizaru became Orochimaru's student, then in the future, at best, he would likely only be in a position to compete for the title of 5th Hokage. After all, above him stood the generation of the Sannin. But if Hiruzen Sarutobi became his teacher, then Kizaru would have the qualifications to contend for the position of 4th Hokage, and perhaps even become the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history at the age of 20. The gap between those two possibilities was simply too large. No matter how irritated he was, Danzo had no choice but to admit it. Having Hiruzen personally teach Kizaru would benefit the boy far more than leaving him with Orochimaru. Did Orochimaru have no objections? Danzo asked coldly. He had already accepted it in his heart, but out of sheer displeasure, he refused to agree too easily. Still wearing that mild, almost infuriating smile, Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and answered leisurely. They don't object. Danzo gave a small nod. In that case, I can only comply with Hokage-sama's arrangements. When he said Hokage-sama, he deliberately stressed the title. The sarcasm in his voice was impossible to miss. Of course, Hiruzen heard it too, but rather than getting angry, his smile only deepened. Danzo, I'm not stealing Orochimaru's student for selfish reasons. I'm doing this for Kizaru and for the village's future. Hiruzen exhaled a thin stream of smoke before continuing. Do you know? Yesterday afternoon, Kizaru defeated Jiraiya and sent him to the hospital. What? Danzo was genuinely startled, though outwardly, his face remained as steady as stone. Jiraiya concealed his identity and deliberately refrained from using his signature ninjutsu, Hiruzen continued, but even so, defeating him that easily isn't something an ordinary jonin could manage. At that, Hiruzen let out a long sigh, his eyes full of admiration. Kizaru really is an astonishing child. Why did Jiraiya attack Kizaru? Danzo asked at once. Compared to Kizaru's strength, that was the part he cared about more. Hiruzen took the initiative to answer plainly. That part is my fault. I told Jiraiya that Orochimaru intended to accept Kizaru as his student. That fool got curious after hearing all the talk about Kizaru's talent, disguised himself as a shinobi from another village, and launched a sneak attack just to test the child's strength. A sneak attack. Danzo's expression turned even colder. His anger rose immediately. Attacking a comrade from the same village is grounds for punishment, Jiraiya. I've already taught him a lesson, Hiruzen said quickly, cutting in before Danzo could continue. He was beaten badly by Kizaru. Multiple fractures. He's still lying in the hospital. What an idiot, Danzo said with open disgust. Young people are always too impulsive, Hiruzen said with a sigh, smoothly steering the conversation elsewhere. That's why we old men have to keep watching over them and guiding them properly. This time, Danzo actually agreed. He nodded faintly. That's true. For the sake of the village's younger generation, we old men can't stop yet. Once the topic shifted there, the atmosphere eased immediately. The two old foxes fell into one of those strangely familiar conversations only they could have, one line from Hiruzen, one from Danzo, each speaking in turn as they reminisced about the past, about the hardships they had endured, and about everything they had contributed to the village over the years. And naturally, before long, the conversation turned toward criticizing the current generation. Compared to what they had gone through in their youth, the children of today had it far too easy. Today's children still need more tempering. Exactly. Each generation is softer than the last. With those final remarks, the discussion came to a close. After reminiscing for a while, Danzo's temper had calmed considerably, and even looking at Hiruzen no longer made him quite as irritated as before. Kizaru is planning to challenge me tonight, Danzo said. Come and watch, Hiruzen. Consider it a look at your student. Hearing that, Hiruzen, who was already brimming with curiosity about Kizaru, naturally agreed without the slightest hesitation. Hahaha. Fine, I'll be there tonight, Hiruzen said with a smile. I want to see for myself just how strong that child really is. Tonight at 8, Danzo said. At the clan training ground. I'll be waiting. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 24, Chapter. I'm seriously injured here. Why am I being discharged tonight of all nights? Jiraiya, sprawled across his hospital bed while enjoying the attentive care of a pretty nurse, looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru standing beside him and immediately started complaining. The old man told us to drag you out of the hospital, Tsunade said coldly, arms folded across her chest. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen had shamelessly stolen the student she wanted, Tsunade had been in a foul mood all day. Naturally, Jiraiya ended up suffering for it. Is Sarutobi-sensei trying to kill me? Jiraiya cried out miserably. Sarutobi-sensei has decided to take Kizaru as his student, Orochimaru explained in his usual calm tone. We're going to the Shimura clan tonight. After hearing that, Jiraiya only looked even more confused. Wasn't Kizaru supposed to become Orochimaru's disciple? So why had Sarutobi-sensei suddenly stepped in? And if that was true, didn't that mean his nephew had somehow turned into his junior brother? Sarutobi-sensei thinks that if Kizaru can beat someone like you so easily, then his talent is extraordinary, Orochimaru continued. So he's decided to teach him personally. You really are useless. How embarrassing, Tsunade snapped. Only after hearing Orochimaru's explanation did Tsunade fully realize that the biggest reason her student had been snatched away was Jiraiya. That instantly made her dislike him even more. So this is all my fault? Jiraiya shouted, pointing at himself in disbelief. Whose fault else would it be? Tsunade shot back, glaring at him. How was I supposed to know that kid was such a monster? Jiraiya said miserably, looking as if he wanted to cry but had no tears left. Enough. Stop whining and get up already. The old man is waiting for us. As she spoke, Tsunade moved without warning. She grabbed the edge of Jiraiya's blanket and yanked it up in one sharp motion. The moment the covers were pulled away, Jiraiya's entire body went cold. Startled out of his mind, he lunged forward and hurriedly shielded the book on the bed with his body. What are you doing, Tsunade? He shouted in panic. You can't just pull a guy's blanket off like that. Jiraiya reacted quickly. Unfortunately for him, Tsunade's eyes were even quicker. She had already caught a clear glimpse of the book cover. The veins on her forehead started popping instantly as she rolled up her sleeves. Jiraiya, you disgusting pervert. Sensing disaster, Orochimaru immediately stepped between them and caught Tsunade before she could swing. Calm down, Tsunade, he said quickly. Sarutobi-sensei is still waiting for us. That reminder barely managed to work. After a tense pause, Tsunade slowly lowered her raised fist and unclenched her hand. You really did inherit all the old man's worst habits. Jiraiya, still holding both hands up in surrender, watched her carefully. Only after seeing she wasn't about to hit him did he finally let out a quiet breath of relief. If you won't be my girlfriend, then what else am I supposed to do? He muttered under his breath as he climbed down from the hospital bed. What was that? Tsunade's eyes narrowed dangerously. Jiraiya shook his head so quickly it was almost pitiful. Nothing. Nothing at all. Didn't you say the old man was waiting? Then let's hurry up. Tsunade snorted coldly. Once you've recovered, I'll deal with you properly. Jiraiya shivered. For one brief moment, he truly felt death was drawing closer by the day. At 7:40 that evening, after finishing dinner and taking a short walk to settle it, Kizaru strolled leisurely toward the clan training ground with both hands tucked into his pockets. Uncle, looks like you've been waiting for a while. Seeing Danzo already standing in the middle of the training ground, Kizaru greeted him with a smile. Make sure you're in proper condition, Danzo said. Don't disappoint me later. With his eyes closed, chin slightly raised, and the cool evening breeze brushing across him, Danzo stood there with the composed bearing of someone waiting calmly for the battle to begin. Ooh, scary, Kizaru said with a grin, clearly entertained by the pose. Danzo's brows twitched faintly. He wanted to lecture Kizaru again right then and there, but the moment he remembered what Hiruzen had told him that afternoon, about Jiraiya being defeated and sent to the hospital, he forcibly suppressed the urge. If he started preaching now and Kizaru ended up performing brilliantly in the fight, wouldn't that just make him look foolish? I'm not Jiraiya, Danzo told himself coldly. Thinking that, his expression gradually settled again. Standing at the edge of the field, Kizaru casually rolled his shoulders and twisted his wrists, doing a light warm-up. Uncle, do we really have to wait until 8? He asked while stretching. Yes, Danzo replied curtly. Then, after a brief pause, he added, there's been a change regarding your teacher. Oh. Kizaru made a mildly surprised face, though inwardly, he wasn't the least bit shaken. The third Hokage intends to take you as his student and teach you personally. Oh ho, looks like I'm popular, Kizaru said with a smile. When we fight tonight, Hiruzen will be bringing his 3 students with him to watch. What a terrifying audience. Now I'm getting nervous, Kizaru said cheerfully. After warming up, he slipped both hands back into his pockets and returned to his usual relaxed stance. Nervous, my foot. Even without opening his eyes, Danzo could hear there wasn't the slightest trace of tension in Kizaru's voice. If anything, the brat sounded even more smug than usual. And somehow, that made people want to hit him even more. Watch your mouth later, Danzo warned. Don't be rude in front of them. What an unreasonable request, Kizaru replied. Why is this brat so irritating every time he opens his mouth? Danzo thought grimly. Hahaha. I trust I'm not late. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived from the distance with the Sannin in tow. Not at all, Danzo said, opening his eyes at last and looking over. Perfect timing. Uncle Hiruzen, I heard you're going to be my teacher. Kizaru asked with a smile as he turned toward Hiruzen. And do you want me to be your teacher? Hiruzen asked, smiling right back. Good evening, sensei. Kizaru answered without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen burst into laughter, visibly delighted. Good, good. What a fine child. Danzo, 2 shameless bastards. Tsunade, shameless. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Now that everyone's here, let's begin the assessment, Danzo said flatly, cutting the moment short before he had to endure any more of it. Kizaru, are you ready? Ooh, so scary, uncle, Kizaru said with a bright smile as he stepped forward and entered the training ground proper. I'm not Jiraiya, Danzo said sternly. Use your full strength. The moment those words left his mouth, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Tsunade all turned to look at Jiraiya at the same time. Each of them wore that same unmistakable expression. Disgust. Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had somehow ended up catching stray damage again, wanted to defend himself. Unfortunately, he had no argument at all. In the end, he could only lower his head in silent sorrow. Kizaru's smile widened even further. He looked straight at Danzo and said loudly. Then you'd better be ready too, uncle. Don't get scared. As he spoke, Kizaru took several steps back, opening the distance between them. Danzo's gaze sharpened. Begin. The instant those words fell, the mood of the training ground shifted. The air grew taut. And the battle officially began. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 25, chapter. Come on, then. Show me this surprise you've prepared. Danzo stood where he was, hands hanging at his sides, eyes sharp, voice flat and steady. Then try not to blink, uncle. Kizaru didn't waste another word. His hands flashed through seals, and wind release chakra surged from his mouth. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Several fierce streams of compressed wind chakra shot forward like twisting wind serpents, rushing straight at Danzo. Facing the incoming attack, Danzo advanced instead of retreating. Using the body flicker technique, he burst forward, weaving cleanly past the wind snakes before drawing a kunai and coating it with wind release chakra. He closed in on Kizaru in an instant. Taking advantage of the opening created while Kizaru was still controlling the ninjutsu, Danzo slashed downward with the wind-enhanced kunai. Kizaru immediately abandoned control of the technique and leapt back, widening the distance between them and avoiding the close-range strike. If this is all you've got, Danzo said coldly, holding the kunai before him instead of pressing the attack, then you won't be passing my test. Kizaru kept smiling, completely unaffected. Rolling his neck lightly, he answered in a lazy tone, so impatient, uncle. That was just the warm-up. Just the warm-up. Hiruzen, who was already inwardly marveling that a 6-year-old could use wind-release ninjutsu at that level, became even more interested after hearing that. He was deeply curious about Kizaru's light-release bloodline, the power to manipulate light itself, and his anticipation for the battle only grew stronger. Then show me the rest, Danzo barked, moving again. His hands formed seals at high speed. Wind release, vacuum sphere. From his mouth, he fired a barrage of nearly invisible air bullets packed with cutting wind release chakra. This time, Kizaru reacted exactly the way Danzo had earlier. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Using the body flicker technique, he shot up into the air, then his entire body transformed into a streak of light and came blasting straight toward Danzo. This was the first time Danzo had ever seen Kizaru fight with his bloodline technique. He sensed danger instantly. But Kizaru was simply too fast. Before Danzo's brain could fully relay the command to move, the light had already reached him. That one. Jiraiya blurted from the sidelines. As the first victim of this move, he recognized it immediately. Orochimaru and Tsunade, who had also seen it before, narrowed their eyes with clear anticipation. Hiruzen noticed his three disciples' reactions, glanced at them briefly, then returned his attention to the battlefield. By then, Kizaru had already reappeared right in front of Danzo. He shifted back into human form, and in the next instant, a blinding burst of light exploded from his body like a flash bomb, stabbing straight into Danzo's eyes. Just like Jiraiya before him, Danzo had no time to react properly to such a sudden attack. Pain stabbed through his eyes. His vision blurred instantly, and tears began streaming out uncontrollably. "You ever been kicked at the speed of light, uncle?" Kizaru asked it with a bright smile, but his body never paused. His right leg rose, photons gathering around his calf as golden light flared. Then he kicked out at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Danzo's side. But unlike Jiraiya, Danzo possessed far more combat experience. The moment his vision was taken, he had already chosen his response. His hands flashed through seals. Substitution technique. The instant Kizaru's light speed kick connected, it smashed into a block of wood instead, blowing it apart into countless splinters. Looking at the shattered wood scattered across the ground, Kizaru grinned. Much sharper than Jiraiya and I. You two are fighting. Why do I keep getting dragged into this? Jiraiya felt like he'd been stabbed again for no reason. With Hiruzen beside him, and Tsunade and Orochimaru both looking at him with varying degrees of contempt, his heart turned cold. Ignoring his hopeless disciple, Hiruzen kept his eyes fixed on Kizaru. What a gift. The more he watched, the more pleased he became, and before he even realized it, a smile had formed on his face. Danzo felt much the same. Though he had been startled by Kizaru's sudden and lethal attack, the surprise was mixed with genuine satisfaction. A bloodline ability combined with body flicker, used this smoothly and this effectively. Danzo approved of it immensely. It seemed he had judged the boy too harshly. Kizaru had not grown arrogant. He had simply grown stronger. Nice. Just as expected of the child I chose. Though his heart was full of approval, Danzo's face remained cold as ever. Having shifted positions with the substitution technique, he stood elsewhere on the field with his eyes half closed and said icily. Why did you speak just now? Once you take the enemy sight, any sound you make gives away your position. If you'd stayed silent, you could have pressed the advantage further. The next instant, Danzo suddenly grunted. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Standing where he had been, Kizaru still wore that same easy smile. His right hand was raised, index finger extended, the tip glowing with golden light. He had taken the advice seriously immediately. Without wasting a word, Kizaru flicked his finger forward. A laser shot out. Then another. And another. Several beams of light tore toward Danzo's arms and legs in quick succession, all aimed to wound rather than kill. But the instant they struck. Boom. Danzo's body turned into wood once again. Another substitution technique. Kizaru mused. You really are troublesome, uncle. Almost the moment Kizaru finished speaking, a figure dropped from the sky behind him, a blade of condensed wind released chakra in hand as it slashed down toward his back. But Kizaru had already sensed it. He twisted sharply, golden light flashing over his right leg again, and spun into a back kick. Moving second but striking first, Kizaru's kick landed before the wind blade could reach him. Boom. The figure behind him didn't go flying. Instead, it burst into white smoke. A shadow clone. Kizaru wasn't surprised. If anything, his expression brightened slightly as he looked around, searching for the real Danzo. And just then, from the woods to his right, a shuriken infused with wind-released chakra came tearing through the air. Kizaru answered instantly. He kicked out again at light speed, releasing a crescent-like laser slash that shot toward the incoming shuriken. The two attacks collided. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, kicking up dust, gravel, and broken earth in every direction. As the smoke and debris swirled around the field, Kizaru calmly slipped both hands into his pockets again. His smile deepened. Hey, now this is getting interesting. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 26, Chapter. Looking at the dust cloud rising in front of him, Kizaru bent his knees, leapt into the air, and swept out another glowing kick. A golden slash tore free and split the smoke in two, then continued straight into the patch of woods where the shuriken had come from. Another explosion erupted. More smoke billowed up at once, swallowing the trees and the grassland to Kizaru's right. "Uncle, are you still hiding in there?" Kizaru called out lazily after landing. The answer came immediately. Two wind-release shuriken burst out of the smoke, cutting toward him from different angles. Kizaru kept both hands in his pockets. He simply raised his glowing right leg and kicked again. The golden slash shot out and intercepted both wind-release shuriken head-on. After that exchange, Kizaru glanced at the smoke-filled area in front of him, clearly finding it annoying. His hands moved through seals, and he unleashed another wind-release technique. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A massive transparent sphere of wind, nearly as tall as a person, blasted out from Kizaru's mouth and roared forward. As it advanced, it tore apart the smoke and kept going without slowing. Like a giant grinder, the compressed wind sphere crashed into the woods, ripping up roots, snapping trunks, and smashing through everything in its path. Faced with such a wide-range attack, Danzo, who had been hiding in the trees, was forced to reveal himself. His vision had only just begun to recover. He immediately leapt aside to evade the wind sphere, landing on a patch of churned-up dirt. He looked thoroughly battered. His breathing was heavy, his arms were injured, his eyes were still irritated, and his clothes had been torn into a miserable state. From the sidelines, Hiruzen and the Sannin were all visibly shaken by Kizaru's performance. "That brat, he didn't even use his full strength against me last time." A bitter smile tugged at Jiraiya's face. Until now, he had kept telling himself he only lost because he had underestimated Kizaru, restrained himself to hide his identity, and never used his signature ninjutsu properly. But seeing this fight, he finally had to admit it. Kizaru had held back against him too. For a moment, Jiraiya felt genuinely moved. This nephew-kun is terrifying. Orochimaru and Tsunade, standing beside him, were no less amazed. The sheer force behind those kicks. The level of his wind release. That strange and overwhelming light release bloodline, unlike anything seen before in the shinobi world. Could someone using techniques like these really be only 6 years old? That same thought surfaced again in everyone's mind. This was absurd. No, worse than absurd. It was monstrous. Unlike his three disciples, Hiruzen saw even more in Kizaru's display. The child was not merely using a bloodline limit. He was perfectly integrating light release into taijutsu, blending raw speed, killing power, and ninjutsu talent into one seamless fighting style. This was talent worthy of being compared to the first Hokage. As Hiruzen recalled the golden slash Kizaru had kicked out moments ago, he found himself marveling yet again. If this child grew up properly, if he matured without losing his way, if he inherited the will of fire, then Konoha would have nothing to fear for the next 50 years. At that thought, Hiruzen's heart filled with anticipation for Kizaru and for the village's future. And along with that anticipation came pressure. A prodigy like this, a once-in-a-century seedling, absolutely could not be allowed to grow crooked under his guidance. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, Danzo finally spoke and ended the battle. "That's enough." Looking at Kizaru, who still stood there with both hands in his pockets and that same easy smile on his face, Danzo had to admit it inwardly. The child's performance tonight had genuinely startled him. What a surprise. Keeping his face stern, Danzo walked back into the training ground and stopped in front of Kizaru. He looked up at the boy's carefree smile. Then, for once, the corners of Danzo's mouth lifted slightly. A rare smile appeared on his face. "Shimura Kizaru." He deliberately emphasized Shimura, clearly for certain people standing off to the side. "You performed very well tonight. You've passed my assessment." "Then thank you very much, uncle," Kizaru replied with a smile of his own. Danzo raised a hand and lightly patted Kizaru on the shoulder. "Your performance tonight truly surprised me." It was rare enough for Danzo to praise anyone so openly that even Kizaru looked mildly surprised. Then Kizaru's eyes shifted down to Danzo's injured arms, the blood on his clothes, and those reddened, tear-stung eyes. He turned toward the sidelines. "Tsunade Nizan, could you please treat my uncle's injuries?" Tsunade had no particular desire to help Danzo. Still, this was the first request her new little junior brother had made of her. After a brief pause, she finally said, "Have him come here." "Thank you, Tsunade Nizan," Kizaru said brightly. Then he turned toward Danzo, who already looked reluctant. Kizaru, naturally, paid no attention to that reluctance. He simply grabbed Danzo by his uninjured arm and started dragging him toward the sidelines. "Let go." Danzo barked at once, thoroughly embarrassed. Kizaru ignored him completely. Relying on his superior strength, he pulled Danzo all the way over before finally releasing him. "Please," Kizaru said with a smile. Yeah. I got it," Tsunade replied irritably as she stepped forward. Her gaze fell on the blood-stained strips of cloth wrapped around Danzo's right arm. Without hesitation, she reached out and tore the tattered wrappings away in one go. The moment the cloth came off, the full extent of the injury was exposed. TCH. Tsunade clicked her tongue. It's a bit worse than I thought. Hiruzen stepped forward as well. Looking at the wounds on his old friend's arm, the corners of his mouth twitched upward. That's a dangerous technique, he said with feeling. Then, naturally, he added another line. Looks painful too, doesn't it, Danzo? Shut up, Danzo snapped, glaring at him. I'm showing concern for you, Hiruzen defended himself with a smile. Both of you, be quiet. Tsunade's voice cracked like a whip as she began the treatment. The entire group went silent on the spot. Even Hiruzen and Danzo immediately shut their mouths. Once she was satisfied neither old man would start bickering again, Hiruzen shifted his attention away from Danzo's injury and turned toward Kizaru. I heard you want to challenge a jonin of the Uchiha clan during the graduation exam. They were too noisy, Kizaru replied mildly. It was irritating, so I figured I should shut them up. Hiruzen nodded. He did not question it any further. As Hokage, I approve your request, he said. For your graduation exam, I'll arrange a shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Now that Kizaru was officially his disciple, Hiruzen's perspective had naturally changed. He had seen the child's talent and strength with his own eyes tonight. And those Uchiha still had the nerve to question him. What were they trying to do? They really were a bunch of fools who had no sense of the bigger picture. Thank you very much, Sensei, Kizaru said, sounding quite satisfied. On the day of the graduation exam, Hiruzen continued, reaching out to pat Kizaru on the shoulder, I'll announce to the entire village that I've taken you as my student. Kizaru gave a small nod to show he understood. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 27, Chapter. In the morning, inside the first-year elite class at the Ninja Academy, the classroom was already lively. Some students sat in their seats whispering to one another. Some were eating snacks. A few were already lying on their desks with their eyes closed, stealing a little extra rest before class began. Creak. The classroom door was pushed open. Hearing the sound, everyone instinctively assumed the teacher had arrived. The room fell silent at once as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Ha. With his left hand in his pocket and his right hand pushing the classroom door open, Kizaru walked in while rubbing the back of his head, sleep still lingering in his eyes. Once everyone realized it was Kizaru, the silence only lasted a moment before the room exploded into heated discussion. Under the guidance of both Hiruzen and Danzo, the news had already spread throughout the village. Shimura Kizaru would challenge a jonin of the Uchiha clan in his early graduation exam. A jonin of the Uchiha clan, one who had already awakened the Sharingan, was widely regarded as nearly unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. That alone was enough to make people uneasy. And yet Kizaru, who was only 6 years old, had not only applied for an early graduation exam, he had specifically chosen to challenge an Uchiha jonin. That was no longer merely impressive. That was frightening. Most of the students in the elite class came from shinobi families or were the children of civilian ninja. Compared to ordinary people, they had a much clearer understanding of what that kind of challenge actually meant. And the more they understood, the more outrageous it seemed. So the moment Kizaru returned to class, the entire room erupted. Some were jealous. In their eyes, Kizaru was acting too arrogantly, and they were convinced he would be taught a painful lesson by the Uchiha during the exam. Some admired him. To children growing up in the shinobi world, strength was everything, and Kizaru's move felt unbelievably cool. And some were upset for entirely different reasons. For example, why the Uchiha clan? Why not the Hyuga clan, which was obviously the strongest noble clan in Konoha? That thought belonged to one person in particular. Hyuga Toda. Ever since hearing the news yesterday, he had been simmering with righteous indignation. In his mind, he, Hyuga Toda, was Kizaru's lifelong rival, and the Hyuga clan was Konoha's greatest clan. So why challenge an Uchiha jonin instead of a Hyuga one? Yesterday, worked up and full of passion, Hyuga Toda had marched right up in front of his father and the clan elder and loudly declared that he would personally go find Kizaru and convince him to change his target. Better yet, he should challenge his father directly. Faced with his son's deeply loyal, family-loving enthusiasm, Hyuga Toda's father had been so moved that he rewarded him with 2 clean slaps across the face. Kizaru's challenge was obviously aimed at the Uchiha because of their public doubts and the long-standing hostility between the Uchiha and Shimura. And yet his own brilliant son had somehow decided this was the perfect time to drag the Hyuga into it too. After hearing his son's aggrieved cries, Hyuga Toda's father felt only one overwhelming emotion. Regret. Why had he not had another child? With this boy's level of judgment, how was he supposed to entrust the clan's future to him someday? As for Hyuga Toda himself, he still didn't understand why his father had gotten angry. He simply assumed that his emotional outburst had violated the strict etiquette his father always demanded. So he had swallowed his grievance, bowed obediently, and offered a sincere apology. Faced with that apology, Hyuga Toda's father had fallen into complete despair. That very night, he resolved in his heart that he absolutely needed to work harder and have another child. As for Hyuga Toda, who still had no idea that his position in the family had entered dangerous territory, he was currently sitting upright in his seat, staring intensely at Kizaru as he entered the room. The glare was so strong that Kizaru noticed it immediately. Being stared at this hard first thing in the morning left him mildly puzzled. My, being watched that closely this early should probably make me happy. Still, if it were a cute white-eyed girl instead of Hyuga-kun, that would have been far more welcome. As he walked from the door toward his window seat in the back row, Kizaru slowed when he passed Hyuga Toda. Then he stopped. Hyuga-kun, did you want something from me? Kizaru looked down at him calmly. Hearing the question, Hyuga Toda clenched his fists. He wanted to say everything he had wanted to say yesterday, but his father's harsh warning still rang in his ears, forcing him to swallow the worst of it. Even so, there was still something he could say. He stood up at once and looked straight at Kizaru, his expression full of intensity. Kizaru-san, I understand now. Hyuga Toda declared passionately. The mere Uchiha clan is no match for you. I'll definitely train harder and catch up to you until I become someone worthy of standing against you. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire classroom fell silent again. Everyone knew the Hyuga and Uchiha were constantly at odds, but even so, it was rare to hear someone mock the Uchiha this directly to their face. Kizaru glanced at Hyuga Toda, then sighed inwardly. What a scary amount of enthusiasm, though if that kind of attention had come from a cute girl instead, it would have been a far more pleasant way to start the morning. Bang. In the sudden silence, the sound of someone slamming both hands against a desk rang out especially loudly. Uchiha Inari shot to his feet, furious. Hyuga Toda, you bastard. Are you picking a fight with the Uchiha clan? Shut up, Hyuga Toda snapped back immediately. You're just a 6-year-old idiot who hasn't even awakened your Sharingan. What right do you have to talk to me? To make the taunt even worse, he opened his Byakugan right then and there. The veins at the corners of his eyes bulged slightly. Uchiha Inari began trembling with rage. How was that the same thing? The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was practically hereditary, most of them awakened it naturally. The Sharingan didn't work like that at all. Just because he hadn't awakened it yet at 6 years old, what exactly did that have to do with this bastard? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His fists clenched so tightly they shook. His whole body trembled. His small chest rose and fell rapidly as he glared at Hyuga Toda with an expression fierce enough to bite someone's head off. He was just about to lose control, when a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his eyes. Ah! Uchiha Inari cried out in pain and reflexively covered his eyes. Inari-san, are you okay? The little son of the class, Namikaze Minato, immediately got to his feet and hurried over with concern. Standing beside Hyuga Toda, Kizaru stared blankly at Uchiha Inari covering his eyes and shouting. Well now, what exactly just happened? Did Uchiha-kun really awaken the Sharingan just from being mocked like that? That was one dramatic way to grow up. The Uchiha really were a troublesome bunch. Then he clicked his tongue a few times. Tisk, tsk, tisk. He looked at Uchiha Inari, then at Hyuga Toda, who still had his chin lifted proudly and wore an infuriatingly smug expression. There was genuine surprise in Kizaru's eyes now. Hyuga Toda's mouth really was something. One taunt, and he'd practically gone and helped Uchiha Inari awaken the Sharingan on the spot. Hey, what are you doing? Stop pretending. At first, Hyuga Toda was all arrogance and disdain as he looked at Uchiha Inari covering his eyes. But as the seconds passed, even he began to look a little uneasy. Supported by Minato, Uchiha Inari gradually adapted as the stinging pain subsided. Then, slowly, he lowered his hands from his face. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood immediately what had happened. He had awakened the Sharingan. With those newly opened blood-red eyes fixed ahead, Uchiha Inari looked back at Hyuga Toda. His emotions were complicated. He was happy, of course. Proud, too. But it also felt deeply strange. He had awakened the Sharingan because Hyuga Toda had insulted him into it. For a moment, Uchiha Inari didn't even know what kind of expression he was supposed to make. So when he looked at Hyuga Toda again, his gaze turned extremely strange. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 28, Chapter. You. Hyuga Toda stared into Uchiha Inari's eyes and froze on the spot. Hahaha. Uchiha Inari threw his hands onto his hips and laughed proudly. Hyuga-san, thanks to you, I awakened the Sharingan. Those words hit the classroom like a thunderclap. The room, which had only just gone quiet, instantly exploded into noise again. No way. Hyuga Toda shook his head, unable to accept the reality that he had just helped an Uchiha awaken the Sharingan with his own mouth. Pointing at his eyes, Uchiha Inari lifted his chin proudly. I awakened it at 6 years old, so now I'm qualified to talk to you, aren't I? Hyuga-kun. Hyuga Toda's face flushed red with anger. He was just about to argue back when he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned instinctively. Hyuga-kun, sit down. Class is about to start. Kizaru smiled as he said it, his tone calm and lazy, but leaving no room for argument. Oh. Hyuga Toda answered on reflex and sat down obediently. Only after he sat did he realize what had happened. He looked back up at Kizaru, clearly wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't get the words out and could only swallow them. Ha, Hyuga. Inari-kun, you too. Sit down. Still smiling, Kizaru turned and cut Uchiha Inari off as well. Uchiha Inari was just as unwilling, but under Kizaru's gaze, the words stuck in his throat. In the end, he could only sit back down too. Thanks. Kizaru said it lightly, then glanced around the room. The noisy classroom quieted almost immediately. Seeing that, Kizaru seemed satisfied. He strolled back to his seat by the window, dropped into it, and kept both hands in his pockets. Stretching lazily, Kizaru let out a sleepy yawn. Just as he was about to lie down on the desk, a voice came from the seat in front of him. You're getting more and more out of hand. It was Narashikaku. With his chin resting on one hand, Kizaru smiled and casually made a tiny gesture with his fingers. Just a little. Narashikaku stared at him for a second, then rolled his eyes and turned back around. A moment later, he lay down again and went straight back to sleep. Watching Shikaku drop right back onto the desk, Kizaru also turned his head and laid down, perfectly ready to do the same. When Yamakawa Seiji stepped into the classroom and saw how quiet it was, he looked mildly surprised. Then his eyes landed on the sleeping duo in the back row. And suddenly, he understood everything. Expressionless, Yamakawa Seiji picked up a piece of chalk and flicked it with pinpoint accuracy at Narashikaku's head. Just like on the first day of class, he roared. Narashikaku. Get up and stand in the back. Letting out a heavy sigh, Shikaku pushed himself up from his seat and started trudging toward the rear of the room. As he passed by, he said to Kizaru, who still hadn't even bothered lifting his head. Hurry up and graduate already. Without looking up, Kizaru lazily raised one hand and gave him an okay sign before dropping it again. From the front of the room, Yamakawa Seiji noticed that, unlike usual, Kizaru hadn't even lifted his head this time. He inhaled deeply, then slowly let it out. Class starts now. And just like that, he chose to pretend Kizaru didn't exist and began the lesson. Kizaru-san. Kizaru-san. Half lost in a pleasant dream, Kizaru vaguely heard someone calling his name. He slowly lifted his head from the desk, propped his chin on one hand, and turned toward the voice. When his sleepy eyes opened properly, he saw who it was. Namikaze Minato stood there with an apologetic smile. Seeing that he had actually woken Kizaru up, Minato rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Kizaru-san, sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. Kizaru didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced out the window, clearly trying to judge how much time had passed. It's already third period, Minato explained quickly, having guessed what Kizaru was thinking. Everyone's on the training field right now. We'll have lunch after this. What is it, Minato-kun? Kizaru finally asked with a small smile. Kizaru-kun, I heard from Yoshihiko that you go train after school every day. Minato looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to continue. After school, could I train with you too? Once he said it, Minato's nervousness became obvious. The hand resting against his leg unconsciously tightened, fingers clutching at his pants. This wasn't something he had asked on a whim. He had thought about it for days. As an orphan, Namikaze Minato carried a dream few people around him truly understood. He wanted to become Hokage. But after entering the elite class, he had come face to face with the gap between himself and the children from shinobi families. Those children had been taught from a young age. They had family training, inherited knowledge, and guidance from their parents. Minato had none of that. Even though he worked harder than most of them, his results only placed him somewhere in the upper middle of the class. For an orphan with no one to guide him, that was already impressive. But for Minato, for someone who dreamed of standing at the very top, it wasn't enough. He wanted to do better. But effort alone couldn't fill every gap. In the shinobi world, the knowledge needed to grow stronger was precious. Expensive. Often passed down privately within clans and families. For an orphan like him, it was something almost impossible to access. So after thinking it over again and again, Minato had decided to come to Kizaru. He had no delusions about learning some secret technique or being handed special training methods. It was much simpler than that. He just believed that training alongside someone strong would definitely help him improve. Hearing Minato's request, Kizaru didn't answer right away. Not because he was unwilling. Minato's words had simply made him remember something. Kizaru-san, I won't get in your way, Minato added quickly, worried his silence meant refusal. I just want to train with you. Kizaru smiled. Of course. Minato blinked. It just so happens Yoshihiko's been pestering me about that too. From now on, after school, you and Yoshihiko can train with me. The moment he heard that, Minato's whole face brightened. Thank you, Kizaru-san. He bowed immediately, sincere happiness and gratitude filling his eyes. You're welcome, Minato-kun. Kizaru had two reasons for agreeing. The first was simple enough. He knew very well who Namake's Minato would become in the future. The future fourth Hokage. A talent like that was worth getting close to, both for himself and for the Shimura clan. As for the second, the moment Minato made that request, another thought had surfaced in Kizaru's mind. A technique. One that the bright little sun standing in front of him would one day create with his own hands. An A-rank ninjutsu. The Rasengan. That technique would suit Kizaru absurdly well. It paired perfectly with his speed. And more importantly, if he could create a brand new A-rank ninjutsu himself, it would bring him another wave of fame, and that meant pushing the progress of his fusion further. By now, Kizaru had already started picturing it. On the day of the graduation exam. A flash of light-speed movement. A laser in one hand. A Rasengan in the other. And after winning, one lazy line to finish it all. Uchiha really were scary strong. Just imagining that scene made the corners of Kizaru's mouth curl up. His smile grew just a little wicked. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 29, Chapter. After school that afternoon, at the academy gates. Standing behind Kizaru, Yoshihiko kept sneaking glances at Namake's Minato beside him. Damn it. Back then, he had begged his Kizaru and I to let him train with him, but Kizaru had never agreed. And yet today, the moment Namake's Minato asked, Kizaru had said yes. What was so special about this blonde guy that Kizaru and I was willing to take care of him like this? Damn it, seriously, what's so great about him? Just as Yoshihiko was muttering under his breath, Yuki and Tannen, who had gotten out of class a little later, arrived at the gate. What are you mumbling about now? Yuki asked the moment she walked up beside him. TCH. Hearing her voice, Yoshihiko turned his head away and stared up at the sky like he hadn't heard a thing. Seeing him get stubborn again, Yuki couldn't be bothered with him. She stepped past him and went straight to Kizaru. Kizaru and I. Yuki called out sweetly, a bright smile already on her face. Now that everyone's here, come along. I'll train with you today, Kizaru said with a smile, reaching out to pat her on the head. Train together. Yuki froze for a second. Then joy burst inside her heart. Wonderful, really so wonderful. Even though she was thrilled, she still forced herself to keep a proper, ladylike smile on her face. This is Namake's Minato, my classmate. He'll be training with us from now on too, Kizaru said, taking the initiative to introduce him instead of leaving Minato standing there awkwardly. Hello, Minato-san. My name is Shimura Yuki. Please take care of me from now on. The smile on Yuki's face stiffened just a little, but her greeting remained perfectly graceful. When did this blonde suddenly show up? She screamed inwardly. At that moment, Yuki instantly understood why Yoshihiko had been standing off to the side earlier, muttering to himself with such a dark expression. Hello, Yuki-san. Minato replied at once with his usual warm smile. It's getting late, so let's go. Yoshihiko, Tannen, get moving. With Kizaru leading the way, the group of 5 left the school gate together. Since this was Minato's first time joining them and he wasn't familiar with the Shimura clan grounds, Kizaru didn't take them to the clan's private training area. And considering the short legs of the 4 little ones trailing behind him, he also gave up on taking them all the way out to the forest training ground beyond the village. Instead, Kizaru chose a smaller training field behind the Hokage rock, not too far from the academy. Kizaru walked in front. The gentle Tannen naturally drifted closer to Minato and began talking to him, while Yoshihiko, for once, ended up walking beside Yuki. At the back of the group, the 2 little Shimura glared at Minato's back, then looked at each other. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. Their eyes were saying enough. Yuki, where did this blonde come from? Why is Kizaru and I letting him train with us? Yoshihiko, how should I know? Yuki, then what do you know? Yoshihiko, nothing. Idiot, Yuki muttered under her breath without mercy. The hell did you say? Yoshihiko snapped back instantly. Yuki gave a cold snort, then quickened her pace and trotted up to Kizaru's side, taking his right hand without hesitation. The moment Yoshihiko saw that, he nearly exploded. Grinding his teeth, he stomped forward and grabbed Kizaru's left hand. The two children snorted at each other like rival cats. Following just behind them, Minato's usual gentle smile faltered in visible confusion. They're always like this, Tannen explained with understanding. Don't mind them. You all seem really close, Minato said with a slightly envious smile. Hearing that, Tannen almost let out a sigh. Close. Well, technically. Still, some things really shouldn't be explained to outsiders. Yeah, Tannen said at last, forcing an awkward smile. The little commotion along the way didn't slow them down much. After about 20 minutes, the group arrived at the training ground behind Hokage Rock. Yoshihiko, take everyone through a warm-up first, Kizaru said. Since he hadn't actually thought through any proper training schedule on the way over, he could only start by making them warm up. Got it, Kizaru and I. Given a task at last, Yoshihiko puffed out his chest proudly and answered at full volume. After replying, he shot Yuki an especially smug look, which immediately made the little girl's face turn colder. Watching the four children begin warming up, Kizaru stood off to the side and scratched his head. How should I train them? Yoshihiko, Yuki, and Tannen had all started learning chakra control and the basics a year before entering the academy. At their age, they only really needed time and steady growth. Minato was different. As an orphan, he'd had no one to teach him before school. Chakra refinement, basic taijutsu, all of it, he had only begun learning after entering the academy. And even so, he was still managing to stay in the upper middle range of the class. That alone said enough about his talent. After thinking it over for a while, Kizaru finally came up with something. Ninjutsu training was still too early for children this age. Taijutsu and reaction training, on the other hand, suited them much better. Once Yoshihiko finished leading the warm-up, Kizaru clapped his hands and motioned for the four to gather around him. For today's first session, he said with a smile, let's play a little game. A game. All four children looked at him blankly. Instead of answering right away, Kizaru raised his right hand. His index finger lit up with golden light. Then, a laser no thicker than a chopstick fired out. The beam flashed across the field and slammed into a large tree in the distance. Boom. The tree exploded and toppled over. The four children's eyes followed the beam all the way to the impact. After a stunned pause, they slowly turned back toward Kizaru, their faces full of shock and admiration. Kizaru and I, are you going to teach us ninjutsu? Yoshihiko asked first, too straightforward to hold it in. Kizaru smiled and shook his head. No. I'm going to shoot at you with the laser. What? Yoshihiko shouted in disbelief, staring at Kizaru like he'd just heard something insane. We've all played dodgeball before, right? Kizaru asked casually. Same idea. I shoot, and you dodge. The four children instinctively looked back at the fallen tree. Yoshihiko swallowed hard. Kizaru and I, isn't that way too, unsafe? Still smiling, Kizaru replied, don't worry. I'll control the power. I won't leave you disabled. Disabled. The word struck all four of them at once. Tannen, being the most timid, visibly trembled. Kizaru-san, maybe we should. Then let's begin. Kizaru cut Yoshihiko off before he could finish and raised his glowing finger toward him with an easy smile. Yoshihiko's hair stood on end instantly. Without a second thought, he jumped to the side, straight behind Yuki. Bastard. Yuki snapped coldly. But even while cursing him, she had already moved, trying to put distance between herself and Kizaru's finger. Looking at the four children scrambling around for cover and constantly shifting positions, Kizaru's smile widened. Now this was fun. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 30, Chapter. Kizaru carefully controlled both the size and the power of the lasers, firing one thin beam after another from the tip of his index finger. Each beam was only as thin as a strand of hair. Their power was deliberately kept low. As long as they didn't strike a vital spot, they wouldn't truly injure the four little ones. At most, they would feel a sharp sting. There were two reasons Kizaru had chosen this dodgeball-like training method. First, he wanted to test Namake's Minato's reaction speed and see for himself whether it really was as exceptional as he remembered. Second, he wanted to train the reaction speed, physical coordination, and stamina of all four children at once. Under Kizaru's rules, none of them were allowed to use cover. They could only remain out in the open and rely purely on movement to dodge. By now, all four looked thoroughly used. And among them, the one Kizaru had taken special care of the most, Namake's Minato, looked the worst on the surface. Still, Kizaru, who had been paying closest attention to Minato from the start, noticed something interesting. Even with that extra pressure, Minato had actually been hit the fewest times out of all four. So it was true. When it came to raw reaction speed, Namake's Minato's talent really was outstanding. The dodging training went on for half an hour. By the last few minutes, all four were visibly reaching their limit. Their movements had slowed, their breathing had grown ragged, and exhaustion was written all over their faces. Among them, Minato's fatigue was the most obvious. His stamina had almost run dry. At last, Kizaru lifted his glowing index finger to his mouth and gave a light blow, dispersing the golden light at the tip. That's enough. Game over. The moment they heard him say it, all four children dropped to the ground on the spot, gasping for air. Kizaru walked over calmly and pulled each of them back to their feet one by one before returning to the center of the field. Then he began the post-training review. Shimura Yoshihiko. The moment his name was called, Yoshihiko instantly straightened up and looked at Kizaru eagerly. You were hit 15 times. The excitement immediately drained from Yoshihiko's face. He lowered his head, clearly feeling his performance had been terrible. Shimura Yuki. You were hit 12 times. Yuki smiled at Kizaru after hearing it, though she wisely refrained from turning to show off in front of Yoshihiko. Shimura Tannen. 15 times. Disappointment flickered across Tannen's face as well, and he lowered his head just like Yoshihiko. Namake's Minato. When Kizaru called his name, he looked at him with a small, encouraging smile before continuing. You did well. Only 9 times. The moment they heard that, Yoshihiko and Tannen both looked up again and turned toward Minato. Minato, now under everyone's gaze, gave a gentle, embarrassed smile and scratched the back of his head. Yuki, meanwhile, clenched her small hand silently. She didn't look at Minato. Her eyes stayed fixed on Kizaru. After hearing him praise Minato, she made a firm vow in her heart. Next time, she would take first place and earn Kizaru and I's praise for herself. After announcing the results, Kizaru swept his eyes over the 4 small faces, each wearing a different expression, and gave his overall evaluation. You all did well just now. Then he looked at Minato first. Especially you, Minato-kun. Your reaction speed is excellent. You should focus on developing that more from now on. But your stamina's a bit weak, so you'll need to work on that too. Hearing Kizaru's evaluation, Minato nodded gratefully. I understand. Next, Kizaru turned toward the other 3 boys. Yoshihiko and Tannen, even though your scores were tied for worst, the problems aren't actually the same. He looked at Tannen first. Tannen, your reaction speed isn't slow. Your main issue is your physical condition, especially your explosiveness. You'll need to work on that more. Then he shifted to Yoshihiko. As for you, Yoshihiko, your body's fine, but your reactions are a little too slow. Focus on improving that. I'll train harder, Kizaru and I. Yoshihiko replied at once, looking determined. I understand, Kizaru and I, Tannen said as well, nodding obediently. After going over the boys, Kizaru finally turned toward Yuki. Among the 4, Yuki had the strongest will. And she usually trained the hardest too. Kizaru knew that very well. So instead of addressing her from a distance, he walked over to her directly and gave her shoulder a light pat. Yuki, you did really well just now. He praised her gently first, then continued. But like Tannen, your explosive power is a little lacking. The 2 of you can work on that together from now on. Yuki nodded. She said nothing, but the determination in her eyes only grew firmer. Once he had finished with her, Kizaru returned to the center and faced the 4 of them again. All right then, he said lightly. Now go do your own training. Then, after a pause, he looked specifically at Yoshihiko and added. Yoshihiko, train together with Minato-kun. A faint twist of reluctance passed through Yoshihiko's heart, but he didn't argue. He nodded obediently. Got it, Kizaru-san. Then he walked over to Minato on his own and invited him to train together. Once Kizaru saw the 4 of them begin their individual practice, he stretched lazily and started his own training as well. Meanwhile, over in the Uchiha clan district, the atmosphere was unusually lively. The reason was simple. Uchiha Inari, who had just turned 6, had awakened the Sharingan. Even in the history of the Uchiha clan, awakening the Sharingan at only 6 years old was rare. The moment the news spread, clan members and elders alike began making their way over to the Inari family home. At the center of all that attention, Uchiha Inari stood surrounded by elders, opening his Sharingan again and again for everyone to see. Our Uchiha clan has produced another genius. I said it before, didn't I? That child had talent. Inari's future is bright. Hearing the elders praise him like that, while his parents laughed happily behind him, filled Uchiha Inari with a joy so pure it nearly made him float. To a 6-year-old child, there was no gift greater than praise from one's parents and elders. His little face was glowing. The corners of his mouth lifted higher and higher. In all his life, Uchiha Inari had never felt this happy or this satisfied. Then, one of the elders asked the question everyone was curious about. Inari, how exactly did you awaken the Sharingan? Inari opened his mouth. And stopped. How had he awakened it? Because that bastard Hyuga Toda had pissed him off so badly he nearly exploded. The moment that truth surfaced in his mind, embarrassment hit him hard. That reason was just too humiliating. He didn't want to say it. But under the expectant, curious gazes of all the elders around him, Inari hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. This morning, Hyuga Toda from our class mocked me. I got so angry that my eyes awakened. The moment he finished, a faint flush spread across his little face. Unable to bear their eyes any longer, he lowered his head. He awakened it, from anger. The surrounding Uchiha all looked at one another. A few of them clearly hadn't expected that answer. Then someone asked the obvious follow-up. What exactly did that Hyuga child say? Inari took a breath and continued. He first started talking about Kizaru-san. He said our Uchiha clan wasn't worthy of being Kizaru-san's opponent, and that only he was. The moment those words were repeated, quite a few of the proud Uchiha present showed immediate anger. Clearly, Hyuga Toda's words had struck a nerve. I got angry and stood up to question him, Inari continued. Then he activated his Byakugan and said that since I was already 6 and still hadn't awakened my eyes, I wasn't qualified to talk to him. As soon as Uchiha Inari finished speaking, the surrounding Uchiha all went quiet. Even they were momentarily speechless at how vicious that Hyuga brat's mouth was. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 31, Chapter. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During those 2 weeks, nothing major happened in the village or at the academy, aside from one small disturbance. Uchiha Inari's parents, along with one of the clan elders, personally went to Hyuga Toda's house to thank him. The Uchiha elder wore a bright smile the entire time as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Hyuga Toda and his father. He even very enthusiastically invited Hyuga Toda to spend more time interacting with the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. He encouraged Hyuga Toda to speak boldly, keep working hard, and strive for even greater achievements. After that little thank you visit, the Hyuga household was filled with loud, high-pitched noise all through the night, and the echoes practically lingered until morning. The next day, an older student from the Hyuga clan, looking utterly sleep-deprived, came to Kizaru's class to ask for 3 days of sick leave on behalf of his cousin. An atmosphere of joy instantly spread through the classroom. The students who guessed the reason all wore bright, knowing smiles. Among them, Uchiha Inari smiled the happiest. At the same time, the news that Uchiha Inari had awakened the Sharingan at the age of 6 spread throughout the village. Alongside Kizaru's challenge to an Uchiha Jonin, it became one of the most talked about topics around Konoha. The Uchiha clan even declared that Inari, now that he had awakened the Sharingan, possessed talent and potential greater than Kizaru's, and that he would surpass him in the near future. Hearing those words, Uchiha Inari could only blush in guilt. He could only scream in his heart. It's not me. I'm really not that amazing. For several days after that, whenever Uchiha Inari saw Kizaru at the academy, he would immediately keep his distance. There was nothing he could do about it. Kizaru's performance in the last monthly exam had simply been too abnormal. But in truth, Uchiha Inari was worrying far too much. Kizaru didn't care about those rumors at all. Over the past half-month, he had spent his days in an extremely relaxed way. During the day, he went to the academy and lazed around. In the afternoons after school, he trained with his 4 little followers. Then at night, he stayed at home and continued working on the Rasengan. Under Kizaru's deliberate guidance, the relationship between Yoshihiko and Namikaze Minato improved rapidly, and the two gradually grew much closer. Now, after school, Minato would often return to the Shimura residence with Kizaru and the others. They trained together, ate dinner together, and sometimes stayed there until late. With Namikaze Minato spending so much time around Kizaru every day, naturally, he attracted Danzo's attention. After secretly observing Minato's training a few times, even Danzo's sharp eye recognized the boy's exceptional talent. And once Danzo noticed talent, a certain thought immediately sprang into his mind. Kizaru, Danzo said, that Minato brat is quite promising. I want to bring him in and train him. Ahem. Kizaru, who had been sitting leisurely in a chair drinking tea, nearly choked when he heard that. What a terrifying thing to say, Kizaru muttered as he slowly set the teacup down. Hearing Kizaru's complaint, Danzo frowned slightly and continued, "Your judgment is good. That child's talent is worthy of training." Kizaru stared at Danzo as if he were looking at a fool, then fell speechless once again. His uncle really was short-sighted in all the worst ways. His own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, knew how to win people over. He played the warm, generous elder, raised the banner of the will of fire high, and drew people to his side again and again. But his uncle. His way of taking people in was far too rough. No proper care, no emotional investment, no patience. Just brainwashing, control, and treating people like tools or dogs. It was all far too hardcore. No wonder he was unpopular. Maybe that was exactly why Hiruzen felt so at ease with Danzo around. With a capable old friend like that, someone ruthless enough to do the dirty work and broad-backed enough to shoulder the blame, Hiruzen could sit comfortably in the sunlight while Danzo handled the shadows. "Uncle, please don't say something that's scary so casually next time," Kizaru said, sounding genuinely troubled. "It really is frightening." "Kizaru, don't be emotional," Danzo said seriously, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. Hey, uncle," Kizaru said instead, smiling lazily as his tone turned frivolous, "that set of ideas of yours only belongs underground. The moment you drag it out into the sunlight, it becomes a real eyesore." The veins on Danzo's forehead nearly bulged. Once again, Kizaru had managed to irritate him. "And what bright idea do you have, then?" Danzo asked in a sarcastic tone. "Learn from my teacher," Kizaru said with a smile. "First win someone's heart, then bring them in." Danzo took a deep breath. For some reason, the way Kizaru called Hiruzen teacher so naturally made him feel an uncomfortable sourness in his chest. The two of them had only been in contact since the last assessment, so why did that word sound so familiar already? "Then go listen to Hiruzen's way of doing things," Danzo snapped. "I don't care." After saying that, Danzo stood up angrily and prepared to leave. "Uncle, wait a moment." As Danzo turned to go, Kizaru picked up the teacup in front of him and called out in his usual unhurried tone. Danzo had already stepped out with one foot, but he stopped, turned around, and looked at Kizaru. "If you really think highly of Minato," Kizaru said with a smile after taking a sip of tea, "then why not just adopt him?" Danzo frowned. Adopt him? He carefully considered it for a moment and suddenly found that Kizaru's suggestion actually wasn't bad. He had already seen Minato's talent for himself. It was undeniably outstanding. Putting aside monsters like his own nephew and Kizaru, Minato's talent was absolutely top tier among children his age. Danzo was just about to say something when he noticed the expression on Kizaru's face. That handsome face wore a faintly wicked, thoroughly annoying little smile. For some reason, Danzo's heart immediately became cautious. "I have my own considerations," Danzo said stiffly, forcing a hard tone. "Then I won't see you out," Kizaru said, waving a hand perfunctorily. "Take care, uncle." "No need." Before Kizaru could say another word, Danzo had already turned and strode out. He left the room in irritation and made it as far as the courtyard before suddenly stopping. Only then did he remember that the main reason he had come to see Kizaru today wasn't Minato at all. He had come to pass along a message for that old geezer. Even though he was reluctant, business was business. So Danzo could only turn around and walk back. Inside the room, Kizaru had lowered his head and was trimming his nails. Hearing movement at the doorway, he didn't stop. He continued polishing his nails before casually raising his head. "Uncle, meeting again so soon?" Kizaru said with a teasing smile. Danzo's cheek twitched. He really wanted to leave. Suppressing his anger, he said stiffly, "Hiruzen asked me to tell you that tomorrow after school, you are to wait for him beneath the Hokage rock." "What does Sarutobi-sensei want with me?" Kizaru asked curiously. "He prepared some ninjutsu materials for you," Danzo replied coldly. "He intends to hand them to you personally." "What a wonderful teacher," Kizaru said, sounding falsely moved. "Don't you think so, uncle?" Danzo felt even sourer inside. He wanted to say, "Have I ever treated you poorly?" But Danzo was still Danzo. He cared too much about maintaining the dignity of an elder, so he could only ignore Kizaru's jab and continue. "When you meet Hiruzen tomorrow, watch your words and behavior. Don't disgrace the Shimura name." "What a pain." Kizaru sighed as he lightly blew on his neatly polished nails. "A pain." Danzo's expression stiffened again. In the end, he only shot Kizaru one last glare, then turned around and left cleanly this time, unwilling to stay for even one more second. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 32, Chapter. After school the next day, Kizaru sent Yoshihiko and the others ahead to the clan training ground. then made his way toward the Hokage rock. The academy itself sat just below it, so Kizaru simply took the stairs at his usual unhurried pace and headed up toward the observation deck above the carved stone faces. When he arrived, Hiruzen hadn't come yet. The deck was empty. Kizaru walked over to the railing and leaned back against it, resting his arms casually as he stared up at the sky, spacing out while he waited. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the sound of footsteps rose from the stairway below. An old man with a pipe in his mouth slowly came into view. Kizaru tilted his head and glanced over. "Sarutobi-sensei, long time no see," he said with a lazy smile, lifting a hand in greeting. Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and nodded with a warm smile. He picked up his pace a little and walked over. "Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, Kizaru. I only just got here." By the time those words fell, Hiruzen had already reached his side. He stood there quietly for a moment, looking at Kizaru, then at the village stretching out beyond him. The rooftops, the streets, the fading evening light over Konoha. As Hiruzen looked at the boy in front of him, the hope in his heart only grew stronger. This child will become one of the village's pillars one day. The thought made his gaze soften, though the resolve in his eyes only deepened. "I heard from Danzo that you've been taking an interest in genjutsu and fuinjutsu," Hiruzen said, opening the conversation himself. "Yes," Kizaru admitted easily. Hiruzen reached into his robes and took out 2 scrolls before holding them out. "These are some basic materials I put together myself. One covers the fundamentals of genjutsu, and the other is on sealing techniques. Take them home and study them carefully." Looking at the old man in front of him, Kizaru had to admit it again. When it came to winning people over, Sarutobi-sensei was on a completely different level from his uncle. Danzo's way of doing things was enough to make people run on instinct. "Thank you very much, sensei," Kizaru said as he took the scrolls. Seeing him accept them, Hiruzen smiled gently. "As your sensei, meeting the needs of my student is only natural. You don't need to thank me for something like this, Kizaru." Kizaru nodded and tucked the scrolls away. "Then I'll gladly accept them, sensei." "Hahaha." Hiruzen laughed, clearly pleased. "That's better." After the laughter faded, his expression turned a little more serious. "This time, I didn't just ask you here to give you those scrolls," he said. "There's also something I wanted to talk to you about." Kizaru didn't interrupt. He simply looked at Hiruzen and waited for him to continue. "I know you're eager to learn," Hiruzen said slowly, choosing his words with care, "but a person's time and energy are limited. Compared to genjutsu and fuinjutsu, I believe your Kekkei Genkai has far greater room for growth." Ever since Danzo mentioned Kizaru's interest in those 2 fields, Hiruzen had wanted to speak with him about it. But Kizaru was still only 6 years old. No matter how extraordinary he was still a child. Hiruzen had been worried that if he pushed too directly, Kizaru might take it as pressure and grow resistant instead. So after thinking it over, he had chosen a gentler approach. He prepared the scrolls himself, gave them to Kizaru first, and only after that did he bring up his concerns. He truly valued this child. And because he valued him, he didn't want Kizaru wasting his gifts. Nor did he want to damage their relationship by forcing his views on him. Kizaru, however, wasn't some hot-blooded 6-year-old who would bristle at every bit of advice. He understood Hiruzen's intentions immediately. He could see the old man's sincerity in the scrolls he brought. Still, Kizaru had his own plans. As far as genjutsu and sealing techniques went, he had never intended to make either one a core part of his fighting style. His real focus would always be the development of his Pika Pika no Mi abilities, along with ninjutsu that could complement and strengthen that power. As for genjutsu and fuinjutsu, he only wanted enough understanding to broaden his knowledge, cover his blind spots, and avoid getting caught off guard by shinobi who specialized in those areas. So in the face of Hiruzen's well-meaning advice, Kizaru explained himself honestly. "Sorry, sensei. I think my uncle may have given you the wrong idea," Kizaru said. "I'm not planning to study genjutsu or fuinjutsu in depth." Hiruzen listened quietly. "I just want to understand the basics," Kizaru continued. "Enough to fill in some gaps in my knowledge, and enough that if I run into the kind of shinobi later, I won't be completely passive with no way to respond." Hiruzen was briefly stunned. Part of it was because he realized he had misunderstood. But the larger part was simple surprise. This child, at only 6 years old, was already consciously trying to identify his own weak points and prepare for them in advance. That kind of awareness. That kind of maturity. It was unbelievable. Looking at Kizaru, Hiruzen felt both admiration and satisfaction rise in his chest. "It seems I worried for nothing," he said at last, his tone full of approval. "You already think like a proper shinobi." Kizaru smiled. "I'll accept that praise without any false modesty, sensei." "Hahaha." Hiruzen laughed again, even more heartily this time. "That wasn't praise. Just the truth." Watching the old man laugh so freely, Kizaru suddenly remembered something. Then, as if thinking of a fun little gift, he smiled. Actually, sensei. I happened to develop a new ninjutsu recently. Would you like to take a look and give me your opinion? Oh. Hiruzen's brows lifted at once. He had always rated Kizaru's talent for ninjutsu extremely highly. Even setting aside that suspicious story Danzo had spread about the so-called miracle Kekkai Genkai of the Shimura clan, the fact remained that Kizaru had already displayed terrifying talent at an absurdly young age. As for Danzo's lie, that might fool ordinary villagers and a few inexperienced shinobi, but it would never fool Hiruzen. The Sarutobi clan had stood in Konoha since its founding and knew the major clans of the village inside and out. Whether the Shimura clan had ever possessed a Kekkai Genkai in its bloodline, he knew the answer perfectly well. They didn't. The Shimura were a clan known for their wind release. That was it. So when Kizaru said he had developed a new ninjutsu, Hiruzen was both surprised and deeply curious. What kind of ninjutsu? He asked. Kizaru didn't answer right away. Instead, he raised his right hand. A mass of chakra began to gather in his palm. It was pure chakra, without any elemental nature mixed into it. Under Kizaru's control, it compressed tighter and tighter while spinning at terrifying speed. Even the airflow around his hand was dragged into the rotation, creating a visible distortion. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He didn't know the full principle behind it yet, nor had he seen it used in battle, but his instincts as a veteran shinobi were already screaming the same conclusion. This technique was dangerous. Very dangerous. And more importantly, this wasn't just some variation built off his light-based ability. This was a completely independent ninjutsu. A brand new, high-level, shape transformation technique created by a 6-year-old child. For a moment, Hiruzen completely failed to hide the shock on his face. A monster. No. Even that word felt too simple. Looking at the swirling chakra sphere in Kizaru's hand, then back at the boy himself, Hiruzen fell silent. His heart shook. In that instant, an outrageous thought rose unbidden in his mind. This child might one day surpass even the first Hokage himself. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 33, Chapter. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't stay long. As Hokage, he had far too much work to handle, and even a short meeting like this had to be squeezed out of a busy schedule. Before leaving, he had Kizaru demonstrate the Rasengan's actual effect in combat, and once again praised the technique's brilliance. Even without knowing the exact training method behind it, Hiruzen was able to judge the Rasengan as an A-rank jutsu based on experience and instinct alone. At the same time, he gave Kizaru several suggestions regarding the Rasengan's future development. The core of it was simple. Combine shape transformation with nature transformation. If elemental chakra could be merged into the Rasengan while maintaining its balance, the technique's destructive power would rise to an even higher level. After hearing that, Kizaru had to admit inwardly that his teacher truly deserved the title of professor. Once he had finished giving his advice, Hiruzen also informed Kizaru that the opponent for his graduation assessment had been decided. Uchiha Kensuke. 30 years old. Promoted to Jonin 3 years ago. An elite member of the Uchiha clan who had already awakened the Sharingan. He was skilled in Kenjutsu and fire release, and was the kind of shinobi who was solid in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Kensuke's selection had been the result of discussion between Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan. Of course, the two sides had their own reasons. Hiruzen chose him because his temperament was calm and rational. Even if he lost to Kizaru, he wasn't the type to do something reckless out of humiliation. The Uchiha chose him for a much simpler reason. He was strong enough. And steady enough. Strong enough to ensure that the Uchiha wouldn't lose face by having one of their Jonin defeated by a 6-year-old child. Steady enough not to lose control during the assessment and create a situation that couldn't be cleaned up afterward. At this point, Kizaru's challenge to an Uchiha Jonin was no longer just a matter of early graduation. There was more behind it now. Whether openly acknowledged or not, this assessment had already become a quiet contest between the Hokage's side and the Uchiha clan. If Kizaru defeated Uchiha Kensuke, then he would not only cement his name as a once-in-a-generation prodigy, he would also step directly on the Uchiha clan's pride and use that victory to build even more prestige for himself in the village. If Kensuke won, then the Uchiha could use that result to further strengthen their reputation as Konoha's strongest clan, while at the same time weakening the momentum around Danzo and the Shimura name. As far as the Uchiha clan leadership was concerned, they were extremely confident in this match. After all, what did they know about Kizaru? A genius student at the academy. A talented child with astonishing promise. That was all. No matter how gifted he was still only 6 years old. How could a child that young defeat an elite Uchiha Jonin in his prime, someone with the Sharingan, years of battlefield experience, countless missions behind him, and combat instincts drilled through real life and death fighting. Even if Shimura Kizaru truly possessed Jonin-level talent, raw talent alone was not enough to overcome an experienced Uchiha elite. Unless the boy was some kind of reincarnated monster. Or Kensuke had been bribed into throwing the fight. The Uchiha elders genuinely couldn't imagine how this battle could possibly be lost. To them, it was impossible. On the other hand, Hiruzen and Danzo, who actually knew Kizaru's true strength, had no concern at all. Those two old geezers had already moved past worrying about the result. What they were thinking about now was how to squeeze the greatest possible benefit out of Kizaru's victory once the assessment was over. Kizaru understood the game being played around him. He could roughly guess what both sides were thinking. But he didn't care. And he had no interest in getting involved in their calculations. The reason he challenged an Uchiha Jonin had always been simple. One reason was to vent some anger on behalf of his little brother Yoshihiko. The other was to build more fame for himself and push the progress of his fusion further. That was all. No schemes. No hidden agenda. Just doing what he felt like doing. After meeting with Hiruzen, Kizaru's days returned to normal. He slacked off at the academy, trained after school, and whenever he had free time, he drank tea, relaxed, and generally took life as easily as possible. Time slipped by quietly in that laid-back rhythm. Before long, several months had passed. During that period, nothing major happened inside the village. Konoha remained peaceful, and life moved on as usual. Outside the village, however, things were beginning to stir. In Amigakure, deep within the land of rain, a man named Hanzo of the Salamander had begun preparing to do something big. At this point in time, Hanzo had already risen to the peak of his strength and firmly established himself as the leader of Amigakure. And when power reached a certain point, ambition naturally followed. Hanzo's ambition was enormous. He wanted to challenge the existing order of the shinobi world. He wanted Amigakure to rise high enough to stand alongside the 5 great nations and their hidden villages. He wanted to become the leader of a 6th great power. Naturally, the 5 Kage saw his intentions clearly. And naturally, they had no intention of tolerating that. The cake of the shinobi world was only so big. 5 people dividing it was already enough. Now another ambitious man wanted a share. In the eyes of the 5 great nations, that was laughable. Amigakure and Hanzo were allowed to exist as pieces on the board. At most, they could survive by feeding on the scraps left by the great powers. That was already generous enough. But becoming a player instead of a piece. That was something the 5 great nations would never allow. Over the past few months, the 2 names Kizaru had heard most often from Danzo were Hanzo of the Salamander and Namikaze Minato. To Danzo, Hanzo was an ambitious threat who needed to be controlled or eliminated. Minato, meanwhile, was talent worth coveting. After Kizaru's earlier reminder, Danzo had continued observing Namikaze Minato for over a month. And the more he watched, the more certain he became. The boy's talent was exceptional. His personality was steady. His character was good. By the end of it, Danzo had made up his mind. He wanted to adopt Minato. But this time, Danzo didn't move rashly. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that Minato often trained with Yoshihiko and the others at the clan training ground. So every so often, Danzo would appear there in person. Sometimes he would stand to the side and quietly watch. Sometimes he would point out mistakes in their movements. Sometimes he would even offer guidance directly. Bit by bit, over the course of those months, Danzo carefully built up the image of a stern but reliable elder in Minato's eyes. Seeing that, even Kizaru had to admit that when his uncle actually used his head properly, he could still be surprisingly competent. Kizaru had no intention of exposing Danzo's suspicious plan to abduct a future golden boy. On the contrary, he supported it. After all, Kizaru knew exactly what kind of monster Namikaze Minato would become in the future. If Danzo really succeeded in adopting Minato and bringing him into the Shimura clan, it would be a huge gain for the family. Not only would it greatly strengthen the clan in the years ahead, it might even prevent certain tragedies from ever happening in the first place. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 34, Chapter. As time passed, Kizaru's first year at the academy gradually came to an end. With the final exams drawing near, the atmosphere in class had become noticeably tense. After all, no one wanted to bring home a terrible score and then enjoy their parents' loving guidance. For Kizaru, though, the end of the term meant something else entirely. It meant his academy life was almost over. When he thought about the fact that his academic record would basically stop at first-year level from here on out, he couldn't help feeling a faint sense of melancholy. His classmates also knew that Kizaru was about to graduate early and challenge an Uchiha Jonin. Naturally, all of them were looking forward to the assessment. After spending more than half a year with him, they had gradually come to realize that the so-called Great Demon King Kizaru was actually a pretty decent person. By now, most of them were no longer as afraid of him as they had been at the start of the school year. Quite a few classmates even went out of their way to cheer him on in private. That included Uchiha Inari. One day after school, the boy secretly came to find Kizaru and handed him a small note. Inside was information on Uchiha Kensuke that Inari had somehow managed to gather. After passing it over, Inari quickly said, "Kizaru-san, do your best. But in the future, the only one allowed to beat you is me." Then, before Kizaru could reply, he turned and ran off at full speed. Holding the note in one hand, Kizaru watched his retreating back and could only shake his head with a laugh. The atmosphere at the academy was like that. And the mood in the village was even more exaggerated. With the Uchiha clan, the Shimura clan, and the Hokage side all quietly pushing things along, Kizaru's early graduation assessment had already become the hottest topic in Konoha. The villagers were openly looking forward to the battle between Kizaru and Uchiha Kensuke. Because of that, Uchiha Kensuke, who had always kept a low profile and was barely known outside his clan before this, suddenly became something of a celebrity after the Uchiha announced he would be the one taking the assessment match. Now, whenever he went shopping in the Uchiha district, enthusiastic clan members would cheer him on from every direction. For someone used to living quietly, it was honestly more uncomfortable than flattering. At this point, Kensuke only wanted the day of the assessment to arrive already so this whole feverish atmosphere could finally end. As for Kizaru, the treatment he received was even worse. With his already eye-catching build, his distinctive style of dress, and those signature brown sunglasses, he was far too easy to recognize. The villagers weren't as terrifying as the fanatics from Kizaru's previous life, but every time he went out, he was met with excited, curious, gossip-filled stares. In the end, Kizaru had been forced to start using the transformation jutsu whenever he went outside. Inside Kizaru's courtyard, a recliner had been set beneath the shade of a tree. Kizaru was sprawled across it in an utterly lazy posture. Beside him sat a small tea table, with tea and snacks neatly arranged on top. Tomorrow was the day of the graduation assessment, yet Kizaru showed none of the nervousness outsiders imagined he should have. He sipped hot tea, ate sweets, and narrowed his eyes in pure contentment. He looked relaxed to the point of being irritating. "Kizaru-kun." An elderly voice called out from beyond the courtyard. Still holding half a pastry in one hand, Kizaru didn't move right away. He only turned his head slightly and used his free hand to push his sunglasses up onto his forehead. "Elder, what brings you here?" he asked lazily. In the entire clan, only the great elder called him Kizaru-kun like that. So Kizaru remained completely at ease, his gaze resting on the entrance as he waited for the old man to step inside. Wearing a kind smile, the great elder walked into the courtyard. But the moment he saw Kizaru lying there so leisurely, his expression stiffened. Then, after giving an awkward smile to the person behind him, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Kizaru-kun, get up properly. Tsunade has come to see you." Actually, before the great elder had even finished speaking, Kizaru had already noticed her. He didn't panic in the slightest. Still calm, he tossed the remaining half of the pastry into his mouth, stood up slowly, and picked up the teacup from the table. He blew lightly across the surface, took a sip, swallowed the pastry, and only then turned with a smile. "Tsunade-senpai," he said in his usual leisurely tone, "you're the last one to show up. That's a little heartbreaking." The last one. Tsunade paused for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant. "So Jiraiya and Orochimaru already came to see you?" she asked as she walked closer. "Orochimaru-san gave me a scroll analyzing fire release ninjutsu," Kizaru replied with a smile. "It was pretty useful." "And Jiraiya-senpai?" Kizaru paused, putting just a little extra emphasis into his next words. "He said that once I graduate, he'll take me somewhere fun." As Kizaru expected, the moment Tsunade heard that, she made the worst possible connection instantly. The vein at her temple twitched. Because the great elder was standing nearby, she barely restrained herself from swearing on the spot. But in her heart, she had already made up her mind. Later, she was absolutely going to find Jiraiya and have a very serious talk with him. That shameless idiot actually wanted to drag a junior disciple who wasn't even 7 years old yet off to one of his so-called fun places. What kind of disgusting nonsense was that? After cursing Jiraiya several more times in her head, Tsunade looked back at Kizaru. "The hospital's been swamped lately," she said. "That old man keeps dumping work on me while he sits there acting relaxed. What a pain." It was half an explanation, half a complaint. Then she got to the point. "How are you feeling about tomorrow's assessment? I've seen Uchiha Kensuke before. He's strong. Don't get careless." "An Uchiha Jonin, how frightening," Kizaru said with a sigh. Then he smiled. "But I'm still a little confident." "A little?" Judging by his face, Tsunade would have guessed he meant an absurd amount. By now, she was used to the way Kizaru talked. Since those two brought you gifts, she said, then as your senpai, I'll give you one too. Oh. Now that's exciting, Kizaru said with a grin. You brat, talk normally to me. Tsunade's voice rose on instinct. It's scary, Kizaru said at once, noticing that she was already beginning to roll up her sleeves. Considering the amount of effort it would take to repair his courtyard if she lost her temper, he very wisely chose to stop there. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glare before continuing. You really are irritating. She exhaled once, then said, I heard from the old man that you're interested in sealing techniques. After you graduate, you can come with me sometime and meet my grandma. I'm getting nervous, Tsunade-Nizan, Kizaru said, instantly putting on an exaggeratedly shy expression. Tsunade froze for half a second. Then her fist clenched. You bastard, are you trying to die? Kizaru-kun, don't speak nonsense, the great elder hurriedly cut in, trying to smooth things over. Princess Tsunade, please forgive him. He's still just a child and doesn't know any better. What kind of child acts like this at 6? Tsunade gave the great elder a flat look before turning back to Kizaru. Don't let that idiot Jiraiya rub off on you too much, she said first, still glaring at him. Then her tone grew more serious. My grandmother is from the Uzumaki clan. Their clan is famous for sealing techniques. If you can get her guidance, it'll definitely help you a lot. This time, Kizaru's expression finally became serious. Thank you, Tsunade-senpai, he said sincerely. There was no joking in his voice now. Tsunade snorted lightly, then reached out and smacked his shoulder with a firm hand. Then make sure you do your best tomorrow, she said. And don't lose to that Uchiha. Of course, Kizaru replied. I said, understood. Only then did Tsunade look satisfied as she lowered her sleeves again. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 35, Chapter. At dawn, Kizaru, already dressed and ready, slid open the door to his room. In the courtyard outside, one of the Shimura household attendants had just arrived carrying a breakfast tray. She gave a small bow, then set it neatly on the table. Kizaru-sama, good luck today, she said with a gentle smile. Thanks, Keiko-nizan, Kizaru replied easily. Keiko smiled, bowed once more, and quietly withdrew. After sitting down, Kizaru began eating breakfast at an unhurried pace. Outside the courtyard, 4 small figures were already waiting excitedly for him to finish and come out. Yoshihiko, Shinobu, Yuki, and Shintaro. Today was the day of the graduation assessment, and the entire Shimura clan was stirred up because of it. Everyone was waiting for Kizaru to appear. Everyone was waiting for Kizaru to win. In the eyes of the Shimura clan, Kizaru was the child carrying their hopes for the future. As the clan waited, time slowly passed. At last, Kizaru finished breakfast and stepped out of the courtyard. By then, dozens of clan members had already gathered outside. Men, women, elders, and children all stood there looking toward him. Oh. Everyone's up pretty early, Kizaru said with a relaxed smile, not the least bit nervous under all those eyes. Kizaru and I, you have to win. Yoshihiko was the first to shout. He raised his fist high, his voice full of excitement. You definitely can't lose. Kizaru and I will win. He'll win for sure. Kizaru and I. The moment Yoshihiko started it, the entire crowd burst into noise. The gathered clan members looked at Kizaru with bright, eager eyes as voices rose one after another around him. The cheering lasted for a while before finally settling down. Then all eyes turned back to Kizaru, waiting for his answer. Kizaru looked around at them. At every face filled with expectation. At every pair of eyes fixed on him. Then he smiled. And in a calm, certain tone, he said. Yeah. I'll win. The moment those words fell, the crowd erupted again. Standing farther back and watching the whole scene, Danzo and the 3 elders all wore faint smiles. The Shimura clan truly was fortunate to have a child like this. With his clansmen seeing him off, Kizaru slowly made his way toward the gate, then gradually disappeared from view. It's about time we left as well, Danzo said, drawing back his gaze. Yes, the 3rd elder said, nodding repeatedly with a grin. The great elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, today is the day that child spreads his wings. Even if these old bones gave out, I'd still make it there somehow. That got a laugh out of the others. Danzo didn't laugh, but the smile in his eyes deepened slightly. Surrounded by his clansmen, Kizaru headed toward the academy at an easy pace. Today's graduation assessment would be held on the academy training grounds. Considering the level of both participants, the 3rd Hokage had already ordered the grounds and nearby area reinforced the night before. And because this match had attracted so much attention, the academy had even given the students half a day off so they could watch. So by the time Kizaru arrived, there were no regular classes going on. Aside from a few teachers and the ANBU assigned to security and order, the place was nearly empty. Standing at the entrance, Seiji Yamakawa, Kizaru's homeroom teacher, looked at him with complicated feelings. A student like this actually ended up in my class. Not even 7 years old, yet already challenging a jonin. It was unbelievable. There was some envy in his heart, sure. A little bitterness too. But more than anything, there was pride. After all, Kizaru was still his student. He had taught him for more than half a year. Even if that student had spent most of his time sleeping through class. Kizaru-kun, Yamakawa called out. Morning, sensei, Kizaru replied with a smile. Yamakawa had quite a few things he wanted to say. But after looking at Kizaru for a moment, he just smiled and gave the only words that really mattered. Do your best. Thanks, sensei, Kizaru answered sincerely. Go on in. Everyone's waiting for today's match, Yamakawa said, stepping aside. Oh. Then I'd better make it interesting, Kizaru said lightly before walking into the academy under the gaze of his clan. Today was only the graduation assessment, so ordinary clan members weren't allowed inside. They could only remain outside and wait. Watching Kizaru's figure disappear inside, Yamakawa said nothing more. He only smiled and shook his head. Not long after Kizaru entered, the Uchiha arrived as well. Compared to the Shimura side, they were much quieter. After exchanging a few words with Uchiha Kensuke, they watched him head inside under the guidance of a teacher. Now that both sides had arrived, the atmosphere outside the academy grew even tenser. The Uchiha and Shimura clans, who already had plenty of friction between them to begin with, stood on opposite sides of the entrance, openly wary of one another. Thankfully, Hiruzen had prepared for that and stationed ANBU nearby to keep order, so neither side crossed the line. There was no shouting match. No direct provocation. Just cold looks, stiff expressions, and absolute confidence in their own side's victory. That heavy tension lasted until the arrival of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Danzo, the Uchiha clan head, several elders, and other senior figures of Konoha. Only then did the atmosphere loosen slightly. The two clans, along with the gathered villagers, all turned to look at the approaching group. Hahaha. Looks like today's assessment really has everyone's attention, Hiruzen said with a smile, pipe in hand, as he looked over the gathered crowd. Well, it is Shimura Kizaru's match, Hamura Mitokado said. It would be stranger if people weren't paying attention. Yes, the Uchiha clan head said with a polite smile. Elder Danzo is fortunate to have such an outstanding child. There was a bit more behind those words than appeared on the surface, but everyone present understood that much without needing it spelled out. Danzo glanced at him and replied in his usual flat tone, that brat's too full of himself. A hard lesson today might do him some good. No one there was simple enough to miss the meaning underneath that exchange. But whatever they thought, none of it showed on their faces. Everyone kept smiling. It's about time, Hiruzen said, casually cutting through the tension. Let's go in. I'm looking forward to seeing how this turns out myself. With that, he took the lead and walked inside under the guidance of the academy staff, followed by the others. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 2,000 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 36, Chapter. First-year student Shimura Kizaru, early graduation assessment, begin. As the academy instructor's voice rang out across the grounds, Kizaru stepped onto the field beneath the eyes of the teachers, students, and Konoha's senior officials. At the center of the training ground stood Uchiha Kensuke, a ninjato roughly a meter long resting in his hand. As he looked at the child walking toward him, a child already taller than most boys his age, Kensuke quietly steeled himself. He had already read the reports the clan head and elders had given him. He knew very well that the boy in front of him could not be treated like an ordinary child. If he underestimated him, he would pay for it. Maybe, he'd even be the one who lost here. And if that happened, he would become the clan's laughingstock. I won't hold back in this assessment, Kensuke said flatly, staring straight at Kizaru. Come at me with everything you've got. With everything I've got. Kizaru touched the side of his head, looking oddly troubled. Then he smiled. That's a pretty difficult request. The kid was irritating in a way that felt almost natural. Kensuke forced himself to stay calm. Then show me, he said coldly. Let me see what you can really do. Kizaru stood there with both hands in his pockets, looking at him lazily through those tinted glasses. All right, he said with an easy smile. Then I won't be polite. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru lifted his right leg. Golden light burst from it instantly, brilliant, dazzling, almost blinding. Then he swung. A golden slash tore through the air and shot straight toward Kensuke. Kensuke's pupils shrank. That attack had never been mentioned in the clan's report. Realizing at once that the information he'd been given was incomplete, Kensuke vanished with the body flicker technique and narrowly avoided the slash. The strike missed him. But it stunned everyone watching. That golden leg. That destructive flying slash. The sheer impact of it made countless onlookers suck in a breath. What was that just now? One of the Konoha officials on the rooftop blurted out before he could stop himself. The corner of Danzo's mouth lifted ever so slightly as he turned to glance at the Uchiha clan head and elders nearby. That brat. He said in a flat voice, using his Kekei Genkai in something as simple as a graduation assessment. Kekei Genkai. That single phrase instantly drew everyone's attention. One after another, the eyes of the senior shinobi present shifted toward Danzo and the three Shimura elders standing behind him, each gaze filled with shock and curiosity. The bloodline power left down by our Shimura ancestors awakened in that child, the great elder said with a beaming smile, speaking before anyone else could. The expression on several faces twitched almost imperceptibly. The Shimura clan had a Kekei Genkai. Who was going to believe that nonsense? Everyone standing here knew the Shimura clan well enough. At minimum, they were all from shinobi families themselves. They knew perfectly well that the Shimura had never once been known for any bloodline limit. And with both of Kizaru's parents being Shimura by blood, there were only a few possible explanations. Either Kizaru wasn't really Shimura by birth. Or that golden power had been born from Kizaru himself. The first possibility barely held up. After all, no one in the shinobi world had ever seen or even heard of a bloodline ability like this, one that turned the body into golden light and produced attacks of this kind. Which meant the second possibility was the only one left. Shimura Kizaru, not yet 7 years old, had created a completely new power. And that thought was enough to make everyone there burn with envy. A genius could support a clan for decades. A secret technique could elevate an entire family. But a Kekei Genkai, a true bloodline power, could raise a clan into the ranks of the truly great. The Uchiha, the Hyuga, the great clans of Konoha all stood where they did because of that kind of foundation. And now, the Shimura clan might be about to gain one of their own. For a moment, the emotions on the rooftop became impossibly complicated. But in the next breath, everyone turned their attention back to the battlefield below. On the field, after avoiding Kizaru's opening strike, Kensuke immediately retaliated. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball roared toward Kizaru. At the same time, using the fire as cover, Kensuke formed shadow clones. 3 identical figures rushed forward from different angles, each gripping a sword. Facing the incoming flames, Kizaru didn't so much as flinch. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He simply hopped back, creating distance. Then swung his leg again. 3 golden slashes cut through the air in succession, each one flying toward one of the 3 Kensukes. Bang. Bang. 2 of them burst into smoke instantly. Shadow clones. The last Kensuke avoided the slash. Then disappeared from sight at once. Kizaru had already read Kensuke's information beforehand. The moment that last figure vanished, he understood. Taking one hand out of his pocket at last, he tilted his body slightly and avoided a sword strike from behind with effortless precision. At the same moment, chakra swirled into his palm. A Rasengan formed in an instant. Kizaru turned with a smile still on his face and drove it straight into Kensuke's abdomen. Boom. Another cloud of white smoke exploded outward. That one had been a shadow clone too. So powerful, Kizaru murmured lightly as he looked around, slipping his hand back into his pocket. As expected of the Uchiha. Hidden behind a thick tree trunk near the edge of the training ground, the real Kensuke felt the feedback from the destroyed clone and his expression darkened. At that point, he genuinely wanted to curse. Who had written those reports? Who was the idiot who said Shimura Kizaru was just a brat with unusually good wind release and strong physical ability? What was that golden slash? What was that spinning chakra sphere with that much destructive force? The clan's intelligence had been completely off. From this moment on, Kensuke no longer saw Kizaru as some talented academy child. He was facing a real enemy now. A dangerous one. Just as Kensuke was adjusting his plan, Kizaru, still standing near the center of the field, raised his right hand with a smile. "Oh. Found you," he said lightly. Then he extended one finger toward the distant tree. A golden laser shot from his fingertip. It struck the trunk in an instant and exploded. Kensuke moved the moment his hiding place was exposed. Using the smoke from the blast as cover, and with his Sharingan already active, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. A blazing stream of fire shaped like a dragon's head burst through the smoke and surged toward Kizaru with fierce power. Now that's dangerous, Kizaru said, still smiling. But instead of retreating, he moved forward. He vanished with the body flicker technique, leapt into the air, and in the next instant his whole figure flashed into golden light as he shot straight toward Kensuke. The combination of Kizaru's light-based ability and the body flicker technique created terrifying speed. In almost less than the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. A burst of golden radiance exploded outward. For that instant, Kizaru became a human flash grenade, and Kensuke, caught off guard, was blinded on the spot. There was no pause this time. No extra words. No chance to recover. Kizaru's leg, wrapped in golden light, lashed out at high speed toward Kensuke just as he was starting another set of seals. Kensuke didn't even have time to use the substitution jutsu. All he felt was a monstrous force crashing into him. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out clearly. Tears burst from Kensuke's eyes on reflex as his body was sent flying. Boom. He crashed to the ground hard. The moment he landed, blood surged up his throat. He coughed violently, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. Under the stunned gaze of the entire audience, Kizaru descended lightly to the ground. Then, with both hands in his pockets and that same easy smile still on his face, he began walking toward the fallen Uchiha Jonin. He stopped a few meters away. Then, as if only just remembering it, he added the line at the perfect moment. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 37, chapter. A genius like that. He has to be dealt with. Outside the academy, hidden among the cheering crowd, a short middle-aged man in plain clothes watched Kizaru on the training ground with a blank expression. On the surface, he had entered Konoha as part of a merchant caravan from the Land of Wind. In truth, he was a spy from Sunagakure. His mission was simple. Gather whatever intelligence he could inside Konoha. Originally, he had assumed this trip would be the same as always. Pick up a few scraps of gossip from the villagers, gather some rumors, then send back a report that would barely count as useful. But this time, he had stumbled right into something far more important. Konoha's newest genius was holding his early graduation assessment. To be honest, when he first looked at the two figures standing on the field, he couldn't even tell which one was the student and which one was the examiner. It was only after listening to the discussions around him that he pieced things together. Shimura Kizaru. Not even 7 years old. Possesses a mysterious golden light-based Kekei Genkai. Abnormally strong physical ability, obvious even at a glance. A monster of talent. Some people in Konoha were already calling him a prodigy on the level of the first Hokage. That alone was enough to make his body tremble. Konoha already held the richest land, the strongest economy, and the deepest pool of talent among the 5 great nations. That had always made the other hidden villages wary. And now another absurd genius had appeared. This information had to be sent back to Sunagakure immediately. No matter what, the Kazekage had to be informed. A child like this could not be allowed to grow unchecked. If necessary, the other villages would surely be willing to join hands to eliminate him. At any cost. After silently finishing his assessment, the middle-aged spy turned and slipped away into the crowd without drawing attention. Meanwhile, Kizaru stood at the center of the training ground with both hands in his pockets, calmly looking around. He had no idea that the sort of cliché line people joked about, a genius must be eliminated early, was actually about to become reality for him. Inside the academy, countless students were staring at him with admiration, envy, or outright disbelief. Outside, the villagers were cheering loudly for him. To them, the meaning of this victory was simple. A new genius had risen in Konoha. That meant the village's future strength had grown even greater. It meant Konoha's ability to protect its people, its peace, and its interests had become that much stronger. So when Kizaru defeated an elite Uchiha Jonin in such an overwhelming way, most of the villagers were genuinely happy. This was the voice of the village. Standing on the rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kizaru below, listening to the cheers rolling in from every direction. A faint sigh passed through his heart. The people have already accepted him. Beside him, however, the expressions of the Uchiha clan head and elders had turned ugly. And when some of the senior figures nearby began congratulating the Shimura Great Elder with smiling faces, those expressions became even worse. They had never imagined they would lose. Much less lose this badly. After today, the Uchiha clan's pride had been thoroughly trampled on by Shimura Kizaru. In no mood to hide his displeasure, the Uchiha clan head quickly excused himself with several elders, citing concern over Kensuke's injuries. Watching them leave, the Shimura Great Elder sighed in a tone that sounded almost regretful. That child really went a little too far. To think he'd injure Uchiha Kensuke Jonin that badly, it makes me feel a little apologetic. In a real combat assessment, injuries are unavoidable. Exactly. I've watched Kizaru-kun grow up since he was little. That child has always had a good heart. The other clan heads nearly cursed on the spot. What nonsense. But whatever they were thinking, not a trace of it showed on their faces. Outwardly, they all kept smiling and exchanged polite words with the Shimura elder. Unlike the great elder, who was openly enjoying himself, Danzo remained as expressionless as ever beside Hiruzen. Having personally crossed hands with Kizaru before, Danzo had never doubted that Kensuke would lose. What interested him far more now was how to build even more momentum for Kizaru after today. And what exactly that spinning chakra sphere Kizaru had used earlier was. As though he could read his old friend's thoughts, Hiruzen calmly lit his pipe and turned toward Danzo. After taking a slow drag and letting the smoke drift out, he said with a smile. That jutsu is called the Rasengan. An A-rank ninjutsu Kizaru developed some time ago. Danzo turned to look at him sharply. There was a rare hint of confusion in his eyes. Why did this old guy know that? Hiruzen's smile widened almost imperceptibly. The last time I met him, he showed it to me himself and asked me to give him a few suggestions. Hiruzen paused there on purpose, clearly enjoying the moment. That child's talent really is astonishing. The jutsu itself was already nearly complete. At most, I could only give him a little advice on where to develop it next. Danzo ground his teeth inwardly. This old bastard. But outwardly, he only replied in a flat voice, "You've really gone to a lot of trouble for a child of the Shimura clan." Hiruzen smiled without the slightest strain. "No trouble at all," he said. "He's my student, after all." Danzo's face twitched. He was irritated, but there was nothing he could say back to that. So in the end, he simply looked away and turned his gaze back toward Kizaru below, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hiruzen did the same. As he looked at Kizaru standing there on the field, his eyes were full of satisfaction. And even deeper expectation. Now then, let your teacher help push you one step further. With that thought in mind, Hiruzen moved. Under the surprised gaze of everyone on the rooftop, Danzo especially, he jumped directly down onto the training ground. He landed beside Kizaru. Standing there, Hiruzen first looked around at the cheering students and villagers, then turned toward the boy beside him. With a warm, openly pleased smile, he raised a hand and patted Kizaru on the shoulder. "You did well." "Nothing special," Kizaru replied modestly. "Hahaha." Hiruzen laughed heartily, then shifted his attention back to the crowd. "As the third Hokage, I hereby announce that Shimura Kizaru has passed his assessment and officially graduated early." The moment those words rang out, the cheers around them instantly rose to another level. Then Hiruzen continued. "Shimura Kizaru possesses exceptional talent and outstanding ability. From this day onward, I will personally take him as my disciple." For one brief instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present was stunned by the announcement. The third Hokage, who had not taken a disciple in well over 10 years, had accepted another student. The ordinary villagers and most of the academy students didn't think much beyond the surface of it. To them, it was simply shocking, and envy spread at once. Kizaru was going to become Hokage-sama's disciple. That alone was enough to set off another wave of discussion. But for the senior shinobi and clan leaders present, the meaning went far deeper. They looked at Hiruzen and Kizaru standing side by side below. Then they looked at Danzo and the Shimura elders above. And in that moment, many of them seemed to glimpse Konoha's future. The fourth Hokage. Or perhaps the fifth. Barring some unforeseen disaster, Shimura Kizaru had already stepped onto the path that led straight toward the Hokage's seat. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 38, Chapter 2 years later. In the forest outside Konoha, explosions echoed one after another. 3 figures tore through the dense trees at full speed. One of them was tall and dark-skinned, the other 2 of average build. All 3 looked miserable, clothes in tatters, bodies covered in cuts and bruises, faces tight with panic. Behind them, a golden laser suddenly streaked past, narrowly missing one of their backs. It exploded against a tree in front of them with a deafening boom, the shockwave blasting all 3 off their feet. They twisted in midair, barely managing to land on the branches and ground without falling flat, then took off again without a single backward glance. "That guy is a monster," one of them gasped, blood dripping from his right hand as he ran. "Stop talking," the tall man snapped coldly. "We can't escape like this." The third muttered, despair creeping into his voice. Those words were like a curse. The whole team seemed to sink at once. The tall ninja, clearly the leader, felt a chill grip his heart. He gritted his teeth and made a quick decision. Split up. Run separately. The instant he spoke, the 3 of them leapt in 3 different directions without hesitation or doubt. In that same moment, a golden slash materialized out of thin air. It carved cleanly across the path of the ninja fleeing to the right, and sliced him in half. At the same time, another golden laser shot toward the left, accurately piercing the thigh of the ninja who had tried to escape that way. Ah! He screamed, clutching his leg as he crashed to the ground, rolling in the dirt. The leader's pupils contracted. As the only one who hadn't been directly struck, he understood instantly, if he kept running, the next fatal attack would be his. He forced himself to stop, stepping back to his injured companion's side, kunai in hand as he scanned the surroundings with rigid vigilance. If you run away, I'll be in a lot of trouble, you know. A lazy, sleazy-sounding voice drifted over from not far away. The leader whipped his kunai up and stared toward the source of the voice, nerves stretched to the limit. But saw no one. The forest fell silent again. Holding the kunai in a death grip, the tall ninja felt his sanity being slowly gnawed away. You monster. If you've got guts, come out and face me. Damn you. Thinking of the comrades who had already been sacrificed, the tall ninja finally snapped. Rage and despair spilled out in a raw shout. How righteous. It's obviously you guys who came to assassinate me, though. The same voice sounded again, this time from behind him. The leader spun around like a startled cat, kunai slicing through empty air. Nothing. Iya, you looked the wrong way again, didn't you? The voice floated lazily from behind him once more. The leading ninja, who had just turned, jerked back again like a spinning top. Honestly, TSK. Your comrade over there looks like he's about to bleed out. What a terrifying way to die, HM. This time, the voice came from the direction of his fallen teammate. The leader made a judgment and snapped his gaze over. There. A transparent human silhouette gradually shimmered into view, like heat haze solidifying into a person. Their assassination target. The monster of Konoha. Shimura Kizaru. He was standing casually with one foot on the fallen ninja's back, hands tucked into his pockets. Having shot up to about 1.90 meters by now, Kizaru looked down at the remaining enemy with an easy, almost cheerful smile. You monster. The leading ninja roared. Lightning burst from his body, wrapping around him like crackling arrows before he shot forward at high speed. The kunai in his hand thrust straight toward Kizaru's chest. Kizaru didn't move. He didn't even twitch, as if he hadn't registered the attack at all. Seeing that, the leading ninja's lips twisted into a wild, hopeful grin. Go to hell. He drove the kunai straight into Kizaru's body. Or so he thought. The blade passed through as if he'd stabbed empty air. The leader's eyes went wide. He stared at Kizaru's smiling face, his expression collapsing into raw disbelief. His body locked up where he stood, hands still pressed forward. The kunai looked like it was buried in Kizaru's chest, but there was no resistance, no blood, nothing that made sense. He simply couldn't accept it. Kizaru slowly lowered his head, glancing at the kunai sticking out of his own chest. Then he looked back up at the enemy's face. Seeing that the man's expression was turning more and more desperate by the second, the kind-hearted Kizaru decided to respond. Ah. He let out an exaggerated cry. Clutching his chest dramatically with both hands, Kizaru arched his back and slammed against the tree behind him. Leaning on the trunk, he slowly slid down until he was sitting low at its base, still covering his chest as he stared up at the enemy. Ah, I'm dying. Muttering this in a languid tone, Kizaru let his head loll to the side and closed his eyes. The kunai slipped from the leader's trembling hand and clattered to the ground. Staring at Kizaru sitting there with his head tilted and eyes closed, the leading ninja was completely stunned. You lunatic. Pervert. Monster. Are you making fun of me? His voice cracked. You bastard. Kizaru opened his eyes again and casually pushed himself up from the ground. Iya, that's slander, you know, he said with a grin, scratching the back of his head. I could totally report you for defamation. Knowing that he couldn't win and couldn't escape from his target, the leader made his decision. He let out a hoarse shout and threw himself at Kizaru in a final suicidal charge. Kizaru didn't dodge. He didn't even step aside. He simply stood there, letting the man rush straight through his intangible body and crash headfirst into the tree behind him. The impact was sickening. As the man slid down, blood streamed from his forehead. I really get troubled when you act like this, you know. Kizaru said with a look of pure distaste as he turned and gazed at the groaning shinobi. What do you want? The leader shouted, panting as he pressed his back against the trunk. Put down your weapons and come back with me, Kizaru replied lightly. Confess nicely, and I'll go easy on you. If you resist, I might have to use my feet a little more seriously. Impossible. He knew all too well what would happen if he fell into Konoha's hands alive. The amount of information he held was too dangerous. So the leading ninja didn't hesitate. He glanced once at his fallen comrade, then raised his remaining hand and drove the kunai toward his own throat. He moved quickly. But Kizaru was even faster. Light flared around his right leg as he kicked out. The arc of light curved like a half-moon blade, a laser-sharp crescent that instantly severed the enemy's right arm. Grinding his teeth so hard his jaw trembled, the ninja refused to scream. Bloodshot eyes fixed on Kizaru, hatred burning in what little remained of his strength. Game time's over, you know. With a small smile, Kizaru stepped in and struck him with a precise blow, knocking him unconscious. He laid the enemy flat on the ground, then lifted his gaze to the other wounded man lying nearby. Kizaru stepped forward, raised his right leg high, and placed his foot over the face of the ninja on the ground. Light particles gathered along his calf, condensing into a dazzling golden glow. His glowing foot hovered there, not quite descending, as Kizaru stood with both hands tucked in his pockets, staring off into the distance without saying a word. 1, 2. I surrender. Don't kill me. The ninja's mental fortitude shattered instantly. Faced with that blade of light poised over his head, he couldn't stand it anymore. 3. Ah. The man screamed, throwing his hands over his head. Tears burst from his eyes. Something else burst from him too, the front of his pants darkened as liquid spread. The stench in the air confirmed it, his fear had finally broken through every last inner defense. A foul smell seeped out. Kizaru wrinkled his nose in disgust and pulled his foot back, ignoring the shrill cries of the men beneath him. They're here. His eyes were still fixed on the distance. 6 figures appeared at the edge of his vision, stepping from branch to branch, each one wearing a standard ANBU animal mask. You guys are really good at timing, you know. Facing the 6 familiar figures from ANBU, Kizaru let out an easy joke and a crooked smile. They landed and quickly scanned the battlefield. Confirming that 2 enemies were still alive, the ANBU operatives quietly exhaled in relief. Leave it to us, one of them said, the ninja in the fox mask stepping forward and addressing Kizaru. Then I'll leave it in your hands, With that, Kizaru casually turned, lifted a leg, and started strolling back toward the village, getting as far away as possible from the reeking smell of urine. This kid just keeps getting stronger. Watching Kizaru's retreating back, the fox-masked ANBU murmured in open admiration. I heard he took down Tsukumo-senpai one-on-one last month, another ANBU added, the respect in his tone just as clear. All right. Let's get to work. The fox-masked man finally pulled his gaze away and moved to the ninja with the severed arm, kneeling down to begin emergency treatment while the others secured the scene. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 39, Chapter. Template System. Template Character, One Piece, Admiral Kizaru. Fusion Degree, 45%. Thanks to the attention he drew during the early graduation exam, and to the fact that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, publicly announced he would take on a student again. In just 2 years, the progress bar of the character in Kizaru's mind had gone from 20% to 45%. As the fusion advanced, Kizaru once again unlocked 2 more abilities belonging to Admiral Kizaru. The taijutsu skills, including swordsmanship, from Kizaru's youth and the powerful haki that Admiral Kizaru possessed in his younger days. The fusion of these 2 abilities, combined with the ninjutsu and genjutsu Kizaru had learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen over the past 2 years, as well as the sealing techniques taught by Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, Grandma Mido, had made his strength even more overwhelming. At the same time, over these 2 years, Kizaru had also been developing combinations of ninjutsu with his devil fruit powers. The combination of genjutsu and his light powers had given birth to his technique of invisibility. The combination of sealing techniques with his light powers allowed him to create flash bombs that remained stable for a short period of time and could be remotely detonated. These were all considerable achievements Kizaru had developed in just 2 years. At the gate of Konoha, Danzo and one of his subordinates stood quietly, looking off into the distance as they waited for Kizaru's return. High in the sky, a golden light flashed. It streaked downward and landed in front of Danzo, reshaping into human form as it touched the ground. Seeing Kizaru return safely, Danzo finally relaxed completely. He already knew his nephew's strength, but until he saw him with his own eyes, there had still been a sliver of worry in his chest. However, as a master of expression control, Danzo didn't let any of that show on his face. Looking up at Kizaru, who was now much taller than him, Danzo asked in a calm tone. Have all the enemies been dealt with? Ah, those enemies were really scary, you know. Every single one of them was like a monster. Kizaru replied with a lazy grin, his expression just a bit too lewd, like some shameless pervert trying to play innocent. Who's the real monster here? Everyone present instinctively glanced at Kizaru's smiling face and, in their hearts, couldn't help but complain. Any survivors? Danzo continued. Kizaru didn't answer with words. He simply lifted his hand and made a V-shaped yeah sign. Danzo gave a small nod. He didn't bother asking whether Kizaru meant 1 or 2 survivors. As long as there were survivors. That was enough. Go back. Leave the rest to me. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. With a bright smile and a casual wave, Kizaru stuffed both hands into his pockets and started walking away in his usual unhurried, almost graceful manner. Watching Kizaru's retreating back, Danzo suddenly let out a short laugh. Then he opened his mouth and offered a warning. Tsunade has returned with Jiraiya. She's looking for you right now. Kizaru's steps clearly faltered. He stopped in place, then turned around with a helpless look on his face to glance back at Danzo. Why would you leave such terrifying news for the very end, uncle? That's really too much, you know. You caused this yourself. Solve it yourself. Seeing Kizaru actually rattled for once, Danzo slightly curled the corner of his mouth in amusement. What a troublesome thing. Muttering in complaint, Kizaru turned back around and continued toward the village. The trouble Danzo was talking about was indeed trouble. Not emotional trouble. Just, headache-level trouble. And that trouble's name was Senju Nawaki. Tsunade's biological younger brother. Orochimaru's first student. A week ago, Kizaru had kicked Nawaki into the hospital under the pretext of assessment guidance. Even with an optimistic estimate, Nawaki wouldn't be discharged for at least 3 months. Of course, Kizaru could claim he had no guilty conscience at all. He had sent this brat, who was 4 years older than him, into the hospital for 2 very good reasons. First, he remembered that, in the original timeline, this guy died on a mission on the eve of the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War, blown up by explosive tags. Second, Root had recently obtained information that Senju Nawaki's name had already appeared on the assassination lists of several hidden villages. For the sake of this boy's life, this boy who had almost no talent in ninjutsu, decent physical ability at best, and yet kept shouting about wanting to become Hokage. Kizaru chose the simplest and crudest way to remove the danger. That was to send anyone who was bound to have an accident straight into the hospital ahead of time to lie down and rest. And if he recovered? Well, Kizaru could only say that sometimes his light-speed kicks had a will of their own, you know. That kid might really end up spending a few years in the hospital. Taking advantage of the tense international situation, Konoha had recalled Tsunade by Hokage's order. At the same time, Jiraiya had been called back from his travels and book research out in the ninja world. Kizaru had found Senju Nawaki at just that timing, right when the boy had freshly graduated from the academy and was brimming with excitement about the grand start of his ninja career. Faced with Kizaru's request for a dual assessment, that idiot Senju rookie had agreed without a second thought. Witnessed by his 2 teammates, Nawaki had been sent flying by a single kick from Kizaru and smashed into a tree several meters away. Just like that, Kizaru, without using his devil fruit abilities or haki at all, had kicked Nawaki into the hospital with nothing but pure physical strength, temporarily cutting off his fresh new ninja career. From that alone, it wasn't hard to imagine how Tsunade had felt. She returned to the village in high spirits, ready to celebrate her little brother's achievement as a full-fledged shinobi. Only to be greeted by the news that he'd been hospitalized. Her brother, just out of surgery and wrapped up like a mummy, still managed to smile at her and say, "Wani-chan, don't be mad. Don't blame Kizaru-kun." Tsunade's veins practically popped on her forehead on the spot when she saw that scene. This brat. Jiraiya, meanwhile, trailed behind Tsunade quietly, not daring to say a single reckless word for fear of being dragged into the blast radius. That guy definitely did it on purpose. Tsunade's sleeves were already rolled up, her chest rising and falling with each furious breath. She looked half a step away from transforming into a full-on female Tyrannosaurus. Seeing that, Jiraiya finally couldn't just watch anymore. For the sake of nephew Kuin, he grit his teeth, stepped up, and said, "See, calm down, Tsunade. I'm sure Kizaru-kun just got careless. No need to get so mad." Tsunade glared at him with eyes like a raging beast. "If it weren't for you, why would I have left the village in the first place? If I hadn't left, do you think Nawaki would be lying in a hospital bed right now? This is all your fault." The moment she finished, she raised her right hand high as if she were about to strike. Knowing he'd taken the blame yet again, Jiraiya could only smile bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he hurriedly raised both arms to protect his head. "Hey, this is a hospital. Calm down, Tsunade." Jiraiya's words weren't completely useless. Tsunade, who had been about to unleash her wrath on him, froze for a second, glared at him one more time, and slowly lowered her hand. Seeing a sight like this is really intimidating, you know. "I'm honestly a little scared to meet you right now, Tsunade-Nizan." At that moment, Kizaru's voice, hovering somewhere between lewd and mocking, drifted in from a distance. Tsunade's veins bulged again. She turned her head like a predator catching scent of prey. She saw Kizaru not far away, left hand in his pocket, right hand holding a document envelope, a smile on his face as he approached. Tsunade charged at him without a second thought. You bastard. Why did you do this? Tsunade, calm down. Jiraiya quickly stepped in, grabbing her before she could swing. Kizaru raised the document bag in his hand and pressed it lightly between them, using it as a makeshift shield. This is Root's intel, he said with a crooked smile. Someone's already set their sights on Nawaki, you know. Tsunade, who had been about to explode, stopped short. She shot Kizaru a glare, then shifted her gaze to the document bag in front of her. She snatched it from his hand, opened it, and began reading quickly and carefully. Once she'd gone through all of it, Tsunade suddenly raised her head and fixed Kizaru with a serious look. When did you find out? When you went out on your mission, Kizaru replied, still smiling. Tsunade gripped the document so tightly the paper creased under her fingers. Fear churned under her anger, and she ground her teeth. Those bastards. In the past 2 years, Kizaru said, I've been targeted in 5 assassination attempts, 3 from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure combined. You know all this, Tsunade Nizan. Tsunade nodded, indicating she did. Jiraiya, who had been away traveling for almost 2 years, knew none of it. He stared at Kizaru, shock and concern written plainly on his face. The 3 hidden villages failed all 5 assassination attempts, and now they've shifted their sights to Nawaki, someone who carries the direct bloodline of the first Hokage. Kizaru's tone turned colder as he continued. The appearance of a genius like me in Konoha has already made them lose sleep. If Nawaki inherits the first Hokage's talent and even awakens the legendary wood release, that's a future they simply can't accept. So this freshly graduated genin, Senju Nawaki, has become their new target. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 40, chapter. After listening to Kizaru's words, Tsunade lowered her head. Her eyes had already turned red from a mix of anger and worry. Nawaki, he's just a kid with ordinary talent, she said slowly, voice trembling. He didn't inherit grandfather's gifts. He's the first Hokage's grandson. Might awaken a bloodline limit, just that possibility is more than enough for the other villages, Kizaru said plainly. Silence fell. A heavy, suffocating silence. Tsunade, no longer just the sheltered granddaughter of the first, but a kunoichi who had begun taking true responsibility upon herself, understood all too well that Kizaru was right. What am I supposed to do? She raised her head to look at him, confusion and a rare hint of weakness in her eyes. The simplest way, Kizaru replied, is to have Nawaki give up being a shinobi and keep him safe at home. The moment those words left his mouth, Tsunade knew that was the best and easiest option. But she couldn't agree. The image of her little brother looking up at her with shining eyes, telling her with absolute conviction that he wanted to become Hokage, surfaced in her mind. She couldn't cruelly stamp that dream out with her own hands. If she did that, wouldn't it be no different from killing her brother's future herself? Tsunade shook her head, forcing the words out. I don't agree. If Nawaki doesn't give up being a shinobi, Kizaru went on, then with his current talent and aptitude, it'll be very hard for him to gain enough strength to protect himself in the short term. For a while, ANBU can guard him directly. But with tensions this high, war could break out any time. When that happens and manpower is spread thin, even if the village wants to, we won't be able to spare people to protect Nawaki. Tsunade gave a strained smile and spoke with forced steadiness. I'm Nawaki's sister. I'll protect him. Kizaru met her gaze, nodding once in acknowledgement. He didn't argue. Instead, he reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and pulled out a scroll, holding it out to her. What's this? Tsunade asked, frowning slightly. This, Kizaru said, is the data analysis we talked about last time, on how effective medical shinobi, especially female medical shinobi, can be in wartime. And a proposal to increase the training of medical nin in the village. As the representative of the Shimura clan, I've already signed it. Tsunade took the scroll from him and stared for a moment, stunned. The suggestion to increase medical nin training was something she'd brought up herself, half complaining while drinking with Kizaru 3 months ago. Back then, Tsunade hadn't expected him to seriously agree. She thought he would just say some comforting words like everyone else, nod along as a kohai, and let it end there. But to her surprise, Kizaru not only agreed on the spot, he'd also offered multiple practical, forward-looking suggestions of his own. In a ninja world that worshipped personal combat strength above all, medical ninjutsu and medical nin were barely valued, whether by hidden villages or by ordinary shinobi. Even in Konoha, the richest and most powerful village, medical ninjutsu and medical nin only began receiving proper attention and development after Tsunade herself rose to prominence. So Tsunade's surprise was natural when she'd first heard Kizaru's clear support and the reasonable proposals he offered. She had no way of knowing that Kizaru carried the soul of someone from another civilization. In his previous life, the crucial role of medics on the battlefield had already been proven countless times by history and hard data. That was why he supported Tsunade's idea so firmly. It wasn't because he wanted to curry favor with her. He simply believed that this proposal would benefit the village and raise its overall strength. And the stronger the village became, the better it could safeguard the peaceful, lazy life Kizaru was currently enjoying. Kizaru liked a stable, laid-back life where he could laze the days away. He hated trouble, it was such a bother, but that didn't mean he'd ever shy away from it, you know. Wars in the ninja world were an inevitable outcome of imbalance between nations, the eruption of conflicts that had been building for years under unequal interests. Kizaru hated war. But he wasn't some saint who would sacrifice everything for peace. He only wished to make sure that whenever war came, he would always be on the winning side. Therefore, Kizaru supported anything that could increase Konoha's power and expand its war potential. Not to mention, he'd written down the assassination attempts from Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure clearly in both his mind and his personal notebook. Assassinating me, huh? How terrifying. One by one, he would kick them all down someday and crush them completely. Feeling the weight and warmth of the scroll in her hand, Tsunade's heart eased just a little. Setting aside her worries for a brief moment, she looked at Kizaru, a small, complicated smile forming on her lips. After Nawaki's discharged, I'll be counting on you again. Kizaru scratched his head, putting on a shy smile that didn't quite suit his usual lazy air. Ah, that's kind of embarrassing, you know. You. Looking at this brat who was both infuriating and oddly reassuring, Tsunade genuinely didn't know how to describe him for a second. Off to the side, Jiraiya watched the two of them, glanced at Tsunade, then at Kizaru, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Did I miss something big in that year or two I was gone? Will it be 3 months again next time? Kizaru asked with a light smile, looking at Tsunade. You. Tsunade took a deep breath. After calming herself, she deliberately kept her face cold and answered. Do whatever you want. Then, let's make it half a year, Kizaru decided after a moment's thought. Be gentle, Tsunade couldn't help but say, heart aching for her brother. Don't worry. I'll be quick about it, Kizaru replied, the edge of his grin turning slightly mean. P.S., bruh. At that, Jiraiya finally understood. He stared at the two of them, his gaze shifting back and forth, then finally landed on Tsunade. Tsunade. Nawaki is your biological brother. Then do you have a better idea? Tsunade shot back, eyes flashing. Jiraiya fell silent. He wanted to say, I'll protect Nawaki. But he wasn't 100% certain he could do that. And because it was Tsunade's little brother's life on the line, Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to say something he wasn't absolutely sure he could keep. He didn't know how to lie about something like that. Actually, there's still another way, Kizaru said, looking at the two of them. What is it? Tsunade asked, almost instantly, hope and tension both tightening her voice. Win this war, Kizaru said in that lazy drawl of his. Hit them so hard they won't even think about reaching out again, you know. That does make sense. Tsunade's eyes lit up slightly. She thought of her grandfather, grandmother, and granduncle, Hashirama, Mito, and Tobarama, when she was a child. Back then, no one from any other village dared to touch them. She reached out to clap Kizaru on the shoulder, but realized his height had already passed hers. Helpless, she settled for patting his arm instead. Then let's make them really regret it this time. Then let's make sure the pain sinks in properly, Kizaru said, sounding almost amused. Yeah, Tsunade said, her gaze hardening. We'll make them feel it. Then both of them turned to look at Jiraiya. Under the combined gaze of Kizaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya, who loved peace at heart, could only raise a hand in reluctant agreement. Me too. Here we go again, starting a new project, Jujutsu Kaisen, Gilgamesh the King of Heroes. If you like global curses not limited to Japan, strong MCs, and heavy, quality moments, give it a try. Tag down below, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 41, Chapter. That evening, after having dinner with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, Kizaru took a slow walk back to the Shimura residence. The moment he knocked, the door opened from the inside. The one standing there was Minato Namikaze. A year ago, Danzo had taken Minato in as his adopted son, and from that day on, Minato had officially begun living with the Shimura family. Speaking of that adoption, there had actually been a small twist in the middle of it. After growing closer to Minato, Danzo had personally gone to find him one night and proposed taking him in as his adopted son. Minato had hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. But he had one condition. He did not want to change his name. It was not because the Namikaze name came from some great clan or because he wanted to restore any family glory. It was because that name had been given to him by the third Hokage after Konoha took him in as a war orphan. Because of that, Minato treasured it deeply. And because of that name, he also carried his dream of one day becoming Hokage. So he did not want to give it up. Naturally, Danzo had been unhappy when he first heard that condition. Very unhappy. He had the distinct feeling that a certain old man had once again gotten in his way. When Kizaru heard about it, he went to see Danzo himself and changed his mind with a single sentence. "Uncle, what you want is Minato himself, not his surname." Those words were enough to make Danzo let go of the knot in his heart. In the end, he accepted Minato's condition and officially adopted him. "Kizaru-kun, you're back." Minato greeted him with a bright smile the moment he saw him. Then Minato's nose twitched. He caught the faint scent of alcohol almost immediately, and his brows drew together. "You were drinking again?" he asked, frowning. "Father is still waiting for you. If he smells alcohol on you, he's going to get angry." "Only a little." Kizaru smiled and raised his hand, pinching his fingers together to show a tiny gap. Looking at him, Minato let out a sigh far too mature for his age. "I already asked Keiko-Nizan to prepare some hangover soup for you," he said seriously. "Drink it first, get rid of the smell, and then go see father." Kizaru placed a hand on Minato's head and rubbed it gently, smiling as he said, "Don't worry. He can't beat me anyway." Minato's head filled with question marks. For a moment, he felt like he and Kizaru-kun were living in two completely different worlds. After messing up that soft blonde hair to his satisfaction, Kizaru casually withdrew his hand. Then, with both hands in his pockets, he ignored Minato, who was hurriedly trying to fix his hair again, and started walking toward Danzo's residence. "Kizaru-kun." "You," Minato called out as he chased after him. "It's late," Kizaru said lazily, lifting one hand without even turning around. "Go get some rest." "Okay." Stopping where he stood, Minato could only watch helplessly as Kizaru walked farther away. After leaving Minato behind and passing through the courtyard, Kizaru strolled unhurriedly toward Danzo's residence. Danzo was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard with his eyes closed, resting quietly. The moment he heard Kizaru's footsteps, he opened his eyes. "Uncle, why are you still awake this late?" Kizaru asked with a smile, leaning against the courtyard doorway. Even from dozens of meters away, Danzo's sharp senses still caught the faint smell of alcohol on him. His brow furrowed at once, and he was just about to lecture him. "Have you forgotten the 3 taboos of shinobi?" "Being a shinobi really is troublesome," Kizaru said with a breezy smile, completely ignoring the lecture. "Why not just let me resign and retire early?" "You." Danzo was instantly choked by that reply. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, he could only forcefully change the subject. "The shinobi who attacked you today has confessed," Danzo said calmly. "Just as I expected, he was from Kimogakure." "Kimogakure again?" Kizaru's smile faded slightly. "This is already the second time. How obsessed they are with me, so scary." "What do you think?" Danzo asked as he looked at him. "Getting targeted every day is a pain too, you know." Kizaru rubbed the back of his head and looked up at the moon, sounding genuinely troubled. Then he lowered his gaze and looked at Danzo again. His face still held a smile. But there was no warmth in it at all. "How about we just wipe them out?" Danzo fell silent. He lowered his head and weighed the possibilities carefully in his mind. Only after a long while did he speak again. "Now is not the right time," he said slowly. "Hanzo of Amigakure has been far too quiet lately. I have a bad feeling. That man is preparing to do something big." Compared to their old enemies in Kimogakure, Hanzo of Amigakure was the newer threat. And lately, he had become the person Danzo and Hiruzen were most wary of. It really was going to be something big. Because Kizaru knew the future, he could already guess what Hanzo was planning. Not long from now, Hanzo would make a move that would stun the entire shinobi world. In an incredibly short span of time, he would declare war on the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of iron almost simultaneously in the name of the land of rain, kicking off the Second Shinobi World War. Honestly, the more Kizaru thought about it, the more familiar that style of operation felt. It was as if he had read about something like it in a history book before. In any case, Hanzo's actions would leave countless people in the shinobi world dumbfounded. Even the Raikage, the most hot-blooded of the 5 Kage, would probably feel embarrassed after seeing Hanzo's recklessness. But if Hanzo was bold enough to declare war on 3 countries at once, then surely he had some overwhelming confidence or hidden trump card, right? The answer was simple. No. Or rather, Hanzo's confidence came from his own strength and his own courage. So why would he do something so insane? The reason was absurdly simple. Hanzo was a man who truly believed in peace. At this point, even Kizaru wanted to complain. Why did so many villains in the shinobi world end up being idealistic pacifists? What kind of joke was that? Hanzo's idea of peace was lofty, but also completely unrealistic. In his view, the shinobi world had fallen into endless war and slaughter because the balance between nations was uneven. To be fair, that part of his thinking was not entirely wrong. But when it came to how he wanted to solve that problem, things became ridiculous. Hanzo's solution was crude and direct. Since wars were born from inequality, then all the great nations had to do was cede land and resources to the smaller ones. That way, every country would become balanced in strength and wealth. After hearing that idea, Hiruzen would probably go silent, Danzo would want to kill someone, Tobirama would be furious, and Hashirama might actually clap in approval. It was because of such naive and unreliable ideals that Hanzo's thinking gradually shifted over the years. After running into wall after wall in his youth, he came to a new conclusion. If the great nations refused to give, then the smaller nations would simply have to take. With his beliefs turning more radical, Hanzo unified the shinobi forces of the Land of Rain and became their leader, all while waiting for the day he could turn that ideal into reality. And that day was coming soon. Because of that, and because of Hanzo's recent abnormal silence, Danzo could not agree to Kizaru's earlier suggestion. Still, Kumogakure had already sent assassins after his precious nephew twice. With Danzo's temperament, there was no way he would just swallow that. Hiruzen and I have already discussed it, Danzo said as he looked at Kizaru. You will lead a team. We'll form an elite squad and strike back at them. Lead a team. Kizaru frowned immediately. That sounds troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier if I just went alone? Don't worry, Danzo replied, already understanding what Kizaru was thinking. The people assigned to you will all be the finest shinobi in the village. Really? Kizaru's brows relaxed again, and his usual smile returned. Then maybe I can look forward to it. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 42, Chapter Sarutobi Shinosuke. Hataki Sakumo. TSK, 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 what a generous lineup. One was the deputy commander of the ANBU, the eldest son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a shinobi with balanced, all-around ability. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, he was proficient in all of them, and could even use all 5 basic nature transformations. In terms of style, he was basically a toned-down version of Hiruzen himself. His strength was above that of an ordinary elite jonin, only a step below the Kage tier. The other was Hataki Sakumo, an ANBU captain with terrifying swordsmanship and astonishing speed. He specialized in assassination and surprise attacks, and his combat power had already reached the Kage level. With those two added to the team alongside Kizaru, this was practically a squad built to tear a nation apart. Looks like Sensei really is angry this time. Kizaru set down the list in his hand, sat casually on the desk, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was quietly smoking, and smiled. How touching, Sensei. Hiruzen silently exhaled a cloud of smoke, then looked at the disciple he was most proud of. Don't let Danzo's opinion of me mislead you, Hiruzen said, taking the chance to instruct him. As Hokage, you must stand at the highest point and look at the whole situation. Being Hokage really sounds troublesome, Kizaru complained lazily. Hahaha. Hiruzen laughed. Those troubles will belong to you someday. Sensei, I hope you live a long life and stay Hokage until the day you die, Kizaru said with a grin, sounding half joking and half serious. What an excessive thing to wish for, Hiruzen said, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Then he set down the pipe in his hand, and the look on his face turned serious. The most important rule of this mission is your safety, Hiruzen said solemnly. You are to follow Shinosuke's command and must not act recklessly. I can fly, you know, Kizaru replied with a smile. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. That answer really was hard to argue with. After a brief pause, Hiruzen simply continued, go on. Shinosuke is waiting for you downstairs. See you later, dear sensei. Kizaru waved as he spoke, then got up and left the Hokage's office. After coming downstairs and reaching the first floor of the Hokage building, Kizaru immediately spotted Sarutobi Shinosuke, dressed in ANBU gear and wearing a monkey mask. Long time no see, Shinosuke Nizan, Kizaru greeted him with an easy smile as he walked over. Shinosuke gave a small nod. Let's go. Sakumo is already waiting for us. With that, he wasted no time and led Kizaru straight toward the ANBU training grounds. By the time the two of them arrived, Hataki Sakumo was already there. Seeing Kizaru, the same Kizaru who had defeated him just last month, Sakumo still took the initiative to greet him first, calm and composed as ever. The three of them already had a good relationship, so after a brief exchange, they went straight into discussing the mission without any unnecessary small talk. This mission had been arranged by Hiruzen and Danzo in response to Kumogakure sending assassins after Kizaru twice in a row. Its core objective was simple. Strike back at Kumogakure. And do it while ensuring their own safety and leaving behind no evidence Konoha could be tied to. To put it even more directly, the purpose of this mission was destruction. Destroy as much as possible. Inflict the greatest amount of pain possible on Kimogakure in a single blow. After briefly laying out the spirit of the mission, Shinosuke unfolded a map of the Land of Lightning and pointed to the area near the border closest to the Land of Fire. I've prepared 2 plans for this mission, he said. I'll explain the first one first. Kizaru and Tsukumo both focused on the map and listened seriously. The first plan is the safer option, Shinosuke began. We depart through the Land of Hot Water, enter the Land of Lightning by sea, then attack the Kimogakure strongholds deployed near the border. We destroy as many of those positions as possible before Kimogakure can fully respond, then withdraw through the Land of Frost and return to the village. As he finished, Shinosuke added, this plan is safer, but the damage we inflict on Kimogakure will be limited. Not very impressed, Kizaru spoke right away. Tell me about the second one, Shinosuke Nisen. Shinosuke nodded. He had clearly expected that reaction. The second plan is much more dangerous, he said, but if it succeeds, the results will be far greater. He pointed at the map again. Just like the first plan, we enter the Land of Lightning through the Land of Hot Water. But after crossing the border, we split up. Tsukumo and I will attack Kimogakure's border strongholds and draw their attention, luring out their main forces. If they take the bait, then Kizaru can use his speed to bypass everything, infiltrate Kimogakure itself, and launch a surprise raid inside the village. The moment he heard that, Kizaru's eyes lit up. Now that sounded interesting. But the biggest variable, Shinosuke continued, is whether the third Raikage leaves the village. If he doesn't take the bait, then Kizaru will be in an extremely dangerous position once he enters Kimogakure alone. The third Raikage, huh? Kizaru sighed. I've heard he's scary enough to be called a monster. Then he smiled. If I could kill him, that would be pretty interesting. Kizaru. Shinosuke's tone sharpened at once. Don't underestimate the enemy. The Kage of every village is not someone you can treat lightly. How about I handle the raid on Kimogakure instead? Tsukumo offered suddenly, clearly concerned about his teammates' safety. Kizaru is better suited for it, Shinosuke said at once, already prepared for that suggestion. He can move at extreme speed and cause large-scale destruction in a short amount of time. In terms of the mission itself, he's the best choice. Leave it to me, Kizaru said, this time in a surprisingly serious tone. Seeing that, Tsukumo did not argue further. If we go with the second plan, Shinosuke said, fixing Kizaru with a firm stare, then I need your word on one thing. If it's confirmed that the third Raikage is still in the village, you are not to engage him. You leave immediately. No hesitation. Understood, Kizaru answered directly. This was a mission, and when it came to serious matters, he did not joke around. Satisfied, Shinosuke nodded, rolled up the map, and rose to his feet. Then go back and prepare. We gather at the village gate tomorrow morning at 8. Understood. Understood. Kizaru and Tsukumo stood as well and answered in unison. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 43, Chapter. Failed again. Looking at the report from his subordinates about the assassination squad losing contact, the third Raikage, A, rose from his seat in visible irritation. How enviable. Another monstrous genius had been born in Konoha. As he gazed out the window, the third Raikage let out a quiet sigh. For this second assassination attempt, Kimogakure had dispatched 1 elite Jonin, 3 Jonin, and even activated an important piece they had hidden inside Konoha. With a lineup like that, if the timing and preparation were right, they could have even had a chance to assassinate a Kage. And yet they had still failed. Failed inside Konoha itself. Was that boy, Shimura Kizaru, simply too strong? Or was Konoha's protection around him too tight? With the information currently available, neither the third Raikage nor his advisors could reach a conclusion. At the same time, a new problem now stood before him. Should Kimogakure continue sending assassins? Or should they give up entirely? Or perhaps contact Sunagakure and Iwagakure, the 2 villages that had provided intelligence, and launch a new joint assassination attempt? Just as the third Raikage was still hesitating, Kizaru handed him a brand new answer. He brought it right to their doorstep. After 2 straight days of travel, Kizaru's 3-man team successfully infiltrated the Land of Lightning. Hidden inside a secluded cave, the 3 of them made their final confirmation before the operation began. Before crossing into the Land of Lightning, all 3 had changed their appearance. Now, they were disguised as rogue shinobi who lived off bounty work. According to the intelligence gathered by the ANBU, Kimogakure has deployed 7 outposts along the coastal border, Sarutobi Shinosuke said as he pointed at 7 marked locations on the map. We'll split up and raid them. He tapped the map again. Each of these outposts is guarded by at least 1 Chunin squad. Some of them may also have a Jonin stationed there. His tone became more serious. We cannot afford to be careless. The attacks must be fast and decisive. As he said that, Shinosuke gave Kizaru a pointed look. After all, this guy had a bad habit of dragging things out with chatter even in the middle of battle. Jonin, huh? That really does sound really bad, Kizaru said with a sigh, sounding completely insincere. Shinosuke wanted to warn him a little more, but when he thought about Kizaru's absurd strength, he ultimately held it back. In this raid, we need to leave some survivors behind, Shinosuke continued. Kumogakure needs to receive the information. That's how we lure the snake out of its hole. But at the same time, we can't make it too obvious, or they'll grow suspicious. How many do we leave alive? Hatake Sakumo asked directly. Shinosuke looked at both of them before answering. Sakumo, you leave one survivor. I'll do the same on my side. Then he turned to Kizaru. Kizaru, your light release is too conspicuous. If you use it, there's no point leaving witnesses. Kill everyone at the outposts assigned to you. No survivors. Kizaru wanted to say that he could wipe them out without even using light release, just with taijutsu alone. But he figured Shinosuke would not be reassured by that answer either, so he said nothing and simply nodded. After that, Shinosuke divided the 7 outposts among the 3 of them, bringing the briefing to an end. Rest now. We move after dark. As he spoke, he folded up the map on the ground. It was already late afternoon. There were only 2 or 3 hours left before nightfall. The 3 of them said nothing more. Each leaned against the cave wall, swallowed a soldier pill, drank some water, and then closed their eyes to rest. Time passed quickly. The sun sank little by little. The moon rose. Darkness spread across the land. One after another, the 3 of them opened their eyes. They exchanged a glance, and then Shinosuke spoke in a low voice. Move out. With that, he stood first and walked out of the cave. Kizaru and Sakumo followed right behind him. A moonless night. A killing night. None of the 3 made a sound. Each used the body flicker technique and rushed toward the outpost they had been assigned. The outpost Kizaru was responsible for lay deep within a forest to the northwest. To avoid exposing his movements, he did not turn into a streak of golden light while traveling. Instead, he moved through the mountain paths with concealment techniques, silently cutting through the wilderness. After crossing a broad stretch of barren mountain terrain, a forest finally appeared before him. From the map and intelligence report, Kizaru already knew that Kumogakure had 2 outposts hidden inside this dense woodland. He slowed his pace, spread out his observation haki, and stepped into the forest, letting the darkness swallow him whole. As he melted into the shadows beneath the trees, Kizaru became like a true apex predator of the night forest, silent, unseen, and deadly. His target was the first outpost. Using observation haki, he quickly locked onto 3 Kumogakure shinobi. The corner of Kizaru's mouth rose slightly. How interesting. His voice was soft as he slipped closer. 2 of them were inside a wooden cabin that served as the outpost. The third was hidden in a tree about 3 meters away, positioned behind the cabin to keep watch. Once he had their positions completely pinned down, Kizaru moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the shinobi hidden in the tree. Judging by the presence Kizaru sensed, the man was only an ordinary chunin. And yet, even with Kizaru standing right in front of him, the invisible intruder went completely unnoticed. The mission came first. Kizaru had no intention of wasting words. He simply raised his right hand, extended one finger, and drove a finger pistol straight into the enemy's forehead. The compressed burst of force pierced through the man's skull instantly. Kizaru calmly withdrew his hand and gave it a casual shake. Seeing the body begin to slump, he caught it before it could fall and gently leaned it against the tree trunk. His actions didn't make any sound, so nobody was alarmed at all. After dealing with the first target, Kizaru turned his gaze toward the cabin ahead. He dropped lightly from the tree and landed without a sound. At that moment, he really did resemble an elegant god of death, strolling quietly toward the cabin. The door had been left slightly open, probably to make it easier for those inside to hear any movement outside. Inside, one shinobi was maintaining his ninja sword. The other was smoking. Kizaru stepped through the doorway and walked up to the smoking shinobi. Then, without hesitation, he raised his right hand again and extended his index finger. Because the earlier finger pistol had felt messy on contact, Kizaru changed methods this time. A thin golden beam flashed through the darkness and struck the man precisely between the eyebrows. One shot. Instant death. Facts had once again proven that smoking in public really was bad for your health. The sudden death of his comrade made the other shinobi freeze for a split second before he reacted at once. His right hand gripped the blade and thrust it forward instinctively. But before he could complete the motion, a terrifying force drove the sword back the other way. The blade he held in his own hand was shoved straight into his forehead. His mouth opened. But before he could make a sound, he was already dead. After dealing with the last enemy, Kizaru released his concealment and revealed himself. He looked around the cabin at the bloody scene and let out a soft sigh. How scary. Then he turned and walked out of the wooden cabin at an unhurried pace. He lifted his head and looked at the dim moon hanging in the sky. After that, Kizaru stepped back into the darkness of the forest. And little by little, his figure vanished once more. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 44, Chapter. As the sun rose over Kimogakure, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud had only just begun to stir from their sleep and start the day. At that moment, a squad of shinobi came rushing through the village with 2 gravely wounded comrades strapped to their backs, immediately drawing the attention of the civilians nearby. They were part of the village's regular border patrol unit. And the 2 badly injured shinobi they carried were the survivors left behind by Sarutobi Shinosuke and his team. The 3rd Raikage, who had just finished breakfast and begun his morning training, received the report almost immediately. The moment he heard that the border had come under attack and several outposts had gone silent, his first thought was that another nation had made its move and launched a raid into the Land of Lightning. But the detailed follow-up report that came after nearly made him explode on the spot. 2 missing nin are suspected of attacking multiple border strongholds. Their identities are unknown. Their strength is estimated to be at least Jonin level, possibly higher. Boom. With one furious punch, the table in front of the 3rd Raikage split cleanly in half. Impossible. How can this be? He roared, unable to accept the report from his subordinates. Setting aside the absurdity of 2 rogue shinobi managing to wipe out multiple Kimogakure outposts along the border. Just the claim that the enemy might be missing nin was enough to make the 3rd Raikage reject it outright. Everyone in the shinobi world knew the Hidden Cloud's reputation. Kimogakure was one of the most powerful and aggressive great villages in existence. What kind of fool would dare provoke the Hidden Cloud on their own? If they really were missing nin, then they had to be tired of living. No. Those 2 were almost certainly shinobi from one of the other 4 great hidden villages. The so-called missing nin identity was just a cover. Dodai, the 3rd Raikage said, turning to the men beside him, do you really believe the enemy is made up of rogue shinobi? Rather than answer the report directly, he chose to ask one of the village's rising figures, the lava release user Dodai. Dodai answered without hesitation. They're most likely shinobi sent from another hidden village. The 3rd Raikage gave a satisfied nod. That was the answer he wanted to hear. In his eyes, Dodai had not failed the trust and attention he had placed in him. It seems more than a decade of peace has made some villages forget who they're dealing with. P.S. Bruh. His expression darkened. The provocation, combined with the deaths of his men, pushed the already hot-blooded Raikage into a simmering rage. I won't let anyone who harms this village get away with it. His voice was firm, heavy with killing intent. Then, without further hesitation, the 3rd Raikage made his decision. Gather the elite forces. I'll hunt them down myself. Lord Raikage, please reconsider. Dodai stepped forward at once. I suspect this is the enemy's plan. They may be trying to provoke you into leaving the village so they can ambush you. Or strike Kimogakure itself. Dodai's analysis was calm and perfectly reasonable. Unfortunately, the 3rd Raikage had already made up his mind. Still, after hearing Dodai out, he adjusted his plan. I'll take a small elite unit and head to the border myself, he declared. The main force stays in the village. If the enemy tries anything here, they'll be dealt with immediately. It was, in truth, a solid arrangement. The 3rd Raikage would lead a highly mobile elite team to track down the enemy, while the bulk of Kimogakure's forces remained behind to guard the village. In theory, whether the enemy struck at the border or targeted the village, they would be hard-pressed to gain anything. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was far outside the norm. Not only was the enemy monstrously powerful, but he also possessed one of the most outrageous mobility abilities in the entire shinobi world. Lacking critical information, the 3rd Raikage acted at once after making his decision. After urgently summoning 10 elite shinobi and leaving Dodai and the village elders behind to command the rear, he departed Kimogakure with the unit. Roughly 1 kilometer outside the village, atop a raised mountain ridge, an invisible Kizaru stood quietly watching as the 3rd Raikage led his team away. How reckless, Kizaru murmured softly, a faint smile touching his lips as he watched the Hidden Cloud force disappear into the distance. At that point, Kizaru remained perfectly patient. Even after the 3rd Raikage had vanished from sight, he did not make his move right away. Instead, he simply sat down where he was. According to Sarutobi Shinosuke's plan, once it was confirmed that the 3rd Raikage had left the village, Kizaru was to wait a full hour before acting. The reasoning was simple. It was a precaution against the Raikage receiving word too soon and turning back in time to reinforce Kimogakure. When it came to missions, Kizaru was unusually reliable. He did not improvise. He did not move ahead on a whim. He simply waited. 1 full hour later, Kizaru rose to his feet, turned into a streak of golden light, and vanished from the mountain. He landed outside Kimogakure, concealed himself once more with his invisibility technique, and then strolled into the village as openly as if he were taking a morning walk. To avoid being picked up by sensor-type shinobi, Kizaru did not spread out his observation haki across the entire village. Instead, he moved at an unhurried pace through Kimogakure's quieter side streets and alleys. Using his perception only to monitor his immediate surroundings, Kizaru lifted his right hand. A round sphere of chakra glowing with a faint golden light appeared in his palm. A glitter bomb. It was a jutsu Kizaru had developed by combining sealing techniques, the principles of the Rasengan he had learned from Mito Uzumaki, and the core nature of his glint fruit powers. Drawing inspiration from grenades and landmines from his previous life, the glitter bomb could remain stable for up to half an hour thanks to sealing techniques. During that time, Kizaru could throw it like an explosive flash grenade, plant it like a mine, or set it to detonate remotely or on a timer. After burying the first glitter bomb in the corner of a building, Kizaru slipped out of the alley and continued moving through Kimogakure, calmly selecting suitable blast points. Hospitals. Administrative buildings. Warehouses. By relying on the signs posted on buildings and the conversations of passing villagers, invisible Kizaru was able to plant glitter bombs with ease in one critical location after another throughout the hidden cloud. 20 minutes later, after setting up 18 separate detonation points across Kimogakure, Kizaru finally arrived near the center of the village. Then he stopped hiding. His figure appeared in plain sight. Under the startled and wary gazes of everyone around him, Kizaru slowly looked around, then smiled. Ever seen light rain down all at once? His sudden appearance froze the people nearby for half a heartbeat. Then the experienced shinobi reacted first. Enemy attack. With a shout, one shinobi hurled 2 shuriken straight at Kizaru. The blades passed through his body without resistance and flew onward, nearly striking the people behind him instead. Kizaru gave the scene a sidelong glance. That's dangerous, he said lightly. Ignoring the attacks rushing toward him, he brought his hands together in a seal. Then his voice rang out, calm and clear. Art is an explosion. Before the echo of that single word even faded, massive explosions erupted all across Kimogakure. Boom. 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 Fire and shockwaves burst out from multiple points at once. The hidden cloud was thrown into instant chaos. Buildings shook. Smoke billowed into the sky. Screams and alarm cries overlapped from every direction. The moment the bombs went off, Kizaru moved. Facing the shinobi charging him, he raised his right leg and unleashed several flying light slashes in rapid succession, carving through the attackers and bringing up sprays of blood mist. After clearing out the enemies around him, Kizaru glanced across the village in turmoil and let out a quiet sigh. That's a lot of people. Then he stepped into the air with Jeppo, rising above Kimogakure itself. Suspended high overhead, Kizaru looked down at the village beneath him and slowly raised both hands. In the next instant, he unleashed one of Admiral Kizaru's signature techniques. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless bullets of light rained down from the sky, mercilessly bombarding everything below. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 45, Chapter. Dodai burst out of the building that had been hit by the explosion. The moment he stepped outside, what entered his eyes was a village in chaos. Civilians were screaming and fleeing in every direction. Shinobi were rushing back and forth through the smoke and flames, trying to restore order, but under such a sudden disaster, even Kimogakure had fallen into confusion for a brief moment. Dodai's expression darkened. Anger and urgency churned in his chest. Dodai, leave the rear to me. Go deal with the enemy at the front, one of Kimogakure's elders said calmly. Unlike the panic around him, the old man remained composed. His sharp gaze had already locked onto the figure floating in the sky in the distance. Those words instantly gave Dodai a clear focus. The restlessness in his heart settled a little. He nodded heavily. I'm counting on you here. With that, Dodai immediately rushed toward the battlefield. By the time he arrived, Kizaru had just finished unleashing Yasukani no Magatama. He stood in the sky above the ruined streets, looking down over the battlefield like some untouchable calamity. The scale of that attack had been devastating. The hidden cloud shinobi caught in the barrage had suffered terrible losses. Many were already down. Some had lost the strength to fight. Others had lost their lives on the spot. Dodai's fists clenched. That bastard. Unforgivable. Suppressing the fury boiling in his chest, Dodai looked up and attacked without hesitation. Since he had no means of flight, he formed hand seals from the ground and spat out a large mass of viscous molten material that resembled rubbery putty. The substance surged upward and quickly expanded into a gigantic palm, reaching for Kizaru in the sky. Lava release, huh? Kizaru murmured, glancing down. He made no attempt to move. He simply remained there, floating in place, his body maintaining elemental transformation. The giant molten palm shot upward at astonishing speed. Under the tense gaze of the surrounding Kimogakure shinobi, it reached Kizaru, wrapped around him, and clenched shut into a massive fist. For an instant, cheers erupted. He got him. But unlike the others, Dodai did not relax in the slightest. His eyes only sharpened. He did not believe for even a second that an enemy capable of infiltrating Kimogakure alone and reducing half the village to this state would be caught that easily. Then, just as expected, golden light began to leak from the giant molten hand. A second later, Kizaru's figure reappeared atop it, perfectly unharmed, standing there casually as though he were stepping onto a platform. "Oh my," Kizaru said, looking down at Dodai. "That's quite a troublesome technique." Dodai's face twitched. If anyone here looked like a monster, it was the man floating above his village after blowing half of it apart. Still, he forced his anger down and shouted, "Why are you attacking Kimogakure?" Kizaru tilted his head slightly. "Who knows? Maybe I just felt like it." That answer made the fury in Dodai's chest burn even hotter. Around him were the bodies of his comrades, the wounded, the ruins of his village. And this man was answering him like it meant nothing. Dodai gritted his teeth and shouted to the shinobi around him, "The enemy's body is abnormal. Don't rely on direct attacks. Use ninjutsu. Use ranged attacks." It was his first real exchange with Kizaru. With almost no information, that was the only judgment he could make. Hearing Dodai's order, the shinobi around him immediately began forming hand seals. Most of them used lightning release. Crackling arcs of electricity lit up the battlefield one after another. But Kizaru had no intention of waiting politely for them to finish. In a flash of golden light, he vanished. Then he appeared directly in front of Dodai, so fast it looked like teleportation. The brilliance around his body flared, forcing several nearby shinobi to shut their eyes from the sudden glare. Kizaru glanced at Dodai from up close, voice light and almost conversational. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" The next second, he struck. Unlike his usual sparring matches back in Konoha, Kizaru put real force behind it this time. His right leg, wrapped in blinding golden light, slammed into Dodai's neck. Crack! Dodai's body was blasted away like a broken projectile. Kizaru did not stop there. As Dodai flew backward, Kizaru's raised leg fired a massive beam of light after him, swallowing his entire figure whole. Boom! Dodai crashed into the building behind him, and the resulting explosion tore the structure apart. By the time the smoke cleared, there was nothing left to recover. Dodai was dead. The entire exchange had happened so quickly that most of the surrounding shinobi had not even recovered from the flash of light. Only a few hidden cloud ninja farther away saw everything clearly. "Lord Dodai." Their voices broke with grief and rage. Then, without caring for their own lives, they charged at Kizaru all at once like men throwing themselves into certain death. Facing the enemy surging toward him from every side, Kizaru stepped forward instead of retreating. His right arm darkened as armament haki wrapped around it in a black metallic sheen. Then he punched. The shinobi in front of him exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The others did not back down. Teeth clenched, eyes bloodshot with hatred, they kept coming. Some gripped kunai. Others wreathed themselves in crackling lightning release chakra as they lunged. Once Kizaru landed on the ground, he calmly watched several attackers leap at him from different directions. His right leg lit up again. Then he kicked. A crescent-shaped slash of light tore through the air. Several bodies were severed at once. The halves dropped heavily to the ground, one after another, and fresh blood splashed across the battlefield, even staining Kizaru's clothes. Kizaru glanced at the blood that had landed on his shoulder and gave a faint sigh. How troublesome. Then, still smiling, he drew his left hand across the back of his right. Golden particles gathered and condensed into a blade. A sword of light appeared in his hand. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Kizaru lifted his gaze. More hidden cloud shinobi were already rushing in from every direction to reinforce the battlefield. Without a word, he swung. A golden slash surged forward, carrying terrifying force, cutting through everything in its path. The reinforcements had no time to evade. Several were cut down instantly. And Kizaru did not stop after that first swing. He kept moving his arm, slashing again and again, releasing more than a dozen golden arcs in rapid succession. Each slash harvested lives. Each slash destroyed buildings. By the time the final wave of light faded, the area around Kizaru had been reduced to ruins. Within his line of sight, almost no one was left standing unscathed. After the continuous barrage, Kizaru's breathing grew a little heavier. He dismissed the light sword, transformed into a streak of gold, and rose back into the sky. Looking down at the devastation below, he seemed fairly satisfied. He did not remain where he was for long. Instead, he flew to another section of Kimogakure. This area had not yet been reached by the fighting. The buildings were still standing. The streets were still mostly intact. Below, the hidden cloud shinobi who spotted him immediately began hurling volleys of kunai and shuriken into the sky. Kizaru looked down at them and slowly raised both hands again. The next moment. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless bullets of light rained down from above, blanketing the area in relentless explosions. The ground shattered. Buildings collapsed. The shinobi below were swallowed by fire and ruin. Once the bombardment ended, Kizaru landed atop the highest point of the wreckage, hands in his pockets, wearing that same easy smile. You devil. You bastard. I'll kill you. Some of the surviving shinobi, wounded and barely able to stand, forced themselves upright with weapons still in their hands. They glared at Kizaru with naked hatred. If looks alone could kill, he would have been torn apart already. Kizaru did not care in the slightest. After 2 assassination attempts from the hidden cloud, Kizaru had no interest in being generous. If they wanted to curse him, they were free to do so. But once a fight had reached this stage, sympathy was just another useless luxury. And Kizaru had never been particularly fond of useless things. Toward enemies like these, Kizaru had only one answer. Crush them completely. Body and spirit alike. Oh my, Kizaru said with a mild smile. That's a rather frightening glare. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. His index finger extended. A golden flash pierced through the forehead of the shinobi, cursing him the loudest. One beam. One corpse. Then Kizaru's glowing fingertip began to move again and again, each flicker of light as neat and precise as a reaper's blade. At first, the curses only grew louder. But after the 5th beam, the voices began to weaken. After the 10th, they started disappearing altogether. And by the time Kizaru lazily swept his finger one last time, the battlefield had fallen completely silent. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 46, Chapter. When Kizaru launched his attack on the hidden cloud village, the elders of Kimogakure had already ordered their subordinates to send word to the 3rd Raikage, who had left the village earlier. Just like how Konoha used messenger hawks, Kimogakure had its own flying ninja beasts for long-distance communication. About 10 minutes after Kizaru began his assault, the 3rd Raikage received the report that the village was under attack. The moment he read it, he realized he had been tricked, but even so, he was not overly shaken. There were still a large number of shinobi stationed in the village. Among them were Dodai, one of the promising powerhouses of the new generation, as well as an elder presiding over the defense. In the Raikage's mind, even if the enemy was of Kage-level strength, facing so many elite shinobi within the village, the damage they could cause would be limited. However, even though he had absolute confidence in Kimogakure's strength, the 3rd Raikage did not waste a single second. The moment he received the news, he turned around and rushed back toward the village at full speed. While the 3rd Raikage was racing home, Kizaru was standing on the ruins of Kimogakure's buildings, one glowing index finger lazily pointed at the shinobi below, methodically silencing them. Your hidden cloud village tried to assassinate me twice just because I'm a genius from Konoha, and then you even put my friend's little brother on your assassination list. So in return, I'll kill your genius, slaughter hundreds of shinobi, and knock down a few buildings along the way. Completely fair, right? He wanted to say that out loud to the people below, but remembering Sarutobi Shinasuke's warning, Kizaru swallowed the urge. There was no need to reveal too much of the truth. That said, if you looked at the current ninja world, there really wasn't anyone besides him who could fire lasers with ninjutsu. In that sense, trying to hide his identity didn't mean very much to Kizaru. Unless he never appeared on the battlefield again, or stopped taking missions entirely. He roughly calculated the time in his head. The 3rd Raikage should be back soon. On top of that, the Kimogakure forces he could sense gathering from afar with his observation haki were already starting to surround the area. Kizaru made his decision. He would retreat. With the ability to fly at high speed, Kizaru had no intention of acting like some muscle-headed brute who fought thousands of shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights and then died of exhaustion. What a pain. Getting surrounded here would be annoying. Murmuring that in his usual languid tone, he turned into golden light and rose into the air. Hovering for a moment, he glanced down at the gathering shinobi and offered them a casual farewell. Thank you for the hospitality. I'm very satisfied. I'll come again next time. With that, completely ignoring Kimogakure's reaction, Kizaru shot off into the distance as a streak of light. As they watched him fly away, the leaders of the assembled shinobi turned as one toward the elder in charge. Don't pursue, the elder ordered, voice firm. Clean the battlefield and rescue the wounded. Elder. A jonin, unable to accept this, stepped forward with a protest. Are we just going to watch the enemy leave? Then go. The elder's reply was like the roar of an angry lion, his gaze cutting straight through the men. The Jonin, fully aware of the difference in power between himself and that monster in the sky, shut his mouth and lowered his head, unwilling but unable to refute him. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Someone muttered under his breath, eyes reddening with grief and anger. If only Lord Raikage were here, another said bitterly. Yeah. Once Lord Raikage comes back, he definitely won't let that bastard get away with this. Many shinobi echoed that sentiment one after another. In their minds, if the third Raikage had been present, he would never have let the enemy run rampant like this. Listening to the voices around him and looking at the shinobi scattered across the ruined village, the elder slowly closed his eyes. How miserable. How shameful. How hateful. When he thought of Dodai's sacrifice, a sharp pain like a blade twisted in his chest. The death of such an elite in battle was a devastating blow to the village. Silence. Snapping his eyes open, the elder roared with all his strength, his gaze sweeping harshly over the shinobi around him. Clean the battlefield. Rescue the wounded, he repeated, every word heavy and uncompromising. Hearing the order again, no one dared to continue grumbling. The surrounding shinobi spread out, beginning to clear the corpses, extinguish fires, and treat the injured. Leaving the hidden cloud behind, Kizaru, still flying through the air, descended onto the mountain peak where he had first monitored the Raikage. Concealing his presence with his light-based jutsu, he quietly sat cross-legged, recovering his strength as he waited for the third Raikage to return to the area. Kizaru wasn't planning on a life-and-death fight with the third Raikage. He just wanted to leave a gift for the men who had ordered his assassination twice in a row. After waiting for roughly 5 minutes, Kizaru, who had been resting with his eyes half closed, spotted the third Raikage charging along the path below. Rising to his feet, Kizaru watched the Raikage approach the mountain range, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In the blink of an eye, he flashed forward, appearing directly in front of the third Raikage. A blinding flare erupted from his body. Just like all the opponents Kizaru had faced before, the third Raikage was caught in the sudden glare. His eyes were seared by the intense light, and his vision was instantly overwhelmed. Against a master of this level, Kizaru had no intention of holding back. He attacked at full power from the very start, his right leg wrapped in golden light as he swung it in a powerful motion. The third Raikage, taken completely by surprise, barely had time to react. His lightning release chakra mode had not been fully activated, only partially covering his body. Standing at about 2 meters tall, the third Raikage's waist was exactly at the height of Kizaru's side kick. The blow slammed into his flank and sent him flying. The assault didn't end there. From Kizaru's extended right leg, a thick laser blasted forth, chasing after the Raikage's tumbling body and striking him cleanly in midair. However, by that time the third Raikage had already fully activated his lightning release chakra mode, forming the strongest defensive technique he possessed, his lightning release armor, to withstand the pursuing laser. Forcing his battered body to adjust, he twisted in midair and landed heavily on his feet, facing Kizaru head-on. His waist and abdomen throbbed with pain, his internal organs clearly damaged. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he stared at his opponent with a grim expression. Who are you? Lightning crackled around him, his hair standing on end beneath the Raikage's mantle. Cloaked in his armor of lightning, he glared at Kizaru and demanded an answer in a low, thunderous voice. Seeing that the third Raikage could still stand and fight after taking his most powerful opening combination, Kizaru couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of admiration. What a monster! The instant those words left his lips, the third Raikage stopped wasting breath and charged. Kizaru did not simply stand there and allow the attack to pass through his intangible light form. Instead, he turned into golden light and shifted his position in a high-speed flicker. After evading the first lunge, Kizaru's figure reappeared a short distance away. So dangerous, he drawled, as if commenting on the weather rather than a Kage-level blitz. Watching that high-speed movement, the third Raikage's expression turned even more severe. His right hand straightened into a spear hand, thumb folded firmly against his palm. Unaware of the situation back in the village, he had decided to end things quickly and take this mysterious enemy down as fast as possible. He went straight for his trump card. Lightning surged, and the third Raikage's body blurred. Using his ultimate technique, Hell Stab, four-finger spear hand, the third Raikage became an afterimage, thrusting straight toward Kizaru with lethal intent. In response, Kizaru didn't retreat. He stepped forward instead, offering his own gift in return. Raising his right hand, he focused his armament haki into his index finger. At the same time, his body transformed into light once more as he charged to meet the Raikage head-on. Navy 6 style, finger gun, combined with armament haki and the power of the glint fruit. A different world version of the Hell Stab, Kizaru's own one-finger spear. Having turned fully into light, Kizaru arrived first, appearing right in front of the third Raikage. Both of them thrust their right hands forward, stabbing toward each other's bodies at the exact same moment. The third Raikage spear hand stabbed toward Kizaru's left side, only for him to realize, in shock, that half of Kizaru's body had turned into light and slipped around the blow. At the same time, Kizaru's index finger pierced cleanly into the third Raikage's chest. What a pity, Kizaru murmured with a faint smile. As soon as he said that, his body turned back into pure light and vanished from in front of the third Raikage. The Raikage lowered his gaze. There, in the center of his chest, was a bloody hole, no more than half an inch away from his heart. In that instant, the third Raikage fully understood what Kizaru's words had meant. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 47, Chapter. About 100 miles away from Kimogakure, in a stretch of low mountains, a battle was nearing its end. On one side were Kizaru's teammates, Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hatake Tsukumo. On the other was a 10-man elite squad that had originally been led by the third Raikage. Half an hour earlier, after receiving news of the attack on the village, the third Raikage had ordered the elite squad to continue toward the border while he himself rushed back to Kimogakure. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hatake Tsukumo, who had been hiding deep within the land of lightning near the route between Kimogakure and the border, discovered the team and quickly realized that the third Raikage was no longer with them. The moment they confirmed it, they launched an ambush without hesitation. A Kage-level shinobi skilled in assassination working together with an elite jonin with exceptional all-around ability, combined with careful planning and the advantage of surprise, their opening strike was devastating. In the very first exchange, 2 of Kimogakure's 10 elite shinobi were killed, 1 was left heavily wounded, and 3 more suffered lighter injuries. Once the battle shifted into open combat, Sarutobi Shinosuke used his superb all-round ninjutsu to hold the enemy at the front, constantly creating openings and buying time for Hatake Tsukumo, who moved around the battlefield like a ghost. With his incredible speed and razor-sharp swordsmanship, Tsukumo cut through them like they were nothing, striking down 5 enemies in a row. By the end, only 2 elite jonin from Kimogakure still retained the strength to fight. The two stood back to back, staring warily at Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hatake Tsukumo, who had them pinned from both ends. These 2 elite cloud jonin were both members of the third Raikage faction. Both had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, and crackling arcs of lightning now wrapped around their bodies. "Are you Konoha shinobi trying to start a war?" one of them demanded coldly, his tone already certain of the answer. The land of fire had always been the land of lightning's greatest enemy, and Kimogakure had invested more effort spying on Konohagakure than on any other village. From the way these two fought, the Kimogakure shinobi had already more or less guessed who their enemies were. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hatake Tsukumo said nothing. The two merely exchanged a glance. Then, with perfect understanding, they attacked at the same time. Hatake Tsukumo's body flicker technique was unbelievably fast, among the very best in Konoha. In an instant, he appeared in front of his target, almost like teleportation. But at that moment, someone was even faster. A golden flash streaked across the sky. Just as Tsukumo was about to bring down his blade, that golden light dropped from above. 2 long legs glowing with a metallic black sheen appeared out of nowhere and came crashing down onto the heads of the 2 elite Kimogakure jonin, slamming them straight into the ground. Boom. Hatake Tsukumo leapt lightly into the air, sword already halfway raised, but the moment he saw who it was, his expression shifted and he immediately pulled back. "I'm not late, am I?" Standing in the crater he had made, amid the dark red earth, Kizaru kept both hands in his pockets and looked up at his 2 teammates above him. Hatake Tsukumo silently sheathed his ninja blade behind his back, then immediately began checking Kizaru over with a sharp eye. Sarutobi Shinosuke, standing at the edge of the crater, was doing the exact same thing. Kizaru's clothes were stained with blood, but after a closer look, neither of them found any actual injuries on him. Seeing that, both men quietly let out a breath of relief. "Get up here, Kizaru," Sarutobi Shinosuke said. Kizaru bent his knee slightly, then jumped out of the crater and landed beside him. "You're not injured, are you?" Sarutobi Shinosuke asked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. Kizaru tilted his head and smiled. "Nope, not mine, anyway." Sarutobi Shinosuke gave a small nod, then looked across the crater at Hatake Tsukumo, who was finishing off the last wounded Kimogakure shinobi still lying on the ground. "Let's withdraw." "Understood." The moment the words fell, all 3 figures vanished at once. Elsewhere, the third Raikage stood atop the ruins of the village, his upper body bare, his waist, abdomen, and left chest wrapped in thick bandages. His face was dark with fury. "Damn it. I'll kill that bastard." Veins bulged across his forehead. His fists, each as big as a casserole, were clenched so tightly they trembled. Rage filled his chest to the point of boiling over. This attack had dealt Kimogakure grievous losses. Hundreds of shinobi had been killed or injured. A great number of buildings and village facilities had been reduced to rubble. But of all those losses, the one that pained the third Raikage the most was Dodai's death, the young genius of the next generation, and a valuable subordinate he had carefully nurtured. Since taking the position of Raikage near the end of the First Shinobi World War, he had spent more than 20 years strengthening and developing the village. And in less than an hour, a huge portion of those results had been torn apart. "Do we have any clues about the enemy?" the third Raikage asked, turning toward the elder and the senior officials beside him, his voice thick with suppressed anger. The officials exchanged glances, then all looked toward the elder. Faced with everyone's eyes on him, the elder remained calm. "I have a guess regarding the enemy's identity." "What is it?" the third Raikage asked at once. "The enemy came from Konoha," the elder said. Though he called it a guess, his tone was steady and certain. "Konoha." The third Raikage frowned. Thinking of the third Hokage's usual character, he clearly found that hard to believe. "Do they even have the nerve?" "The shinobi who attacked the village could fly," the elder said, recalling the earlier battle. "And the techniques he used were unlike anything I've seen before. They were unbelievably fast, overwhelmingly destructive, and shone with a blinding light." He paused for a moment before continuing. "His abilities match the intelligence we've gathered on Konoha's newest genius, Shimura Kizaru. And we've already attempted to assassinate him twice. Both he and Konoha have reason to retaliate." "Konoha? Shimura Kizaru?" The third Raikage narrowed his eyes. As he replayed the battle in his mind and compared it to the intelligence they had on Shimura Kizaru, he found that it really did line up. But there was still one problem he could not accept. According to their information, Shimura Kizaru of Konoha was not even 10 years old yet. A child under 10 had launched a solo air raid on Kimogakure, killed hundreds of shinobi, slaughtered dozens of jonin, including Dodai, and then, after all of that, ambushed and seriously injured him before escaping. How was that even possible? Could such a monster really exist in this world? "That Shimura Kizaru isn't even 10 this year," the third Raikage said, staring at the elder as if trying to force a different answer out of him. The elder let out a slow breath. "That," he said gravely, "is the village founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara." Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Just those two names alone were enough to make the third Raikage feel a heavy pressure settle in his chest. Those were monsters, beings who had once possessed the power to sweep across the entire shinobi world. Could it be that less than 30 years after their deaths, a third monster had appeared in Konoha? And this one possessed the power of flight, terrifying speed, and some mysterious technique that made ordinary attacks meaningless against him. A chill crept up from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, more than anything else, the third Raikage wished the enemy had not come from Konoha. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 48, Chapter. Inside a sealed conference room in Kimogakure, the third Raikage sat at the head of a long table. Senior officials of the village were seated on both sides. Some matters were too sensitive to discuss in public, so the meeting had been moved here. For a long time, the third Raikage said nothing. The elder's speculation, the intelligence regarding Shimura Kizaru, and the scene of the battle that morning all replayed again and again in his mind. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the elder's guess was very likely correct. The person who attacked the village was most likely Konoha's prodigy, Shimura Kizaru. And now another problem stood directly in front of him. How should Kimogakure, and he himself, respond to the retaliation from Konoha and Shimura Kizaru? Should they clarify the matter and directly declare war on Konoha? Or endure it for now and observe how the situation developed? Even someone as decisive as the third Raikage found it difficult to reach a conclusion. War. Just thinking about the enemy's terrifying mobility and destructive ninjutsu gave him a headache. He even suspected that if war truly broke out with the Land of Fire, that single shinobi, very likely Shimura Kizaru, could destroy Kimogakure's entire rear region by himself. If that happened, no matter how powerful he was or how many troops Kimogakure had, defeating Konoha would be impossible. Flight. Extreme speed. Long-range destructive techniques. A shinobi like that was practically a strategic weapon on the battlefield. But if they didn't fight? The third Raikage felt anger surge in his chest again. He simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. Nor could he explain it to the shinobi and civilians of Kimogakure. A weak Raikage could never earn the trust of his people, especially in Kimogakure, a village that worshipped strength above all else. If he chose to endure silently, the seat beneath him might not remain stable for long. Realizing this, the third Raikage felt a dull pain in his chest. He had no real choice. After a long moment of silence, he finally made his decision. They would fight. But the way they fought would require careful planning. The information that the enemy may be a Konoha shinobi will not be made public for now, the third Raikage said slowly. Several of the senior officials looked disappointed. But none of them dared question the decision. Strengthen intelligence gathering on Shimura Kizaru. At the same time, increase his bounty on the black market. How much should the bounty be raised? Asked the official responsible for such matters. The third Raikage paused briefly before speaking coldly. 300 million. A faint gasp spread through the room. Such an enormous bounty, and such an expenditure, had never been issued by Kimogakure before. Understood, the official replied after a moment of stunned silence. The Jinchuriki project will be restarted as well. Begin selecting candidates. Another shocking order followed immediately. Ever since Kimogakure obtained two-tailed beasts, the village had attempted to create a stable Jinchuriki that could be deployed on the battlefield. Unfortunately, every attempt had failed. During the worst period, more than a dozen tailed beast rampages occurred within 3 years. 5 or 6 members of the Raikage's own clan had died during those incidents after becoming Jinchuriki. Because of those terrible losses, the third Raikage had temporarily abandoned the plan. But now, facing the pressure created by Kizaru and Konoha, he had no choice but to reopen the project. Even if it meant taking that risk again. In addition, the third Raikage continued, spread information among the other great villages. Report that Shimura Kizaru of Konoha infiltrated the Land of Lightning, launched a sneak attack on me, and fought me to a standstill. The room exploded instantly. Boss, you can't do that. Boss, please reconsider. Raikage-sama. Silence. The third Raikage's furious roar immediately quieted the room. You fools, he snapped, glaring at the people on both sides before letting out a heavy sigh. They couldn't even grasp such a simple strategy. How could he defeat Konoha relying on people like this? If a monster comparable to Senju Hashirama has truly appeared in Konoha, the third Raikage said coldly, then the other villages should suffer the same headache we do. We will not bear that pressure alone. Only then did the officials finally understand. By spreading the news among the higher circles of the ninja world, Kimogakure would force the other villages to become wary of Konoha's rising prodigy. Boss, should we spread this information throughout the entire ninja world? One subordinate suggested eagerly. The third Raikage slowly turned his head. His gaze carried killing intent. For a moment, he seriously considered punching the idiot. Spread it throughout the entire ninja world. Was he supposed to publicly announce that the third Raikage couldn't defeat a 10-year-old child? Where would his dignity go? What about Kimogakure's reputation? This information only needed to circulate quietly among the high-level leadership of the great villages, just enough for them to start worrying about how to deal with Shimura Kizaru. That was enough. A group of brainless idiots. With people like this, how could they possibly win a war? 2 days later. After stopping in the hot springs of the Land of Hot Water to clean up and change clothes, Kizaru's team finally returned to Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office. Seeing the 3 of them return safely, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relaxed. Leaning back in his chair, the third Hokage slowly sipped his tea while listening to the mission report. Then, puffed. The tea he had just swallowed sprayed straight out of his mouth. The cup in his hand shook violently, spilling tea everywhere. Ignoring his embarrassment, Hiruzen stared at Sarutobi Shinnosuke in disbelief. What did you say? Kizaru raided Kimogakure, killed hundreds of shinobi, and seriously wounded the third Raikage. Sarutobi Shinnosuke gave a helpless smile. When he had first heard the report himself, he had also been completely speechless. For a moment, he had even thought Kizaru was joking. Yes. He nodded toward his father. After we lured the third Raikage away, Kizaru infiltrated Kimogakure alone. He destroyed a large number of buildings and facilities, killed Dodai, the new generation prodigy of Kimogakure, and hundreds of their shinobi. After withdrawing, he ambushed the third Raikage when he returned for reinforcements, and severely wounded him. Hiruzen slowly placed the trembling teacup back on the desk. Then he looked at Shimura Kizaru with extremely complicated eyes. This kid. Danzo, who had been sitting silently beside him the entire time, stared at his old friend with a look of pure disdain. TCH. What a fuss. Under the table, however, Danzo's hand was gripping his own leg tightly. Very tightly. I'm not surprised at all. Just, a little excited. His grip tightened even more. Will this provoke a war between the Land of Lightning and us? Koharu Udatane asked anxiously. Danzo immediately turned his head and stared at her sharply. He didn't say a word. But the meaning was obvious. Koharu instantly understood. Of course. Kizaru did very well, she corrected herself quickly. I only meant that we should remain cautious about Kimogakure's retaliation. Together with Hamura Mitokado, Koharu served as a balancing force within the Hokage faction. And she understood something very clearly. Offending Hiruzen Sarutobi might only cost someone their political career. But offending Danzo could cost them their life. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 49, Chapter. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategic vision was in no way inferior to the third Hokage's. After listening to his son's report, Hiruzen immediately realized just how enormous Kizaru's value on the battlefield truly was. He could attack and retreat at will, possessed terrifying offensive power, and was nearly impossible to pin down. Against an enemy's rear lines, he was practically a nightmare made real. It could even be said that as long as Kizaru remained on Konoha's side, Konoha would hold an overwhelming advantage in any war. As long as the village could keep the enemy occupied on the front lines, Kizaru could use his absurd mobility to wreak havoc on their rear, crush their supply lines, and throw the entire battlefield into chaos. If that happened, Konoha's victory would only be a matter of time. Thinking of that, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kizaru with even greater fondness. What a fine boy. Just as expected of my disciple. Hiruzen could see it clearly, and Danzo, as one of the village's hawks, naturally saw it as well, perhaps even more sharply. Hanzo has been moving in the shadows for a while now. Should I just light the fire myself and force the war to begin ahead of schedule? With Kizaru's current abilities, a great shinobi war would be the perfect stage for him. As long as Kizaru made enough achievements in battle, then with the right support and careful guidance, the influence and prestige he gained would be unimaginable. The more Danzo thought about it, the more excited he became. His gaze toward Kizaru grew increasingly heated. My nephew is a genius among geniuses. If only he came with one less mouth, he'd be perfect. This mission was arranged by me. Kizaru and Tsukumo both performed splendidly. Before Danzo could even speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already stepped in first, taking responsibility for the possibility that this mission might provoke a conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with open dissatisfaction. He had also intended to speak up and shoulder the blame for his nephew. But he had been a step too slow. In the end, he could only close his half-open mouth again. Damn it. Late again. However, we still need to prepare for Kimogakuru's reaction, Hiruzen continued. I'll arrange for more forces to be sent to the border in case they retaliate. After saying that, he turned toward his son. Shinosuke, increase the ANBU surveillance on Kimogakure and keep a close eye on their recent movements. Understood, Sarutobi Shinosuke answered seriously. Hiruzen, let me lead the team to the border myself, Danzo said at once. He was worried that if ordinary shinobi were sent and Kimogakure launched a sudden strike, the casualties would be too severe. If that happened, it could affect Kizaru's reputation as well. So this time, Danzo was prepared to move personally. No, Hiruzen refused without hesitation. You still need to keep watch on Amigakure. That side matters too. As for the border, someone else will handle it. Danzo fell silent for a moment. He knew Hiruzen's reasoning was sound, so he did not argue further. What a pain. Kizaru, who had remained quiet until now, lifted a hand and scratched the back of his head lazily. Why not just send me back to the border alone? He spoke in his usual casual tone. Yet what he said was absurdly domineering. It's only Kimogakure. I can keep an eye on them by myself. One man against an entire village. And he said it as though he were talking about taking a stroll. For a moment, complicated emotions passed through everyone's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kizaru with even greater appreciation. The same words, when spoken by different people, had completely different weight. If Hatake Tsukumo or Sarutobi Shinosuke had said something like that, Hiruzen and Danzo would probably have thought they were being reckless. But when Kizaru said it, no one in the room could dismiss it. Because Kizaru had already proven he had the strength to back it up. No need for now, Hiruzen said warmly. You've worked hard enough on this mission. Stay in the village and rest for a few days. Rejected by his teacher, Kizaru did not insist. He simply fell silent again. You've all worked hard these past few days. You may go now, Hiruzen said, looking at the three of them. Understood. All right. Bye. The three answers were different, but their movements were the same. Together, they turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. After leaving the Hokage building, they looked up at the sky. It was still early. Sarutobi Shinosuke spoke first. There's still plenty of time. How about we go get some yakiniku together? This mission had let him witness Kizaru's terrifying strength with his own eyes, and it also made him want to grow closer to both of them. That sounds nice, Kizaru said in agreement. Hatake Tsukumo, who had once treated Kizaru to yakiniku before, felt his hands twitch slightly. Then, in the shameless yet necessary spirit of self-preservation, he asked the most important question first. Minister Shinosuke, you're paying today, right? It wasn't that Tsukumo was stingy. The problem was that the last time he had treated Kizaru to barbecue, it had left such a deep scar on his heart that he would probably remember it for the rest of his life. Whenever he thought about how he had to live frugally for more than a month afterward, he felt a chill run down his spine. There was nothing he could do. The Hokage clan was small, and he often had to help relatives and clan members who were struggling. So this question had to be asked in advance. "Tsukumo, you really are something," Sarutobi Shinosuke said with a helpless smile. Fortunately, he had saved up a decent amount of private money this year. "I'm paying today." "Thank you very much, Shinosuke-san," Kizaru said at once, smiling brightly. "You're welcome. Eat as much as you like," Sarutobi Shinosuke replied generously, patting his chest. Out of basic human decency, Hatake Tsukumo stepped forward and tried one last time to save the men. "Just order normally," he said, looking meaningfully at Kizaru, his tone full of persuasion. "Hahaha." Sarutobi Shinosuke laughed boldly. "Don't worry, I've got money. Today I'm treating you to the Akimichi clan's high-end yakiniku restaurant." "Now that does sound exciting," Kizaru said with a smile. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke with pity. He had already done everything he could. "Let's go." With a grand wave of his hand, Sarutobi Shinosuke confidently took the lead and brought the other two toward the Akimichi clan's yakiniku restaurant. The restaurant was located near the center of the village, beside the tea street, not too far from the Hokage building. Led by Shinosuke, the three arrived in about 10 minutes. "Lord Shinosuke, it's been a long time." Akimichi Hachi, the shinobi from the Akimichi clan in charge of reception, greeted him warmly. "Prepare a private room for us," Sarutobi Shinosuke said with practiced ease. Hachi's eyes swept over the three guests before settling on Kizaru. At once, his eyes lit up. A big customer. Having served Kizaru before, Akimichi Hachi's smile became noticeably brighter. With extra enthusiasm, he personally led the three of them to the most luxurious private room in the restaurant. Once they were seated, a waiter handed the menu to Sarutobi Shinosuke. Akimichi Hachi stood nearby, watching expectantly. "Kizaru, go ahead and order," Sarutobi Shinosuke said with a smile as he handed him the menu, completely failing to notice the strange look that had appeared on Hatake Tsukumo's face. "How embarrassing," Kizaru said, looking almost shy as he accepted it. "No need to hold back. Just order whatever you want," Sarutobi Shinosuke said generously. "Then I'll gladly accept, Shinosuke-san," Kizaru said with a smile, holding the menu in his hand. "Go on," Sarutobi Shinosuke said with a bold wave of his hand. After hearing that, Kizaru didn't even glance at the menu. He simply handed it straight to Akimichi Hachi. "Then let's start with 3 portions of everything on the menu." Kizaru said it with a gentle smile under Sarutobi Shinosuke's puzzled gaze. "Certainly." Akimichi Hachi answered so loudly and quickly that it was almost impressive. And the smile on his face grew brighter than ever. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 50, Chapter 3 servings of everything. Sarutobi Shinosuke froze. The smile on his face slowly stiffened. "The portions here are quite large," he reminded carefully in a lowered voice. Kizaru looked at him with a gentle smile and replied, sounding slightly embarrassed. "If it's not enough, I'll order more." "Not enough, order more." Sarutobi Shinosuke felt his heart tighten instantly. He slowly turned to look at Hatake Tsukumo beside him. Seeing the sympathy in Tsukumo's eyes, Shinosuke suddenly felt like he understood something. Trying to calm himself down, Shinosuke reached for the teacup on the table with slightly trembling hands. After taking a sip, he forced a stiff smile. "It's fine. Just eat slowly. As long as it's delicious and filling." "Sorry for the trouble, Shinosuke-nisan," Kizaru said with a bright smile. "No trouble at all," Shinosuke replied. Inside, however, his heart was already bleeding. The barbecue lasted more than 2 hours. By the end of it, nearly all the ingredients stored in the restaurant had been consumed. Sarutobi Shinosuke no longer remembered what the barbecue tasted like. All he remembered was that the alcohol here was incredibly strong. And that his hands were shaking when he signed the bill. "Lord Shinosuke, please come again next time." Akimichi Hachi personally escorted the important customer out of the restaurant, his face blooming with joy. Standing on the busy street outside, Kizaru smiled and bowed slightly. "Thank you for the meal." Calculating silently how many months of savings it would take to repay the debt, Sarutobi Shinosuke forced a smile. "You're welcome, we'll come again next time." The moment he finished speaking. Bang. Sarutobi Shinosuke mentally slapped himself. Why did I say that? Trying to save face again. My money. Although his heart was still bleeding, he continued smiling as he said goodbye to Kizaru. Supported by Hatake Tsukumo, he slowly headed toward home. Standing on the street, Kizaru watched the two figures walk away. Then he turned around and walked back into the barbecue restaurant. Hachi-san, Kizaru said casually, transfer Shinosuke's bill to the Shimura family account. Akimichi Heihachi immediately understood. Of course. The usual arrangement. He had served Kizaru many times before. The young shinobi had an appetite even more terrifying than members of the Akimichi clan themselves. Naturally, the owner remembered him very well. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Smiling brightly, Hachi escorted Kizaru out once more and watched him leave down the street. Meanwhile. Don't worry. Your debt was probably already paid by Kizaru. Hatake Tsukumo spoke kindly while helping Shinosuke walk home. Kizaru paid it. Most of Shinosuke's drunkenness vanished instantly. He looked at Tsukumo in surprise. Tsukumo nodded. The last time I treated him to barbecue, I didn't bring enough money. I owed quite a lot afterward. Later, when I saved up enough to pay the bill and went back to the restaurant. The owner told me Kizaru had already settled it. Then why were you acting so sympathetic earlier? Shinosuke asked. Although he said that, a smile had already appeared on his face again. Tsukumo shrugged. Because maybe next time, you'll treat us again. Just then. A cold wind passed through the street. Sarutobi Shinosuke shivered immediately. Let's talk about that later, much later. Tsukumo burst into laughter. Hahaha. Seeing his minister's reaction, he couldn't help laughing harder. Hey. Hey. Tsukumo. Shinosuke protested with mock dissatisfaction. You're laughing way too much. Hahaha. That only made Tsukumo laugh even louder. Looking at him, Shinosuke shook his head helplessly. Thinking back on his own reaction earlier, he couldn't help finding it amusing too. Far away, in Iwagakure of the land of Earth. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, stared at the intelligence report in his hand with a solemn expression. The information read. Shimura Kizaru. Less than 10 years old. Possesses a mysterious Kekkei Genkai known as light release, possibly even a Kekkei Tota. Capable of high-speed flight. Possesses unknown ninjutsu, or perhaps jinjutsu, that renders him nearly immune to damage. 6 days ago, he infiltrated the land of lightning and ambushed the third Raikage. The two fought without a decisive victor. Reading the report from Kimogakure, Anoki inhaled deeply. At first, his instinct was to dismiss it. Those fools from Kimogakure must be exaggerating, trying to drive a wedge between Iwagakure and Konohagakure by exaggerating Kizaru's threat. But after thinking about it further, Anoki rejected that idea. He knew the third Raikage well. The man might be reckless and proud, but he would never humiliate himself just to elevate the reputation of a 10-year-old child. Which meant. The report was most likely true. Konoha's prodigy, Shimura Kizaru, had truly ambushed the third Raikage and fought him to a standstill. Not even 10 years old. And already capable of battling a Kage. The thought sent a chill down Anoki's spine. It reminded him of a humiliating memory from his youth. When he had once visited Konohagakure and been utterly crushed by Uchiha Madara. Was Konoha about to produce another monster like Senju Hashirama or Madara? No. This cannot be allowed. If someone like that appeared again in Konoha, the balance of the entire shinobi world would collapse. And if Shimura Kizaru inherited Madara's ambition, there would be no Senju Hashirama left to stop him. Anoki shuddered. Especially when he considered the family Kizaru belonged to. And his relationship with Shimura Danzo. The darkness of the shinobi world. Anoki knew Danzo's ruthless ideology and iron-blooded methods very well. With an uncle like that constantly influencing him, it was impossible for Kizaru not to be affected. He had to be eliminated. Without hesitation, Anoki made his decision. He also understood why the third Raikage had shared this information despite damaging his own reputation. Setting the report down, Anoki turned to his assistant. What bounty do we currently have on Konoha's Shimura Kizaru on the black market? The assistant thought for a moment before answering. 50 million. Anoki nodded. Then he spoke decisively. Raise it to 300 million. The assistant stared at him in shock. Lord Tsuchikage. A bounty that high will greatly affect this year's finances. Do it. Anoki's tone was firm. And contact the strongest bounty hunter we can find. If he accepts the mission, inform him that the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning will jointly offer 600 million if the target is eliminated. The assistant froze for a moment. Then he answered mechanically. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 51, Chapter 300 million Rio from the land of lightning, 300 million from the land of earth, and 100 million from the land of wind. In just 2 days, Kizaru became the man with the highest bounty in the entire underground black market since its establishment. Naturally, in order to preserve the surface rules of the shinobi world and protect the reputations of the great hidden villages, none of the 3 major villages came forward openly. Instead, they operated through intermediaries. But the people who ran the black market, along with the bounty hunters who lived off it, all understood exactly what was going on. After all, in the entire shinobi world, the only forces capable of throwing around that much money to place a bounty on a Konoha shinobi were the other great hidden villages. The land of Taki was a small country neighboring the land of fire. Kakuzu, the most feared bounty hunter in the underground world, had just finished off a target worth 10 million Rio. Carrying the corpse over his shoulder and wearing his usual hooded cloak, he stepped into a bounty exchange. Unlike the usual quiet atmosphere, the place was unusually loud today. Kakuzu had just made a tidy little profit, so he was in a rare good mood. His gaze swept across the room and found bounty hunters gathered in small groups, all whispering excitedly among themselves. As he walked toward the counter, his sharp ears caught the words they kept repeating. 700 million. A full 700 million. That absurd number made Kakuzu's eyes gleam greedily beneath the shadows of his hood, like a wolf catching the scent of blood. Even so, he didn't rush. He calmly dropped the corpse onto the counter. The staff checked the body, confirmed the kill, and brought out a black suitcase as payment. Kakuzu opened it right there and counted the money 1 stack at a time. Only after confirming the amount was correct did he close the case and look up at the staff member. Deposit it. Sir, could we speak somewhere private? The staff member asked quickly. A client wants to entrust you with a mission, and the amount involved is considerable. Kakuzu had been mildly irritated at being interrupted, but the moment he heard that, his mood improved again. Fine. This way, please. The employee immediately came around the counter, opened a side door, and respectfully led Kakuzu into a private room deeper inside the building. Inside, the man in charge of the exchange was sitting on a sofa, smoking a cigar. He was ready to scold his subordinate for barging in, but the moment he saw Kakuzu clearly, his expression changed. His irritation vanished and was replaced by delight. After warmly inviting Kakuzu to sit and dismissing the subordinate, the man took the seat directly across from him. Mr. Kakuzu, my apologies for troubling you like this. Cut the nonsense. Talk. Kakuzu's tone was cold and impatient, as always. To him, time was money. Of course. Still wearing a businesslike smile, the manager turned to the cabinet beside him, pulled out a file, and placed it on the table before Kakuzu. I'm sure you've already heard the talk outside. We recently received a bounty contract worth a total of 700 million Rio. The clients are hoping you'll accept it. Kakuzu did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the file and began reading. The target was a genius shinobi of Konoha. Only 10 years old. Possessed a Kekei Genkai. Already powerful enough to far surpass the average jonin. After reading through the file and getting a basic understanding of the target, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and began weighing the risks and rewards. The target is a Konoha shinobi, he said slowly. And one of the promising brats under Konoha's shadow. The manager quickly leaned forward, worried Kakuzu might lose interest because of the forces involved. Mr. Kakuzu, the clients have promised that if you complete the mission, they're willing to provide shelter and protection. I don't need that, Kakuzu replied without hesitation. The manager blinked. What do you mean? I want more money. For a lone wolf like Kakuzu, the promise of asylum meant nothing. Protection was worthless compared to cold, hard cash. The manager finally understood. He looked both relieved and troubled at the same time, then forced a smile and said, please wait a moment. I'll contact the clients at once. A 700 million Rio contract was more than enough to justify waiting. Kakuzu gave a slight nod. He didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, the manager returned to the private room. The clients have agreed to add another 50 million Rio. Kakuzu, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, opened them at once. A trace of satisfaction flashed across his gaze. I'll take the job. As he spoke, he grabbed the file from the table, rose to his feet, and strode out of the room with steady, confident steps. 750 million. It was the largest contract Kakuzu had ever accepted in his life. Even with all 5 hearts beating inside him, he could feel every single one of them trembling with excitement. Shimura Kizaru. Your head is mine. Character fusion rate, 48%. Now that was a very pleasing increase. With a satisfied smile, Kizaru slowly opened his eyes while sitting by the riverbank with a fishing rod in hand. Ever since he had stormed Kumogakure and ambushed the third Raikage, the fusion rate of the character card in his mind had begun rising rapidly once again. Naturally, that had a lot to do with the information Kimogakure had passed to the other great hidden villages, as well as the outrageous bounty that had now spread through the underground black market. In a way, the third Reikage had accidentally helped build Kizaru's reputation for him. Kizaru, of course, accepted that gift very happily. He had gotten to show off, vent a little, and grow stronger at the same time. No matter how he looked at it, he had profited quite handsomely. With only another 2% left before a new ability could be unlocked, even Kizaru found himself feeling a little excited. After all, he had already learned from his uncle that the Second Shinobi World War was about to erupt. The stronger he became before that, the more dazzling his performance on the battlefield would be. And the more famous he became, the faster the fusion rate would rise in return. Kizaru could already see it. Once the war truly began, he would enter a period of explosive growth. My, living this comfortably is a little frightening. Kizaru lazily put down the fishing rod, speaking in that slow, carefree tone of his. He had spent the entire afternoon fishing. Even after being discharged from his self-proclaimed Air Force once again, he still felt perfectly at ease. Instead, he rose to his feet with that same relaxed smile on his face. The sun was already beginning to sink. Kizaru had been invited out by Tsunade the day before, so after tidying himself up a little, he headed out for the appointment. Tsunade had invited him to dinner as thanks. First, because Kizaru had helped get Nawaki to the hospital in time last time, preventing any possible danger on the way. Second, because Kizaru had actively supported increasing resources for the training of medical shinobi. By the time Kizaru arrived at the izakaya Tsunade had reserved, she was already there. Inside the private booth, with 2 rows of seats facing one another, Tsunade was not alone. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were there as well. "Kizaru, over here." Jiraiya called out with an enthusiastic wave the moment he saw him enter. "Ooh, looks like I kept everyone waiting," Kizaru said with a faint smile as he approached the booth. "Hahaha." Jiraiya laughed, clearly in high spirits over this rare reunion among old classmates. "Not at all. We only just got here ourselves." "Sit down already," Tsunade said, patting the seat beside her without a hint of restraint. Kizaru sat down casually, then glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru across from him. The smile on his face deepened a little more. For a moment, the atmosphere in the booth felt unexpectedly warm. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 52, Chapter. At this gathering, Kizaru didn't indulge himself the way he had when he messed with Sarutobi Shinosuke last time. He only sipped his drink, picked at a few small dishes, and chatted with his senpai. Over the past 2 years, gatherings with the 4 of them had become increasingly rare. Tsunade was busy with hospital work and training medical ninja, so her schedule was always full. Orochimaru was obsessed with developing ninjutsu and pursuing biological research, rarely showing his face outside. Jiraiya used collecting material for his novel as an excuse to travel everywhere. But in truth, he was searching across the shinobi world for the child of prophecy. Thinking of that, Kizaru suddenly grew curious. He wondered whether the great toad sage had foreseen his appearance, and whether Jiraiya had ever mentioned him to Mount Maiboku. As for the great toad sage, what interested Kizaru most wasn't the prophecy. It was senjutsu. Not because he wanted to use it directly, but because he wanted to study it, dissect its principles, and use it as a reference. Kizaru had his own thoughts and ambitions when it came to sage mode and sage chakra. He wanted to create a form of senjutsu that belonged to him alone. Back when he had watched Naruto before reincarnating, Kizaru had noticed that the holy lands behind the Sannin seemed to hold the true core of senjutsu. The clearest example was this. The senjutsu practiced at Mount Maiboku by Jiraiya and Naruto only allowed them to temporarily absorb natural energy and balance it inside the body. They were not truly digesting or assimilating natural energy as part of themselves. The sages of the 3 great holy lands, however, were clearly different. If they couldn't directly absorb and refine natural energy, they would never have lived for so long. There was a world of difference between temporarily storing energy and truly digesting it. That was why the kind of senjutsu Kizaru wanted was one that could absorb natural energy, adapt to the human body, and suit him perfectly. As his thoughts drifted toward the idea of creating a new form of senjutsu, Kizaru's gaze shifted to Orochimaru. When it came to scientific talent and the development of ninjutsu, there was probably no one in the entire shinobi world who could compare to Orochimaru, a man who had already grasped the essence of countless techniques. It looks like after the second shinobi war ends, I'll need to have a proper talk with this senpai. Sensing Kizaru's gaze, Orochimaru, who had spent most of the night silently listening to Jiraiya and Tsunade talk, turned slightly and gave his kohai a faint smile. Kizaru smiled back, pushed those thoughts aside, picked up the glass in front of him, and rejoined the conversation. The 4 of them chatted for a long time. It wasn't until nearly midnight, around 11 or 12, that they finally stepped out of the izakaya, all carrying the scent of alcohol. Jiraiya, already dead drunk, was being supported by Orochimaru, who wore an openly disgusted expression as he walked in front. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed from drinking, walked beside Kizaru. The cold night wind sweeping through the street cleared some of the haze from her eyes. Then Tsunade reached into her clothes, took out the scroll she had prepared beforehand, and handed it to Kizaru. "This is the method for learning my chakra-enhanced strength," Tsunade said in a low voice when she saw the curiosity in his eyes. "I'm giving it to you." "What a generous gift, Tsunade-ne-san." Kizaru smiled as he took the scroll without the slightest bit of ceremony. "You brat, at least act a little polite," Tsunade snapped, raising an arm and jabbing him hard in the side. Rubbing the sore spot at his waist, Kizaru grinned and sighed dramatically. "Oh, that hurt. Tsunade-ne-san, you've got such a scary temper." Tsunade shot him a fierce glare before continuing, "I heard from the old man that your physical condition and chakra control are both excellent. It shouldn't be too hard for you to learn this technique." She paused, then added, "I don't have much going on lately. Starting tomorrow, come to the hospital every afternoon. I'll guide your training myself." "Then I'll be in your care," Kizaru replied as he slipped the scroll into his pocket. "I watched your spar with the old man," Tsunade said. "This technique suits your taijutsu very well. It should be useful to you." She hadn't given Kizaru this technique on a whim. She had thought it through carefully. Kizaru nodded. As he imagined Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength combined with armament haki, his taijutsu, the power of the glint-glint fruit, and the physical abilities he had inherited from Admiral Kizaru in his prime, he suddenly had a strange realization. His fighting style was becoming more and more violent. And in the future, once he fully fused with Admiral Kizaru's peak physical abilities and mastered his haki at its highest level. In the entire shinobi world, how many people could truly withstand a single kick from him? "You brat, what are you daydreaming about?" Tsunade's voice pulled Kizaru back to reality. "Something pleasant," Kizaru replied with a smile. "TCH." Tsunade snorted, then looked at him seriously. "Be careful these days. Don't leave the village unless you have to. The bounty on your head in the black market has already risen to 700 million ryo. That really is a scary number," Kizaru said with an easy smile. "You brat, I'm serious." Tsunade frowned, clearly worried that he would underestimate the danger and ignore his own safety. Faced with the concern of his senpai, Kizaru let his usual teasing smile fade and answered in a calmer tone. "Don't worry. My head is worth more than that." Seeing the rare seriousness on his face, Tsunade finally relaxed a little. She lifted her hand and patted his arm. "Take care of yourself," she said. "I don't want to see you lying in a hospital bed. Instead of worrying about me, shouldn't you be more worried about Jiraiya Nikki?" Kizaru said. "He's the one who loves running all over the place." As he spoke, he looked at Tsunade, and on a sudden whim, raised his right hand. At 190 centimeters tall, Kizaru had no trouble placing his palm on the head of Tsunade, who stood at 163. Then, just like he often did with Namikaze Minato, he casually ruffled her soft golden hair. Nice to the touch." He praised it silently in his heart. And before Tsunade could fully react, Kizaru took advantage of her momentary daze and vanished with the body flicker technique. The instant he disappeared, Tsunade snapped back to herself. Her beautiful face flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from rage. "Kizaru. I'm going to kill you." With an angry shout, Tsunade shot off in the direction he had fled. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had been walking ahead, noticed the disturbance behind them just as Kizaru escaped. They hadn't seen him pat Tsunade's head. When they turned around, all they saw was Tsunade roaring in fury. In the next instant, Tsunade's figure disappeared from their sight as well. The two exchanged confused looks. "What just happened?" Jiraiya asked, his drunken eyes half open as he turned to Orochimaru. Looking at him with a trace of pity, Orochimaru said flatly, "I'll take you home. Aren't we going to worry about Kizaru?" "Tsunade, that female tyrant, Tyrannosaurus can really kill people." Jiraiya slurred mockingly, then let out a loud hiccup. For a brief moment, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming urge to kill this idiot first. Boom. A figure crashed heavily back to the ground. Tsunade had failed to catch up to Kizaru's speed and had no choice but to return. "Orochimaru, look. The female Tyrannosaurus is back." "Hahaha." Jiraiya pointed at Tsunade, laughing foolishly. Without a second of hesitation, Orochimaru released the hand that had been supporting Jiraiya and used the body flicker technique to instantly put distance between himself and the suicidal fool. Jiraiya. Already furious, Tsunade exploded the moment she heard him say it. At that moment, under the pressure of Tsunade's murderous aura, Jiraiya sobered up just a little. "It's over. I'm dead." Cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. Tsunade, I was wrong. Jiraiya shouted, throwing himself into a defensive stance as he loudly admitted defeat. Go to hell. The only thing he got in return was Tsunade's furious roar. And an iron fist flying straight at him. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 53, Chapter. My. The front gate of the Shimura residence had collapsed onto the ground, and even the nearby walls had been reduced to rubble. Kizaru stood not far from the entrance, hands tucked into his pockets as he leaned lazily against the trunk of a large tree. Oh, looks like someone's gate didn't survive the morning, he sighed as he looked at the small ruin in front of him. You brat, have you figured out whose fault this is? Danzo snapped. A bruised eye stood out clearly on his face, and Kizaru's words nearly made him lose his composure again. Pfft. The moment Kizaru turned to look at his uncle, he failed to hold it in and burst out laughing. Veins bulged at Danzo's temple, and for a second he felt dizzy from sheer irritation. I'm truly sorry, uncle. I just happened to think of something amusing, Kizaru said, his apology utterly lacking sincerity. That crazy woman. Unable to vent his anger at Kizaru, Danzo could only curse Tsunade under his breath. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. Seeing the look on Danzo's face, Kizaru even took the initiative to comfort him. Danzo looked at his nephew and said earnestly, don't provoke that lunatic again in the future. Do you hear me, Kizaru? After scratching his head, Kizaru nodded with a smile. I know. Then he turned and began walking out of the street. Where are you going? Danzo called after him. To the hospital. Kizaru slowed slightly and answered without turning around. Danzo's expression twisted at once, and he coughed from anger, aggravating the injuries on his body. He had just told him not to provoke Tsunade, and Kizaru had agreed so readily, only to turn around and head straight for the hospital. Wait. Why are you going to the hospital? I heard Jiraiya-senpai was admitted last night. I'm going to visit him. Hearing that explanation, Danzo immediately felt much better, and even his tone softened. Come back soon. I know. With that, Kizaru quickened his pace and left the street in front of the Shimura residence. Watching him disappear from sight, Danzo turned back toward the wreckage at his door. His cheek twitched uncontrollably. With a dark expression, he turned and went back inside. About 20 minutes later, Kizaru arrived at the hospital with a cup of tea in his right hand and breakfast in his left. By then, the warm morning sun had already climbed past the Hokage rock and was shining high above Konoha. Many patients were out walking through the hospital grounds. Smiling as he greeted doctors and nurses along the way, Kizaru made his way into the inpatient ward. After reaching the 3rd floor and asking around a bit, he finally found Jiraiya's room. Good morning, Jiraiya-senpai. Pushing open the door, Kizaru walked in and greeted Jiraiya, who had only just gotten out of bed. You really did me in this time, Jiraiya said with a wry smile, both hands still wrapped in bandages. My, looks like Tsunade-ne-san was in top form, Kizaru said with a lazy smile as he handed Jiraiya the breakfast and sat on the edge of the bed. That woman Tsunade is ruthless, Jiraiya grumbled as he accepted it. Still smiling, Kizaru sensed someone approaching from outside the room. Without missing a beat, he suddenly said, That's not fair, Jiraiya-senpai. Tsunade-ne-san is a wonderful person. She's kind, passionate, and beautiful too. Tsunade, who had quietly come over after hearing from her subordinates that Kizaru had arrived, had originally intended to settle accounts with him. But the moment she reached the door and heard that evaluation, most of the anger in her chest vanished on the spot. TCH. Jiraiya snorted in disdain while eating. You're still too naive, he said, looking at Kizaru. That woman Tsunade may be pretty, but her personality is awful. Once she gets mad, she turns into a full-blown Tyrannosaurus. After saying that, Jiraiya raised both hands toward Kizaru. Look at this. She did this to me last. Bang. Before he could finish, the door to the room slammed open. Anger never really disappeared. It simply shifted targets. Tsunade strode in with a dark expression, killing intent practically radiating off her. Who told you to eat this stuff? She walked straight to Jiraiya and snatched away the breakfast Kizaru had brought. The hospital already prepared a proper meal for you. Don't eat whatever you feel like. She didn't spare Kizaru so much as a glance. Her eyes were fixed entirely on Jiraiya. Kizaru brought it for me, Jiraiya explained carefully, unsure how much of that conversation Tsunade had heard. After saying that, he looked at Tsunade, then secretly flicked a glance at Kizaru, his eyes full of helpless pleading. Lie down. After scolding Jiraiya, Tsunade finally turned toward Kizaru. Though most of her anger had already faded, she still deliberately kept a cold face as she asked, How many of those scrolls have you gone through? I'm almost done, Kizaru replied with a smile. Scrolls. What scrolls? Jiraiya's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them, curiosity obvious on his face. Good. I don't have anything else to do today. You're coming with me to training ground later. Thank you very much, Tsunade-ne-san. Tsunade raised her right hand and smacked Kizaru on the arm, not too lightly, not too hard, then glared at him. Talk properly when you speak to me. All right, Kizaru answered with an easy smile. Jiraiya looked up at Kizaru's arm, then down at his own hands and arms, which were wrapped up with broken bones still healing. For some reason, his whole chest suddenly felt sour. Someone will bring you breakfast later. Just lie there and rest, Tsunade said as she withdrew her hand and lowered her gaze to Jiraiya again. I know. Jiraiya replied weakly, watching helplessly as Tsunade led Kizaru out of the room. He's only 10 years old, Tsunade. After bringing Kizaru out of the ward and walking through the corridors and down the stairs, Tsunade returned to her office. She took off her white coat, revealing the fitted training clothes she wore underneath, then turned to look at Kizaru behind her. Casually tossing the coat onto a chair, Tsunade said, "Come here." Kizaru took 2 unhurried steps forward until he stood right in front of her. Crossing her arms, Tsunade looked up at his smiling face and frowned. Lower your head. Having already guessed what she was thinking, Kizaru bent slightly and lowered his head. Tsunade reached out with her right hand and roughly rubbed his hair in retaliation. At last, the cold expression on her face gave way to a smile. There. Now we're even. Still keeping his head lowered, Kizaru said jokingly, how about a few more times, Tsunade-ne-san? Tsunade punched him in the shoulder, then straightened back up and rolled her eyes. That's a fine idea, brat. What a shame, Kizaru said with a smile. You really are something, Tsunade muttered in exasperation. Then she turned toward the door. Let's go. All right, all right. Still smiling, Kizaru followed Tsunade out of the office once more. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 54, Chapter. Just as Kizaru had begun following Tsunade and learning those unusual abilities, Kakuzu, who had already accepted the bounty, also began to move. The Land of Rivers, where Kakuzu had previously been staying, bordered the Land of Fire. Because of that, it took him only half a day to slip into the Land of Fire unnoticed. After hiding himself in a town near Konoha, Kakuzu soon discovered a troublesome problem. His target, Shimura Kizaru, had never accepted a mission. If Kizaru did not take on missions, then he would not leave the village, and Kakuzu would naturally have no chance to strike. Although he was once a dangerous shinobi who had attempted to assassinate the first Hokage and still managed to escape alive, Kakuzu did not believe he could successfully kill his target inside Konoha itself. After all, the information from the black market made it clear that the target was no weakling. Kizaru already had a record of killing jonin, while the matter involving his ambush of the Raikage had been suppressed by the 3 great shinobi villages. Based on that alone, Kakuzu judged that defeating him quickly would be difficult. And if he failed to kill the target in a short amount of time, then carrying out an assassination inside Konoha would only leave him surrounded, with little hope of escape. 750 million ryo was certainly tempting, but Kakuzu had always preferred to stay alive long enough to spend the money he earned. Because of that, he remained hidden in the town with remarkable patience, waiting for the right opportunity. An opportunity for Kizaru to leave the village. At the same time, through one of the underground bounty exchange stations in the Land of Fire, Kakuzu also passed a message to the client behind the enormous bounty. He needed their help to lure Shimura Kizaru out of the village. Only then would it be easy for him to act. As for Kakuzu's request, the 3 great shinobi villages that had placed the bounty understood it very well. After all, across the entire shinobi world, how many ninja could truly infiltrate one of the 5 great shinobi villages and assassinate a genius-level shinobi at their very base of operations? On that matter, Kumogakure had the most right to speak. After all, their own genius shinobi, Dodai, had been killed by Shimura Kizaru right in the heart of their base. And it had not even been an assassination. It had been a one-sided kill, carried out in front of hundreds of shinobi. The more the 3rd Raikage thought about it, the more furious he became. During this period, under the 3rd Raikage's leadership, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had been in frequent contact, and there were already signs of the 3 villages joining forces to suppress Konoha. There was no helping it. Kizaru's performance during his raid on Kumogakure had been far too amazing. Konoha was naturally aware of the changes among the 3 great villages as well. Danzo had stepped up Root's external intelligence work, while the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had even reduced the number of missions the village accepted. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Karigakure, with its isolationist policy, seemed detached. The others had all begun to sense the approach of war. The shinobi world still looked calm on the surface, but in truth, it had already become a massive powder keg. All it lacked was a single spark. Hanzo-sama, everything is ready. Inside a large chamber in ANBU, Hanzo of the Salamander sat at the head seat, wearing his breathing mask as always. Below him stood ANBU's elite shinobi. Every ninja in the room looked up at him with eyes full of reverence and fanaticism. At that moment, in their eyes, Hanzo was no longer merely a powerful shinobi. He was a great leader. A god. P.S. A fodder. The land of rain had been poor and weak for far too many years. More than anything, its people longed for the appearance of a hero, someone who could lead them out of their stagnant fate and change the country's future. Now, Hanzo had become that hope. They all believed that under his leadership, the land of rain would one day rise to become the sixth great power, standing shoulder to shoulder with the five great nations. Rising from his seat, Hanzo stepped forward and looked down at the massive sand table in front of him. Upon it lay the full outline of both his ambition and ANBU's. Strike the land of iron. Cripple the land of wind. Break the land of fire. With those three wars, they would seize new territory, expand their borders, and elevate the land of rain into a true great power in one decisive stroke. Hanzo lifted his gaze from the sand table and swept it across the fanatical men standing below. At this moment, his chest swelled with pride. For the first time in many years, he felt that the dream he had pursued for so long was finally within reach. Under the countless expectant eyes fixed upon him, Hanzo spoke with absolute confidence. Tomorrow morning, we launch a surprise attack on the land of iron. Yes. The shinobi below answered in unison, their voices filled with excitement and joy. With Hanzo's command, the spark that would ignite the powder keg of the shinobi world was lit in the land of rain, a country of endless downpours and sprawling swamps. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Danzo had only just woken up when he received urgent intelligence from his subordinates. The land of rain had declared war on the land of iron. Hanzo himself had personally led ANBU's forces in a surprise assault. Without wasting a single moment, Danzo left his residence and headed straight for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before departing, he gave one order to the clan members nearby. Wake Kizaru up and send him to the Hokage building to await orders. Yes, sir. Not long after Danzo left, Kizaru, dragged out of sleep, put on his clothes with half-lidded, drowsy eyes and left the Shimura compound. By the time he arrived at Hiruzen's office, several people were already gathered inside the room. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in the main seat. Beside him stood Hokage advisor Danzo, while the other two advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, sat on either side. ANBU commander Sarutobi Shinosuke was also present, along with Hataki Sakumo, both standing by on the side. After entering, Kizaru glanced around the room, then quietly walked over to stand beside Sarutobi Shinosuke without saying a word. Not long after Kizaru arrived, Tsunade entered as the representative of Konoha Hospital. Soon after that, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also hurried into the office. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his pipe and turned his gaze toward Danzo beside him. Understanding his old friend's meaning, Danzo gave a light cough and began to speak. According to Root's intelligence, at 3 o'clock this morning, Hanzo of the Land of Rain personally led ANBU's forces in a raid on the Land of Iron. The current state of the battle is still unknown, and I have already ordered our people to intensify reconnaissance. Danzo's words instantly shattered the room's brief calm. The Land of Iron is no match for Hanzo, Hamura Mitokado said at once. We absolutely cannot allow Hanzo to swallow up the Land of Iron, Kohara Udatane added. Hanzo's ambition is exactly what I warned about before, Danzo said firmly. We cannot sit back and watch the Land of Rain rise. My opinion is simple, send troops into the Land of Rain. The moment Danzo finished speaking, Jiraiya, who was standing beside Orochimaru behind Tsunade, parted his lips as if he wanted to say something. But Orochimaru, who understood Jiraiya's temperament all too well, immediately noticed. He stretched out a hand to stop him, then gave Jiraiya a subtle shake of the head. Jiraiya's mouth slowly closed again, and though reluctance lingered on his face, he remained silent. If we send troops into the Land of Rain, I'm worried Kimogakure may make a move, said Sarutobi Shinosuke. As the head of ANBU, he had recently been tasked with closely monitoring Kimogakure's movements, and his concern was not without basis. What Shinosuke says makes sense. We must remain on guard against Kimogakure, Hamura said in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a slow nod, clearly agreeing with both of them. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 55, Chapter. The potential threat from the Land of Lightning. Should they send troops to the Land of Rain? As the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew it was time to make a decision. The Land of Rain has not declared war on us, and the Land of Iron has not requested aid. If we send troops now, it will be difficult to justify it to everyone, said Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this point in his life, still in the prime of both his strength and body, Hiruzen was far more decisive than he would be in his old age. He quickly made up his mind. The matter of the Land of Rain will be handled by the ANBU. Danzo will take charge of everything there, and Shinosuke will assist him. Understood. Sarutobi Shinosuke answered at once. In that case, leave it to me, Danzo said coldly, clearly satisfied with Hiruzen's decision. Then Hiruzen turned toward Tsunade. Tsunade, the hospital must be fully prepared, especially the logistics and medical reserves. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Tsunade placed one hand on her hip and replied with confidence. Hiruzen nodded, then continued, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two must also be ready. If we enter a direct war with the Land of Rain, you will serve as the main combat force and head to the front lines alongside Elder Danzo. In this war, Hiruzen intended to use the opportunity to temper his 3 disciples and prepare them for the day they would rise to the top. Understood, Jiraiya and Orochimaru responded together. After settling the matter of the Land of Rain, Hiruzen began making arrangements against the possible threat from the Land of Lightning. Hamura, I'll be counting on you in the Land of Lightning direction. After this meeting, take 500 shinobi and head to the border to guard against an attack from Kimogakure. I'll keep an eye on them, Hamura Mitokado replied calmly. Even when facing the third Raikage, he did not seem pressured in the slightest. There's no need to go that far. Leave the Land of Lightning to me. Just as the two finished speaking, Kizaru, who had been silent until now, finally opened his mouth. Oh, how scary, but if it's just Kimogakure, I can handle that side by myself, you know. The moment Kizaru spoke, most of the people present remained calm. Only the future Sannin, who still didn't know the full details of his raid on Kimogakure, turned to look at him in surprise. No. That's too dangerous. Tsunade rejected the idea immediately, concern clear in her voice. Kizaru, don't be reckless. Jiraiya added at once. Orochimaru said nothing, not because he did not care about his Kohai, but because he believed their teacher would never agree to such a request. To his surprise, however, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not reject it immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Not only Hiruzen, but even Kizaru's biological uncle remained silent, a strange expression crossing his face. From the reactions of several people in the room, Orochimaru seemed to understand something. He looked at Kizaru with faint surprise and growing curiosity in his eyes. And as Orochimaru suspected, Hiruzen was not doubting the strength of his young student. What he was considering was whether this arrangement was worth making. Originally, Hiruzen's plan for Kizaru was to keep him in the village alongside the Sannin, then use him as a hidden card to provide support wherever the situation shifted. But now Kizaru had volunteered to go to the border himself and hold one entire front alone. That idea stirred something in Hiruzen. For the first time in his life, holding so many powerful cards in his hand, Hiruzen found himself struggling with the luxury of choice. After thinking it over for a long time, he considered that Konoha was not officially at war yet. If he suddenly mobilized 500 shinobi to the border, it could easily create tension among both the villagers and the daimyo. In the end, Hiruzen made his decision. Very well. Since you have that confidence, I'll leave the Land of Lightning to you alone. He looked at Kizaru solemnly, his voice carrying clear appreciation. Old man, have you lost your mind? Tsunade said sharply as she stepped forward. Are you trying to send Kizaru to his death? She demanded, her worry for him obvious. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade standing before him and said evenly, during the last mission, Kizaru infiltrated Kimogakure alone. He killed and injured hundreds of Kimo shinobi, destroyed a large number of buildings, and while retreating, he ambushed the third Raikage when he returned with reinforcements. He even managed to wound him badly. The moment Hiruzen finished speaking, Tsunade froze in shock. Her expression faltered as she looked at Hiruzen, then turned back toward Kizaru behind her. Faced with Tsunade's worried gaze, Kizaru did not boast or show off. He only smiled and gave a small nod. Not just Tsunade, even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, hearing the full details of Kizaru's feats for the first time, stared at him in silence. What a monster. Neither of them said it aloud, but the thought in their hearts was almost exactly the same. But last time was a raid, Tsunade said after regaining herself. If the third Raikage leads the main force in an invasion this time, and Kizaru has to face them alone, it'll still be dangerous. Tsunade-Nizen, don't worry. Kizaru spoke up gently. I can fly. If I can't handle them head-on, I'll retreat immediately. Right. He could fly. Tsunade, reminded of that fact now that her panic had cleared, finally calmed down. She nodded, accepted Kizaru's reasoning, and stepped back to her place without arguing further. Seeing that Tsunade had stopped objecting, Hiruzen turned toward Danzo again, waiting to hear his opinion. I agree, Danzo said simply. Without wasting any words, the man who had long hoped to shape his nephew into the next Hokage through war gave his approval at once. Seeing that, Hiruzen made the final arrangements. Kizaru will take responsibility for the Land of Lightning front. Hamura, you will remain in the village and oversee the overall situation. As he spoke, Hiruzen looked toward the other advisor beside Hamura. Koharu, I'll leave the village's logistics to you. Udatane Koharu gave a quiet nod in agreement. This afternoon, I'll hold a village-wide meeting to announce these arrangements, Hiruzen said in conclusion. With that, he rose from his seat and looked around at everyone present, his expression stern and resolute. This time, I'm counting on all of you. No one answered aloud, but every person in the room returned his gaze with serious faces, their eyes filled with determination and confidence. When the meeting ended, everyone except Danzo and Hiruzen left the Hokage's office to make their final preparations. Kizaru was about to leave with Tsunade and the others, but Danzo stopped him and told him to wait outside. A few minutes later, Danzo came out of the office. Without saying a word, he brought Kizaru straight to Root's underground base. Inside one of the base's secret rooms, Danzo faced Kizaru and spoke in a low voice. At the meeting this afternoon, Hiruzen and I have already decided that we'll focus on publicizing your deeds, how you alone are going to the border to hold back the Land of Lightning. My, that's quite the responsibility, you know, Kizaru said with a smile. Once war breaks out, you will become the hero of the village, Danzo continued. When that time comes, no one will be qualified to compete with you for the position of 4th Hokage. Not even Tsunade. Become Hokage. That obsession truly was at the center of Danzo's heart now. Kizaru only smiled and nodded. Danzo watched him for a moment in silence before changing the subject. But remember this, your life matters more than becoming a hero. The moment you sense real danger, I want you to retreat immediately. No matter what consequences come from that retreat, I alone will bear them. A trace of surprise flashed across Kizaru's face as he looked at Danzo. You are my nephew, Danzo said, the corners of his mouth lifting faintly. Everything I have, and everything belonging to the Shimura clan, will one day be inherited by you. So you must stay alive for me. Do you understand? Understood, Kizaru replied seriously, though there was a hint of warmth in his smile. Danzo raised his right hand and, with rare reluctance, patted Kizaru on the shoulder. Go back. Rest well. You leave tomorrow. With that, Danzo turned and walked toward the door of the secret room. Uncle, over there in the Land of Rain, stay safe, Kizaru said, looking at Danzo's back with genuine concern. Hahaha. Hearing that, Danzo laughed happily and walked out of the room with a smile on his face. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 56, Chapter. Hanzo's raid on the Land of Iron sent shockwaves through the undercurrents of the entire ninja world. The 5 great nations could not tolerate Hanzo's growing ambition. In particular, the 3 great countries bordering the Land of Rain, the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth, had already entered a state of war readiness. No one would allow an enemy to grow unchecked right at their doorstep. Once Hanzo successfully annexed the Land of Iron, the Land of Rain would not only expand its territory, but also gain control over the samurai forces and rich mineral resources of the Land of Iron. At that point, the Land of Rain would truly possess the foundation needed to rise as a major power. More importantly, the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron were not directly connected. Between them lay the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire. If Hanzo intended to seize the Land of Iron, it meant he would inevitably encroach upon the territories of both the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire. It was nothing less than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. And the tiger in question was one of the strongest forces in the entire ninja world. This was precisely why Shimura Danzo had so aggressively pushed for military intervention in the Land of Rain. At the same time, Hanzo's actions gave the militant factions within the 5 great nations the perfect excuse to ignite a new war. More than 20 years had passed since the end of the First Great Ninja War. During that time, each nation's economy, population, and military strength had grown significantly. Alongside that growth, war factions within each country had also steadily risen. They had long been restless. All they needed was an opportunity. And now, Hanzo had given them both a reason and a trigger. Hahaha. The third Raikage burst into hearty laughter, gripping the intelligence report detailing Hanzo's attack on the Land of Iron. Unlike the other nations, the Land of Lightning did not border the Land of Rain, giving it far more flexibility in responding to the situation. Rather than anger, the third Raikage felt only excitement. Hanzo himself did not concern him. What excited him was the opportunity for war. As someone deeply familiar with his greatest rival, the Hidden Leaf Village, he knew that Konoha would never remain idle in the face of Hanzo's actions. Once Konoha intervened militarily, the Land of Lightning would have a perfectly legitimate reason to mobilize its own forces. At that time, he could form a temporary alliance with the Land of Rain, deploy troops along the borders of the Land of Fire, and contain Konoha's strength. At the same time, they could secretly support Hanzo, allowing the Land of Rain to grind down Konoha's forces on the front lines. And when both sides were sufficiently weakened, he would personally lead the main army, strike directly into the heart of the Land of Fire, and seize its resources and territory in one decisive blow. In just a few moments, a rough but highly feasible strategy had already taken shape in the Third Raikage's mind. However, there was still one key issue to resolve. He needed to convince the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth not to attack the Land of Rain for the time being, but instead to support it. To the Third Raikage, this was not a major obstacle. He was confident he could persuade the Kazekage and the Tsuchikage. After all, ever since Kizaru had appeared, Kyumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had been in unusually close contact. The foundation for an alliance was already there. Without hesitation, the Third Raikage moved immediately. Opportunities like this did not wait. At the same time, far away in the Land of Fire, Kakuzu, who had been lying in wait, immediately realized that his chance had arrived upon hearing news of the Land of Rain's attack. As a veteran of the ninja world, Kakuzu possessed sharp instincts. He knew Konoha could not stay out of this conflict. Once Konoha stepped in, the scale of the war would inevitably escalate. And when that happened, his target, Shimura Kizaru, would undoubtedly be deployed. And the moment Kizaru entered the battlefield, his chance to assassinate him would finally come. Driven by the enormous bounty, and his confidence in his own strength, Kakuzu disguised himself and infiltrated a merchant caravan heading toward Konohagakure, posing as a guard. However, just as Kakuzu was making his way toward Konoha, Kizaru had already departed. The day after Hanzo launched his attack on the Land of Iron, while Kakuzu had only just begun his journey, Kizaru had already left the Hidden Leaf Village, seeing off his clan and the Sannin. 2 days later, when Kakuzu finally infiltrated Konoha after considerable effort, he learned a piece of news that left him both pleased and irritated. Shimura Kizaru had already left the village. Because both Danzo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had publicly praised Kizaru's heroic act, heading alone to the border to monitor the Land of Lightning during a high-level ninja meeting. The news had spread among Konoha's shinobi. With his experience, Kakuzu easily picked up this information from their conversations. Without hesitation, he left Konoha that very night under the cover of darkness. After traveling non-stop through the night, Kakuzu arrived near the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water lay between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, making it a crucial strategic buffer zone. Based on his judgment, Kizaru would most likely be stationed somewhere in this region. Even so, Kakuzu did not act recklessly. Instead, he entered the Land of Hot Water, intending to recover the chakra he had expended during his journey. 750 million ryo. Right within reach. As a seasoned bounty hunter, Kakuzu knew one thing very well. The closer you are to your target, the more careful you must be. This place is quite nice, you know. On a bustling hot spring street in the Land of Hot Water, Kizaru, wearing brown-tinted sunglasses, casually looked around with interest. The establishments here offered a wide range of services, far more varied than he had expected. With a faint, easygoing smile on his face and a cold drink in hand, Kizaru strolled leisurely through the street before eventually entering one of the hot spring inns. Under the warm hospitality of the proprietress, he changed into a yukata and stepped into the hot spring. Lowering himself into the steaming water, he let out a long, relaxed breath. How comfortable. After spending a full day at the border with nothing particularly urgent to do, he allowed himself this rare moment of rest, eyes half closed in contentment. Not long after, a maid entered, carrying a tray with sake and small dishes. She carefully set it beside the pool and politely offered a massage. Kizaru declined with a lazy wave of his hand. The maid bowed slightly and quietly withdrew. Kizaru rested his arms along the stone edge of the pool, eyes drifting toward the wooden door that had just closed. A faint, amused smile formed on his lips. Era. His tone was light. But his gaze had already sharpened. He had sensed it. A rather unpleasant presence, drawing closer. Outside, Kakuzu, having traveled all night, stepped up to the entrance of the hot spring, intending to wash away his fatigue. He pushed the wooden door open. And froze. Standing there, already dressed in a loose yukata, Kizaru looked at him with a relaxed smile, a small sake cup held between his fingers. You've got quite the scary look, you know, Kizaru said lazily, tilting his head slightly. He raised the cup in a casual gesture. Care for a drink? Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 57, Chapter. Kakuzu's hand paused briefly on the wooden door before he pushed it open. His expression remained calm the moment he recognized the men inside. Without a word, Kakuzu stepped into the bathhouse, his face cold and unreadable as he slid the door shut behind him. The distance between the two slowly closed. Steam drifted through the air as Kakuzu entered the hot spring, the water rippling softly around him. On opposite sides of the pool, Kizaru and Kakuzu sat submerged, facing each other in silence. Kakuzu had already recognized Kizaru as a bounty target. And Kizaru, of course, recognized the future Akatsuki member, the infamous, walking treasury, Kakuzu. 700 million on the black market. That alone made things interesting. So all the attention's on me, huh? Kizaru didn't need any extra intelligence to reach that conclusion. How troublesome, and yet, how amusing. A faint smile tugged at his lips as a hint of mischief surfaced in his eyes. His mood noticeably improved as he casually poured himself another cup of sake. Aren't you going to have a drink? Kizaru asked lazily, raising his cup. It's quite nice, you know. No. Kakuzu's voice was cold and flat. Ooh, how scary, Kizaru muttered lightly, not bothered in the slightest as he downed the sake in one go. Kakuzu watched him silently. Less than 10 years old. Is the black market feeding me garbage information? The physique in front of him didn't match the report at all. The powerful muscles, the tall frame, this wasn't something a child should have. If the intel is wrong, that's at least another 50 million. A trace of killing intent flickered in Kakuzu's mind before fading just as quickly. He tilted his head back, resting against the edge of the pool, closing his eyes. His condition hadn't fully recovered yet. And with the target's information potentially inaccurate, acting now would be reckless. Better to wait. Kizaru set his cup down on the tray and glanced at Kakuzu, who appeared to be resting. He didn't say anything else, simply picking up a piece of pastry and eating it with a relaxed expression. Time passed. More than an hour went by. The tray beside Kizaru was completely empty, every drop of sake and every piece of dessert gone. With a soft splash, Kizaru stood up from the water. The sound immediately put Kakuzu on alert. His eyes snapped open, gaze lifting toward Kizaru. Oh. That was comfortable. Kizaru stretched slightly, wrapping a towel loosely around himself before stepping out of the pool. Then he began walking toward Kakuzu. Step by step. Kakuzu's heart tightened. On the surface, he remained relaxed. But beneath the water, every muscle in his body had already tensed, ready to strike at any moment. As Kizaru drew closer, that tension only deepened. Has he figured it out? Kakuzu's mind raced, already preparing for combat. 1 step. 2 steps. Kizaru stopped right in front of him. The deliberate pause only made Kakuzu more vigilant. Say, you there, scary-looking fellow, you're a ninja, aren't you? Kizaru spoke casually, tilting his head slightly. In that instant, Kakuzu nearly moved. How interesting, Kizaru added with a light chuckle, as if completely oblivious to the killing intent about to erupt. Relax, relax, I'm not here to fight. He paused briefly, then smiled. I've got a job. Interested? A job. Kakuzu's eyes sharpened slightly. Money-related words always caught his attention. What kind of job? He asked coldly. A simple hire, Kizaru replied. How much? 30 million. Kizaru said it casually, as if it were nothing. Of course we'll need to see what you're capable of first. Reasonable. Kakuzu gave a slight nod. When and where? Kizaru thought for a moment. Tomorrow. 9 o'clock. In front of this place. Fine. Then it's settled. With that, Kizaru turned without hesitation, stepping onto the wooden platform and walking out of the bathhouse. The door slid shut behind him. Kakuzu's gaze lingered for a moment before he slowly withdrew it. A trap. Or a genuine hire. He replayed the conversation in his mind, analyzing every word, every expression. Nothing felt out of place. If it's real, this is a chance to get closer. And if it's a trap? Kakuzu's eyes darkened slightly. He had long since stopped fearing such things. He had survived an assassination attempt on the god of shinobi, and lived to tell the tale. Compared to that, this was nothing. With confidence in his strength, Kakuzu decided. Tomorrow. He would go. Outside the bathhouse. Kizaru had already changed clothes. He stood near the entrance, hands tucked into his pockets as he glanced around casually. A faint smile lingered on his face. Tomorrow should be quite interesting. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. After thorough investigation, the identity of the enemy who attacked the village last week has been confirmed. Standing atop the platform, the third Raikage's voice boomed across the gathered shinobi. The crowd fell silent instantly. Those who had lost comrades clenched their fists, their eyes burning with emotion. The enemy is from Konoha. A brief pause. Then. His name is Shimura Kizaru. The announcement struck like thunder. Konoha. To the shinobi of Kimogakure, there was no greater rival. Revenge. A voice shouted from the crowd. It spread like wildfire. Revenge. Make them pay. Kill Konoha. The entire gathering erupted into fury. Watching the scene unfold, the third Raikage felt a surge of pride. This was the spirit of his people. This war would be won. Konoha's despicable sneak attack cost us 326 comrades, he declared, his voice filled with force. This blood debt must be repaid. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. The roar shook the air. Good. The third Raikage raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Then he clenched his fist and thrust it forward. From this day forward, Kimogakure declares war on Konohagakure. The atmosphere reached its peak. Excitement. Fervor. Battle intent. In this war, Kimogakure will emerge victorious. Victory. Victory. Kill Konoha. The cheers echoed endlessly. Satisfied, the third Raikage lowered his hand and stepped down from the platform. The rest, deployment, strategy, would be handled by others. Behind the stage, his expression was filled with confidence. Victory is already within reach. At that moment, his assistant hurried over. Raikage-sama, he said in a low voice, Hanzo of the Salamander, has declared war on the land of wind. The third Raikage's expression froze. What? That madman. Who gave him the confidence to do that? Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 58, chapter. Even after thinking it over 100 times, the third Raikage still couldn't understand where Hanzo had found the confidence to declare war on the land of wind before he had even finished dealing with the land of iron. That lunatic, what an absolute fool. The third Raikage cursed Hanzo furiously in his heart, but outwardly, he forced himself to remain calm. Because of Hanzo's reckless move, the third Raikage's entire plan was already on the verge of collapse before it had even begun. He could already imagine the third Kazekage's fury the moment Hanzo's declaration of war reached Tsunagakure. And as for his other ally, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, he would only grow more wary of Hanzo, and there was a high chance he would withdraw the support he had previously promised. Recalling the speech and declaration he had just made, the third Raikage, at that very moment, wished he could personally lead his forces into the land of rain and beat that fool Hanzo senseless. Sensing the gaze from beside him, the third Raikage suppressed the rage in his chest and spoke in a firm voice. The plan remains unchanged. We move out tomorrow. The words came out like a roar, carrying all the weight of his emotions. At this point, the third Raikage had no choice but to go through with the war. Should the envoy we sent to form an alliance with Hanzo be recalled? The secretary asked hurriedly. No. With a resolute tone, the third Raikage stared at the secretary in front of him and continued. Contact the Tsuchikage. I want to speak with him directly. Understood. Go. The moment he received the order, the secretary, well aware of the urgency of the situation, vanished instantly. Watching him leave, the third Raikage did not remain where he was for long. He turned and strode away at once, heading straight for his office. While the Raikage was receiving news of Hanzo's declaration of war, Kizaru, stationed near the border of the Land of Fire, had also received fresh intelligence from the village. Oh, this is getting more and more interesting, Kizaru said with a lazy smile, sitting there with one leg crossed over the other, the tip of his foot swaying slightly. Standing beside him were 2 Konoha shinobi. One was the captain of the border patrol unit, Hyuga Nagayasu, a jonin from the Hyuga clan's branch family. The other was a root shinobi responsible for delivering intelligence. Kizaru-sama, what should we do next? Though Kizaru was more than 10 years younger than him, Hyuga Nagayasu still showed him complete respect. The deployment stays the same. Just continue the usual patrols, Kizaru said as he folded the report in his hand once more. Understood. Hyuga Nagayasu replied respectfully. You may go now. With a casual wave of his hand, Kizaru signaled for Hyuga Nagayasu to withdraw. Nagayasu nodded, then turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Only after confirming through observation haki that Hyuga Nagayasu had gone far enough did Kizaru shift his gaze to the silent root shinobi who had stayed behind. So, does Elder Danzo have something he wants to tell me? Lord Danzo instructed me to tell you to be more careful. He believes Kimogakure is likely to make its move within the next few days, the root shinobi replied in a flat, emotionless voice. Ooh, how thoughtful of him, Kizaru said with a faint smile as he set the folded report on the nearby table. I understand. You may head back now. Yes. With that, the root shinobi left as well. The next few days, HM. My uncle really does have sharp instincts. Compared to Danzo's speculation, Kizaru had a much clearer idea. Kumogakure would strike either tomorrow or the day after. And he had good reason to be so certain. The moment he finished reading the report, the progress bar in his mind suddenly jumped by 3 points, reaching 52%. There was only one reason that progress bar would rise so suddenly. His name had spread in a very short period of time. And the only people who could do that, and had reason to do it, were the shinobi of Kumogakure. If Kizaru's guess was correct, then Kumogakure had already publicly announced the identity of the one responsible for the attack. That person was him. And if he followed that line of reasoning further, then there was only one explanation for why Kumogakure would suddenly reveal the attacker's identity at a time like this. To stir up the villagers' hatred toward Konoha. To create the momentum needed to launch a war. When Kizaru thought back to the time he had agreed to meet Kakuzu, the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Well now. What a coincidence. Letting out a quiet sigh in his heart, Kizaru rose from his seat. Though he was certainly looking forward to tomorrow, he had something even more important to deal with right now. The fusion progress bar had reached 52%. And with it, Kizaru had gained a new ability. This ability was a deeper level of development of the glint fruit. In the 3 years since obtaining the power of light, Kizaru had never stopped training or exploring the fruit's potential. And now, this fusion had pushed his mastery to an even higher level. He slowly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Normally, a golden glimmer would gather there. But this time, a second, perfectly mirrored finger appeared right in front of his own. Then the finger became a hand. The hand became an arm. And in the end, a complete mirrored version of Kizaru stood right in front of him. My, handsome as ever, Kizaru said honestly as he looked at himself. The next moment, Kizaru's real body disappeared from the room without a trace, leaving only the mirrored figure behind. This was the advanced development of light release, hiding with light technique. Light release, mirage. It was an illusion technique Kizaru had been refining for quite some time, and after integrating his new ability, he had finally brought it to completion. Once he stepped out of the wooden house, the invisible Kizaru reappeared, and at the same time, the illusion left behind in the room vanished instantly. After leaving the house, Kizaru headed deeper into the forest, far from the area where his forces were stationed. That was where he intended to test another newly developed ninjutsu. A variation born from the flash bomb. A sealing technique created by combining the power of the glint fruit with fuinjutsu. Its inspiration came from the adamantine sealing chains, along with a skill once used by a heroine in a game from his previous life. The result was a brand new light release sealing technique developed by Kizaru himself. Since there was still plenty of time, Kizaru moved at an unhurried pace, walking leisurely into the depths of the forest. After about 20 minutes, he stopped. He observed the surroundings carefully and confirmed that there was no one alive within a radius of 1 kilometer. Only then did Kizaru begin. He slowly raised his right hand. A shimmering orb, similar to a flash bomb, formed within his palm. Then, facing the large tree ahead, Kizaru flicked his hand. The orb shot forward at high speed. The moment it touched the tree, it burst into a brilliant radiance and instantly transformed into a cylindrical cage of light that enveloped the trunk. Inside that prison, where light particles and chakra intertwined, 4 thick chains wrapped tightly around the tree. Smoke immediately rose from the spots where the glowing chains touched the bark, and signs of scorching quickly spread across the surface. It wasn't just heat. Because the chains had been constructed using sealing principles as well, they also possessed the power to suppress chakra. Light release, light binding. This was the sealing technique Kizaru had created by merging fuinjutsu with his own light-based power. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then Kizaru raised his right hand again and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap. With that crisp sound, the cage and chains restraining the tree shone even brighter. And exploded in an instant. Smoke, shattered wood, and chunks of dirt blasted outward, only to pass harmlessly through Kizaru's elemental body. My, that's terrifying, Kizaru said with a smile. And just like that, he found himself looking forward to tomorrow even more. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 59, Chapter. At 9 in the morning, Kizaru arrived at the entrance of the hot spring and right on time. Kakuzu had already been waiting there for around 10 minutes. Oh, you're early. Scary fellow-san, aren't you? Kizaru said with a smile as he strolled up to him. How are you going to test me? Kakuzu asked directly. To him, making money was what mattered most. You're awfully impatient, Kizaru said lazily, still smiling. Just follow me. Without the slightest hesitation, Kakuzu followed Kizaru out of the hot spring district. Once they left the streets behind and reached the outskirts of town, Kizaru finally stopped and glanced at Kakuzu from the corner of his eye. Keep up, he said with a grin. The moment those words fell, Kizaru vanished from the spot with a body flicker technique. There was no way Kakuzu was going to let 780 million Ryo slip away, so he immediately rushed off in the direction Kizaru had taken. As a veteran Kage-level shinobi with balanced abilities across the board, Kakuzu's taijutsu and physical conditioning were exceptional. Since Kizaru was not moving at full speed, Kakuzu managed to catch up quickly. While dashing toward the border of the Land of Fire, Kizaru turned slightly and looked at Kakuzu, who was keeping pace beside him. "Ooh, not bad at all," Kizaru said with a smile. Kakuzu remained expressionless when he heard the praise, but inwardly, he still felt a trace of pride. He had just opened his mouth to speak when Kizaru's irritating voice drifted into his ears again. "Oh, keep trying your best." The instant the words reached him, Kakuzu saw Kizaru accelerate again, widening the gap by another 3 meters. Damn it. Cursing inwardly, Kakuzu had no choice but to speed up and continue chasing Kizaru's back. Hot Spring Town was not far from the border of the Land of Fire, only about 50 to 60 li away. As Kizaru gradually picked up speed, the two of them crossed the distance in less than 10 minutes and arrived at a forest near the border. Kizaru leaped down from a tree branch, his hands still tucked in his pockets, looking as relaxed as ever. After landing, he turned around and looked behind him. Kakuzu had just arrived as well, landing 2 meters in front of him. "Congratulations. You've passed the first stage." Kakuzu stared at Kizaru with a cold expression, his eyes now far more serious than before. This man's speed and physical ability are absurd. At that moment, Kakuzu gained a much deeper understanding of the target standing before him. "Now then, let's start the second test right away," Kizaru said as he looked at Kakuzu. "Don't disappoint me, scary fellow-san. This bastard really has a rotten personality." Hearing Kizaru's mocking tone, Kakuzu frowned slightly. "What's the test?" "Attack me. Beat me to death," Kizaru said. Then he paused deliberately, the smile on his face growing even more infuriating. "Otherwise, I might beat you to death instead." "Good." A sharp light flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. "Go ahead," Kizaru said casually, standing there without moving. "You really know how to piss people off." As he spoke, Kakuzu's right hand and arm turned black. He had hardened them with Earth Release, Earth Spear. Bending his knees, Kakuzu said nothing more and shot forward in an instant, appearing right in front of Kizaru. Worried that a direct strike might kill the men in one blow, Kakuzu aimed slightly off-center and slammed his hardened right fist into Kizaru's chest near the shoulder. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Kakuzu felt as though he had just punched solid steel, and surprise flashed through his eyes. But though he was surprised, years of battle experience allowed him to react without hesitation. The moment his first strike failed, he twisted his body midair and drove his left leg hard into Kizaru's waist. Another metallic impact sounded out. The force rebounding from the strike made Kakuzu exert strength in midair as he flipped back and landed on the ground. So hard. After landing, Kakuzu looked at Kizaru with a grim expression. Kizaru had taken both attacks head-on without moving an inch, casually using iron body to block them. He smiled and turned his head slightly. "Ooh, how scary. I really thought I was about to get beaten to death." After saying that, Kizaru finally pulled his right hand out of his pocket and raised it. In front of Kakuzu, a layer of armament haki wrapped around Kizaru's right hand. "Well now, what a coincidence, scary fellow-san. Our techniques are kind of alike, aren't they?" Looking at Kizaru's hand, which had not visibly changed much, Kakuzu instinctively sensed danger. "I can't block that head-on." Relying on pure battle instinct, Kakuzu immediately came to the correct conclusion. "Now then, my turn," Kizaru said. As soon as the words fell, he rushed straight at Kakuzu. He raised his right hand high and brought it crashing down from above. Because this was only a test, Kizaru did not move at full speed, giving Kakuzu just enough time to react. Chakra burst from Kakuzu's legs as he leaped backward, barely avoiding the blow. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. The spot where Kakuzu had been standing instantly collapsed into a massive crater several meters wide. Retreating all the way to a large tree a few meters away, Kakuzu looked through the cloud of dust at the huge pit in the ground and could not help cursing inwardly. What the hell is this supposed to mean by excellent taijutsu? This is obviously a physical monster. Realizing once again that the black market's information was garbage, Kakuzu immediately decided that Kizaru's bounty had to be raised. "Don't lose focus during a fight, scary fellow-san." Kizaru's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Kakuzu was startled. Before he could react, a terrifying force slammed into his backside. Kizaru had kicked him clean off his feet. The power behind it was so overwhelming that Kakuzu had no time to adjust his posture in midair before he smashed heavily into the ground. Damn it. Kakuzu slowly rose from the ground and glared upward at Kizaru, who was now standing on the trunk of a tree, casually swinging the leg he had just used. It had been many years since Kakuzu had been reduced to such a miserable state. His expression turned vicious as he stared at Kizaru. This bastard. I'm going to kill him. Just as Kakuzu's anger reached its peak and he was about to go all out, Kizaru spoke from the tree. You've passed the test. Congratulations, scary fellow-san. The thing that stopped Kakuzu was not Kizaru's words. It was the 30 million Ryo employment fee. Forcibly suppressing the killing intent rising in his chest, Kakuzu looked at Kizaru and asked, "What's the mission?" Kizaru jumped down from the tree and landed in front of him. You've probably already guessed it. I'm actually a shinobi from Konoha. Kakuzu said nothing. He simply looked at Kizaru and waited for him to continue. There's been a bit of unrest in the ninja world lately. We're stretched thin on manpower at the border, so we need a capable shinobi to assist with patrol duties. I won't participate in a war, Kakuzu said flatly. He knew very well how unstable the current situation in the ninja world was. No, no, no. You don't need to fight in the war, Kizaru said, raising his right hand and lazily wagging his index finger. You just need to patrol the border at fixed times and fixed locations. If you spot an enemy, report it immediately. How many days for 30 million? And how long do I patrol each day? 3 days. Twice a day. 1 hour each time. 10 million Ryo a day for only 2 hours of work. Kakuzu found that acceptable. In addition, Kizaru continued, if you discover enemies and kill them or capture them alive, you'll receive extra payment based on their strength and status. Killing enemies for money. Kakuzu's interest immediately deepened. How much? Killing a genin gets you 500,000 Ryo. Capturing one alive gets you 1 million. Killing a chunin gets you 3 million. Capturing one alive gets you 5 million. Killing a jonin gets you 10 million. Capturing one alive gets you 15 million. Kizaru paused, then smiled. As for targets with greater strength or higher status, there's no upper limit on the price. Kizaru's own 750 million bounty, the 30 million employment fee, and now the additional rewards for capturing or killing enemies. Kakuzu ran the numbers in his head, and his eyes immediately lit up. This time, he really was going to make a fortune. Fine, Kakuzu agreed without hesitation. Then your employment starts today, Kizaru said with a smile. Come with me. Wait. Kakuzu looked at Kizaru and asked his final question. When do I get the deposit? Kizaru looked back at him, scratched his head, and replied in his usual laid-back tone, I'll hand it over once we reach the base. Kakuzu nodded. He had never worried about clients failing to pay. Lead the way. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 60, Chapter. Ahem. Inside a sealed secret chamber, a dark-skinned Kimogakure shinobi with dark blonde hair and a sturdy build sat cross-legged on the floor, exhaustion written all over his face. Bayumu, how is the seal? The third Raikage's voice came from the corner of the room. It stabilized. Looking toward the third Raikage, Bayumu, an elite jonin of Kimogakure and a clansman trusted by the Raikage, slowly rose to his feet. The third Raikage stepped forward and stopped in front of his confidant, his eyes carrying a trace of apology. You've worked hard. For the village, for you, any sacrifice is worth it. Even after having just gone through a tailed beast rampage, Bayumu still forced himself upright and answered firmly. The third Raikage said nothing more. He simply placed a heavy hand on his subordinate's shoulder, his expression full of approval. Bayumu had once been considered a candidate for the Jinchuriki plan, but the project had been halted back then. Too many attempts had failed, leading to tailed beast rampages, the deaths of Jinchuriki, and severe losses for the village. Because of that, Bayumu had narrowly avoided becoming a Jinchuriki. But after Kizaru attacked the village last time, the third Raikage had deeply realized that apart from himself, Kimogakure had far too few shinobi who could stand at the Kage level. Because of that, he restarted the Jinchuriki plan. As a former candidate, Bayumu had once again been chosen, this time to become the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Only a week after becoming the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Bayumu suffered a tailed beast rampage that very morning. Fortunately, his own strength was considerable, and the disturbance had been discovered in time, so no major disaster occurred. For this operation, you should remain in the village, the third Raikage said, sympathy evident in his tone. Raikage-sama, please take me, and the Benihiseigo, with you. Bayumu said firmly. From the day he became a Jinchuriki, he had already prepared himself to be sacrificed if necessary. The third Raikage fell silent at those words. The Benihiseigo was one of the Sage of Six Paths treasured ninja tools. It had once been wielded by Kimogakure's rogue shinobi, Kinkaku, before later being recovered by the third Raikage. It possessed an extremely powerful sealing ability and was the village's strongest method for suppressing a sealed-tailed beast. By proposing to bring the Benihiseigo to the front lines, Bayumu was making his intentions clear. He was prepared to offer up his life and treat himself as a one-use weapon of mass destruction. After a long silence, the third Raikage, feeling the crushing weight of this war, finally made his decision. You will become a hero of the village. Looking at Bayumu with complicated emotions in his eyes, the third Raikage spoke solemnly. Bayumu's lips curled upward at once, and he smiled brightly. At 5 in the afternoon, come with me. You'll depart with the vanguard. Yes, sir. Bayumu answered loudly, grinning. Get some rest. With that, the third Raikage turned and left the secret chamber. Sitting in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, Kizaru casually handed a check to Kakuzu beside him. Kakuzu, who was used to receiving cash at bounty exchange stations, frowned as he accepted the check worth 5 million ryo. No cash, he asked bluntly. My, this is just a border outpost, you know. Kizaru replied with his usual laid-back smile. Kakuzu gave a small nod, accepting the explanation, then carefully slipped the check into an inner pocket of his clothes. Today's patrols have been consolidated. From 10 to midnight, you'll be in charge. Understood. Then I'll be counting on you, scary fellow-san. Kizaru looked at him with a smile as he spoke. Take money, do the job. That was only natural. Don't worry, Kakuzu said in a deep voice. Nothing will go wrong. That would be for the best. Before Kizaru even finished speaking, Kakuzu had already turned and left the room. Kizaru simply shook his head with a faint smile and turned his gaze toward the window. How exciting! Just as Kizaru had expected, at 5 in the afternoon, the third Raikage departed from Kimogakure with a 500-man vanguard, accompanied by Bayumu, who had only recently become the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. As for the village's main force, it would depart 3 hours later under the command of 2 of the third Raikage's trusted aides. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire did not directly border one another. If Kimogakure wished to invade the Land of Fire, they had to pass through the Land of Hot Water. The third Raikage had no objections to that route, and the Land of Hot Water had no means to object either. Moving at high speed, the vanguard led by the third Raikage took more than 3 hours to reach the border of the Land of Lightning. Once there, the third Raikage ordered his men to make brief adjustments and rest for half an hour before setting out again and crossing directly into the Land of Hot Water. To conceal their movements, the vanguard avoided the towns and roads of the Land of Hot Water, choosing instead to move through forests and mountain paths. The Land of Hot Water was not especially large, and in less than 2 hours, the entire vanguard successfully reached the border between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire. Have 5 squads maintain watch within a 3-kilometer radius. Everyone else rests, the third Raikage ordered from within the dense forest. Yes. A jonin of the Yatsuki clan answered in a low voice before stepping away to relay the command. While the third Raikage's forces began their short rest, Kakuzu also started his first patrol. After leaving Kizaru's stronghold and committing the patrol route to memory, Kakuzu made his way alone into the dark forest. As the strongest and most notorious figure in the bounty hunter world, Kakuzu relied not only on overwhelming strength, but also on his professionalism. If he took the money, he did the job. That creed was something Kakuzu followed to the letter. Suppressing his chakra and moving soundlessly through the trees, he gradually approached the border. Then, as if sensing something, Kakuzu suddenly stopped atop a branch. Shifting his body, he hid behind the trunk and looked toward his 10 o'clock direction. 3 Kimogakure shinobi had entered his line of sight. A glint of delight flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. The chance to earn money had arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, Kakuzu leapt down from the tree and slipped into the ground with earth release. As he closed in on the 3 enemies, Kakuzu suddenly burst up from below and drove his hardened fist into one of them. Caught completely off guard, the Kimogakure shinobi had no time to react before being sent flying by Kakuzu's blow, crashing heavily into a large tree. After landing the first hit, Kakuzu did not stop. He pulled back his right hand while his left shot out from the wrist, threads extending from within as his earth grudge fear controlled it like a living weapon, sending it hurtling toward another enemy who was rushing in with a kunai. Seeing such a bizarre ninjutsu for the first time, the Kimogakure shinobi's face twisted in shock. He quickly swung his kunai, trying to block the attack. But Kakuzu's detached fist was unnaturally agile. It twisted in midair, slipped past the enemy's defense, and slammed hard into his abdomen. The man's body folded into a crescent shape from the force of the impact. He coughed violently, lost all fighting strength, and collapsed to the ground. Kakuzu had already held back. He needed at least one of them alive. Otherwise, that strike would have punched straight through the man's stomach. Too weak. A trace of disappointment flickered through Kakuzu's eyes. Still, disappointment was one thing. Losing money was another. Kakuzu would never let even a single ryo slip through his fingers. Retracting his left hand, Kakuzu turned his gaze toward the last remaining enemy, who had already started fleeing, and immediately used the body flicker technique to pursue him. Appearing behind the men in an instant, Kakuzu struck once with a clean chop and knocked him unconscious on the spot. What a worthless bunch of trash. Muttering coldly, Kakuzu used his threads to bind and control the captives, then returned to where the battle had started and began collecting his spoils. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 61, Chapter. Looking at the 3 Kumogakure shinobi laid out neatly in front of him, Kakuzu found himself weighing his options. The presence of cloud shinobi this close to the land of fire border meant Kumogakure had already started moving against Konoha. Should he drag these 3 back to the stronghold and report the intel first, or keep hunting for more Kumogakure shinobi along the border? Well done, scary fellow-san. Before Kakuzu could decide, Kizaru's voice drifted down from above. Kakuzu's eyes sharpened at once. When did he get there? He looked up toward the source of the voice, only to see Kizaru perched above him as casually as ever. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kizaru dropped down from the tree and strolled over to Kakuzu's side, hands in his pockets, glancing lazily at the 3 unconscious Kumogakure shinobi on the ground. That attack just now was pretty frightening, you know. So he was nearby while I was fighting. Hearing that, Kakuzu silently raised his evaluation of Kizaru yet again. The man standing in front of him was becoming more mysterious by the minute. The black market, and the villages posting those bounties, they were garbage. The intel they gave was nowhere near reliable enough. After cursing the black market and its clients in his head once more, Kakuzu finally spoke. 3 chunin. All alive. 15 million. I'll settle the account, Kizaru replied with his usual easy smile. As long as they're alive, none of my clients ever walks away from a debt, Kakuzu said, his tone half reminder, half threat. Ooh, scary. Kizaru let out an exaggerated sigh, then added, I swear on my dear teacher's life, I won't stiff you. I'd better not hear otherwise. With that, Kakuzu stepped forward. Black tendrils spilled out from his body, binding the 3 cloud shinobi and dragging them up off the ground as he prepared to head back. The Kumogakure forces should already be in the land of hot water by now. Are we continuing the patrol? Let's head back to the stronghold, Kizaru said with a faint smile, turning his gaze toward the direction of the land of hot water. Through observation haki, he was already picking up a great many familiar presences. Kakuzu said nothing more. He simply dragged his 3 prizes behind him and headed back. Since the stronghold across the border was already packed with shinobi from multiple villages, Kizaru gave up on the idea of wandering around to greet anyone and returned alongside Kakuzu. Once they arrived, Kakuzu handed the 3 Kumogakure shinobi over, and Kizaru immediately summoned the stronghold's commander, Hyuga Nagayasu. The Kumogakure vanguard has arrived. Send word to every border stronghold. Tell them to abandon their positions and gather here. Understood. Though clearly shaken by the report, Hyuga Nagayasu understood the urgency. He didn't waste time asking questions. He bowed and quickly withdrew to arrange the orders. Not long after he left, Kakuzu returned after finishing the handover. What a coincidence, scary fellow-san, Kizaru said lightly as he looked at him. The second you show up, Kumogakure starts moving. 30 million. No changes, Kakuzu said coldly, clearly worried Kizaru might use the situation as an excuse to cut his pay. I'll keep patrolling tomorrow. And the day after that. Oh ho, those are some touching words. Kizaru smiled. Don't worry. Your pay isn't getting cut. Kakuzu's expression eased slightly. Taking into account that Kizaru was both his current employer and a bounty worth 750 million ryo, Kakuzu gave him a rare piece of sincere advice. Kumogakure could invade at any moment. You may not get another chance to retreat. Kumogakure, huh? Kizaru sighed, as if remembering something mildly troublesome. Those shinobi are like monsters. Real scary. Kakuzu glanced at him. You've been to Kumogakure? I dropped off a little gift there once, Kizaru said, casually lifting his right hand into that familiar shape. A little gift. Kakuzu stared at him for a moment. With Kizaru's lazy tone and that irritating way of putting things, Kakuzu suddenly understood why the bounty on his head had reached 750 million. There was no way this man had done anything little in Kumogakure. As he silently complained, Kakuzu became even more wary of the black market and the clients feeding him information. There was definitely a serious problem with the intel they'd been hiding. Just how much had those bastards left out? Cursing them in his heart again, Kakuzu decided he needed to reassess this bounty from the ground up. While the two of them talked, Hyuga Nagayasu returned after finishing the arrangements. Kizaru-sama, everything has been set. Kizaru nodded to show he understood. Hyuga Nagayasu looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, Kizaru-sama, what are our next orders? Send 2 squads back to Konoha with the report. Everyone else falls back 20 miles and hides for now. Hyuga Nagayasu blinked. Shouldn't we leave a rear guard behind? Kizaru tilted his head. A rear guard? Why yes, Nagayasu replied, thrown off by the question. Kizaru smiled faintly. There's no need for a rear guard. We'll just clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield. Hyuga Nagayasu froze. For several long seconds, he just stared at Kizaru, unable to process what he had heard. Then his face changed. Kizaru-sama, you mean too? Staying up late and working overtime is a pain, you know, Kizaru cut in with a lazy smile. As he spoke, he stretched his arms and casually scratched at his neck, like he was talking about wrapping up a boring shift instead of facing an invasion force. Better to deal with the trouble all at once, clock out early, and get some sleep, right? Hyuga Nagayasu stood there in disbelief. Staying up late. Overtime. Getting some sleep. This was an invasion by Kimogakure. Absolutely not, he blurted out. He knew Kizaru was a genius from Konoha, but he had no idea what kind of record this man actually had. To him, this sounded less like confidence and more like madness. Still smiling, Kizaru's tone hardened just enough to leave no room for argument. That's an order. Carry it out. Hyuga Nagayasu stiffened. He wanted to object. He wanted to argue. But in the end, he could only grit his teeth and force the words out. If that's the case, then, Kizaru-sama, please allow me to remain behind and fight at your side. Considering his record, it would probably be useful to have a witness around, someone who could carry the story back to the village afterward. So Kizaru gave a small nod. Seeing that, Hyuga Nagayasu could only steel himself and quietly prepare for the worst. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was thinking of something else entirely. If Kizaru died here, that 750 million Ryo bounty would vanish with him. For the sake of the village and those people, Kakuzu said, his expression turning serious, are you really planning to throw your life away? Hyuga Nagayasu, who had already been feeling helpless and frustrated with Kizaru's decision, visibly stiffened when he heard that. Then, as if something clicked into place, the way he looked at Kizaru changed completely. Respect filled his eyes. Kizaru-sama, he said in a hurried voice, you're still young. If you die here, it'll be the greatest loss Konoha could suffer. Let me stay. I'll cover the retreat. Kakuzu looked at Kizaru and, for a brief moment, saw a reflection of his own younger self, back before Takigakure had betrayed him. That, along with the thought of losing 750 million, made him add in a low voice, what a stupid decision. If you're leaving, now's your last chance. Did these two completely misunderstand me? Seeing the sincere respect in Hyuga Nagayasu's eyes, and the strange mix of scorn and admiration in Kakuzu's, Kizaru scratched the back of his head helplessly. I seriously just want to get off work early. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 62, Chapter. Lord Raikage, one of the teams has lost contact. The Jonin from the Yatsuki clan in charge of security hurried over to the third Raikage and reported in a low voice. So they found us. After hearing the report, the third Raikage gave a calm nod. Tell everyone to prepare for battle. We move out in 5 minutes. He was never worried about being discovered in the first place. This operation had always been meant to hit Konoha's border defense hard, force them into panic, and tie down their fighting strength. And just thinking about how he had personally led troops all the way here for something like this, just to keep that lunatic Hanzo in check. The third Raikage felt his temper flare all over again. Damn it. He cursed Hanzo in his heart one more time before forcing himself to settle down. The battle was right in front of them. There was no room for carelessness now. At the same time, back at the border stronghold, even Kizaru had put away his usual lazy expression and turned serious for once. For all his bad habits, his love of slacking off, and how much he hated trouble, he was not the kind of man who would gamble with the lives of his comrades. Count everyone again. Once you're sure, retreat immediately. Kizaru stood facing the nearly 100 shinobi gathered in front of him and gave the order calmly. Standing beside him, Hyuga Nagayasu said nothing at first. He simply checked the numbers one more time in silence. The count is correct, Nagayasu reported quickly once he finished. Good. Fall back. After giving the final order, Kizaru stepped down from the tree stump and walked forward beneath the eyes of the gathered shinobi. Some looked at him with admiration. Others looked at him with trust. Everyone present understood what he was doing. Kizaru intended to stay behind with Hyuga Nagayasu and buy enough time for everyone else to withdraw. The Jonin and elite Chunin who led the patrol squads were the most level-headed among them. The moment they heard the order, they didn't hesitate. Each one immediately began leading their men away. In a little over 10 seconds, the clearing in front of the stronghold had emptied out. Only Kizaru, Hyuga Nagayasu, and Kakuzu remained. Kakuzu, of course, wasn't staying behind to help Konoha. He was staying for money. Kizaru still hadn't finished paying him for the patrols and for capturing enemy shinobi alive. And beyond that, Kizaru himself had a bounty of 750 million ryo. There was no way Kakuzu was going to ignore that. His plan was simple: stay hidden, watch how the battle unfolded, and act accordingly. If Kizaru lost, then save him if possible. If that wasn't possible, grab the body. And if even that failed, run. Well now, you're staying too. How touching, scary fellow San. Kizaru glanced at Kakuzu and spoke in his usual lazy, teasing tone. You still owe me money. Don't die before you pay it back. After saying that, Kakuzu gave Kizaru one long look, then vanished with the body flicker technique. Kizaru watched the direction he disappeared in. With his observation haki, he could tell Kakuzu hadn't actually gone far. How cold, that really hurts, you know. He was smiling as he said it. Hyuga Nagayasu, standing beside him, could only complain inwardly. If it hurts, then why are you smiling like that? Still, that small bit of ridiculousness helped ease the tension in his chest, even if only a little. Uncle Nagayasu, stay back and watch the battle with your Byakugan. Kizaru turned slightly and looked at him. If you get too close, you might end up caught in it. That'd be a pain. Before Hyuga Nagayasu could respond, Kizaru's body flashed into golden light and vanished. Nagayasu, who already had his Byakugan activated, only managed to catch sight of a streak of golden radiance shooting into the sky. And then, nothing. He couldn't track Kizaru anymore. Looking up, Nagayasu suddenly realized something that made his scalp go numb. Kizaru could fly. That definitely made Kizaru much harder to kill. But him. He couldn't fly. For a moment, Hyuga Nagayasu felt his whole body go stiff. Even so, stiff or not, he had already taken over the mission after the others withdrew. He knew he couldn't run now. Clenching his teeth, he kept his Byakugan active and headed into the forest alone, rushing toward the border. Stop. At the very front of the formation, the third Raikage suddenly raised a hand and barked the order. The Kumogakure shinobi behind him came to a halt immediately, their movements sharp and disciplined. Oh ho, long time no see. Kizaru stepped casually out of the woods, wearing that same infuriating smile. Shimura Kizaru, the third Raikage growled, eyes blazing. So it was you who attacked the village last time. Kizaru gave a slow nod and smiled faintly. Well, you people from Kumogakure are all built like monsters. Hard not to remember. The third Raikage's face darkened. Are you mocking us? The memory of more than 300 Kumogakure shinobi falling in that attack lit his anger all over again. Kizaru tilted his head slightly. You're angry. How scary. Bastard. With a furious roar, the third Raikage instantly activated his strongest form of lightning release chakra mode. His hair shot upward wildly, his body wrapped in crackling lightning as he burst forward like a bolt tearing across the battlefield. He crossed the distance in an instant and drove a heavy punch into Kizaru. Only for it to pass straight through him. A mirage. The third Raikage's eyes sharpened. The moment his fist met nothing, he turned at once. Kizaru was already behind him, completely unharmed. The third Raikage did not linger. He bent his knees and sprang backward, landing once again in front of his troops. Kizaru looked at him and sighed in that same easy tone. Ooh, scary old geezer. You bastard. If you've got the guts, fight me head on. As he shouted, the third Raikage signaled the shinobi around him to stay alert and watch the surroundings carefully. Behind him, the Kumogakure shinobi had already drawn weapons and taken battle stances. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, eager to avenge the comrades they had lost. Kizaru's lazy voice drifted through the air again. But I'm already right here, aren't I? As soon as the words fell, his figure appeared right in the middle of the Kumogakure formation. No. The third Raikage's warning came too late. Startled, several shinobi had already thrown kunai and shuriken at Kizaru. But every last one of them passed straight through his body. And flew into their own allies behind him. A number of Kumogakure shinobi were cut down or wounded on the spot, either because they reacted too slowly or because there was no time to avoid the attacks properly. Cries of pain rang out at once. Spread out, the third Raikage roared immediately. All shinobi below Jonin rank, fall back. Hearing the order, the Kumogakure shinobi moved fast, dragging their injured comrades as they tried to pull away from the center. Then Kizaru's voice echoed from above. Yasukani no Magatama. He had already risen into the air. Crossing his hands in front of him, he formed two masses of light in his palms. Then countless beams rained down from the sky. They fell at terrifying speed, piercing straight through the bodies of multiple Kumogakure shinobi before slamming into the ground and exploding. Boom. 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 A chain of violent blasts erupted one after another, and the battlefield beneath Kizaru was swallowed by smoke and fire. Bastard! A furious roar burst from within the smoke. The third Raikage blasted straight through it and launched himself skyward. His right hand thrust forward, only one finger extended. Hell stab, one finger nukite. From the very beginning, faced with the losses among his men, he had already used his strongest spear. He came in absurdly fast. But Kizaru was faster. Thanks to observation haki, Kizaru had already read the movement before it fully came. His body dissolved into light, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the third Raikage. He twisted in midair and brought down a brutal kick from above. The third Raikage was slammed straight into the ground. Boom. The earth exploded on impact, and a massive crater opened up several meters wide where he landed. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 63, Chapter Lord Raikage. From within the smoke, a Kumogakure shinobi's voice rang out in alarm. Stay back. Before the shinobi could say anything else, the third Raikage's voice thundered out from the dust cloud. Kizaru hovered in the air and looked down, his expression as lazy as ever. Ooh, what a monster. The third Raikage stood inside the crater, his body still cloaked in lightning release chakra mode. Even after taking Kizaru's heavy kick head-on, he looked more irritated than injured. So that's all you've got, the third Raikage shot back, glaring up at Kizaru. All you do is dodge and run. Don't tell me that's the best you can do. Kizaru didn't take the bait. He simply smiled and replied in his usual drawl. Then come up here and hit me. The third Raikage's jaw tightened. Seeing that look, the smile on Kizaru's face only widened. At that moment, a kunai wrapped in lightning release chakra shot up from below, tearing through the air toward him. Kizaru didn't bother dodging. His body shifted into light, letting the kunai pass harmlessly through him. At the same time, he lazily pointed a finger downward. A flash of golden light burst from his fingertip. The laser was fired almost instantly. The Kumogakure Jonin who had launched the sneak attack was pierced straight through the heart before he could even react. A split second later, the beam slammed into the ground. Boom. The resulting explosion was even more violent than before. The earth ruptured, fire and debris swallowing everything within nearly 10 meters. The shinobi caught inside didn't even have time to scream properly. Watching that scene, the third Raikage's expression darkened even further. That ability was beyond troublesome. Against ordinary shinobi, it was practically a massacre. Fall back, the third Raikage roared at once. Since he couldn't pin Kizaru down, there was no point in letting more of his men die here. Golden light scattered through the air as Kizaru descended lightly to the ground. He looked toward the retreating Kumogakure forces and slowly raised his right hand again, index finger extended. What a cold welcome. A faint golden glow began gathering at his fingertip. Don't you dare. The third Raikage exploded forward with a furious shout. His right hand, shaped like a blade, came crashing toward Kizaru's outstretched arm. And passed straight through it. The third Raikage's eyes narrowed. I'd be in a bit of trouble if I let all of you get away. Among the retreating Kumogakure shinobi, a cross-shaped blade of light formed in Kizaru's hand. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. With a lazy swing, Kizaru slashed outward. Several golden arcs burst from his blade in a circle, tearing through everything around him. Gah! Screams echoed one after another. The shinobi closest to him had no chance to escape. Their bodies were cut apart before they even understood what had happened. Those farther away were luckier. Most barely managed to evade using the body flicker technique. The unlucky few were still caught by the edges of the attack, left maimed and bleeding on the ground. The third Raikage's eyes widened so hard they looked ready to split. One by one, his comrades were falling before his eyes. His chest felt like it was being torn apart. Unforgivable. Blue lightning erupted even more violently around his body. The third Raikage forced himself to calm down and immediately spread out his senses, locking onto Kizaru's chakra fluctuations. There. He burst forward with everything he had. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the battlefield and appeared behind the retreating formation, roughly 10 meters from where Kizaru's presence had surfaced. Though nothing stood in front of him, the third Raikage thrust forward without the slightest hesitation. Kizaru's figure appeared out of nowhere, turning his head slightly with that same careless smile. Oh! You found me. The third Raikage's hand shot straight toward Kizaru's heart. But once again, there was no impact. No resistance. Nothing. His eyes widened. Impossible. His arm was buried in Kizaru's chest, yet it felt as if he had struck empty air. Kizaru let out a light sigh. What a shame. His body dissolved into countless particles of light and reappeared behind the stunned Raikage in an instant. Kizaru lifted one hand to his chin, that annoyingly relaxed smile still on his face. Light rapidly gathered around his right leg. Then he moved. Yasukani, no. No, let's keep this simple. His glowing leg whipped forward. Flash kick. This time, Kizaru didn't hold back. The kick tore through the Rakich's lightning release armor and slammed into his back, launching him into the air. Kizaru didn't stop there. The sole of his raised foot shone brilliantly. And fired a thick beam of light straight at the airborne Rakich. Boom. A violent explosion thundered across the battlefield. The third Rakich's body was blasted away into the distance, disappearing amid smoke and shattered earth. Kizaru lowered his leg. Ooh, that one landed nicely. With both hands in his pockets, he started walking toward where the third Rakich had crashed. A sharp hum split the air. A blade crackling with lightning cut across his path. Kizaru stopped. Before him stood a tall Kimogakure elite jonin, gripping a long sword wrapped in lightning release chakra. Kizaru, the man barked. You're not going any farther. Kizaru glanced at the sword pointed near his throat, then slowly raised both hands with a grin. Ooh, scary. No more words were exchanged. Yatsuki Kintaro drove his lightning blade forward in a swift, lethal thrust aimed straight at Kizaru's head. Kizaru tilted his head slightly. The blade missed by a hair's breadth. Ooh, that was close. I almost died. His tone was light, almost amused. Kintaro said nothing. The instant the thrust failed, he changed angles and brought the blade down in a brutal slash. It sliced through Kizaru without meeting the slightest resistance, like it had cut through nothing at all. There was no blood, no wound, his body simply scattered into light for an instant, as if the attack had never truly touched him. Kintaro's eyes sharpened at once. He spun, senses flaring in every direction. Hey, hey. I'm over here. Kizaru's voice drifted from behind him. Kintaro whirled and slashed without hesitation. But struck only empty air. It's a little too easy, you know. Kizaru was already back in front of him, one hand raised. A beam of light shot from his fingertip and pierced through Kintaro's right chest. Guh. Kintaro let out a pained grunt and staggered. As he turned back toward the enemy, the light at Kizaru's fingertip flared again. A flash. His vision went white. Kintaro stumbled, half-blind, forcing himself to endure the pain as he swung wildly forward. Then Kizaru's voice came again. This is the end. Another laser fired. It tore clean through Kintaro's heart. His body hit the ground hard. Clutching his chest, his fading vision barely recovered enough to catch sight of Kizaru's back as he walked away without a second glance. Lord Rakage. I could only do this much. A deep unwillingness filled his heart. Then Yatsuki Kintaro slowly closed his eyes. Sensing the life behind him disappear, Kizaru pushed off the ground and flashed toward the third Rakich's position. By the time he arrived, the third Rakage was already forcing himself back to his feet. A terrible wound carved across his back, splitting flesh so deeply that bone could be seen beneath it. Blood poured down his body, but the Rakage used his lightning release chakra to stimulate his muscles and forcibly clamp the wound shut. Even so, his breathing had turned rough and heavy. Kizaru landed nearby and looked him over. Ooh, that's terrifying. The third Rakage stared at him in silence, his expression grim. Inwardly, he had already come to a conclusion he didn't want to admit. This man was a monster. And worse. He was a monster the third Rakage could not defeat head-on. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with power stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters. Chapter 64, Chapter. This guy was a monster. Using Earth Release to hide beneath the ground outside the battlefield, Kakuzu had watched the entire fight from start to finish. And by now, he was completely certain of one thing. The information from the black market and the client had been right, and completely wrong at the same time. The name was correct. The appearance was correct. But everything else? Worthless. At that moment, Kakuzu felt an urge to drag out the black market broker who had handed him the file and ask him one simple question. Was this what they called a Konoha genius? This wasn't a genius. This was a monster born in Konoha. A second Hashirama Senju. What did powerful even mean at this point? This was already beyond human. Kakuzu had lived a long life and traveled all across the shinobi world. He might not claim to know everything, but he trusted his own judgment. That 10-year-old target. If he kept growing, he might one day surpass even Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the man once hailed as the god of shinobi. And for a target like that, the bounty was only 750 million. Who in their right mind would risk their life for that? Not a chance. If they wanted him dead, they would need to pay much more. Just as Kakuzu was beginning to re-evaluate Kizaru's worth, Kizaru stepped up beside the third Raikage and once again formed his shining blade. "What a frightening body you have," Kizaru said with a lazy smile, holding the sword in one hand. The third Raikage turned toward him and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You're the frightening one." "Oh, hearing that from you is a little embarrassing." The moment the words left his mouth, Kizaru moved. He stepped in with terrifying speed, both hands gripping the Ama no Murakumo sword as he raised it overhead and brought it down in a brutal slash. The third Raikage didn't dare take it head-on. He immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade. Even so, as he slipped past the golden slash and felt the sharpness brushing by him, cold sweat broke out across his skin. This monster was only 10 years old. Just what kind of freak had the Shimura clan produced? "What a sharp reaction," Kizaru said lightly, smiling as though he were merely making conversation. The third Raikage let out a cold snort, but inwardly, his expression darkened. The most troublesome thing about Kizaru was not his destructive power. It was his speed. And those intangible, elusive movements that made him nearly impossible to strike. How were you supposed to fight someone you couldn't even hit? The third Raikage had lived for more than 40 years, but never in his life had he felt this suffocated in battle. He stared at the unharmed Kizaru in front of him and forced himself not to attack recklessly. He could only stay alert while desperately searching for a way to deal with him. But while the third Raikage hesitated, Kizaru had no such concerns. Seeing the Raikage remain still, Kizaru flashed forward again. The blade in his hand swept out in a rapid arc. Just as he expected, the third Raikage dodged. And in that instant, Kizaru's body dissolved into light and reappeared behind him as if he had teleported. "You're too slow." As he spoke, Kizaru swung the Ama no Murakumo sword again. "Too fast." The third Raikage's eyes widened. He twisted midair, desperately adjusting his body to evade while channeling more lightning release chakra into his back to reinforce his defense. But he was still too late. Before he could fully stabilize the lightning release armor around his body, Kizaru's blade had already struck. The thickened chakra armor managed to stop the sword from cutting all the way through, but it couldn't block it completely. A new wound split open across the third Raikage's back. Smaller than the last one, but still deep enough to leave a diagonal cross-shaped cut. The blow slammed the third Raikage out of the air and sent him crashing toward the ground. This time, Kizaru didn't let up. Even though he could already sense Kimogakure shinobi rushing in, he didn't stop. Tightening both hands on the sword, he aimed the tip straight at the third Raikage's heart and dived down after him. "Stop." Just as the blade was about to pierce through the Raikage's body, a right fist cloaked in blue-tailed beast chakra came crashing toward Kizaru, accompanied by a furious shout. Kizaru didn't halt. Instead, his body turned to light. The sword in his hand still drove straight through the third Raikage's body. But to Kizaru's surprise, the chakra-covered fist still connected. Bang. The blow struck Kizaru's elemental body and sent him flying. His body scattered into golden light before reforming some distance away, landing lightly on the ground. "Oh, now that's troublesome." Standing there without a single injury, Kizaru looked toward the figure who had appeared beside the Raikage, amusement flickering across his face. The newcomer was wrapped in dense blue chakra streaked with black markings. His eyes were red, and his expression was twisted with pain and fury. Kizaru recognized him immediately, not the individual exactly, but the nature of it. The Two Tails Jinchuriki. So tailed beast chakra with its own will could strike an elemental body. Interesting. Kizaru showed no panic at all after being hit. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtful. Ever since obtaining the Glint fruit's power, he had constantly studied the nature of his own elemental transformation. One of the things he had focused on most was a simple question. Could chakra interfere with elementalization? After years of trial and observation, Kizaru had only confirmed one thing so far. Pure in release chakra, the kind tied directly to spiritual energy, could affect his elemental body. Techniques like the Nara clan's shadow techniques were a good example. That much, he could understand. In the world of pirates, the power that let someone strike a Logia user was Haki, a force born from willpower and spirit. It was the power all people possessed to some degree. Presence, fighting spirit, killing intent, determination, once honed and weaponized, it became a terrifying force. Kizaru remembered that explanation clearly. So from the beginning, he had speculated that in this world, chakra rooted heavily in spiritual force, like in release, might produce a similar effect. And later experiments had proven him right. But now, he had made a new discovery. Tailed beast chakra, overflowing with consciousness and will, could also make contact with his elemental body. Looking at Bayumu standing before him and the badly wounded third Raikage behind him, Kizaru fell silent for a moment. Then a faint look of understanding passed through his eyes. "Oh, that was dangerous. I nearly died there," Kizaru said with a smile. His tone was as casual as ever. But those words only pushed Bayumu further over the edge. I'll kill you. Under the influence of the Two-Tails chakra, Bayumu had already lost much of him restraint. The moment he heard Kizaru speak, he charged forward in a rage. Even after learning that tailed beast chakra could disrupt elementalization, Kizaru still wasn't worried. Being able to touch him and being able to hit him were two very different things. In the world of One Piece, Haki users were everywhere among the truly powerful. And even among them, Kizaru still stood at the peak, a monster among monsters, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. His body became light once more. In a flash, Kizaru vanished from sight and appeared behind Bayumu. Too slow. As he spoke, he casually tossed a sphere of light toward the third Hokage, who was still struggling to rise from the ground. At the same time, his right leg shone brilliantly as he lashed out with a kick at Bayumu's neck. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out clearly. Bayumu was sent flying. Bayumu. The third Hokage roared, his face twisting with fury and alarm. He tried to force himself forward, but the sphere of light Kizaru had thrown exploded into a glowing cage, trapping him inside. If he had been in peak condition, the third Hokage could have shattered it by force. But now, with his injuries, he no longer had the strength. Once he saw the Hokage contained, Kizaru turned into a streak of golden light and shot toward where Bayumu had fallen. He landed beside him as he struggled to get up. Well then, goodbye. Still wearing that relaxed smile, Kizaru raised his right foot high and brought it down toward him without hesitation. Stop. Inside the light prison, the third Hokage could only watch in helpless fury as Kizaru's foot came down. P.S. Unfortunately for all of you. Bad news. Just kidding, mostly. I started another Naruto story. Title, Naruto, Breaking the Limiter. The MC is Yujiro. He breaks his limiter, gains increasingly illegal abilities, and eventually turns the Naruto world into his personal gym. Anyway, give it a try and feel it yourself. Tagged below backhand index pointing down. Chapter 65, Chapter. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a violent shockwave. The ground caved in, and smoke swallowed the sky. Trapped inside the cage of light, the third Hokage stared straight ahead, his eyes locked on the battlefield. Even though he knew the chances were slim, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Bayumu, don't die. A beastly roar suddenly tore through the smoke. From within the haze, a massive figure slowly emerged, its body formed from blue, flame-like chakra, black markings spread across it like cursed runes. It looked less like a tiger and more like a giant cat. The moment he saw it, the third Hokage's expression changed. Shock. Rage. Grief. All of it surged up from the bottom of his heart. He understood what this meant. The appearance of the Two-Tails, Matatabi, meant Bayumu had already reached the brink of death. Damn it. Damn it. The third Hokage struggled with everything he had, trying to tear himself free from the chains. You bastard. Aya. He roared with all his might, but it was nothing more than the helpless release of fury and unwillingness in his heart. His injuries were too severe. No matter how much strength he forced out, he still couldn't break the cage restraining him. Ooh, how scary. A streak of golden light rose into the air and took human form. Kizaru floated there lazily, one hand touching his chin, his usual smile still resting on his face. Roar. The newly freed Matatabi let out a furious howl and swung a massive claw at him. A flash of light. Kizaru vanished from the air and reappeared right on top of Matatabi's head. Golden light bloomed beneath his foot, and then... boom. He stomped down hard, slamming Matatabi straight into the ground. My, what a cute little kitty. Roar. Matatabi answered him with another enraged roar. Pain only made the Two-Tails more violent. She shook her head fiercely and raised her claws to slash upward. Kizaru's body turned to light again, slipping away before the attack could touch him. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Matatabi. So this is a tailed beast, HM. Pretty terrifying. Seeing Matatabi open her mouth to unleash flames, Kizaru moved first. He rushed in, closed the distance in an instant, then leaped up from below. His right leg flashed out in a sharp kick. Bang. The kick smashed into Matatabi's jaw and snapped her mouth shut. The fireball she had been gathering detonated early, bursting apart into scattered flames that sprayed from both sides of her mouth. Oh, that was close. I almost got burned. Kizaru spoke as casually as ever, smiling while Matatabi was knocked backward and crashed onto the ground, belly exposed. Damned human. Matatabi forced herself upright again. After taking 2 heavy blows in a row, she had no choice but to suppress the pain and the violent urge to destroy everything in sight. The cat talks. How unusual. Kizaru sounded amused, but the teasing edge in his tone only made it worse. I'm not a cat, bastard. Hearing that, Matatabi's anger flared all over again. This time, she stopped condensing fireballs. Instead, she opened her mouth wide and directly spewed out a huge torrent of flames toward Kizaru. The sea of fire spread across the battlefield and swallowed him whole. Die, you bastard! Seeing Kizaru disappear inside the flames, Matatabi's eyes lit up with savage satisfaction. Then. Now, playing with fire like that is dangerous, you know. Kizaru's voice came from behind her. Matatabi stiffened. Without thinking, she whipped her tail and twisted around at once to face him. Two tails, you're way too troublesome. I might have to catch you. He was still smiling, but this time both of his hands were coated in armament hockey, and dazzling golden light gathered around his feet in dense clusters. Then came another flash. Kizaru appeared beside Matatabi's head. His body turned into light, accelerating in an instant. With armament hockey hardening his right hand, he drove forward like a falling meteor and smashed into her. Matatabi let out a pained howl and crashed heavily onto her side, carving a massive crater into the earth. Kizaru didn't stop there. In another burst of light, he moved behind her, grabbed one of her tails with one hand, then twisted at the waist and hurled her over his shoulder. From one crater into another. Even Matatabi felt her head buzzing after that. Before she could recover, Kizaru was already above her again. He crossed his hands. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets rained down from the sky and bombarded Matatabi's massive body. Ruer. Her cry rang across the battlefield. For a brief, ridiculous moment, the two tails, who had only just broken free from her seal, felt like sealed life had actually been pretty comfortable after all. Using observation hockey, Kizaru sensed Matatabi's presence steadily weakening. Only then did he stop attacking and descend to the edge of the crater. A glowing orb of light formed in his right palm. He tossed it casually. The moment it landed on Matatabi's body, it expanded into a huge cage of light. Four radiant chains shot out and locked down her limbs. Matatabi gritted through the pain and forced herself upright, instinctively struggling against the restraints. A laser shot through her body. She froze immediately, her body trembling from the pain. Ooh, that's frightening. Tailed beasts really are terrifying. Kizaru raised his glowing index finger, still smiling as if none of this was a big deal. Matatabi glared at him with resentment and fear, forcing herself to stop struggling for the moment. Human, what do you want? Kizaru didn't answer right away. He simply stroked his chin and looked Matatabi up and down inside the pit. A cat, huh? That thought surfaced in his mind. And with it, a rather bold idea. You're too strong, Two Tails. Who are you calling strong? Matatabi snapped, glaring at him. If I let you run around, I'm going to have a real headache. Humph. Matatabi gave a mocking sneer, already thinking she knew where this was going. So that's it. You want to seal me up like the others, don't you? Bastard. No. Kizaru slowly shook his head, smiling all the while. Under Matatabi's suspicious stare, he said the last thing she expected. Be my pet, no, my partner. Matatabi's eyes widened. The hell did you just say? You want me to be your pet? It's partner, Kizaru corrected her in the same casual tone. That part's very important, you know. I heard you the first time, bastard. Matatabi roared so loudly the smoke around them shook. Kizaru remained completely unbothered. You don't want to be sealed again, do you, Matatabi? For once, his voice dropped just a little, the joking tone fading. He looked at Matatabi and continued with a small smile. If you've got all that strength and all that pent-up frustration, then stop rotting inside some seal. Carry my name and go wild out in the ninja world. Be my summon. Travel with me. Matatabi opened her mouth at once, ready to curse him out. But then she suddenly froze. Her eyes narrowed. How do you know my name? She stared at him, stunned. A tailed beast's true name was something almost no human should know. Other than the Sage of Six Paths and the other tailed beasts, who else could possibly know it? Kizaru scratched the back of his head with his left hand and gave her an airy smile. Oh, now that's a difficult question. TCH. Seeing he clearly had no intention of answering, Matatabi turned her head away and snorted. Still. A moment later, she looked back at him again. You really won't seal me? Of course not, Kizaru replied, and this time he sounded unusually serious. Matatabi lifted one massive paw. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll kill you. Her claw hung in the air. Kizaru didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't even bother putting up a guard. After a few seconds, Matatabi clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH. You're no fun at all. Her paw lowered at last. Slowly, deliberately, she placed it against Kizaru's outstretched hand. Under the gaze of one man and one tailed beast, paw and hand touched. Kizaru smiled. Ooh, that was scary. I thought I was about to get flattened. You bastard, can you say anything else? Matatabi pulled her paw back and snarled at him. Kizaru just looked up at her, still wearing that same infuriating expression. Still cute, though. Humph. Matatabi snorted and lifted her head proudly, though whether it was arrogance or embarrassment was hard to say. Update schedule, 7 chapters/week. Every 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. By voting with Power Stones, you can easily get double the number of chapters.